500 years ago, the barrier between the game world and the blue star world shattered, unleashing a tide of monsters. This catastrophe awakened various abilities in humans, leading to the emergence of combat professions. Game dungeons began to manifest in reality, and Su Xian became one of the guardians of the novice secret realm. As Su Xian pondered over his thoughts, a voice interrupted him. He looked up to see a middle-aged man with a receding hairline waving at him. Noting the man's thinning hair, Su Xian couldn't help but muse that even in a superpowered world, baldness remains undefeated. The man introduced himself as Zhao Dali and briefly explained the job responsibilities. He then pointed to an almost empty employee display board on the wall, which featured only photos of Zhao Dali and Su Xian. At that moment, Su Xian felt a chill down his spine, realizing that they were indeed the only two on this job. To Su Xian's surprise, Zhao Dali assigned him the night shift right away. While perusing the job manual, Su Xian discovered a shocking truth: the secret realm was actually a fragment of the game world, becoming unstable at night, with monsters potentially breaking through the seals. Many novice mentors had met their end this way. Just as Su Xian feared that his journey had turned into a nightmare, a system suddenly appeared. It promised him an easy life, where anything he taught novices would be returned to him manifold. The system's gift package included silver-level physical techniques, cultivation methods, secret arts, and the Divine Mentor's Eye, an ability to assess others' talents. Although the level wasn't high, it was better than nothing. Su Xian immediately began training in Eagle's First Flight and Mighty Hammer 80, quickly mastering these skills. As Su Xian was about to close up for the night, a breathless young boy blocked the door. The Divine Mentor's Eye revealed his potential: bone value, 50, comprehension value, 40, mindset value, 130, compatibility with Eagle's First Flight, 97. Hello, I'd like to enter the Secret Realm dungeon. Is it still possible to go in now? Su Xian glanced at the time. It was only 5:40, and the secret realm was still stable. He nodded and said, "Yes, you can. Please register your information first." The young man adeptly entered his details and completed the payment on the visitor's computer. Su Xian opened the management terminal, and the information synchronized. Zhang Mu, 16 years old, male, bronze mid-level, chose Thunder Ruins at nightmare difficulty, solo attempt. Zhang Mu, are you sure you want to enter the Thunder Ruins? Su Xian asked. The difficulty is quite high for a bronze mid-level. I'm sure. Zhang Mu replied with determination. Su Xian didn't say more and activated the portal to send Zhang Mu into the dungeon, then pulled up the monitoring screen. As soon as Zhang Mu exited the portal, he encountered a goblin. Instead of retreating, he advanced with swift leg movements, executing a basic fighter skill, the low kick. Thud. The small and fragile goblin fell, transforming into white energy that Zhang Mu absorbed. Encouraged by his success, Zhang Mu ventured deeper, moving with agility, easily dodging falling lightning, and leaving a trail of goblin bodies in his wake. Su Xian silently nodded in approval until the seen Chang'ita Thunder Goblin wielded a staff, summoning a rain of lightning. Though not powerful, it left Zhang Mu paralyzed and gradually unable to resist. With no other option, Zhang Mu used a low-level teleportation scroll to return to the entrance. The young man, disappointed by his failure, was about to leave when Su Xian stopped him. Wait a moment, is there something else? Zhang Mu, though downcast, remained polite. Do you like martial arts? Su Xian asked. Yes, Zhang Mu nodded. Do you have experience in martial arts too? I have a unique martial art. Would you like to learn it? Zhang Mu's eyes lit up, but then dimmed again. But I don't have any money. We're meant to meet. No money is needed, Su Xian said with a smile, assuming the preparatory stance of the soaring eagle technique. Come, practice with me. Zhang Mu bowed deeply. I promise to repay your kindness once I earn some money. With that, he began practicing with Su Xian. Even after just the preparatory stage, Zhang Mu's aura began to change, and his frail body gradually regained vitality. By the 6th stage, each movement was accompanied by the sound of air bursting. At the 8th stage, he entered a state of selflessness, his movements transforming from powerful to seamless. By the 9th stage, Zhang Mu was radiating heat, his skin flushed. Phew! Zhang Mu opened his eyes, a hint of confusion in his gaze. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Su Xian's mind. Student Zhang Mu has entered an epiphany during his first practice, triggering a 5,000-fold critical return, acquiring the marquee-level technique Great Mighty Heavenly Dragon. Su Xian was overjoyed. A marquee-level technique is 6 tiers above the silver level, and even if not perfectly executed, it would allow him to easily dominate the silver realm. Zhang Mu, emerging from his epiphany, scratched his head awkwardly. Instructor, I seemed to enter a strange state just now, like I was one with the universe, and it felt really good. But I forgot the moves I just practiced. Su Xian chuckled. You just entered a state of enlightenment. Huh. Zhang Mu was dumbfounded. Is this the legendary state of enlightenment? Zhang Mu stared at his hands in disbelief, his heart pounding with excitement. He had always thought of himself as average, with mediocre talent and perception. However, he was surprised to find that his mental fortitude far exceeded the norm. The system indicated that his mental strength was at 130 points, well above the excellent standard of 60 points, surpassing even most adults. Seeing this, Xuan seized the moment to encourage him. Zhangmu, you are not clumsy. You just haven't found the right path yet. With perseverance, you will eventually reach the pinnacle of the world. These words acted like a powerful elixir, igniting a flame of hope within Zhangmu. With determination flashing in his eyes, Zhangmu solemnly knelt and performed the ritual of acknowledging a master. Master, please accept my bow. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times, expressing his deep respect for Xuan. Xuan asked gravely, do you understand the weight of the words master? Have you thought it through? Without hesitation, Zhangmu replied, once a teacher, forever a father. Although I am slow, I am not foolish. What you teach must be an extraordinary martial art. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reached enlightenment on my first practice. This kindness is like being reborn, and I will never forget it. Xuan laughed heartily at his words. Good. I will accept you as my disciple. With his hands behind his back, he formally accepted Zhangmu's apprenticeship. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I will teach you another move today. Watch closely. No sooner had he finished speaking than a powerful aura surrounded Xuan, like a roaring dragon. In that moment, Zhangmu witnessed a golden divine dragon emerge from his master's body. Xuan performed a secret technique, and a majestic golden dragon soared into the sky. The deafening roar of the dragon shook the entire office. Zhangmu was dumbfounded, feeling that his master's presence had become even more imposing, as if a true dragon had descended upon the world. After a while, the violent aura gradually subsided. Zhangmu's eyes were filled with admiration as he thought to himself, Master is incredibly powerful. Did you understand? Xuan asked calmly, with his hands behind his back. No, I didn't. Zhangmu shook his head honestly. I only saw the dragon appear and stir up the winds and clouds. Do you want to learn? Yes. Xuan chuckled softly. Wait until you reach the Golden Realm. Right now, you're not ready for it. He was quietly considering whether this boy was worthy of inheriting his legacy, something that would depend on his future performance. Master, what realm are you in? Zhangmu asked bluntly. Xuan felt a bit choked by the question. This child was too straightforward. He pretended to be profound and said, whatever realm you think I'm in, that's the realm I'm in. I understand. Zhangmu exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Master must be a legendary hidden expert. As night fell, Xuan glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. According to the rules, the entrance to the secret realm would become unstable at this hour, and the night tide could appear at any moment. Master, can I keep watch with you? Zhangmu asked excitedly. Xuan was about to refuse when he heard Zhangmu choke back tears and say, my parents are gone. They were soldiers who sacrificed themselves to protect the people. Xuan patted his shoulder. You're a good kid. Can I stay then? Zhangmu asked hopefully. As you wish, Xuan replied, no longer refusing. He thought to himself that it was a good opportunity to assess the boy. Time ticked by. At midnight, the entrance to the secret realm began to destabilize, and a violent aura spread out. Suddenly, a cyan-colored monstrous hand reached out from the entrance. The night tide is here. Xuan shouted, grabbing his baton and charging forward. System notifications echoed in Xuan's mind. The experience points he gained from defeating the creatures were not as fast as the feedback from the system. Thanks to Zhangmu's relentless efforts, Xuan's aura grew increasingly stronger. Zhangmu cast a puzzled glance at his master, secretly amazed. While others would be drained by fighting monsters, his master seemed to get stronger with each battle, his aura becoming more intense. No wonder he's the master. Zhangmu resolved to himself, I can't let him down. Fueled by a strong desire to fight, Zhangmu attacked with increasing ferocity. Just then, the second wave of monsters surged from the secret realm, clearly more powerful. Facing the silver-level monsters, Zhangmu suddenly felt the pressure increase. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed. Countless bolts of lightning poured down on Zhangmu, like raindrops. The Thunder Goblin Lord had made its move. Remembering his defeat in the Thunder Ruins dungeon, Zhangmu felt a chill. This old adversary was still a formidable challenge. As Zhangmu struggled to hold his ground, Xuan took action. His vast aura surged forth, and with the roar of a divine dragon, the great heavenly dragon appeared. Instantly, all nearby bronze-level monsters were annihilated, and silver-level ones were slowed. However, Xuan didn't finish off the monsters. Instead, he turned to Zhangmu and shouted sternly, what are you waiting for? Finish them off. Zhangmu nodded heavily, deeply moved. His master had left all the monsters in a near-death state, allowing Zhangmu to gain the experience from finishing them. With a master like this, what more could a disciple ask for? Zhang Mu thought gratefully. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the silver-level monsters fell under Zhang Mu's fists. System notifications rang continuously. Ding, your disciple Zhang Mu has defeated the Lord-level creature, Thunder Goblin, gaining substantial experience. Congratulations, you have triggered a 3,000 times critical return, significantly boosting your realm. Ding, your disciple Zhang Mu has defeated the Lord-level creature, Minotaur King, gaining substantial experience. Congratulations, you have triggered a 5,000 times critical return, significantly boosting your realm. After a series of notifications, Su Xian's realm surged like a rocket. Finally, as Zhang Mu slew the last silver-level lord creature, Su Xian distinctly felt the shackles of his realm loosen. Congratulations, you've ascended to the gold realm. Su Xian felt the surge of power within him, a slight smile playing on his lips. As he broke through to the next level, the essence of the blue star world descended upon him as a reward, restoring him to peak condition. The commotion at the entrance of the secret realm gradually subsided, as if the ferocious creatures had been frightened off by Su Xian's aura. Was the night tide really over just like that? Su Xian felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped that after advancing to the gold level, he would encounter some hidden dungeon creatures, perhaps a zombie king to strengthen himself. Zhang Mu sat on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with excitement. In the past, he could only run for his life when facing silver-level creatures, but today he fought with exhilarating satisfaction. Clenching his fist, he silently vowed to work twice as hard to follow in his master's footsteps. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. A group of people in city defense uniforms burst in, freezing at the sight of the monster corpses strewn about and the calm demeanor of Su Xian. Handled? Just the two of you? The city defense captain was incredulous. Su Xian glanced at the belated city defense team and sneered. With rescue speed like this, a regular silver-level fighter would have died dozens of times over. The captain swallowed hard. Are you Su Xian?
Yes.
Did you kill all these monsters? Su Xian pointed to Zhang Mu. He was involved too. The captain scrutinized Su Xian, pulling out a tablet to check his information. Su Xian, 25 years old, Silver Realm, archer profession. Why were these monsters killed with blunt weapons? Explain yourself. Su Xian replied with irritation. Haven't you heard of an all-rounder archer? All-rounder? Can't say I have. The captain scoffed. Come with us. Your abilities don't match the official records. We suspect you might be a rebel spy. Tension filled the air. Su Xian calmly stated, the city defense has no right to detain me. If you want to verify my identity, call someone from the governor's office. You. The captain gritted his teeth. Remember, even when working for the authorities, there's a hierarchy. You'll understand soon enough. Su Xian stopped the city defense team as they prepared to leave. Hold on, clean up these corpses. That's your job. He added with a smile, by the way. I've recorded everything you just said. If nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen to you. The captain was furious, his face turning livid, but he had no choice but to order his men to clear the scene. After the city defense team left, Zhang Mu approached curiously. Master, is your base profession really an archer? Su Xian didn't answer directly. He was indeed an archer, but now he could become any profession. As long as he had enough students, anything was possible. Qingzhou City, Yueshio District, Governor's Office. The city defense captain barged in angrily to report to a man in white. After watching the video, the man in white whispered a few words to the captain, who immediately beamed with understanding. I understand. I'll get to it right away. The man in white murmured to himself. The world has changed so much, yet some people still can't adapt. What do a few lives matter in today's world? The night passed uneventfully. When Su Xian woke up, Zhang Mu had already left. Su Xian stretched lazily, recalling his conversation with Zhang Mu the previous night. It turned out that the kid was a senior at Qingzhou High School and was about to take the college entrance exam in a month. In this world of Blue Star, the exam was different from Earth's, focusing more on cultivation talent. There were two parts, theoretical knowledge and a solo run through a beginner's secret realm. Su Xian remembered his own score of 127 minutes and 32 seconds, totaling 431 points, which barely got him into a second-tier college. Although not exceptional, he was luckier than those who couldn't even pursue a combat profession. His reminiscences were interrupted by a voice outside the door. Glancing at the time, he realized it was already time for the daytime secret realm to open, and old Zhao hadn't come to take over yet. Shaking his head, Su Xian got up and opened the door. Outside stood a group of students who looked like high schoolers, with the class monitor politely handing over the registration cards. Su Xian activated his mentor's eye, scanning the students' talent data. Unfortunately, they were all mediocre, with the highest bone value at 78, comprehension at 71, and mentality not even breaking 60. He shook his head in dismay. thinking that small towns indeed had a lower chance of producing geniuses. Just as he was about to register the information, Xuan noticed a small girl hiding at the back of the line. She was barely over a meter tall but was carrying a hammer taller than herself. Intrigued, Xuan reactivated his Minter's eye. The data appeared. Bone value 110, comprehension 118, mentality 20, and an 80 compatibility with the giant hammer technique. Xuan was ecstatic. This was an outstanding prospect. Compared to Zhang Mu, this little girl was a natural-born warrior. Her low mentality could be excused, considering her young age. "Hello, uncle," the little girl greeted timidly. Xuan was amused. Everyone else called him brother, but she called him uncle. "Are you going to the secret realm too?" Xuan asked. This question seemed to annoy the little girl. She puffed up her cheeks and said, "What else? Don't underestimate me, okay? See my big hammer? One swing, one goblin." Xuan couldn't help but laugh and asked her to come over for registration. The computer displayed, name, Li Xiaoli, age, 10, gender, female, level, bronze beginner, chosen secret realm, dark forest, easy difficulty, method, solo. 10 years old? Xuan was astonished. She hadn't even graduated from elementary school. "Uncle, can I go into the secret realm now?" Li Xiaoli looked eagerly at the entrance, full of anticipation. Xuan firmly refused. "No?" Li Xiaoli was anxious, pleading with tears in her eyes, even pulling out a wad of cash to bribe him. Xuan was both amused and exasperated. This little rich girl casually offered him a month's salary. "Do I look like someone who would bow for 5 bushels of rice?" Xuan said calmly. Li Xiaoli tilted her head, thinking, "I get it. You want more money, right? I can give more. I'll give you all my pocket money for this month if you let me in." Xuan face-bombed, feeling like he was talking to a wall. He directly said, "There are only 2 ways you can go in. First, bring your parents, or second, I choose the second." Li Xiaoli promptly decided before Xuan could finish. "The second way is I take you in." "Yay!" Li Xiaoli cheered, dancing with joy. "But I have one condition." "What condition?" "Become my apprentice." Xuan cut to the chase. Li Xiaoli pondered. "My mom already found me a theory teacher, dance teacher, etiquette teacher, secondary profession teacher, music teacher, but she said if I want a main profession teacher, they must be stronger than her." Xuan's competitive spirit kicked in. "What's your mom's level? Marquis? Or king?" Li Xiaoli wasn't sure. "I can't remember exactly, but my mom is very powerful." Xuan was dumbfounded. No wonder Li Xiaoli had such high talent. She had a titled mother. In that case, he definitely couldn't let this apprentice slip away. Becoming a marquis or even a king, that level is still far off for Xuan, but it's not entirely out of reach. Xuan calculated silently. With the system's assistance, he would eventually reach that level, or even surpass it. Just because he's not there now doesn't mean he won't be in the future. He was determined to take this disciple. If he couldn't win by cultivation level, he'd find another way. Half an hour later, Zhao Dali leisurely came to take over the shift. He glanced at Xuan and chuckled. "Old Su, I heard you took care of all the monsters during last night's dark tide all by yourself? Impressive. No wonder you take night shifts without a word." Xuan couldn't be bothered to respond and headed straight for the secret realm entrance with Li Xiaoli. The two of them entered the simple difficulty level of the dark forest dungeon and were instantly transported to an eerie, shadowy woodland. Li Xiaoli seemed to have discovered a new world, looking around excitedly. Soon, a few goblins appeared before them. She showed no fear. Instead, she curiously observed them while slowly pulling out the massive hammer from her back, which was taller than she was. The little girl moved with agility, her steps steady even while carrying the large hammer. With a thud, she smashed it down, and a goblin was instantly killed. "Oh yeah." Li Xiaoli jumped up with excitement. The ensuing battle was like a game of whack-a-mole, and Li Xiaoli enjoyed it thoroughly. Xuan followed 5 steps behind, nodding to himself. This girl's combat talent far exceeded expectations. It seemed the daughter of a warrior goddess was destined to become one herself. Soon, they reached the boss stage. The combined attack of the Minotaur, Goblin Captain, and throwers put Li Xiaoli in a tough spot. She was hit on the left leg with a rock, lost her balance, and her hammer missed its target. The Goblin Captain charged at her. In a critical moment, Li Xiaoli abandoned her weapon and used a rolling skill to narrowly avoid a fatal blow. She quickly swung her hammer again, delivering another lethal strike. At this point, the Minotaur finished charging its attack, blocking her escape route with a bull rush. Uncle, help me." Li Xiaoli finally couldn't help but call for help. In the next second, Xuan flashed in front of Li Xiaoli, gently pressing down with his left hand to pin the Minotaur to the ground. He didn't kill it, but instead gripped Li Xiaoli's mighty hammer. The immense power gathered, and his hand holding the hammer turned crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a boom, the hammer struck down, causing the entire forest to lose its color. The shockwave spread out, obliterating everything in its path. The Minotaur was instantly reduced to dust, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Wow! Li Xiaoli's eyes sparkled. Uncle, I want to learn that. Su Xian maintained a cool demeanor. It's a family secret, can't be taught to outsiders. Then can I become your disciple? Li Xiaoli spoke quickly. In my heart, you're already more impressive than my mom because she can't wield a big hammer, but you can? Su Xian continued with his aloof act. In that case, I'll teach you this unparalleled hammer technique. Teacher, please accept my bow as your disciple. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoli performed the disciple ceremony. Su Xian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected the 10-year-old Li Xiaoli to be harder to deal with than the 16-year-old Zhang Mu. Indeed, Zhang Mu was just a simpleton. To test Li Xiaoli's compatibility with the hammer, Su Xian took her to the next secret realm dungeon, Thunder Ruins. Xiaoli, disciple here. This move is called Mighty Hammer 80. Remember it well, Su Xian instructed as he began demonstrating the hammer technique. Li Xiaoli followed closely, mimicking his actions with keen interest. After a few challenges, the young girl started to grasp the basics. Her astounding talent began to shine through. Even though this was just the easy level of the Thunder Ruins, achieving such progress on her second venture into the secret realm was a feat few in the entire Qingzhou city could match. Gradually, Li Xiaoli's playful nature emerged, and she began an enthusiastic game of whack-a-mole. Little Hammer 40. Mighty Hammer 80, she shouted, swinging her hammer with great excitement. As they reached the Lord's domain, the Thunder Goblin appeared. Teacher, please let me handle this, Li Xiaoli said earnestly, stepping in front of Su Xian as she hefted her hammer and charged forward. The Thunder Goblin waved its staff, summoning bolts of lightning. Although the lightning strikes were not dense on this easy level, Li Xiaoli deftly dodged them with her practiced agility. However, the other goblins' interference made it difficult for her to get close. Frustrated by her inability to approach the Lord, Li Xiaoli suddenly had a flash of inspiration, recalling Su Xian's technique. She clasped the hammer handle with both hands and threw it forcefully. The heavy hammer spun upward, and Li Xiaoli leaped high, catching the spinning handle and using the momentum to smash down. Watch my mighty hammer 80. Her youthful voice echoed as the hammer struck the ground. Boom! A shockwave erupted, knocking down the goblins in her path and even affecting the Thunder Goblin at the back. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiaoli abandoned her hammer and dashed forward, picking up a wooden stick along the way. Remarkably, she wielded the stick as if it were a hammer, embodying the early form of uniting with her weapon. With such talent, she was bound to master the ultimate technique given time. Little Hammer 40. Mighty Hammer 80. She struck repeatedly with the stick, leaving the Thunder Goblin defenseless and eventually defeating it. Li Xiaoli jumped up in excitement, waving to Su Xian, Teacher, it's done. At the same time, the system's voice echoed in Su Xian's mind. Ding! Your disciple Li Xiaoli has just mastered the initial stage of the man and hammer as one technique using the Great Hammer 80 for the first time. Congratulations, you've triggered a 7,000-fold critical return and received the marquee-level secret technique, the Chaotic Wind Hammer method. Su Xian's eyes lit up with delight. A secret technique, and a marquee-level one at that, was even more valuable than the great heavenly dragon he had obtained earlier. Among physical arts, secret techniques, and cultivation methods, secret techniques are the rarest. Many marquee-level powerhouses may not even possess one. Information about the Chaotic Wind Hammer method instantly flooded Su Xian's mind. This is an amplification-type secret technique, applicable not just to hammer techniques but adaptable to any weapon. Its core lies in using force to counter force, and when perfected, allows for 81 consecutive strikes, with each blow stronger than the last. However, it demands a high level of physical fitness from the user, and any mistake could lead to severe backlash. As the scenario concluded, Su Xian and Li Xiaoli returned to the entrance of the secret realm. Zhao Dali approached, eyeing Li Xiaoli. Old Su, is this little girl your student? Su Xian nodded, yes. Zhao Dali chuckled. Looks like you found a gem. Su Xian gently patted Xiaoli's head. Indeed. Her potential is limitless. Noticing Su Xian's reluctance to discuss further, Zhao Dali changed the topic. Old Su, don't forget about the monster siege in a few days. Monster siege? Su Xian recalled the relevant information. What was once a nightmare for humanity, the monster siege has now become a national celebration. Low-level monsters are released within the defenses for the public to train against, while high-level monsters are targeted by the strong. Teacher, can you take me? Li Xiaoli's eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. No, Su Xian refused firmly. The monster siege is far more dangerous than the secret realm, and he wasn't willing to take that risk. Besides, Li Xiaoli's title mother would likely come looking soon. Just as he spoke, the office door was kicked open. Li, Xiao, Li. A furious shout echoed. Standing at the door was a young woman in female battle armor, her gaze fierce as a tiger's. Li Xiaoli shrank behind Su Xian, whispering, "Teacher, that's my aunt. You have to protect me, or your adorable disciple's backside will be in trouble." Su Xian couldn't help but chuckle. Using the eye of the divine mentor, he assessed the young woman's talent. Root bone 85, comprehension 79, mindset 47. Not as exceptional as Li Xiaoli, but quite impressive nonetheless. "Li Xiaoli, come home with me." The young woman stormed in, glaring at Xiaoli. "I'm not going back." Xiaoli shook her head vigorously, clinging to Su Xian's leg. "My teacher is here, and you need his permission to take me?" The young woman was momentarily stunned, her anger intensifying. "You dare to take a teacher without permission? What can a small secret realm mentor teach you? I'm way better than him." "That's not true. My teacher is much better than you," Xiaoli retorted, pouting defiantly. "I'm so angry." The young woman fumed. "Let's make a bet. If I win, you come home with me and stop wandering around with that hammer." "Bring it on. I'm not afraid." The two exchanged heated words, completely ignoring Su Xian. Su Xian laughed, gently pushing Xiaoli forward. "Go home with your aunt. Teacher needs to clock out and sleep." He then turned to the young woman. "Young people, don't be so hot-headed." A dragon's roar reverberated in the young woman's ears. She staggered back several steps, her eyes wide with disbelief. She, Lin Weiwei, at the peak of the Silver Realm, had been mentally intimidated by a mere secret realm mentor? This world isn't what Mom said it would be. "Mom, I've brought your sweet granddaughter back." Lin Weiwei rushed into the courtyard at the center of Qingzhou City, carrying Li Xiaoli on her back, who had a large hammer slung over her shoulder. Her grandmother, nearing 60, hurried out upon hearing them and, seeing Xiaoli upset, quickly embraced her. "Grandma, Auntie won't let me play and says girls shouldn't use big hammers," Xiaoli complained, her cheeks puffed with indignation. "Didn't you say girls can be strong and brave too?" Her grandmother's face froze, realizing her words had been misunderstood. Xiaoli persisted. "Today I found a teacher and learned some amazing hammer techniques. Let me show you." With that, Xiaoli wriggled out of her grandmother's embrace, gripped the hammer with both hands, and swung it with all her might, her voice ringing out with youthful intensity. "Great hammer 80. Bang!" The hammer struck the ground, sending shockwaves that shattered potted plants and flowers, causing the whole courtyard to tremble. Breathless, Xiaoli collapsed back into her grandmother's arms. "How is that? Isn't it impressive?" Although her grandmother wanted to deny it, she had to admit that the hammer technique suited Xiaoli perfectly. It was at least a top-tier technique created by a powerful warrior, something their family had searched for a long time without finding such a good match. Could it be that Xiaoli had met a reclusive master? Remembering how her daughter had also been guided by a master in Qingzhou City years ago, the grandmother turned to her younger daughter. "Weiwei, have you met Xiaoli's teacher?" "I have." Lin Weiwei recalled the scene of being pushed back, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Where did you meet him? Be specific." Lin Weiwei thought for a moment. "His name is Su Xian, a beginner's mentor in the small realm on Osmanthus Street. He looks about 20, and his profession is unclear. When I arrived, he had just finished a session with Xiaoli. He's very strong. Just a glance from him made me lose my composure, as if hearing a dragon's roar, and I was pushed back several steps." Her grandmother was astonished. A small realm mentor in his 20s with such power? Could he really be a hidden master? "Xiaoli, would you like to see your teacher again tomorrow? Grandma will go with you." "Yay!" Xiaoli cheered. "Grandma is the best. Auntie just spanks me." In the evening, Su Xian arrived at work to find his colleague, old Zhao, had already left early. He sighed inwardly, realizing he still had much to learn from old Zhao about taking it easy. A few students with average talent were at the door, seeking training. Su Xian glanced at them and lost interest quickly. As night fell, he waited idly for the arrival of the night tide. At 2 in the morning, the entrance to the realm finally showed signs of activity. Su Xian perked up, hoping to encounter the hidden dungeon, the dark cemetery. A large axe flew out, signaling the start of a minotaur encounter. Su Xian was delighted and didn't sound the alarm, beginning his adventure with ease. Unfortunately, being only at the initial gold level, the silver level monsters offered little experience. As he was in the midst of his rampage, the lights at the realm's entrance suddenly went out. Su Xian grew alert, sensing a dangerous presence approaching. Someone had broken in, likely those from the city defense team. "Su Xian, remember what I told you," a brazen voice called out from the darkness. "Even working for the government, I can trample over you as I please, while you can only scrape by. Do you understand now?" 3 figures emerged from the shadows, including the city defense captain from before, with 2 others who exuded even stronger auras. "You turned off the surveillance?" Su Xian feigned a fearful tone. "Don't worry, tonight your death will just be an unfortunate accident under the night tide, and no one will find out," the city defense team responded smugly. Su Xian sneered inwardly. These fools had paved the way for him. and he'd have to send a wreath to the military governor's office as a token of appreciation. He picked up the large axe dropped by the Minotaur as the 3 gold-ranked city defense members lunged at him. Xuan chose not to use his powerful dragon deterrent, finding it too dull. Instead, he saw this as a perfect opportunity to practice the whirlwind hammer technique he had just learned. The battle was about to begin. 3 members of the city defense surrounded Xuan in a pincer formation. Xuan appeared calm, gripping his large axe with both hands. The 3 men opposing him worked in perfect harmony, clearly not new to this kind of operation. Old Lu, with his shield, stood at the front. The spearman, Old Man, was in the middle, and their leader, Captain Luo, wielded a sword at the side. Old Lu, hold your ground. Old Man, attack from the front. I'll look for an opening to strike from the side, Captain Luo instructed in a low voice. Bang! Xuan's first axe swing was easily blocked by Old Lu. Is that all you've got? Old Lu taunted. Seizing the moment, Old Man thrust his spear forward. Xuan sidestepped the attack and swung his axe backward with great force, causing Old Lu to stagger back half a step. Captain Luo saw his chance and aimed his sword at Xuan's back. Xuan swiftly spun his axe in the air, blocking the attack just in time. With a clang, the impact was so strong that Captain Luo's hand bled, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. Without pausing, Xuan aimed his 4th swing at Old Man, attempting to counterattack. Old Man was disarmed by Xuan's powerful strike. As the other 2 moved to assist, Xuan's axe swung with increased speed, striking with such force that it left them dazed and stumbling back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Xuan unleashed a flurry of axe blows like a storm. Thud! With 2 heavy impacts, Old Lu and Old Man coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Captain Luo was terrified. Aren't you just at the novice gold level? Xuan sneered. Seems someone deliberately misled you. With that, he swung his axe down again. In despair, Captain Luo pleaded for his life. Don't kill me. I was sent by Huang Zhua, the son of the military governor. Oh, that's convenient. Xuan's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Thank him for providing me with practice. Thud. With the final swing, Captain Luo met his end. After dealing with the scene, Xuan found another patrol team and fabricated a story of heroic resistance. Without surveillance footage, no one knew the truth. But he understood that from this moment, he had made an enemy of the governor's son. Xuan, however, was unfazed. It was merely a governor's office, and he was just 1 step away from reaching the starry realm. At worst, he'd take on a diligent 3rd apprentice to help with chores, and his progress would naturally follow. As soon as the wreath shop opened, he planned to buy the most luxurious one available. He couldn't just wait for that governor's son, Huang Zhua, to keep provoking him. This time, he intended to strike first. In the morning, the Moonshine District's governor's office announced the unfortunate news of the sacrifice of 3 city defense captains. Solemn music played softly outside the governor's office, and the expressions of the guests varied as they came and went. Xuan led a lengthy funeral procession, carrying a large wreath with a sorrowful face. Onlookers couldn't help but be surprised at how this young man had managed to buy out all the flowers in the district. Xuan slowly entered, offering his condolences to Huang Zhua. Master Huang, please accept my condolences. I swear I will personally avenge the 3 captains one day. Huang Zhua gritted his teeth, but could only force a smile in response. After the memorial, Xuan instructed the mourners, cry well, don't stop for 3 days and nights. He then quickly walked away, bursting into laughter around the corner. Just as he finished laughing, he saw his 2nd apprentice, Li Xiaoli, approaching with her grandmother. Grandma Lin handed over a generous gift, requesting to see Xuan's hammer technique. After a brief consideration, Xuan decided to showcase his skill in the whirlwind hammer technique for the sake of his apprentice's future experience. Coincidentally, the sparring partner this time was quite resilient. He wanted to test how powerful the whirlwind hammer technique could be when pushed to its limits. Half an hour later, Xuan followed Grandma Lin to the largest dueling venue in Qingzhou City, the Red Moon Tavern. As Xuan stepped into the Red Moon Tavern, memories flooded back to him. This place was not only the largest dueling venue in Qingzhou City, but also part of a global chain of fighting arenas. The success of the tavern owed much to the elf proprietors, who had maintained friendly relations with humans since the collision of the 2 worlds, and even shared combat techniques. The tavern had 3 levels. The ground floor served as an actual tavern, while the 2 underground floors were dedicated to the fighting arena. As Xuan's group entered the underground arena, Li Xiaoli's peculiar appearance with a massive hammer slung over her shoulder drew the attention of onlookers. Unashamed, the little girl proudly strutted at the forefront. Xuan called over a waiter and confidently shelled out a few large bills to book a Stardust-level fighting ring. Li Xiaoli earnestly lent her massive hammer to Xuan, advising him not to hold back. The butler, overhearing this, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. On the fighting platform, the butler was the first to speak. Mr. Su, Should I limit my level? Su Xian waved his hand dismissively. No need to limit it. That would be too dull. Grandma Lin squinted her eyes from the sidelines, scrutinizing Su Xian, puzzled by his confidence. As the duel commenced, Su Xian launched the first attack. The initial strike was unremarkable, and the butler easily deflected it. The second strike packed more power, and by the third, the butler felt a slight numbness in his arm. Grandma Lin keenly sensed the peculiar nature of Su Xian's technique. Realizing something was amiss, the butler quickly countered. He executed the swordsman's basic skill, cross-slash, unleashing a burst of sword energy. Su Xian felt the mounting pressure but did not retreat. Harnessing the momentum, he unexpectedly unleashed Great Mighty Dragon. This move caught everyone off guard, even shocking Grandma Lin. Seizing the moment of the butler's distraction, Su Xian hammered 3 consecutive blows. Although the butler was forced to retreat continuously, he remained composed, having discerned Su Xian's strategy. Given the chance to counterattack, he could surely defeat Su Xian with overwhelming force. He knew it. Su Xian knew it too. Su Xian's eyes were sharp as lightning, closely following every subtle movement of the steward. He understood that if his opponent was given any room to breathe, he would be doomed. The heavy hammer swung through the air, accompanied by a howling wind. Bang! Another powerful blow landed. At the moment when the hammerhead collided with the greatsword, dazzling sparks erupted, enveloping both of them in an instant. Grandma Lin was dumbfounded. Su Xian's performance far exceeded expectations. A heavily armored warrior capable of channeling such immense lightning energy was unheard of. The battle reached a fever pitch, and under the stimulation of the electric light, Su Xian's strength surged. Meanwhile, the steward was paralyzed, unable to exert his power. With each strike, lightning coursed through his body, causing unbearable pain. Blow after blow, Su Xian advanced relentlessly. On the 24th strike, the steward could withstand no more. He coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. The outcome was decided. Yay! Teacher won. Li Xiaoli cheered, dancing around Su Xian. Grandma Lin also praised him repeatedly. Mr. Su, your talent is exceptional. I am truly impressed. Looking back at the entire match, Su Xian, at the early stage of the Golden Realm, completely suppressed the mid-stage Star Realm steward without giving him a chance to fight back. The steward's underestimation was one factor, but more crucially, Su Xian seized every opportunity, amplifying his slight advantages to the fullest. Coupled with his mysterious techniques, this secured his victory. Grandma Lin handed over a bank card. Mr. Su, this is Xiaoli's tuition fee. Please don't refuse it. Su Xian accepted it gladly, assuring her he would teach with dedication. As they were parting, Grandma Lin added, Mr. Su, in a few days, there will be a monster attack on the city. Xiaoli's mother will come to Qingzhou City. I will bring her to meet you then. Su Xian was caught off guard. Did this mean he was now on the same level as Xiaoli's titled mother? Wasn't that quite a leap in status? Over the next few days, Su Xian continued his routine of going to work and returning home. Many students passed through the secret realm, yet none of them seemed to be the prodigy he was hoping to find. Each day, Su Xian traveled between the office and the secret realm, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the students who came and went. Despite the constant flow of people, he failed to spot a single talent that truly stood out. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoli seized the opportunity during her free time to learn the hammer techniques from Su Xian. This exceptionally gifted young girl made rapid progress, mastering the basics of the chaotic wind hammer technique and even managing to mimic the essence of the initial moves with lighter weapons. However, due to her young age, she struggled to withstand the formidable backlash of the subsequent moves, prompting Su Xian to carefully pace his teaching. A week slipped by unnoticed. On Friday night, Su Xian finally saw Zhang Mu again. The latter burst into the office, panting and laden with bags. Master, I'm back. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I brought you some dishes from Zhuangyuan Tower, he said, gingerly unpacking the containers filled with nutritious meat dishes. Su Xian immediately noticed the rich spiritual energy in the ingredients, realizing they were quite expensive, likely more than Zhang Mu could afford on a year's living expenses. He wanted to say something but, seeing the earnest look in Zhang Mu's eyes, merely nodded slightly and said, Sit down and join me. Thank you, master, Zhang Mu replied, only daring to sit down after Su Xian's approval, but he refrained from eating, respectfully waiting for Su Xian to start first. How's your physical training going? Su Xian asked casually as he began to eat. Zhang Mu straightened his back and replied seriously, Master, apart from attending classes and working part-time, I've been practicing the physical techniques you taught me non-stop. I haven't slacked off at all. That's good, Su Xian remarked, glancing at him before pulling out a bank card from his pocket. There are some funds here. Use them to buy herbs to refine your body, which will help you improve faster. Stop doing part-time jobs. They're not worth the time they take away from your training. Master, Zhang Mu's eyes welled up with tears, his voice choked with emotion. Take it, Su Xian insisted, tossing the card to Zhang Mu. Train hard and don't let me down. Just then, a system notification echoed in Su Xian's mind. Ding! You have gifted your disciple Zhang Mu 300,000 blue star coins. Congratulations, you triggered a 200x critical return, receiving 60 million blue star coins. Indeed, giving money to a disciple could yield generous returns. Su Xian then took out an exquisite gift box and handed it to Zhang Mu. And take this as well. Inside the box was a pair of rare quality shoes. On the Blue Star continent, equipment is ranked into 6 quality levels: common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and mythic. This pair of rare quality shoes was a gift from Grandma Lin the previous week. Wearing them enhances one's agility and speed significantly, suitable for any profession. Owning a rare quality piece of equipment below the Silver Moon realm could be considered a luxury, yet Su Xian was unimpressed. Because, ding, you have gifted your disciple Zhang Mu a rare quality equipment light feather boots. Congratulations, you triggered a 100x critical return, receiving an epic quality equipment gale boots. With a thought, Su Xian summoned the information of the gale boots. Epic quality allows the wearer to move with the wind, greatly enhancing speed. Evaluation. If you can't beat me, you certainly can't outrun me. Great stuff. Su Xian rejoiced internally, as these boots were exactly what he needed to maneuver against powerful opponents. He decided to eventually gather a full set of epic quality gear to overpower others with equipment, if not with level. At that moment, Zhang Mu was still overwhelmed with emotion, his fists clenched tightly. Since the death of his parents, nobody had ever shown him such kindness. Meeting his master was undoubtedly the greatest fortune of his life. Try them on. Su Xian pointed to the light feather boots on the table. Zhang Mu shook his head repeatedly. Master, these are too precious. I can't accept them. Just take them. Su Xian said calmly. Do you think I lack such things? To emphasize his point, he retrieved the epic quality gale boots from his system space. Zhang Mu was stunned. Though he had never seen epic quality equipment before, he learned from textbooks that epic gear bore a purple mark left by the enchantment process. The deeper the mark, the higher the quality of the equipment. The shoes his master held had a glowing purple mark, evidently the pinnacle of epic quality. So master's this extravagant? Zhang Mu thought, finally accepting the gift. Thank you, master. He silently vowed to repay his master's kindness by supporting him in the future. The monster siege is coming soon. When it does, don't follow the school's plans. Stick with me. Su Xian sighed. Your level is still too low. You need to train diligently, or your junior sister will soon surpass you. Junior sister? Zhang Mu was taken aback, a sense of urgency rising within him. I took on another student a few days ago. She's 10 years old and already at the bronze beginner level. If you don't want to be overtaken by your junior sister, you'd better work hard and not embarrass yourself. Su Xian deliberately provoked. Zhang Mu was clearly shocked. A 10-year-old bronze beginner? The top student at their school was only at the silver intermediate level. That's why you need to work harder, Su Xian said, unfazed by the potential discouragement. Sometimes, disparities in family and genetic resources are insurmountable through effort alone, but as my disciple, you have the opportunity. Yes, master. Zhang Mu responded, undeterred by reality, his resolve only strengthened. Su Xian knew Zhang Mu's tenacity far exceeded that of his peers, which is why he continually pushed him to unlock his full potential. Master, let me train in the secret realm. Zhang Mu understood his master's good intentions and was eager not to disappoint him. All right, Su Xian nodded, opening the secret realm and sending Zhang Mu inside. This time, Zhang Mu chose the Cat Demon Swamp Dungeon at Nightmare difficulty. Although he was only at the peak of bronze level, his skills had visibly improved. His agility and strength had significantly increased. Previously, he couldn't clear the Thunder Ruins alone, but now he managed to navigate the more challenging Cat Demon Swamp, using his speed and technique to outlast the leader creature, the Dark Curse Cat Demon. After clearing the dungeon, Zhang Mu rested for just a few minutes before diving back into the secret realm. Su Xian watched, pleased, as his internal energy slowly accumulated. Although the growth was gradual, the joy of leveling up passively made Su Xian content. Time after time, Zhang Mu persevered like an indefatigable ox, repeatedly entering and exiting the secret realm. Despite the exhausting battles and being drenched in sweat, he never uttered a word of complaint. Only when the secret realm closed did Zhang Mu reluctantly fall asleep. The next time he awoke, it was to the urgent blare of alarm sirens. Su Xian sat up abruptly, looking towards the outer city. The monster siege had finally begun. The urgent wailing of sirens echoed throughout the city. The city was instantly thrown into chaos. Civilians rushed towards the city gates, while only a few individuals with special roles or considerable strength chose to stay behind. This wasn't a desperate escape. It was a grand event, a monster siege, free of charge and full of loot, practically a gift of experience points. Su Xian pulled Zhang Mu along as they navigated quickly through the crowd. Upon reaching the towering city walls, the scene before them was breathtaking. An endless wave of monsters surged forward, while the city's residents armed themselves for battle. The outer city defenses became the main battlefield for the confrontation. Are you scared? Su Xian turned to ask. Zhang Mu's gaze was steady. No, I'm only afraid of embarrassing my master, of being surpassed by my junior sister, and of not keeping up with everyone. Su Xian nodded. Follow me. The master and disciple swiftly headed towards the outer city defenses, drawing envious glances from bystanders. Someone couldn't help but comment. A bronze-ranked warrior wearing rare quality shoes? Sir, are you accepting disciples? Without turning his head, Su Xian replied. You? No way. With that, he sped up, leaving the bystander behind. Upon reaching the battlefield, the sheer number of monsters made even Su Xian's scalp tingle. Fortunately, the human warriors held back the stronger monsters. Otherwise, Qingzhou City might have fallen in an instant. Zhang Mu was the first to charge into the mass of monsters. Su Xian, on the other hand, calmly surveyed the battlefield, searching for a suitable target. After several minutes, he finally set his sights on a golden-ranked crimson zombie. With a single kick, Su Xian shattered the zombie's skeleton, immediately drawing the attention of those around him. The purple glowing enchantment symbol on his weapon left the crowd in awe. Zhang Mu, come finish it off, Su Xian called out, leaving everyone bewildered. A golden-ranked monster and the bronze disciple gets to finish it? Why didn't I have a master like that? Same world, different lives. Master, can you catch a few golden-ranked monsters for me to finish off? If you want me to die, just say so. Zhang Mu stood frozen, feeling the envious gazes around him, his eyes moistening. Seeing this, Su Xian sighed inwardly. His foolish disciple was still overwhelmed with emotion. Snapping back to reality, Zhang Mu smashed the zombie's head with a punch. The system notification immediately chimed in. Ding, your disciple Zhang Mu has defeated a crimson zombie above his rank, gaining substantial experience points. Your disciple has achieved his first breakthrough, advancing to the silver rank. Congratulations, you've triggered a thousandfold critical hit, significantly boosting your rank. Congratulations on advancing to the mid-stage of the golden rank. Feeling invigorated, Su Xian continued to search the monster horde for new golden-ranked targets. Zhang Mu has advanced to the silver tier and acquired the rare light feather boots, which allow him to hold his own in a crowd of monsters without needing protection. Su Xian nodded to himself, ready to lead Zhang Mu to continue their hunt, when suddenly, cries of alarm echoed from afar. Corpse thief. Zombie King. Furrowing his brow, he looked in the direction of the commotion. Spotting a massive dark figure approaching it was the lord-level creature known as the Corpse Thief from the Dark Cemetery. Everyone, attack! Shouted several warriors at the gold tier, swiftly encircling the threat. Archers and mages from a distance unleashed their skills, with arrows and spells raining down like a storm. Facing such a formidable enemy, no one dared to let their guard down. Su Xian watched coldly, choosing not to join the fray. In situations with so many participants and limited rewards, hunting some weaker gold-tier monsters seemed more worthwhile. He quietly led Zhang Mu away, soon finding a few isolated gold-tier creatures. Go! Su Xian commanded, and Zhang Mu immediately charged forward. After taking down 5 gold-tier monsters, an unexpected situation arose. Zhang Mu suddenly broke into a cold sweat, his steps faltered, his breathing became erratic, and his skin turned to dark red signs of an unstable advancement. Su Xian frowned, realizing he had been too optimistic. A normal human body has its limits, unlike his own, which was enhanced by a system. Absorbing the energy from high-tier monsters had pushed Zhang Mu to his breaking point. Continuing would jeopardize his foundation, so Su Xian had no choice but to pause their hunt. This experience taught Su Xian an important lesson. Even if you want to exploit resources, you can't overburden a single person. He needed more talented disciples, but bringing in those without the necessary aptitude would be pointless, as they wouldn't be able to keep up with him. With his mood soured, Su Xian's gaze returned to the fierce corpse thief. He needed to vent his frustration on this ghastly creature. The northern watchtower of Qingzhou City stood tall, with Governor Qing Hu gazing out from the lookout platform. He watched as waves of monstrous creatures surged against the city's outer defenses. Though he appeared calm, his heart dared not relax even for a moment. Qing Hu's eyes were sharp, scanning the battlefield. Suddenly, a faint voice reached his ears, causing him to turn abruptly. To his surprise, a woman had silently appeared behind him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he bowed in respect. Subordinate Qing Hu greets the Marquis of Shuiyue. The visitor was none other than Lin Suiying, the legendary Valkyrie from Qingzhou City, renowned far and wide. She spoke calmly. I am here for personal reasons, no need for formalities. As she spoke, her gaze swept across the battlefield, as if searching for something. Qing Hu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stood quietly by her side. Suddenly, Lin Suiying raised her hand and pointed to a spot on the battlefield. That person. Bring me his information. Following her direction, Qing Hu saw a young man who had managed to subdue a lord-level creature from the dark necropolis with his bare hands. He quickly retrieved the information and respectfully handed it over. Lin Suiying glanced at the information, her brows slightly furrowed. Su Xian, 25 years old, silver rank archer? Do you think this is accurate? Qing Hu trembled all over and hastily sought forgiveness. Unexpectedly, Lin Suiying let out a light laugh. No need to be nervous. I just find this young man intriguing. Before she finished speaking, she disappeared without a trace. Qing Hu sighed in relief, then looked again at Su Xian on the battlefield, pondering whether he should take him as a disciple. By this time, Su Xian had become the center of attention. The death of the grave robber had yielded high-grade blood potions and 2 low-level pet contracts. Everyone was envious, but no one dared to challenge him. Just as Su Xian was about to leave, a burly man, standing over 2 meters tall, pushed through the crowd and incited. Everyone who participated in the fight should share the spoils. Why should he take everything? Su Xian sneered. I killed it, so I take it. What gives you the right to speak? The burly man continued to provoke. Fairness is in people's hearts. I just can't stand your actions. The surrounding crowd began to show hostility. Su Xian's gaze was piercing as he stared directly at the man. Is it you who can't stand it? Or is it your master? The man's face changed slightly, and he argued. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just speaking for others. Su Xian stepped forward slowly, sneering. You make a good point. From now on, my disciples and I will follow you. You have to share half of what you get with me. If you can do that, I'll share what I have with the others. If you can't, once the battle is over, I'll burn you. I want to see if a person like you burns into a pile of ashes, or if you shine with sacred light like a relic. The burly man was taken aback. He was merely doing someone else's bidding, aiming to push Su Xian into the limelight and use others to irk him. But he hadn't anticipated Su Xian turning the tables and putting him in a tight spot. His expression shifted between anger and fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The monster siege was a rare opportunity to level up and acquire treasures. If Su Xian got involved, the losses would be significant. Gritting his teeth, he was about to speak, but was met with Su Xian's icy gaze. An invisible pressure forced him to take a step back involuntarily. The surrounding crowd held their breath, surprised by Su Xian's assertiveness. The burly man snorted, unable to meet Su Xian's eyes, his gaze wandering around. He lashed out, You cowards! Someone stands up for you, and you don't even appreciate it. You deserve to lose what should be yours. With that, he turned and left in a huff. Su Xian didn't make a move. He knew that during a monster siege, any attack on allies would be considered betrayal. Even if he was in the right, taking action would make him the wrong party. Once the burly man was gone, Su Xian called Zhang Mu over and handed him a vial of blood-replenishing potion. Drink it. This high-level potion was of little use to Su Xian, but invaluable to Zhang Mu. In Zhang Mu's current realm, this vial could be used over a dozen times, greatly enhancing his efficiency in battle. Su Xian understood that his disciple's progress was crucial for his own breakthroughs, so he gave the potion without hesitation. The onlookers were stunned. A high-level potion, given away just like that? While they envied Zhang Mu, they also noticed Su Xian's gleaming epic shoes and realized the truth. Someone dressed so lavishly wouldn't care about a mere potion. But being a disciple of such a wealthy master, that was incredible luck. A system notification sounded. Ding, you have given your disciple Zhang Mu a high-level blood-replenishing potion. Congratulations, you triggered an 8000-fold critical hit and received a large vial of top-grade purification potion. Su Xian was pleased, but maintained his composure. He then pulled out a low-level pet contract and handed it to Zhang Mu, who had just finished drinking the potion and was revitalized. Zhang Mu's eyes were misty with gratitude. He felt he must have done something exceptionally good in a past life to have such a generous master. Others said masters would hold back, but his master gave him all the precious items. Whether it was the high-level potion or the low-level pet contract, they were beyond his current reach. Another system notification. Ding, you have given your disciple Zhang Mu a low-level pet contract. Unfortunately, you did not trigger a critical hit this time and received a low-level pet contract in return. Su Xian was momentarily surprised. He knew the system could offer up to 10,000 times the return, with the minimum being break-even, but he'd never encountered the latter before. Upon inquiry, he learned about the accumulation and consumption mechanism of luck. This time, the lack of a multiplier was simply bad luck. Su Xian mused that perhaps Zhang Mu was just unlucky. He decided to see if he could get something good from Shaoli instead. Watching Zhang Mu, who was once again moved to tears, Su Xian shook his head. This naive disciple was so easily touched. He'd likely be swindled one day. As a man, he needed to learn the ultimate truth. Emotions only slow down leveling up. Zhang Mu, it's time to hunt monsters. Su Xian reminded him, then swiftly moved into the monster horde. For Su Xian, leveling up wasn't crucial, but mastering techniques, secret arts, and weapon proficiency still required practical combat. He moved effortlessly among the monsters, targeting the strong ones and pushing toward the outer defense line. It was a perilous area, home to stellar-level battles. Most would be mere cannon fodder there, but Su Xian, with his epic shoes, could easily escape even if confronted by a stellar-level monster breaching the line. As he approached the outer defense, human warriors dwindled, and stronger monsters increased. Just as Su Xian was about to unleash his full strength, he caught sight of a familiar figure. The other person noticed him too, and their eyes locked with mutual animosity. Su Xian didn't hesitate and moved toward them. At that moment, Huang Zhua and several warriors at the Golden Realm were besieging a blue-winged dragon. This dragon, typically found in the mid-level secret realm of Sky City, was capable of controlling ice elements. But as Su Xian drew near, he realized something was off. The dragon's power was far below that of the Graveyard Lord's Reaper, not requiring so many to subdue it. Su Xian quickly realized this blue-winged dragon was likely stellar level, temporarily suppressed by some means. As he grasped this, Huang Zhua and his group suddenly scattered, leaving the dragon to charge madly at Su Xian. Simultaneously, the dragon's aura surged, breaking past its golden-level shackles and stepping into the stellar realm. Su Xian smirked. So they were waiting for him to take the bait. But he too had been waiting for Huang Zhua to present himself. Since Huang Zhua was digging his own grave, Su Xian had no qualms about providing him a coffin. The blue-winged dragon charged at Su Xian with ferocity. Su Xian remained unfazed, pushing off the ground and shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow. With the wind gathering beneath his soles, he moved so swiftly that even the blue-winged dragon was left in the dust. He sped towards the direction where Huang Zhua had departed. Despite not fearing a confrontation with the blue-winged dragon, he saw no need for it at the moment. The gain from defeating a blue-winged dragon of a higher level was minimal compared to the tangible benefits of letting Zhang Mu slay a few golden monsters. In the distance, Huang Zhua and his group watched in shock as Su Xian rapidly closed the distance. "How is he so fast?" someone exclaimed. "His shoes are of epic quality," another person explained. The group fell silent, their imagination limited by their poverty. Jealousy burned hotter in Huang Zhua's eyes. With his background, there's no way he could afford epic gear. He must have stumbled upon some big shot's treasure by pure luck. If we take him out, those items will be ours. One of his subordinates hesitated. "Young Master Huang, isn't it too risky during a monster siege?" "What's there to fear?" Huang Zhua reassured, patting his chest. "My dad has such a good relationship with the governor. As long as we're not too obvious, even if the Skynet system catches a clue, my dad can cover it up for us." Spurred by Huang Zhua, the group began to harbor malicious intent. Just then, Su Xian had already closed in, with the blue-winged dragon hot on his heels. "Attack!" Huang Zhua ordered, and someone threw a large smoke bomb, instantly shrouding the area in a thick fog. Su Xian sighed inwardly. How audacious! Huang Zhua's move was a blatant attempt at an ambush, one that would undoubtedly draw official investigation afterward. In the smoke, a cold arrow whistled through the air. Su Xian easily sidestepped it. After mastering the great heavenly dragon technique, his sensitivity to energy was acutely heightened, rendering golden-level attacks ineffective. The only real threat was the starlight-level blue-winged dragon, which he figured Huang Zhua and his group specifically intended for him. Lightning gathered in Su Xian's hand as he leaped up, striking the blue-winged dragon's wing with his palm. A surge of electricity coursed through the dragon, a technique he was well-versed in. The blue-winged dragon howled in pain, spewing shards of ice that forced Huang Zhua and his group out of their smoky cover. Huang Zhua frantically shook his wristband, attempting to control the blue-winged dragon, but to no avail. Just as he considered fleeing, two agonizing screams echoed from nearby. Huang Zhua finally realized it wasn't his subordinate's weakness, but Su Xian's overwhelming strength. As the screams continued around him, Huang Zhua felt death's icy grip approaching. A cold metal pressed against his neck, and he felt his shoes grow damp. "You're really useless," Su Xian's icy voice sounded from behind him. "I thought you might give me some trouble, but you turned out to be merely a spoiled rich kid. At least your companions died standing, while you didn't even dare to fight back." Su Xian lifted Huang Zhua slightly. "Like those before you, your heroic deeds will be celebrated, marking the only time you've brought any honor to your father. Remember my name in your next life. I'm Su Xian." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Su Xian had already moved in front of the blue-winged dragon, releasing his grip on Huang Zhua's neck. The enraged dragon spewed forth a blast of freezing ice, instantly encasing the defenseless Huang Zhua in ice, shattering him to pieces upon impact with the ground. Su Xian's expression remained unchanged. To him, Huang Zhua wasn't even a worthy adversary, merely a minor episode in his life. As the smoke cleared, Su Xian continued to roam with the blue-winged dragon, waiting for a starlight-level expert to deal with it. Soon, support arrived. Thanks, Su Xian said as he quickly took his leave, his swiftness leaving the Starlight-level expert in deep thought. Who's really supporting whom here? Are all Golden-level fighters this formidable now? Su Xian returned near the inner defense line, finding Zhang Mu still fiercely battling. Hours had passed, yet Zhang Mu had neither eaten nor drunk, relying solely on high-grade vitality potions to sustain himself. Su Xian couldn't bear to watch. Though he longed for a laid-back life, Zhang Mu's hard work stirred a twinge of guilt in him. Zhang Mu, you should stop fighting, Su Xian advised sincerely. Training requires a balance of work and rest. I'm not tired, Zhang Mu replied earnestly. Please allow me to continue my training. I won't let you down. Su Xian's face twitched, fearing that if this continued, he might have to bury his disciple before he could enjoy a peaceful retirement. This disciple was truly worrisome. The monster siege continued unabated. Su Xian returned to the city, but Zhang Mu remained outside, relentlessly battling the creatures, refusing to come back. Su Xian, exhausted, yawned as he prepared to head home for some rest. However, at the end of the corridor, he noticed a woman standing outside his door. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her phoenix eyes exuding a noble aura, her high nose and sensual red lips adding to her allure. She was tall, and her loose white attire accentuated her perfect figure, radiating an irresistible charm. Their eyes met, and Su Xian instantly recognized her identity, the legendary Xueyue Marquis, mother of Li Shaoli. Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Shaoli's mother, Lin Suiying. The Xueyue Marquis spoke first, her tone gentle. Su Xian respectfully bowed. Greetings, Marquis Xueyue. He quickly stepped forward to open the door, inviting Lin Suiying inside, and prepared 2 cups of hot tea. Lin Suiying sat gracefully, a smile playing on her lips. I'm aware that Shaoli has taken you as her mentor. Her grandmother asked me to visit. I believe suitability is most important. Shaoli is very fond of you, and the skills you teach suit her well. Su Xian smiled knowingly. Is that so? I felt a teacher-student connection with Shaoli from the first glance. The Xueyue Marquis' eyes twinkled with amusement. She understood that Su Xian was either a prodigious talent or a disciple of a hidden master, either of which made him more than qualified to be Shaoli's mentor. Mr. Su, I've come to discuss something, Lin Suiying said seriously. Shaoli can't stay in a small place like Qingzhou City for long. This visit is mainly for ancestral rites and to see her grandmother. In a few days, I'll be taking her back to Dinghai capital for schooling. Would you like to come with us? Qingzhou City might not be the best place for your growth. Su Xian declined firmly. No, I have matters to attend to and can't leave just yet. Lin Suiying looked slightly disappointed. That's a pity. But if you have the time, please visit Shaoli in the capital. She talks about you all the time. Certainly, Su Xian nodded in agreement. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Su Xian looked at the Xueyue Marquis in confusion, and she nodded reassuringly. It's all right. Su Xian opened the door to find a man in Qingzhou City official attire. Are you Su Xian? The man asked uncertainly. Yes, I am. Can I help you? The man handed him a golden invitation. This is from the governor of Qingzhou City for you. With that, he turned and left. Su Xian, puzzled, opened the invitation. His expression turned peculiar upon reading it. It was an invitation to become a disciple. Qing who wanted to take him as a student? What's wrong? The Xueyue Marquis inquired upon seeing his expression. Su Xian handed her the invitation. Lin Suiying's eyebrows furrowed slightly in displeasure after reading it. She immediately took out a communicator and sent a location to Qing Hu. Before long, Qing Hu arrived in a hurry. Upon seeing the Xueyue Marquis present, he was momentarily stunned. He awkwardly smiled. What a coincidence, Marquis Xueyue. I didn't expect Su Xian to earn your favor. I originally intended to take him as a disciple, but if he can join your ranks, that's even better. Ahem. The Xueyue Marquis cleared her throat, cutting off Qing Hu's words. After a moment of silence, Lin Suiying spoke. Qing Hu, I understand your desire to take on a disciple, but I must tell you, Mr. Su is my daughter Shaoli's teacher. Qing Hu was completely taken aback. He had considered countless possibilities, but never expected this answer. Qing Hu understood. From that moment, a new figure named Su Xian emerged in Qingzhou City, as the revered teacher of the Marquis of Xueyue's only daughter. He was not someone to be trifled with. Qing Hu sighed inwardly, realizing how difficult it was to be the governor. He glanced at the Marquis of Xueyue and Su Xian, forcing a smile. Marquis, Mr. Su, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted downstairs. Qing Hu's heart skipped a beat as he was about to rise, only to hear someone shouting, "Move quickly, damn it! Surround this place and block all the exits." Qing Hu's face turned ashen. This was clearly the work of his subordinates, who he usually turned a blind eye to. But with the Marquis of Xueyue present, how dare these fools cause trouble? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell, drawing nearer. Qing Hu's legs weakened as if the Marquis of Shueyue's gaze was piercing right through him. Break the door down, a cold voice commanded from outside. Commander, this isn't proper protocol. The governor's approval hasn't come yet, someone timidly advised. Nonsense, the voice retorted sharply. I'm the commander of Ueshio District, the governor's right-hand man. Who dares stop me? Qing Hu felt his heart bleed. This reckless fool was daring to act in his name. With a bang, the door was kicked open. Governor? The intruder was dumbfounded upon seeing the scene inside. Suppressing his anger, Qing Hu said icily, Huang Bao, do you know what you're doing? Trespassing, abusing power, leading misconduct. Huang Bao finally noticed the two others in the room. Su Xian was calmly sipping tea, next to a stunningly beautiful woman. He couldn't help but stare. Get out, all of you. Qing Hu barked. What are you doing here? Speak honestly. Arrest someone. Huang Bao's voice shrank. Who? Me? Or Mr. Su? Qing Hu was trembling with rage. Huang Bao froze. Mr. Su? Why was the governor so respectful to Su Xian? Did this young man have some significant background? Get in there and apologize to Mr. Su. Qing Hu kicked Huang Bao in the stomach. Stumbling into the room, Huang Bao's gaze involuntarily drifted to the beautiful woman. She was not someone from Qingzhou City. Such a beauty would not have gone unnoticed. Could it be because of this woman? Do you not recognize your wrongdoing? Qing Hu was furious that Huang Bao dared to ogle the Marquis of Shueyue. Qing Hu, the Marquis of Shueyue finally spoke. Take him away and deal with him as you see fit. Do not disturb Mr. Su's peace. Yes, my lord. Qing Hu, as if receiving a pardon, dragged Huang Bao out. Marquis of Shueyue? Huang Bao was thunderstruck, his mind reeling. That woman was the renowned Lin Suying, the Marquis of Shueyue? Recalling how she was conversing and laughing with Su Xian, he felt his soul leave his body. It's over. Completely over. Not only did he fail to avenge his son, but he also completely ruined himself here. Just as he could easily find a reason to convict a powerless commoner, the Marquis of Shueyue could also take his life with a single word. Huang Bao's face turned ashen, and his legs went weak. For 20 years, he had used his power to shield his son from numerous troubles, his hands stained with the blood of the wrongfully accused. Now, he was finally facing the consequences of his actions, brought down in such an absurd manner. Qing Hu grabbed Huang Bao by the collar and dragged him away from the scene. The Marquis of Shueyue's lips curved slightly in amusement as she asked, how did Mr. Su get involved with such a person? Su Xian briefly explained the situation. The Marquis sighed softly. I see. This is indeed Huang Bao's just desserts. A flash of wisdom crossed her eyes. Parents suffering because of their children is not uncommon, not just in Qingzhou City, but even in the Dragon Capital. Fortunately, our little Li is well behaved. When Li Xiaoli was mentioned, both individuals shared a look of mutual satisfaction. Su Xian seized the opportunity to ask, when will you take Xiaoli back to Dinghai King City? I've prepared some gifts. He was contemplating the low-level pet contracts and the cleansing elixirs he had on hand, valuable items sure to bring good returns. The Marquis of Shueyue smiled gracefully. Barring any surprises, we will depart in 3 days. Despite her status as a marquis, she cared little for the gifts themselves, as long as my daughter is happy. With that, she rose gently. I have tasks to attend to, so I won't linger. Until we meet again. Before her words had fully settled, the marquis vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving only a faint fragrance lingering in the air. Su Xian exhaled deeply. Being in the same room with the marquis always brought an inexplicable pressure. Although she was courteous and gentle, her status as a marquis-level powerhouse, combined with her ethereal beauty, made it difficult for Su Xian to remain completely calm. He gazed into the distance. Dinghai King City. Perhaps the third disciple, suitable for the electro-therapy method, would only be found in such a large city. After a full day and night of relentless attacks, the monster siege finally came to an end. On the morning after the beast horde retreated, Zhang Mu returned, battered and bruised. The intense battle had drained his supply of high-grade vitality potions, yet he was unable to break through to the silver rank. In contrast, Su Xian showed signs of an impending breakthrough. The system's return mechanism had limitations, with the rate of return diminishing over time, and the duration of this limitation was proportional to the rarity of the items. As Zhang Mu continued to slay monsters, the experience energy he provided Su Xian gradually decreased. Teacher, I'm here. A young voice called from outside the door. Come in, Su Xian responded. A small head peeked through the door, eyes landing on the heavily scarred Zhang Mu. Teacher, is this the elm-headed senior brother you mentioned? Zhang Mu looked perplexed, while Su Xian coughed awkwardly. Xiaoli, don't misinterpret my words. He gently tapped Li Xiaoli on the head. I meant that your senior brother is grounded, diligent, and hardworking. You should learn from him. Su Xian handed a low-level spirit pet contract to Li Xiaoli. This is a gift for you. Keep it safe. A system notification immediately chimed. Congratulations! You've triggered a 2000x crit return, receiving a Sun-grade summoning scroll. Xuan was taken aback. Aren't summoning scrolls exclusive to the mage class? Does this mean I need to find time to learn magic? Wow! A spirit pet contract. Li Xiaoli exclaimed with excitement. Teacher, you're amazing. You've even won over my mom. Xuan cleared his throat and changed the subject. This is just the first small gift. There's an even bigger surprise. Follow me. Throughout the journey, Li Xiaoli bubbled with curiosity, constantly chatting with Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu, however, seemed reserved, inwardly anxious about being surpassed by his exceptionally talented junior sister. Xuan silently observed the two. Li Xiaoli radiated confidence, while Zhang Mu's eyes betrayed a sense of inferiority. The impact of differences in family background, upbringing, and innate talent couldn't be easily altered in a short time. Upon arriving at the Mage Guild, Xuan ordered 2 activations of the low-level Spirit Pet contract service. Mage number 108 guided them through the ritual, summoning a pink bubble horse and a flame bull. Li Xiaoli excitedly shouted, Senior Brother Mu, yours is a bull, and mine is a horse. Together, we can be the bull-horse duo. Phew. Xuan almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of water. Hearing the name Ox and Horse Duo, Xuan couldn't help but smile. His young apprentice certainly had a knack for naming things. He composed himself and said seriously, All right, put away your spirit pets. The gift I'm about to give you is the most important part. Xuan stood up and took his 2 disciples to the 9th floor of the Mage Guild via elevator. Zhang Mu and Li Xiaoli were filled with anticipation. Even activating their spirit pets was just an appetizer. What grand gift had their master prepared for them? Xuan pushed open a door, and the sound of rushing water flowed out. Li Xiaoli's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, Master, are you taking us to bathe in the spirit spring? Xuan nodded in confirmation. He walked into the room, took out 2 cups and a colorless, transparent potion, pouring 60% into one and 40% into the other. Drink up. Without hesitation, the 2 disciples downed the potion in one gulp. Xuan explained, This is a cleansing elixir. It will remove impurities from your bodies, enhance the purity of your roots, and accelerate your cultivation speed. He pointed to 2 spirit springs. Go soak for a while. The potion will take effect soon. No sooner had he spoken than the 2 disciples were itching all over and rushed toward the springs. Xuan followed Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu stripped off his clothes and plunged into the spring with a splash. The water began to boil and bubble. Before long, the spring turned murky as impurities were expelled from Zhang Mu's body. His brow furrowed and his teeth clenched. Clearly, the process was not easy. In contrast, Li Xiaoli, being younger and well-nurtured by her family, experienced less pain and greater effect. For Zhang Mu, however, this was a significant transformation. He understood the rarity of the cleansing elixir and was determined to endure the pain, no matter how intense. As time ticked by, Zhang Mu seemed to become numb from the pain, with blood oozing from his pores and forming a layer of froth on the surface of the spring. Master, it hurts so much. The water is so hot. Your adorable disciple is going to be boiled alive. Li Xiaoli's cries came from the next room. Xuan ignored her. Although Li Xiaoli was pampered from a young age, she knew when to be serious. By 5 in the afternoon, the spring Zhang Mu had been soaking in had turned completely black, but his skin had lightened considerably, changing from a dark hue to a pale bronze. His entire demeanor was renewed, no longer resembling a block of wood, but rather exuding a certain aura. Xuan nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a top-grade cleansing elixir, the effect is remarkable. After a while, Zhang Mu opened his eyes. The spring water began to clear as the cleansing process was complete. Master, Zhang Mu was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to express his gratitude. His master had given him a new life, illuminating a bright path to the future, a debt he could never repay. All right, stop being so sentimental. Get dressed and come out. Xuan remained aloof, accustomed to Zhang Mu's emotional displays. Having lost his parents, every act of kindness from Xuan was cherished by Zhang Mu. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoli also emerged, fully dressed. She was already delicate and lovely, but after the cleansing, she had become a true beauty, flawless and as if sculpted by the heavens. Brother Mu, you seem a bit more handsome now, Li Xiaoli remarked, examining Zhang Mu before turning to Xuan. But you're still far from master. If only he didn't always have such a stern face. He'd be the most handsome in the world. Always with the cheek, Xuan scolded. Li Xiaoli, undeterred, made a face and muttered, Master, if I were as wooden as Brother Mu, wouldn't you be bored? Imagine when you're old. If Brother Mu were to take care of you, you'd just stare at each other. I'm different though. I could tell you stories, dance for you, make you laugh and play games with you, making your old age colorful. Xuan was momentarily speechless. He looked at Li Xiaoli, activating his mentor's eye. Data appeared. Root value 130, comprehension value 135, mindset value 21. The cleansing effect was impressive, with a 20-point increase in root value and a 17-point increase in comprehension value. Such growth was rare, with each point representing a higher potential. With her current talent, Li Xiaoli could now stand alongside the world's top geniuses. Su Xian then turned his attention to Zhang Mu, secretly more eager to see his transformation. The data showed root value 95, comprehension value 80, mindset value 140. Zhang Mu's growth was astonishing, with a 45-point increase in root value, a 40-point increase in comprehension value, and even a 10-point increase in his already high mindset value. Zhang Mu's talent now surpassed that of Li Xiaoli's aunt, Lin Weiwei. Not bad, Su Xian said, looking at his two disciples with great satisfaction. His plan for a leisurely retirement had taken another step forward. A system notification sounded. Ding, you have helped disciple Zhang Mu complete the cleansing process, significantly enhancing his talent. Ding, you have helped disciple Li Xiaoli complete the cleansing process, enhancing her talent. Congratulations, you have triggered a 9999 times critical return, and you have obtained the chaotic body prototype. Chaotic body prototype. The essence of all things returns to chaos. With the chaotic body prototype, you can learn any profession's techniques, secret arts, and physical skills at a speed far surpassing ordinary people. If you acquire the true chaotic body, you will automatically master all profession's techniques, secret arts, and physical skills, and your learning speed will be 10 times that of the prototype. Su Xian felt his cells energize, his nerves dancing, as everything around him seemed to move at an unusual pace. In an instant, it was as if a century had passed. His body returned to normal, but Su Xian could feel the change. Standing there, he seemed to become the center of a small universe, with pure spiritual energy continuously flowing into him. A jack of all trades? Achieved. Teacher, why do I feel like you're getting more handsome? Li Xiaoli playfully leaned closer to Su Xian, her little nose twitching as she took in his scent. You even smell better now, she giggled. Hearing this, Zhang Mu approached with curiosity, eager to find out for himself. Su Xian feigned seriousness, gently pushing his two disciples away with a wave of his hand. You two, stop messing around, he said. On the surface, he remained calm, but inside, he felt a small sense of pride. It seemed the transformation brought by the embryonic form of the chaos body was indeed significant. Teacher, where are we headed next? Li Xiaoli asked excitedly. To buy equipment, Su Xian replied succinctly. This was his third goal for the trip: to gather a set of epic equipment. After experiencing the power of the swift wind boots, he understood the immense boost high-quality gear could provide in battle. The trio left the Mage Guild and crossed to the Hero Mall opposite. This mall, established by the largest professional organization in the Dragon Kingdom, the Hero Association, had influence surpassing even the Red Moon Tavern. As they stepped through the mall's entrance, an array of categorized products greeted them. A holographic guidance system allowed customers to view desired items on the first floor, projecting them in live size right before their eyes. Su Xian surveyed the mall. It spanned 9 floors, each dedicated to different types of equipment and items. Floors 1 to 5 primarily sold weapons, armor, and accessories. The 6th floor offered various scrolls, and the 7th housed rare materials. The 8th and 9th floors were exclusive to those of marquee rank and above. Let's go to the 2nd floor, Su Xian decided after a moment of thought, leading his two disciples upstairs. For now, the two disciples didn't need weapons. Li Xiaoli had her special hammer, temporarily sealed but set to unseal as she grew stronger. Zhang Mu, as a martial artist, wasn't heavily reliant on weapons. The 2nd floor specialized in helmets. The head, being one of the most vulnerable parts of the body, needed protection against both physical and mental attacks, making helmets crucial. Su Xian approached a counter. The shopkeeper greeted them with a beaming smile. Looking for helmets? I've just got a new batch from the Dragon City headquarters. Care to take a look? Show me the high-quality ones, Su Xian said directly. Of course. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up. Although Su Xian and his disciples didn't appear particularly formidable, the shopkeeper's keen eye noticed the epic boots on Su Xian's feet and the large hammer Li Xiaoli carried, recognizing them as esteemed customers. Soon, the shopkeeper returned with an exquisite box, opening it to reveal 2 nearly transparent thin skins. Is this a helmet? Li Xiaoli asked curiously. You have a keen eye, young one, the shopkeeper explained. This is the latest product from our Dragon City Blacksmith Technology Group, the colorless helmet. It uses new nanotechnology combined with rare materials from another realm, the illusion crystal. Once worn, it shows no visible change. Even your hair is enveloped by the nanotechnology. With that, the shopkeeper gently placed the helmet on Li Xiaoli's head. It automatically adjusted to fit her head perfectly, showing no visible difference from the outside. Is this thing genuine? Su Xian asked. I'm a specialist in helmets. I wouldn't deceive you, the shopkeeper replied, producing a certificate from the bottom of the box. This is our production certificate from the Dragon City Blacksmith Technology Group, along with the product quality inspection certificate. It's top quality, with a 7-day no-questions asked return policy, a 30-day exchange policy, and a 1-year warranty. Xuan inspected the certificate carefully, noting the Dragon Kingdom's Market Inspection Department seal, confirming it as high quality. How much? Xuan found the helmet quite suitable for his student Zhangmu and Li Xiaoli. 200,000 blue star coins each, the shopkeeper said, holding up 2 fingers with a smile. I'll take them, Xuan said decisively, tossing a card onto the counter. Charge it. The shopkeeper was momentarily stunned. He had prepared to haggle, but was caught off guard by the customer's straightforwardness. Such generous customers were a rare find, even in 3 years. After the transaction, the shopkeeper handed over the receipt and a VIP card. With this card, you'll receive a 10% discount at any of our stores. Thank you for your patronage, and we hope to see you again. Xuan nodded with a smile, accepting the VIP card. To him, money was merely a number. In the Blue Star world, truly rare items couldn't be bought with money, like legendary or mythical equipment for which even titled powerhouses worldwide were queuing. Here, one for each of you. Xuan handed the helmets to his 2 disciples. The system notification promptly sounded. Ding, you have given your disciple Zhangmu a high-quality piece of equipment, the colorless helmet. Congratulations, you have triggered a 10-fold rebate, receiving 2 million blue star coins. Ding, you have given your disciple Li Xiaoli a high-quality piece of equipment, the colorless helmet. Congratulations, you have triggered a 100-fold rebate, receiving an epic quality piece of equipment, the inspiring helmet. Inspiring helmet. Epic quality significantly reduces external mental force invasions and has an invigorating effect that slightly enhances the user's own mental strength. Evaluation. The inspiring symphony of enthusiasm. Charge forward, warrior. Xuan glanced at Zhangmu, who was almost moved to tears, thinking that this kid was still so unlucky, even after being cleansed and tempered. It seemed he had taken too much advantage of Zhangmu, to the point of stripping him bare. Next time, he should probably focus more on Li Xiaoli. After purchasing the helmets, Xuan took the 2 to the 3rd floor. Following the same approach, he bought each a full set of armor. The system notification chimed again. Ding, you have given your disciple Zhangmu a high-quality piece of equipment, the red rock armor. Congratulations, you have triggered a 5-fold rebate, receiving 10 million blue star coins. Ding, you have given your disciple Li Xiaoli a high-quality piece of equipment, the storm armor. Congratulations, you have triggered a 10-fold rebate, receiving 20 million blue star coins. Xuan? How did even Li Xiaoli become unlucky? At this rate, when will I ever gather a full set of epic equipment? The armor return was ineffective. Xuan frowned slightly and continued shopping in the mall with his 2 disciples. The shops on the 4th and 5th floors were filled with a dazzling array of goods. Xuan picked out a pair of exquisite combat boots for Li Xiaoli and also bought each of them a set of accessories. The necklace sparkled around the neck, the bracelet clung to the wrist, and the ring adorned the finger, all looking quite extraordinary. Unfortunately, the return system seemed to have hit a bottleneck, only giving Xuan a pile of blue star coins without providing any epic-level equipment. This confirmed the system's limitation mechanism, and Xuan couldn't help but sigh. Teacher, what's wrong? Li Xiaoli keenly noticed the change in Xuan's mood and asked with concern, are we out of money? If so, you don't have to buy mine. Just get one for Brother Mu. Xuan smiled gently at her words and patted Li Xiaoli's shoulder. As a teacher, I have to treat all my disciples equally. Regardless of your family background or talent, you are all my students, with no differences. Besides, do I look like I'm short on money? Hee, you're the best teacher, Li Xiaoli said with a sweet smile, feeling warm inside. Compared to Zhangmu, who was easily moved, she had seen more of the world and understood that these accessories were trivial compared to the elixirs that could cleanse the body and enhance abilities. However, she silently appreciated her teacher's kindness. You 2 go explore on your own and see if there's anything else you want to buy. I need to get a set of equipment for myself. Xuan gestured for them to have some free time. Once his disciples were out of sight, the smile on Xuan's face gradually faded. Though he had managed to outfit his disciples, he was left with only 1 piece of epic equipment in return, which was quite frustrating. Since the return was ineffective, he decided he would have to spend money directly. After some fragmented returns, Xuan had accumulated 1.8 billion blue star coins. Epic-level equipment typically cost tens of millions per piece, with some reaching 2 or 3 million, and weapons being even more expensive. Xuan headed straight to a jewelry store. Compared to armor and helmets, bracelets, necklaces, and rings were mostly functional items. Rings were usually used for personal storage space, bracelets often enhanced strength or accelerated casting speed, and necklaces primarily boosted mental power and nurtured the body. Top-tier accessories could be as valuable as main weapons. Show me all your epic-quality accessories, Su Xian stated directly as he entered the store. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he quickly invited Su Xian into the VIP room. Please, come right this way, esteemed guest. In the VIP room, holographic projections of each epic quality accessory were displayed, along with functionality demonstrations. Although this was the largest jewelry store in Qingzhou City, the collection of epic accessories was not extensive. There were 7 or 8 rings, about 10 bracelets, and only 3 or 4 necklaces, most of which were not in stock and needed to be transferred from the headquarters in Longdu. Su Xian quickly eliminated the options that were not in stock. He wasn't patient enough to wait. After some consideration, he selected a set of 3 accessories. Like armor sets, accessory sets also had special effects, making them more expensive but also more practical. The set was called Qimen, which included a ring, a necklace, and a bracelet. Qimen ring, epic quality, contains 50 cubic storage space, infused with dragon power enchantment, slightly increases strength. Evaluation, lower grade of epic quality, with no outstanding features. Qimen necklace, epic quality, aids in calming the mind, slightly boosts training speed, and significantly accelerates blood recovery. Evaluation, mid-grade of epic quality, more suitable for warrior professions. Qimen bracelet, epic quality, enhances personal strength, automatically corrects deviations in strength-based skills, and contains dark elf enchantment, capable of automatically tracking enemy auras within a certain range. Evaluation, details determine success, and minor corrections might help you clinch victory at critical moments. Each of these accessories had its pros and cons for Su Xian. He had unlimited system storage space, making the ring's storage function redundant. The training boost from the necklace was far inferior to his nascent chaos body. The bracelet barely suited his taste but was not outstanding. Previously returned items like the Gale Boots and Invigorating Helmet were top tier in epic quality, at least a notch above these. However, Su Xian was most drawn to the Qimen set's effect. Wearing the set allowed each accessory to nurture a Qimen spirit arrow, with each arrow equating to an attack from a peak Tianhe realm expert upon maturation. This was precisely what Su Xian needed. He wasn't lacking resources. He needed a means to safeguard himself against powerful opponents. Su Xian decisively spent 70 million blue star coins to purchase the Qimen set. Then he headed downstairs to a store owned by Longdu Blacksmith Technology Group, where he picked out a set of light armor. This armor's effect was to propel movement speed to the extreme for a short time, essential for fleeing or pursuing. By the time Su Xian left the store, he had only 30 million blue star coins left out of the original 1.8 billion. He looked around, unable to find his 2 disciples, and had to contact Li Xiaoli via communicator. On the other end of the communicator, an angry voice came through. It was Li Xiaoli. Teacher, Brother Mu has been beaten up? Su Xian frowned, puzzled. Zhang Mu was known for his honest nature. How could he have gotten into trouble? He asked in a serious tone. What happened? Li Xiaoli quickly explained. We were shopping at a store, and Brother Mu liked a particular spirit cake. But the owner insisted on selling 5 pounds of it for 200,000 blue star coins. Brother Mu didn't want it, so? Her voice choked with emotion, clearly still upset. Su Xian immediately grasped the situation, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He said sternly, I understand. Where are you? Before long, Su Xian arrived at the scene. As soon as Li Xiaoli saw him, she started complaining. Teacher, you're finally here. Brother Mu is too honest. He said he didn't want to cause you trouble and didn't mind being hit. Doesn't he realize that even if you're not around, I can stand up for him? Su Xian's face was stern as his gaze fell on the bright red handprint on Zhang Mu's right cheek. He spoke harshly. Zhang Mu, did you hear that? Even your junior sister understands this simple truth, but you don't. He approached Zhang Mu, speaking earnestly. I know you're looking out for me and don't want to cause trouble. But remember, in Qingzhou City, even if the sky were to fall, I would hold it up for you. We live in this world, sometimes just to stand up for ourselves. It wasn't your fault, yet you took the hit for nothing. Even Xiaoli feels embarrassed for you. Turning to the shop owner, Su Xian's voice turned icy. Go, hit him back the same way he hit you. Let it be a lesson for him, and a lesson for yourself. Go on, senior brother. Li Xiaoli stood with her hands on her hips, fuming. I'm your second strongest supporter. Zhang Mu clenched his fists and walked step by step towards the shop. The shopkeeper had long noticed Su Xian's arrival but showed no concern. Relying on the powerful forces behind him, he had been bullying people in Qingzhou City for years, unchecked by anyone. Kid, is that your backup? The shopkeeper sneered dismissively. Even if the King of Heavens himself came today, it wouldn't matter. Pay up or get beaten. 20,000 blue star coins for 2 slaps, consider it a bargain. Zhang Mu stared at the shopkeeper, his gaze cold and steady like a wolf's. His skin flushed red, his palms burning hot, his power gathered to the extreme. He struck out with a fierce palm. You're asking for it. The shopkeeper, seeing Zhang Mu dare to make a move, grabbed a kitchen knife and swung it at his face. Su Xian acted at that moment. He appeared behind the shopkeeper in an instant, lightly pressing down with one hand. The roar of a dragon echoed, causing the shopkeeper to drop his knife. The sudden pressure forced the shopkeeper to his knees, blood streaming from his kneecaps. Slap, slap. The sharp sound of slaps rang out. Zhang Mu delivered 2 fierce slaps to the shopkeeper's face before stepping back. Suddenly, the sound of alarms filled the air, and the city guard rushed over. Su Xian remained calm, waiting for them to arrive. According to the law, self-defense was not wrong. But in a world where strength ruled, the law sometimes seemed powerless. Zhang Mu anxiously looked at Su Xian. Master, I'm sorry for causing trouble. In his mind, the authority of the officials was unbeatable. When the city guard arrived, they first glared at Su Xian and his disciple, then turned obsequiously to the shopkeeper. Boss Liu, was someone causing trouble here? Captain Sun, these two refused to pay and attacked me. What do you think should be done? The shopkeeper said viciously. Don't worry, Boss Liu. I'll make sure you're satisfied. Captain Sun nodded and bowed, then shouted, Men, arrest them. Su Xian stood firm, silently counting down. 10, 9, 8. The shopkeeper, seeing Su Xian not resisting, smugly approached. What? Not so tough anymore? Weren't you just acting all high and mighty? Why don't you try it again? 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, a powerful aura surged forth. In the next moment, Captain Sun was sent flying. The shopkeeper was stunned to see who arrived. Qinghu Governor? Why are you here? Boss Liu, I apologize, Qinghu explained awkwardly. There's been a crackdown from above, demanding strict law enforcement. Little Sun was about to arrest people without understanding the situation. So I had to step in and teach him a lesson. Su Xian was slightly surprised. It seemed the shopkeeper had some serious backing if even Qinghu addressed him as Boss Liu. No wonder he was so arrogant. Qinghu whispered a few words into Liu's ear, causing his expression to change drastically. He looked at Su Xian with apprehension, but ultimately said nothing more. Qinghu turned to Su Xian and spoke quietly, Mr. Su, how about we let this matter rest? That man, Lu Shuangdong, is a relative of a shareholder in the Hero Mall and has 2 marquee-level powerhouses backing him. He's not easy to deal with. Su Xian understood then why even Qinghu was wary of the shopkeeper. With such connections, he could indeed act with impunity in a small city. Su Xian couldn't help but smile, wryly being a governor, yet having to deal with so many higher powers must be tough. Let's let him go for now, Su Xian said. He wasn't one to seek trouble. He had already taught Zhang Mu the lesson he intended. Further action was unnecessary. He couldn't just kill Lu Shuangdong in public. Brother, Lu Shuangdong suddenly addressed him with a mocking tone. Your disciples are young and prone to accidents. You should keep an eye on them, lest they meet an untimely end. Murderous intent flashed in Su Xian's eyes. You too should be careful. Qingzhou City hasn't been too peaceful lately. Watch out when you're walking at night. Don't trip and fall. The tension between the two was palpable. Qinghu felt a headache coming on. He just wanted to be a peaceful governor of a small city, but there were so many powerful figures to contend with, each backed by marquises or kings, and any trouble could spell disaster for him. Su Xian quietly noted down the name Lu Shuangdong. If this person dared to cause trouble later, Su Xian was ready to send him to the underworld. For now, with Qinghu watching, Su Xian decided not to make a move. He left the Hero Mall with his 2 apprentices, already planning his next steps in his mind. The recent confrontation seemed to have brought Zhang Mu and Li Xiaoli closer, as they chatted and laughed along the way. Li Xiaoli, with her lively personality, led the conversation. Zhang Mu suddenly asked out of curiosity, Xiaoli, your mother is a powerful marquis. What about your father? Is he even more formidable? Li Xiaoli shook her head and replied, I don't have a father. Zhang Mu quickly apologized, but Li Xiaoli didn't mind at all. No need to apologize, Brother Mu. Having my mother's love is enough for me, she said, glancing at Su Xian. And now, I have the best teacher too. Su Xian smiled and shook his head, thinking this little clever one really knew how to talk. Yet, he couldn't help but be curious about Li Xiaoli's background. Shuiwei Ho Lin Suiying was nearly perfect. What kind of man could win her heart? As he pondered this, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Su Xian looked up to see Shuiwei Ho Lin Suiying. Today, she was wearing a red dress, looking both alluring and enchanting. The dress accentuated her striking silhouette, with a slender waist cinched by a belt and a skirt that couldn't quite hide her impressive curves in the breeze. Su Xian admitted he was captivated for a fraction of a second, but quickly averted his gaze. Lin Suiying spoke softly, Mr. Su, I'm sorry to interrupt, but something urgent has come up. I must take Xiaoli back to the capital tonight. Seeing the strange smile on her stunning face, Su Xian felt a sense of unease rising within him. Why the sudden urgency? There are unusual activities at the king city of Dinghai. Marquis Shuiwei frowned and said in a grave tone, the Heaven's Eye system has detected the possible emergence of a large-scale world portal near the king city of Dinghai. She briefly explained the levels and impact of world portals, emphasizing that this anomaly is significant enough to draw attention from the Dragon Nation and even the entire world. Su Xian, understanding the situation, turned to Li Xiaoli and reminded her, even when you reach the King City, make sure to keep up with your cultivation. Xiaoli, reluctant to part, asked, Teacher, will you come to visit me? Su Xian chuckled. Once your wooden-head senior brother graduates, I'll be there. Just as Marquis Shueiyue was about to take Xiaoli away, she paused when she touched Xiaoli's wrist. She was secretly shocked. How could Xiaoli's bone purity have increased so much? The only possibility that crossed her mind was an elixir of supreme purity. Marquis Shueiyue looked at Su Xian with a complex expression. Su Xian smiled calmly. Xiaoli is my disciple. Helping her improve is only natural. His words once again reshaped Marquis Shueiyue's perception of him. Mr. Su, please come with me. Marquis Shueiyue took Su Xian's hand, and in a flash, they disappeared from the spot. Zhang Mu and Li Xiaoli exchanged glances, and after a moment, Zhang Mu muttered, Xiaoli, it seems your mom has whisked our master away. Li Xiaoli rolled her eyes at him. Whisked away? My mom just wants to return the favor. Marquis Shueiyue led Su Xian to the Lin family's underground treasury and allowed him to choose any 3 treasures. Su Xian expressed a desire for a suitable weapon, but stated that he was open to any type. Marquis Shueiyue was surprised. Are you perhaps a jobless wanderer? Su Xian smiled without answering. Marquis Shueiyue sighed softly and summoned a unique weapon. It was an umbrella. This umbrella is called the 1,000 Transformations Umbrella. Shueiyue introduced it, saying, it can change into various forms as needed, suitable for warriors, archers, and mages. As he spoke, the 1,000 Transformations umbrella in his hand opened and transformed into a shield. Then, pressing a series of hidden buttons on the handle, the umbrella quickly shifted into a sniper rifle, a hammer, a longsword, a katana, a staff, a spear, and mechanical wings. Currently, it has 9 forms, and a master blacksmith can modify it to add more, Shueiyue explained. Its downside is the high cost and lack of specialization. Moreover, with so few unclassed wanderers, no faction is willing to create a higher quality version. This one is just of rare quality. Su Xian gladly accepted it. It was perfect for him. Shueiyue then asked if he wanted anything else, to which Su Xian jokingly replied, do you have a king-level martial art? Surprisingly, Shueiyue nodded seriously. I do, but you'll owe me a favor. Su Xian was intrigued, as possessing a king-level martial art meant greater hope. Shueiyue smiled. This martial art is only suitable for women, but I can teach you the foundational parts below the marquis level. An idea sparked in Su Xian's mind. Perhaps he could use the system to obtain the complete martial art. He expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. The two sat cross-legged, palms facing each other. Following the guidance, Su Xian calmed his mind and merged his spirit with Shueiyue's. In his mind's eye, a misty lake surface appeared, where a woman was practicing swordplay, her movements fluid like water. The sword techniques increased in speed and power, as if hundreds of swordsmen were striking simultaneously. When all the moves converged, the space shattered like a mirror. A sword suddenly thrust towards Su Xian's vital point, and he instinctively used the 1,000 Transformations umbrella, now a sword, to block, mirroring the same technique. Shueiyue opened her eyes in surprise, seeing Su Xian lost in the rhythm of the sword dance, having entered a state of enlightenment. She silently stepped back to observe, her gaze gradually changing. Su Xian's swordplay transformed from crude to flowing seamlessly, quickly reaching a masterful level. What shocked Shueiyue even more was Su Xian beginning to adapt the martial art. He transformed the umbrella into a hammer, shield, blade, spear, and other weapons, each capable of delivering a flexible, boundary-breaking strike. Shueiyue's worldview was completely overturned, unsure whether it was the unclassed wanderer's strength or Su Xian's extraordinary talent. Su Xian continued his practice. Watching from the side, Shueiyue became entranced, as Su Xian's figure gradually blurred in her eyes, presenting in a dreamlike state, with his energy, form, and essence perfectly unified. At that moment, Su Xian seemed to meld into the very fabric of the universe. Water Moon Marquis wanted to see more clearly, yet everything remained elusive, unseen, unheard, and unreachable. The experience was truly extraordinary. A storm raged within her heart as she realized she was witnessing the chaotic state described in the Blue Star Century Chronicles, marking the initial collision of two worlds. Su Xian was demonstrating such a profound realm before her, and even though it was only a superficial level, it left her utterly astonished. She immediately sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and calmed her mind to comprehend the experience. She vaguely understood that this might be the opportunity to become a king. Being a king was not just a title. It was about mastery. The key to becoming a king was creating a small world entirely under one's control. As her thoughts deepened, 9 layers of water-like fields slowly emanated from around her. In the reflection of the moon in that water, a seed quietly sprouted. She was overjoyed, realizing this seed would guide her on the path to becoming a king. Opening her eyes, Water Moon Marquis gazed at Su Xian with a complex expression. She wondered if he had deliberately demonstrated this to ease her psychological burden. After all, given Su Xian's character, he could casually bestow even the finest cleansing elixirs upon his disciples. After a long pause, she sighed softly. She removed the thin cord from her neck, took off her personal jade pendant, and wrote a note. Placing them on the meditation mat, she turned and left. After an unknown period, Su Xian awoke from a deep state of enlightenment. He slowly opened his eyes, the images from his enlightenment drifting through his mind like fleeting dreams. To his surprise, he realized that he had unconsciously demonstrated the basic moves of Mirror Flower, Water Moon, with various weapons. Is this the terrifying power of the Chaos Body? Even in its nascent form, it is so powerful. What would its complete form be like? Looking around, Xuan Marquis was nowhere to be seen. On the mat, there was only a jade pendant and a note left behind. Su Xian picked up the pendant and brought it to his nose, inhaling a subtle fragrance. He curiously examined the pendant before unfolding the note to read it. The note said, "Mr. Su, urgent matters in King City demand my immediate attention, and I have taken Shaoli there. This jade pendant was a gift from my teacher, a protective charm I've kept for years. In a critical moment, it can withstand a full strike from a king-level expert. I give it to you, Mr. Su, as a repayment of my debt. If there is a chance, return it in the future. Take care." Suing. Su Xian felt a bit bewildered. What had transpired while he was in his state of enlightenment? Why was such a significant pendant from Xuan Marquis suddenly given to him? Was the favor too heavy to repay? Shaking his head, Su Xian decided not to dwell on it. He figured he would have the chance to see Xuan Marquis again and could ask for an explanation then. The following days passed uneventfully. Su Xian went through his usual routine of slacking off at work and clocking out on time, occasionally searching for talented students, but to no avail. Before he knew it, the annual college entrance exams were approaching. On the eve of the exams, Su Xian received an official invitation from Qingzhou City to serve as one of the exam proctors. He had already received the list of candidates, but under the watchful eye of the Sky Eye system, knowing the list in advance did not allow for any cheating. Qingzhou City had 13 high schools, with 25,800 students taking the exams. In the last mock exam, Lin Weiwei, with her initial stage of the Golden Realm strength, ranked first. The second place was taken by the governor's son, Qing Xian, also in the initial stage of the Golden Realm. As Su Xian reviewed the list, he noticed that the top 10 were mostly children of wealthy or influential families. Zhang Mu was ranked beyond the 50th position based on the last mock exam. With his current strength, he could easily make it to the top 3, perhaps even take first place. Unfortunately, Qingzhou City was just a remote area. Ranking first here wasn't extraordinary, as university admissions were based on national rankings. Having even one student from Qingzhou City admitted to the 4 major universities would be considered fortunate. "Master," Zhang Mu's voice came from outside the door. "How are you feeling about tomorrow's exam?" Su Xian asked. "Very nervous," Zhang Mu replied earnestly. "Last night, my trial run took 71 minutes and 36 seconds. If I can break through to the Golden Realm before the exam, I could definitely be faster and surpass the score requirements of the 4 major universities. But I'm still a bit short." Su Xian nodded. "I remember the Dragon Capital University has the highest score requirement, needing 700 points and a trial completion time of under 60 minutes. The lowest, Northern Phoenix University, requires 690 points and completion within 65 minutes. I hear over there, many finish between 40 and 50 minutes, some even under 10 minutes. Young people these days are truly impressive." Zhang Mu laughed. "Master, you're still very young yourself. Why do you always say such things?" Su Xian chuckled. "Have you seen old Zhao's receding hairline? When you're young, you don't appreciate your hair, and when you're older, you worry about going bald. I just want to retire early." Zhang Mu was at a loss, unsure if his master was being serious or joking. Was hair really that important? Besides, couldn't baldness be fixed with hair transplants? Or did strong individuals maintain authenticity, avoiding cosmetic procedures, hair transplants, or height enhancements? Thinking this way, the generational gap between him and his master seemed quite large. After chatting for a while, Zhang Mu returned to the secret realm to make one last push before the exams. Other students were at home adjusting their mindset. Not everyone could train under such pressure like Zhang Mu. Each attempt, even if it improved by just 1 second, was an encouraging progress for Zhang Mu. Su Xian silently observed Zhang Mu's performance, sensing his transformation. Once Zhang Mu graduated and entered university, he was bound to soar to great heights. With the end of the exams, Su Xian's plan for a leisurely retirement could advance further. Dreaming of a peaceful life, Su Xian drifted into a deep sleep. When he awoke again, It was to a sense of comfort spreading throughout his body. Had he reached the starry realm? Su Xian carefully sensed the changes in his body, noticing a newfound glimmer of starlight in his once empty dantian. The emergence of this starlight marked his entry into the starry realm. In the year 500 of the new calendar, on June 8th, students across the Dragon Kingdom finally faced the annual college entrance examination. Outside the examination venue, nervous students lined up, waiting to enter. The Sky Eye robots meticulously scanned each candidate to ensure no prohibited items were brought in. Su Xian, the chief examiner, stood at the entrance to the secret realm, scrutinizing each entrant with a piercing gaze. As the first group of students entered, a holographic screen lit up, displaying real-time progress. Lin Weiwei and Qing Xian were the first to clear the Dark Forest quest, defeating the Minotaur Lord in just 30 seconds. Meanwhile, some students were already eliminated, with one becoming the first in the nation to be knocked out. The invigilators exchanged opinions, but Su Xian remained silent. When the second quest, Thunder Ruins, commenced, students at the gold level passed with ease, while those at the bronze and silver level struggled. The third quest, Cat Demon Swamp, proved even more challenging. Even gold-level students had to exert significant effort. As an archer, Qing Xian showed weaknesses under siege, while swordswoman Lin Weiwei displayed agile swordplay, calmly defeating the boss. Clearing 3 quests in 10 minutes, Weiwei has improved so quickly, one teacher exclaimed excitedly. Su Xian remained expressionless, thinking to himself, her talent is far behind her sister's. Examiner Su, I heard Zhang Mu is your student? Another teacher suddenly inquired. What do you think his results will be? First, Su Xian replied calmly. The teachers were stunned, then burst into laughter. Examiner Su, that's quite a bold claim. In the face of skepticism from his colleagues, Su Xian merely smiled faintly and said, You're all right? As the group conversed, the leaderboard above showed a significant gap in the passing speeds. Within half an hour, more than half of the students were eliminated, and the bronze level was completely wiped out. Lin Weiwei reached the final stage, the Flaming Canyon, where she faced the Flame Queen of the initial gold level and her numerous minions, battling with great difficulty. Time ticked away, and it took her half an hour to reach the boss level. Beifeng University required the challenge to be completed within 65 minutes, meaning Lin Weiwei had to defeat the Flame Queen in 25 minutes to secure a spot in the 4 prestigious academies. The examiners were more anxious than Lin Weiwei herself, aware that the school's recruitment campaign next year depended heavily on her success. Most of the remaining students had entered the Flaming Canyon, engaging in long, drawn-out battles. Lin Weiwei faced a barrage of meteor showers and magical meteors, pushing her speed to the limit, her sword moving like a phantom as she relentlessly chipped away at the Flame Queen's life force. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. As time pressed on, Lin Weiwei grew increasingly anxious. When another round of meteors fell, Lin Weiwei gritted her teeth and pressed forward, sword in hand, refusing to retreat. This door-die maneuver left the teachers on edge. Victory meant entry into the prestigious academies, while failure could lead to elimination. They believed her sword techniques lacked power and turned away, unable to watch any longer. At that moment, Su Xian's calm voice broke the tension. She won. A sword thrust forward. Shadows of swords filled every direction. Where the sword tip reached, the Flame Queen's body shattered like a mirror. Ding! The leaderboard froze at 64 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Weiwei landed, gasping for breath, her body drenched in sweat, and her hand gripping the sword trembled slightly. That last move had drained all her strength, but it had earned her victory. The teachers snapped out of their daze and cheered enthusiastically. After 10 years, someone from Qingzhou No. 1 High School had finally broken into the 4 great academies. After the cheers subsided, they looked at Su Xian in disbelief. Examiner Su, how did you know Weiwei's sword strike would win? Su Xian smiled faintly. Because I'm quite familiar with her swordsmanship. Familiar? One teacher asked, puzzled. I've taught Weiwei for 3 years and never seen that move. It must have been taught by Marquis Shueiyue, another speculated. No wonder we haven't seen it. The teachers were still skeptical. Su Xian didn't bother to explain further, just smiled slightly. He had recognized it from Lin Weiwei's opening stance. It was a move from the Mirror Flower, Water Moon technique. Though she had only scratched the surface, it was more than enough to defeat a gold-level lord. As the first group of candidates finished, the second group was ready to go. The loudspeaker announced, Second group, please enter the secret realm. 20 seconds into the exam, the first name appeared on the leaderboard, Zhang Mu, who cleared the shadowy forest in 20 seconds. Everyone was stunned, especially Lin Weiwei, whose pride took another hit. Su Xian remained unfazed. This was within his expectations. Zhang Mu advanced with unstoppable momentum, clearing 3 levels in just 6 minutes and 20 seconds. Entering the Flaming Gorge, he continued using only basic skills, yet his speed was dazzling. 15 minutes later, Zhang Mu confronted the Flame Queen. He dashed forward, his fists and feet moving like the wind. Despite the onslaught, he handled it with ease, his movements agile, maintaining peak form throughout. Not bad, Xuan finally commented. The other teachers were astonished. Such performance was merely not bad to Xuan. Ding. Zhang Mu's time was recorded at 45 minutes and 21 seconds, placing him first on the Qingzhou City leaderboard. At that moment, an announcement echoed throughout the city. Candidate Zhang Mu from Qingzhou No. 1 High School has performed exceptionally, achieving a perfect clearance and unlocking the hidden stage, Dark Cemetery. Clearing this stage will earn bonus points. The entire city was in an uproar. Dark Cemetery? I recall the last time the Dark Cemetery appeared in the Qingzhou City Examination Hall was 16 years ago, during the session when Shui Weiho participated. Zhang Mu stood at the entrance of the Dark Cemetery, practicing an unusual form of martial arts. The crowd was puzzled, but Xuan watched with a knowing smile. This technique, Soaring Young Eagle, had been mastered by Zhang Mu to perfection in just a month. Meanwhile, the admissions offices of various academies had taken note of the unfamiliar name, Zhang Mu. Sun Daqian from the Beifeng Academy kept a close eye on the leaderboard and immediately ordered an investigation into Zhang Mu's background. Xian Yuandali from the Longdu Academy was particularly impressed by Zhang Mu's martial arts, instantly recognizing its uniqueness. He promptly dialed Xuan's number but couldn't get through. Yunxian, head to Qingzhou City immediately and do everything in your power to recruit Zhang Mu, instructed Xian Yuandali. There's also another important task meet with Xuan. Yunxian was skeptical. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a teacher from a small place? I checked Xuan's profile. He's just an archer at the Golden Realm. Foolish. Xian Yuandali glared. Aren't you curious why a shooter of the Golden Realm could train a Golden Realm fighter? Seeing her teacher's displeased expression, Yunxian immediately fell silent, only daring to speculate silently. She thought it was merely Zhang Mu's good luck, perhaps with guidance from a hidden master. But Xian Yuandali's reaction only piqued her curiosity further about what extraordinary qualities this Golden Realm shooter possessed. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu had finished warming up in the secret realm. With a calm demeanor, he stepped into the Dark Cemetery dungeon, unfazed by the challenges ahead. For the first time, the people of Qingzhou City watched this chilling scene unfold on their screens. The eerie and oppressive atmosphere was palpable, causing them to worry for Zhang Mu's safety. Whoosh! A cold wind swept by, and eerie wails echoed from beneath the tombstones. Suddenly, a decaying hand emerged from the ground, followed by countless zombies clawing their way out. Most would be terrified by such a sight, their fighting spirit diminished. Yet Zhang Mu remained unfazed, charging into the horde without hesitation. Bang! With a powerful punch, the nearest crimson zombie's head exploded. Zhang Mu finally showcased his full strength, executing each combat skill with masterful precision. His movements were a display of the ultimate in violent aesthetics. 15 minutes later, Zhang Mu arrived at the boss level, ready to face the strongest adversary, a pinnacle Golden Realm corpse thief. Battle intent burned in his eyes as he confronted this formidable foe. However, he soon found himself in an unprecedented predicament. The opponent's superior speed and defense left Zhang Mu struggling. His attacks were ineffective, while the corpse thief's every strike inflicted multiple negative effects, causing him great distress. At this moment, Zhang Mu realized how astonishing it was for his teacher, Xuan, to have subdued the corpse thief with a single kick during the monster siege. He had been striving to follow in his teacher's footsteps, only to realize the gap was still vast whenever he thought he was close. Xuan's words echoed in his mind. Whatever realm you believe I am, that is the realm I am in. Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Mu's eyes sparkled with clarity, and a faint silver dragon shadow roared into existence behind him. Simultaneously, outside the examination ground, Xuan received a system notification. Ding! Your disciple Zhang Mu has comprehended the embryonic form of the great mighty heavenly dragon. Congratulations, you've received a 500-fold critical hit return. Your great mighty heavenly dragon has become even more formidable. Zhang Mu thought he heard the sound of a dragon's roar. He looked around suspiciously, only to see 3 5-clawed golden dragons circling in the sky. Rubbing his eyes, he couldn't believe he was seeing such a vision in broad daylight. Examiner Su, did you see that? Zhang Mu asked urgently. Xuan smiled faintly and shook his head gently. He thought to himself, I almost lost control. The power of the great mighty heavenly dragon is indeed formidable. As Zhang Mu's understanding of the great mighty heavenly dragon deepened, Xuan was also compelled to achieve a higher level of mastery, evolving from manifesting a single golden dragon to conjuring 3 simultaneously. Xuan glanced at the screen and couldn't help but smile. Although Zhang Mu's dragon was only a pale silver and much smaller, reaching this level overnight was quite remarkable. The silver dragon soared into the sky, its roar resonating throughout the graveyard. A wave of righteous energy swept over, causing all the zombies to momentarily pause. The grave robber was pierced through by the silver dragon. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Mu unleashed a barrage of punches like a storm, striking the grave robber's chest with immense force. With a resounding boom, the grave robber's body exploded instantly. The leaderboard froze at 64 minutes and 59 seconds. Although it matched Lin Weiwei's time, Zhang Mu's score included clearing the dark graveyard, making his achievement far more impressive than Lin Weiwei's. Qingzhou City erupted with excitement. Countless students and teachers cheered, celebrating this miracle. 16 years ago, the Marquis of Water and Moon's conquest of the Dark Graveyard sparked a wave of swordsmanship enthusiasm. Today, Zhang Mu's feat was sure to ignite a new craze for martial artists. With the exam over, Zhang Mu exited the secret realm and returned to reality. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Just a month ago, he had been worried about getting into a second-tier college, and now he had created another miracle for Qingzhou City. All of this was thanks to his teacher, Xuan. As Zhang Mu appeared at the entrance of the secret realm, all eyes were on him. The crowd erupted with cheers. Zhang Mu! Zhang Mu! Awesome! The pride of Qingzhou City. Even the governor of Qingzhou City, Qing Hu, came personally to congratulate him. Amidst the adoration, Zhang Mu walked step by step towards Su Xian. Although everyone knew Zhang Mu was Su Xian's disciple, most believed that Zhang Mu's success was due to his own potential, and Su Xian merely benefited from it. Master! Zhang Mu looked at Su Xian, his eyes red with emotion, and suddenly knelt down. Please accept my bow. The crowd was stunned. It was known that the more talented someone was, the higher their pride. With Zhang Mu's talent, many titled masters would be eager to take him as a disciple in the future. Yet here he was, paying such a respectful homage to Su Xian in front of everyone. Thud, thud, thud. Zhang Mu solemnly kowtowed 3 times, his forehead bleeding. Others might not understand, but only he knew that without his master, he wouldn't be who he was today. Without Su Xian, he might have left the exam dejected like other failed candidates, standing in the shadows and looking up at the brightest spotlight. But now, he was that brightest light, illuminating the entire Qingzhou City. Stand up, Su Xian nodded lightly. Today, you are the top scorer of Qingzhou City. Stand tall and proud, and show the world that you, Zhang Mu, are not inferior to anyone. Yes, master. Zhang Mu replied, tears in his eyes as he stood up slowly. He looked around, meeting the eyes of everyone, whether friendly, envious, or jealous. Never had he felt as confident as he did in that moment. The scene of Zhang Mu kneeling and kowtowing was captured by the media and quickly spread throughout Qingzhou City. Su Xian's name became well known alongside the emergence of the top scorer. Outside the exam hall, reporters who had been waiting eagerly surged forward. Zhang Mu, hello. I'm a reporter from the Into the Legend segment. How do you feel about clearing the exam in record time, becoming the second in Qingzhou City history, and earning the top scorer title? A female reporter asked eagerly. Zhang Mu smiled and replied, I must thank my master, Su Xian. That's it. The reporter was taken aback. That's it. Zhang Mu confirmed with a nod. The reporter was at a loss but pressed on. Many people are curious about how you activated and cleared the hidden quest. Do you have any tips to share? Zhang Mu pondered for a moment. First, you need a good master. The reporter was nearly exasperated. What kind of tip was that? She reluctantly asked her final question. As the second in Qingzhou City history, do you have anything to say to your predecessor, the Marquis of Water and Moon? No, my only goal is to catch up with my master, Zhang Mu replied earnestly. The Marquis of Water and Moon might be more suitable for my junior sister to pursue. The journalist was dumbfounded, thinking, what kind of interview genius is this? She had no choice but to press on with the questions. Given your talent, when do you think you'll surpass your master, Su Xian? Zhang Mu scratched his head, looking earnest. My master is beyond surpassing. The audience couldn't hold back their laughter, filling the room with chuckles. Their curiosity was piqued, and they became deeply interested in Zhang Mu's mysterious master. Sensing the audience's interest, the journalist smoothly shifted the topic to Su Xian. Is there anything you'd like to say to your master? Zhang Mu solemnly stated, once a teacher, always a father. I want everyone to remember that without my master, there would be no Zhang Mu today. If one day I become famous, I will ensure everyone knows my master's name Su Xian. Being his disciple is the most honorable thing in this world. As he spoke, pride was written all over Zhang Mu's face. Meanwhile, in the examination hall, Su Xian watched the interview and was at a loss for words. If he didn't know Zhang Mu's straightforward nature, he might have suspected this was a deliberate attempt to flatter him to death. Now, the entire city of Qingzhou knew he was Zhang Mu's master, and his peaceful life seemed to be coming to an end. Oh, you troublesome disciple. Su Xian muttered to himself. Do you have any idea how hard I've worked to retire peacefully? The examiner's eyes lit up with curiosity as they looked at Su Xian. They were eager to know how he had taught his disciple to earn such respect from Zhang Mu. Examiner Su, How do you teach your disciples? Can you teach us? Maybe we could become your disciples too. I heard you have a junior sister. Perhaps you could take on some junior brothers as well? You could teach us, and we could teach others. In the future, when your students are all over the world, you'd be like the founding master, comparable to Confucius. The more the examiners talked, the more exaggerated their suggestions became, and Su Xian couldn't bear to listen any longer. He quickly found an excuse. Sorry, everyone. I suddenly have a stomachache. I must leave. With that, he hurriedly fled the scene without looking back. Zhangmu, oh Zhangmu, you've really put your master in a tough spot. June 9th. The 300th annual college entrance exam has concluded. The national rankings are out, and everyone is focused on the list. Su Xian stared at the computer screen, his brow slightly furrowed. The scores and completion times of the top 10 were astonishing. The top scorer, Yi Chun, achieved 75,099 points in just 5 minutes and 31 seconds. Even Qi Yun, who ranked 10th, scored 74,990 points with a completion time of 7 minutes and 20 seconds. In comparison, Zhang Mu, who ranked 983rd, had a respectable score of 70,241 points, but his completion time of 64 minutes and 59 seconds seemed lackluster. The gap is indeed quite significant, Su Xian murmured to himself, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. He pondered silently, thinking that if his second apprentice, Li Xiaoli, reached this age, perhaps she could compete with the top scorers. This thought made Su Xian marvel at the prowess of the younger generation, realizing that even he might need a minute to complete the test. As Su Xian was deep in thought, a sudden, urgent knocking broke the silence. He stood up cautiously. Ever since he had given an interview the previous day, all sorts of people had come to visit, forcing him to take leave and hide at home. Master, representatives from the admissions offices of the 4 major academies are here. Zhang Mu's voice came from outside the door. Su Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door. Standing outside were Zhang Mu and 4 unfamiliar faces. They introduced themselves as assistants from the admissions offices of Dinghai University, Xianhuang University, Beifeng University, and Longdu Academy. Though the room was small, the atmosphere was lively with the 6 of them squeezed together. Each representative took turns highlighting the advantages of their respective schools. Su Xian smiled without saying much, simply stating, just lay out the offers, and let Zhang Mu decide for himself. As his master, I don't wish to interfere too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Yinling from Beifeng University was the first to present an offer. 4 years of tuition-free education, a year of basic cultivation resources, and 1 Tianhe-level martial art or technique. Xinhuang University and Dinghai University followed suit, either offering an additional year of resources or maintaining similar benefits. However, Yun Xian from Longdu Academy remained silent. She sized up Su Xian, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Su Xian noticed her hostility and raised an eyebrow. And you? Su Xian met Yun Xian's gaze, his tone calm yet slightly provocative. Only then did Yun Xian speak slowly. Before I came, my teacher specifically instructed me to offer Zhang Mu the highest level of enrollment resources. 4 years of free tuition, 4 years of complementary basic cultivation resources, and a Fenghao-level technique. The expressions of the other 3 changed noticeably upon hearing this. However, Yun Xian continued, her hostility undisguised. But I have a personal condition. Su Xian maintained a faint smile on his face as he asked, what are your terms? Go ahead and tell me. Yun Xian replied coldly, I want you to sever the master-student relationship with Zhang Mu. Your abilities no longer qualify you to be his teacher. Once he enters Longdu. Before she could finish, a furious roar interrupted her. Everyone turned to see Zhang Mu, eyes wide with anger, radiating a menacing aura as he pointed at Yun Xian and shouted, who do you think you are? What right do you have to insult my master? People like you, what does Longdu University matter to me? Even if you offered me a divine-level technique, I wouldn't accept it. Get lost. The other 3 admissions officers were stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. It was the first time they had seen a student dare to berate the admissions office of Longdu University in such a manner. The records described Zhang Mu as honest and simple, didn't they? Yun Xian was furious. As an assistant in the admissions office of Longdu University, she was respected wherever she went, and no one had ever dared to tell her to leave. For a mere youngster to offend her like this was unacceptable. She shouted angrily, tell me to leave? Today, I'll teach you a lesson about respecting your elders. With that, Yun Xian struck a powerful blow towards Zhang Mu. Boom. As soon as she made her move, Yun Xian sensed an intense danger shooting up from her feet to her head. She looked up and met Su Xian's cold, fierce gaze. Su Xian raised his hand, and from his ring, a beam of light gathered and shot out as a spiritual arrow. It was the active effect of the legendary Qi Min 3P set. Thud. Caught off guard by the sudden spiritual arrow, Yun Xian couldn't react in time. The arrow pierced her right shoulder, exploding with the force of a peak Tianhe level strike. shattering her right arm and causing her internal organs to churn. If Su Xian hadn't deliberately aimed off target, Yun Xian would have been a cold corpse by now. Su Xian looked down at her, his voice icy. Touch my disciple? Did you have my permission? If there's a next time, your heart will meet the same fate as your right arm. Leave. The pride on Yun Xian's face vanished instantly, replaced by sheer terror and shock. She didn't dare to argue further and hastily fled the scene. When the other three admissions assistants looked at Su Xian again, their eyes were filled with apprehension. They could feel the terrifying power of that strike. Although it came from the equipment, that was no longer important. Who could afford such equipment and still be an ordinary Xingjing level? They wouldn't believe it even if it cost them their lives. After dealing with Yun Xian, Su Xian dusted off his hands and turned to Yinjin and the others with a smile. Shall we continue our discussion? The withdrawal of Longdu Academy prompted the other three academies to change their stance. Yinling, Xiang Wentian, and Lu Kuan, each with different expressions, quickly sent messages to their respective academies. Before long, they received surprisingly unanimous responses. All three academies were willing to allocate additional resources to win over Zhang Mu. This decision was not only due to Zhang Mu's extraordinary talent, but also because of Su Xian's mysterious background, which played a significant role in their consideration. Zhang Mu, the choice is yours, Su Xian said calmly, showing no intention of influencing his disciple's decision. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Mu's gaze was resolute. I choose Dinghai Academy. This answer was expected by everyone. If Longdu Academy had still been in the running, there might have been some suspense, but with its withdrawal, Dinghai University's advantages were evident. Yinling and Lu Kuan quietly took their leave. Dinghai Academy's Xiang Wentian, on the other hand, was visibly pleased. The semester starts on September 10th, but you can enroll earlier. If you'd like to join sooner, I can immediately arrange for your enrollment, he offered. Thank you, Instructor Xiang. I have some matters to attend to first, but I'll contact you once I'm ready, Zhang Mu replied politely. Great, Xiang Wentian said with a smile. Just let me know when you're ready, and the school will send someone to pick you up. Then, turning to Su Xian, he added, Mr. Su, we're also hiring instructors. If you're interested, I'll consider it if the opportunity arises, Su Xian politely declined, knowing that college students, having mostly completed their career transitions, were not suitable for his teaching methods. After a few more words, Xiang Wentian took his leave. Su Xian looked at Zhang Mu. Any regrets? Regrets about what? Zhang Mu asked in return. The opportunity to go to Longdu Academy, Su Xian sighed. Among the four academies, Longdu is clearly a cut above the rest. Zhang Mu grinned. I don't know how impressive Longdu is, but I do know that if I swallowed my pride today and let you be insulted, I would regret it for the rest of my life. You. Su Xian shook his head. We'll leave for Dinghai City in 3 days. Are you coming too, master? Zhang Mu asked, pleasantly surprised. Of course, Su Xian nodded. I'll check on Shaoli and maybe take on a few more disciples to give you some pressure. Isn't my pressure big enough already? Zhang Mu chuckled wryly. I even dream about being surpassed by my junior sister. That's exactly the effect I want, Su Xian said with a faint smile, well aware of Zhang Mu's tenacious spirit. At the admissions office of Longdu Academy, Yun Xian stumbled into the director's office, tearfully complaining, Teacher, Su and Zhang are unreasonable. Just because I said something they didn't like, they crippled my arm and belittled Longdu Academy. You must stand up for me. Xian Yuan Dali snorted. Do you really think I'm senile? Longdu Academy is renowned worldwide. Who would dare to belittle it without reason? Are you sure you're not hiding something? Unable to meet his gaze, Yun Xian's voice weakened. I just said that Su Xian, being only at the starry realm, wasn't fit to be Zhang Mu's master and suggested they end their relationship. I was only thinking of the academy. You. Xian Yuan Dali was furious. I never should have sent you. Yun Xian, have you forgotten the academy's teachings? Respecting teachers is a fundamental lesson for all students. If Zhang Mu were to abandon his master for a better opportunity, he could just as easily betray the academy when something better comes along. Xian Yuan Dali's anger grew as he spoke. Before you left, I warned you repeatedly that Su Xian is not someone to be underestimated. Why didn't you listen? With his brows furrowed, Xian Yuan Dali's voice was full of disappointment and frustration. He fixed his gaze on Yun Xian and continued, think carefully. If he were just an ordinary Star Realm practitioner, could he have severed your arm? Yun Xian kept her head down, avoiding eye contact with her master. Xian Yuan Dali sighed, his tone softening slightly. Yun Xian, you've let me down. When I first took you as my disciple, it was because I saw potential in you. I thought if you could change your temperament, you might become someone great. But now, it seems I was mistaken. He waved his hand dismissively. Leave. From today onwards, you are no longer involved in recruiting. Come back to me once you've sorted things out. Yes. Yun Xian replied heavily, turning to leave. As she turned away, a flash of malice crossed her eyes, nearly overflowing with resentment. She never believed she was wrong. In her view, the academy, having invested countless resources in recruiting students, deserved their lifelong gratitude and dedication, rather than allowing an outsider to claim the academy's achievements. Shortly after Yunxian left, a young woman wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a blue lab coat entered Xinyuan Dali's office. Her delicate face was smudged with stains, clearly having just come from the laboratory. "Dad, what's so urgent? I still have experiments to finish," said the young woman, named Xinyuan Qingqing, Xinyuan Dali's only daughter. Xinyuan Dali looked at his daughter with a sense of helplessness. Despite being a martial master of the Marquis realm, his daughter had no interest in martial arts, instead immersing herself in alchemy. From a young age, she aspired to be a passionate alchemist, leaving her father at a loss. "Are you free?" Xinyuan Dali asked cautiously. Xinyuan Qingqing pursed her lips. "Just say it. You really need to work on that habit of yours. Our communication could use some improvement." Xinyuan Dali wasn't offended, knowing his daughter's temperament and her devotion to alchemy. He got straight to the point. "I need you to go to Qingzhou City and find a master-disciple pair. These two are crucial to my martial career, and I can't trust anyone else with this task, only you." Xinyuan Qingqing raised an eyebrow, showing interest. "Oh?" Knowing his daughter's weak spot, Xinyuan Dali quickly promised, "If you succeed, I'll get the dean to give you some alchemy materials you need." "Deal. I'm on my way." With that, Xinyuan Qingqing was gone in a flash. Left in the room, Xinyuan Dali was enveloped in a mix of chaos and admiration. She truly was his daughter, sharing his decisive and swift nature. The next day, Su Xian resigned from his position as a novice mentor in the secret realm. Su Xian packed his belongings, ready to leave Qingzhou City. There was no longer any reason to stay. Other places also had novice realms waiting for him to showcase his talents. Before departing, he met old Zhao once again. In just a few days, the once lackluster and idle old Zhao seemed to have transformed, now full of energy and vigor. Su Xian couldn't help but smile clearly. Old Zhao had been living well these past few days. Just as Su Xian was about to say goodbye, a clear and lively voice came from outside the door. "Is Su Xian here?" A young girl with delicate features appeared at the entrance. Old Zhao's eyes lit up, and he was about to step forward when Su Xian stopped him. Su Xian's eyes twinkled as he quietly said, "Old Zhao, you can't approach this one. Let me handle it." Old Zhao was puzzled and about to make a joke, but he noticed Su Xian's serious expression. Su Xian had already activated his mentor's eye and realized this girl was the third disciple he had been searching for. The data showed bone value 100, comprehension 123, temperament 91, with a 95 compatibility with the secret electric therapy technique. She was a perfect candidate, seemingly made for this technique. The girl asked again, "Is Mr. Su here?" Su Xian composed himself and stepped forward, saying, "I am Su Xian. How can I help you?" The girl introduced herself. "My name is Xinyuan Qingqing, from Longdu Academy. I've come to apologize on behalf of the academy for past disrespect, and to invite you and your disciples to join us." Su Xian was slightly surprised, not expecting Longdu Academy to apologize proactively. He politely declined. Zhangmu has already chosen Dinghai University and is unlikely to change his decision. Xinyuan Qingqing smiled gently. "That's all right. My main purpose here is to speak with you. Our academy is very interested in the physical techniques you taught Zhangmu, and would like to exchange equivalent resources for them. Of course, it would be even better if you could teach them personally." Su Xian was secretly amazed. Longdu Academy's reputation was well-deserved, having discerned the extraordinary potential of the Rising Eagle technique just from footage. However, he wasn't eager to engage with certain influential figures too soon, so he declined again. Xinyuan Qingqing remained calm and continued, "If you're not interested in the academy, how about money? Or perhaps you can tell us what you're interested in, and we have the sincerity to accommodate you." Su Xian nearly blurted out, "I'm interested in you," but thought better of it. The girl before him had a balanced temperament, bone value, and comprehension not as naive as Zhang Mu or as pure as Li Xiaoli. He needed to take his time. He instead asked, "Why is Longdu Academy so concerned about the basic silver-level physical technique I taught Zhang Mu?" Xinyuan Qingqing candidly replied, "It's my father's idea. He is a martial arts master and hopes to create a foundational physical technique to help students across the nation improve their fitness. Your technique inspired him. If it can be widely applied, you would be celebrated on the Dragon Nation's honor roll for generations, admired by millions." Su Xian pondered, thinking there was no harm in selling the Rising Eagle technique. He nodded, "Since you're so sincere, I'll agree to the exchange. But my condition isn't simple." Xinyuan Qingqing was unfazed. "Please, go ahead." Su Xian smiled. "Help me upgrade a weapon to epic quality." Xinyuan Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Was it really that simple? In Su Xian's hand, a shimmering thousand mechanisms umbrella appeared. "This is my weapon. A thousand machine umbrella?" Xinyuan Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. "Are you an unemployed wanderer?" Su Xian nodded in acknowledgement, and then stated his conditions. Xinyuan Qingqing pondered for a moment before saying softly, Dragon Capital Academy can certainly accommodate that, but I wouldn't recommend it. The achievements of an unemployed wanderer are limited, and a rare quality 1000 machine umbrella is already sufficient. You might want to consider more practical terms. Su Xian shook his head. No, I've thought it through. A 1000 machine umbrella is equivalent to 9 epic-level weapons combined, and crafting it is as challenging as forging a legendary weapon. Trading a basic physical technique for such a legendary weapon suited to myself is more than worth it. Seeing that his mind was made up, Xinyuan Qingqing refrained from further persuasion. All right then, when can we make the exchange? We can do it now, Su Xian replied, handing her a scroll. This is my technique. Young Eagle takes flight. Inscribed with my mental energy. Xinyuan Qingqing took the scroll, a hint of doubt in her eyes. Aren't you afraid I might take the scroll and run off? Su Xian smiled calmly. Not at all. It would be useless to an ordinary person. Interesting, Xinyuan Qingqing said with a bright smile. I'm curious, did you really create this technique? Su Xian countered. Naturally. I've fulfilled my part of the bargain. When can I expect the upgrade for my 1000 machine umbrella? Xinyuan Qingqing explained. You'll need to come with me to Dragon Capital, and it will take at least half a month. If you trust me, you could leave the 1000 machine umbrella with me, and I'll return it to you once the upgrade is complete. After a moment of consideration, Su Xian decided. I'll go with you to Dragon Capital. Su Xian had his reasons for this choice. He needed this opportunity to interact with the young woman, observe her character, and find the right moment to take her as his disciple. From their conversation, he sensed that she was independent-minded and unlikely to follow a master blindly. The best approach was to demonstrate qualities that would attract her, turning the situation from passive to active. It was noon on the third day after the college entrance exams. Su Xian, Xinyuan Qingqing, and Zhang Mu boarded the spaceship heading to Longdu. As the spaceship slowly ascended with the roar of its massive engines, each of the three was lost in their own thoughts. Zhang Mu retreated to his room to train, while Su Xian and Xinyuan Qingqing stood on the deck, enjoying the view. Your disciple is really dedicated, not even willing to take a break on the ship, Xinyuan Qingqing remarked with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Su Xian nodded. It's his dedication that has brought him this far. His gaze swept across the deck, noticing several faces of different races. It seems the big city is more accepting of other races. As they chatted, an elf, dressed in a skirt made of leaves, gracefully approached them, her eyes fixed intently on Su Xian. Hello, I'm Yatana from the elf tribe. Can we be friends? Su Xian was slightly taken aback, but nodded. Of course, I'm Su Xian. Su Xian, Yatana said earnestly, there's something very special about you that's quite captivating. Su Xian maintained a calm exterior, though he was surprised internally. Xinyuan Qingqing also looked at Su Xian with curiosity, trying to discern what it might be. Yatana eagerly asked, Are you heading to Longdu as well? Once we arrive, may I invite you to dinner? I'm sorry, I might not have the time, Su Xian politely declined. Yatana looked a bit disappointed but managed to smile. If you find some time later, you're welcome to visit. I live at the Red Moon Tavern next to Longdu Academy. The Red Moon Tavern? Xinyuan Qingqing suddenly showed interest, but chose not to pursue the topic further. The three continued their conversation for a while longer. A burly male elf suddenly approached and whispered a few words into Yatana's ear. Yatana's brow furrowed, and her expression instantly turned serious. She forced a slight apologetic smile and said to Su Xian, I'm sorry, something urgent has come up. I look forward to seeing you again. The burly elf also gave Su Xian a friendly glance, with a knowing smile on his lips. The two elves hurried away, their footsteps quick and urgent. Xinyuan Qing was left dumbfounded, her mind racing with thoughts. She understood Yatana's interest in Su Xian. After all, opposites attract. But the intense gaze from the male elf towards Su Xian was puzzling. Her suspicious eyes scanned Su Xian up and down, her curiosity spreading like wildfire. What are you doing? Su Xian was startled by her intense gaze and took an uneasy half-step back. Xinyuan Qing licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with fervor. I'm really curious about what you're made of, to attract both male and female elves. It's outrageous. I feel like drawing some of your blood to see how much of the fountain of life is in it. Su Xian was taken aback by her words, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Is this what a fanatical alchemist is like? He contemplated giving Xinyuan Qing a jolt to curb her alchemical obsession. Otherwise, if she becomes his apprentice, she might constantly be thinking of dissecting him for research. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Just as they were joking around, the spaceship suddenly jolted. A piercing alarm blared. Attention passengers, our ship is under monster attack. The spaceship will temporarily halt, and combat personnel will proceed with clearing. Please return to your cabins and await further instructions. Longdu Aviation Group ensures your safety. Passengers on the deck calmly returned to their cabins upon hearing the announcement. Xinyuan Qing explained, It's common for the ship to be attacked. There are plenty of flying monsters, and some are bound to recklessly challenge us. As long as it's not a king-level monster, we'll be fine. Before she finished speaking, another loud crash echoed. Looking up, they saw a large hole had been punched through the energy shield above the ship. Whoosh! A fierce wind rushed in through the breached opening, causing the spaceship to shake violently. All around, an ominous energy seemed to rise, as if heralding impending disaster. Xuan Qingqing covered her mouth, a hint of fear flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, chaos erupted in the cabin as two powerful auras surged skyward, their overwhelming force lifting the deck. Expanding fields of energy pulled the spaceship into two contrasting realms. To the left, an icy chill, to the right, a blazing sun. The collision of extreme cold and heat tore the cabin in half. Passengers fled in panic, while those at the center were instantly frozen or melted. Outside the ship, a three-headed dragon, its presence as formidable as the two men, eyed them menacingly, clearly another marquee-level powerhouse. Narrowing her eyes, Xuan Qingqing analyzed. The one exuding extreme cold must be Bingyu Ho, the ship's guardian, and his opponent is Fire Wolf Ho, one of the 12 pillars of the rebellion. Outside is the marquee-level beast, the three-headed flame dragon. Su Xian pondered her words. The term rebellion was familiar. He'd heard of it in Qingzhou City. It referred to a group of human traitors who betrayed Blue Star, yearning for another world, with influence spreading far and wide. The strongest among them were the Twin Kings and 12 Pillars, and today, Fire Wolf Ho of the Fire Pillars had launched an attack. We should prepare to jump ship. Xuan Qingqing quietly took out mechanical wings. In her view, Bingyu Ho was doomed in a too-known scenario, and escaping when the shield broke was the best option. At that moment, Zhang Mu rushed out from the cabin, still shaken. Master, are those the rebellion? What's happening in the cabin? Su Xian nodded, replying gravely, yes. How's the situation inside? Zhang Mu described, there are quite a few rebellion members, but they're not killing indiscriminately, just driving people away. It seems they have a specific target. Su Xian contemplated. With over 10,000 passengers on board and only about 100 rebels, unity could drive the enemy away. But in ensuring personal safety, who would dare to take the lead? Should we help? Zhang Mu asked earnestly. Xuan Qingqing rolled her eyes. Foolish brother, do you know the consequences? What's our strength compared to theirs? They have an extra marquee-level fighter. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. You have the potential to become a marquee yourself. Dying here isn't worth it. Su Xian remained silent. He had a trump card left by Shui Ho, making a fight not impossible, but he needed allies. Just then, the three-headed flame dragon in the sky attacked. Its three heads spewed fierce flames, merging into one to engulf the ship's shield. After 3 sizzling seconds, the shield shattered with a roar. The fierce wind howled in, blowing away weaker passengers. The rest struggled to stand, facing two choices: jump ship or return to the cabin to confront the rebels. Most knew the answer in their hearts. In an instant, thousands of passengers unfurled mechanical wings and flew down, leaving the deck empty. Aren't we leaving? Xuan Qingqing asked, puzzled. With most gone, helping now seemed suicidal. Wait a bit longer, Su Xian said, eyes on the cabin. A powerful aura surged forth, and a spirit arrow shot through the air toward the three-headed dragon. Is it that male elf? Xuan Qingqing exclaimed. But the situation remained dire. The elf had just reached the marquee level and, being an archer, was at a disadvantage unknown. There's still hope, Su Xian decided, rushing toward the cabin. Jumping ship was risky, potentially landing in monster-infested areas. It was better to fight here. Xuan Qingqing was stunned, asking Zhang Mu, is your master always this brave? Are you worried? Zhang Mu calmly replied, my master is incredibly brave. There's no need to worry. Once he acts, the rebellion will surely lose. Though Xuan Qingqing was speechless, she followed Su Xian. Inside the cabin, the rebellion was battling the elves. Their target was clearly Atana. Sighing, Su Xian thought back to the start of the chaos, suspecting the rebellion's actions were aimed at the elves. The exact purpose is unclear. It could be to eliminate obstacles for the main war faction in the game world, or to seize treasures from the elven race. Su Xian silently slipped into the cabin, cautiously assessing the situation. The rebels quickly noticed him, but seeing that he was only at the Starry Realm, they disdainfully sent 2 Sunlight Realm experts to deal with him. Su Xian took the opportunity to swiftly scan the battlefield. The rebels numbered around 100, with 3 at the Milky Way Realm, 13 at the Sunlight Realm, and the rest at the Silver Moon Realm or below. The elven race had just over 30 fighters, struggling to hold on with the help of 2 Milky Way Realm warriors, and there would escape technique. The situation was dire. Without hesitation, Su Xian took out a shimmering silver scroll. This was the sunlight-level summoning scroll he had received when he formed a spirit pet contract with Li Xiaoli. It could only be used by summoners, who needed to be in tune with nature and understand the principles of space. Normally, summoning required lengthy incantations, but the scroll significantly reduced the time needed. Generally, summoners could only summon creatures one major realm above their own, and even then, it came at a cost. Confidently, Xuan began to channel the energy of the stars, his nascent chaotic body far surpassing that of an ordinary starry realm practitioner. He believed he could summon a sunlight-level creature. By now, the two sunlight realm rebels were closing in, scoffing as they saw Xuan holding the scroll. However, in the next moment, their expressions changed completely. In the minds of the two rebels, summoners were always expected to stay at the back, fully focused on chanting long and complex spells. Xuan's actions completely overturned the rebels' understanding of what a summoner could be. With the wind at his feet, he held a sun-level summoning scroll in his left hand, muttering incantations under his breath, while his right hand, adorned with a ring and bracelet, gleamed with a dangerous light as he charged straight at them. The two sun-level rebels were dumbfounded. Was this really a summoner? Xuan Yuanqing was equally astonished. A star-level, jobless wanderer, not only activating a sun-level scroll but also multitasking, moving at high speed, chanting spells, and engaging in close combat? It was simply beyond belief. Only Zhang Mu looked on with admiration. To him, his master's power transcended the limitations of rank, driven purely by imagination. With a whizzing sound, silver arrows shot from Xuan's ring and bracelet. Enhanced by dark elf enchantments, the arrows struck the hearts of the two rebels with precision. They couldn't even react before collapsing, dead, with eyes full of resentment and confusion. The distant rebels attacking the elves were startled by the sudden turn of events. Two sun-level fighters taken down in an instant. Who was this formidable adversary? Xuan threw a chilling smile from afar, as the summoning scroll in his hand burned out. The space around him violently fluctuated, and a massive purple toad leapt from an energy vortex, landing at Xuan's feet. The rebels were even more shocked. It was a heaven-sealing potential toad of devouring, summoned with such ease. More terrifying was that Xuan seemed unfazed after the summoning. As the confrontation continued, Xuan Yuanqing approached Xuan, her eyes filled with awe and reverence. Her worldview was completely overturned. A jobless wanderer could be so powerful. The rebels remained silent for a long time. The three galaxy-level leaders were wary of Xuan's methods and didn't dare act rashly, instead sending a few sun-level subordinates to test the waters. Though fearful, they could not disobey orders and reluctantly moved forward. Xuan Yuanqing nervously asked, "Su, can you handle this?" Xuan appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was panicking. The power of the three mystical items was formidable, but the energy for the arrows required a day to recharge, and there was only one left in his necklace. This one had to be saved for the galaxy-level opponents. He asked Xuan Yuanqing, "What's your combat level?" "Silver Moon level," Xuan Yuanqing replied, blushing. "And I'm not very good at fighting, so I might not be much help." "Then step back a bit," Xuan smiled. "I'm going to start now." Xuan's hands crackled with electricity, lightning cascading over his body. He slapped the toad of devouring on its rear, infusing it with a surge of thunderous energy, stimulating every cell and unlocking its potential. Already at the peak of the sun level, the toad was now edging closer to the galaxy level. "Go, toad brother. Use your devouring mouth." The toad of devouring leapt several hundred meters, its mouth opening wide, emitting a powerful black vortex that pulled in all ranged attacks from the struggling sun-level rebels. Xuan unfurled mechanical wings, gazing at the three galaxy-level leaders, and said coolly, "Sun-level opponents aren't worth my time. You three, come at me together." With these words, the remaining sun-level fighters breathed a sigh of relief. The three galaxy-level leaders exchanged wary glances, full of apprehension. The power of those earlier arrows was terrifying, and they hesitated to act rashly. "What? Not even brave enough to attack me?" Xuan pressed on, exuding a formidable aura. If they truly dared to attack together, he would not hesitate to flee. "You disappoint me." Xuan raised his voice. "Since you won't make a move, I'll personally take your lives." These words were heard clearly not only by the rebels, but also by the elves. Yatana hesitated for a moment before decisively ordering, "When Xuan charges in, we will immediately coordinate with him to launch a counterattack." "Understood?" "Saintis, the Blue Star rebels have 3 galaxy-level fighters. Are you sure we should act?" an elf asked. "This is our only chance," Yatana replied with determination. "Besides, Xuan has helped us. If we do nothing, how can we face the elven god?" "Charge!" As Xuan charged forward, the elves launched their counterattack, blowing the horn of retaliation. Yatana's 2 guardian warriors even sacrificed their lives. Hearing the elves' battle cries, Xuan breathed a sigh of relief. If the elves had continued to hesitate, he would have had no choice but to abandon ship and seek another way. Fortunately, these elves weren't entirely foolish. With the rebels' morale low, now is the perfect time for a counterattack. Commander, what should we do? The rebel forces are at a loss, caught between Xuan and the elves. The three commanders of the Tianhe realm among the rebels looked grave, their eyes shifting between Xuan and the elves. The seemingly ordinary yet intimidating summoner filled them with dread. Form a defensive line, one commander ordered sternly. The other two nodded silently, unwilling to face Xuan Hedon. As long as we hold out until Lord Fire Wolf deals with Bingyu and the elves, victory will still be ours, another commander reassured quietly. However, the third commander frowned and said, but the higher-ups ordered us to end the battle quickly. If the human reinforcements arrive, we might not be able to escape. The commander who suggested defense sneered, whoever wants to attack, go take on that guy. The other two fell silent. They pledged allegiance to the otherworldly forces for power, not to court death. Then we'll defend. The three quickly reached a consensus. The rebels soon arranged themselves into a defensive formation, playing right into Xuan and the elves' hands. The elves excelled in long-range attacks, and the rebels' defensive stance was akin to walking into a trap. Arrows rained down from the sky, imbued with elemental magic, assaulting like a storm. The rebels' weaknesses began to show. Scattered across various locations, they lacked large-scale training, and their tactical skills were inferior to the elves. This was one reason they had yet to break through the elves' defenses despite their numerical advantage. The rebels' strength lay in concealment and surprise. Once exposed, this uncoordinated group was no match for a well-trained regular army. While the elves engaged the rebels, Xuan finally joined them. Atana greeted him joyfully. Xuan, thank you for saving us. Xuan waved it off. No need to thank me. I'm saving myself too. Jumping off the ship was just as dangerous. Better to fight here. Atana nodded gently, secretly moved. She knew Xuan was trying to relieve her of any guilt. The other elves looked at Xuan with admiration and respect. Xuan noticed Atana's flushed cheeks and wondered, are elves naturally prone to blushing? He shook his head, focusing on the current situation. Get ready to break through their lines. He turned to two Tianhe realm elves. Can your arrows penetrate the rebels' defenses? One elf explained, yes, but it takes time to channel the energy. If interrupted, it could backfire. Xuan understood. Start channeling now. I'll protect you. Atana immediately agreed. Listen to Xuan. The two Tianhe realm elves nodded and began chanting, naturally drawing energy to them. Xuan frowned. Too slow. Atana gracefully ascended, ethereal wings appearing behind her. She was enveloped in a holy light, like a celestial being. A massive energy vortex formed around her, then split to infuse the two elves' bows. Xuan watched Atana thoughtfully, understanding dawning on him. He extended his left hand, lightning crackling in his palm. I'll lend a hand too. An energy vortex quickly formed in Xuan's palm, surpassing Atana's within moments, expanding to a 10-meter diameter before stabilizing. The energy split in two, channeling into the longbows of two Tianhe realm elves. The bows became dazzlingly brilliant, exuding an awe-inspiring power. The elves' eyes glimmered with reverence, as if they were gazing upon a deity. It was unbelievable to them that Xuan's affinity with nature surpassed even that of the elven saintess. Just as the rebel forces were about to counterattack, two elemental arrows shot out from the full moon longbows with lightning speed. In a blink, the arrows reached their targets. Thud. One arrow pierced through their formation, while the other tore through a dozen bodies. Then, the elemental energy attached to the arrows ignited, unleashing a skill that exploded with a thunderous roar. The rebel army scattered in panic. The lower-ranked fighters were obliterated on the spot, leaving only a few Sun Realm and Tianhe Realm warriors struggling to hold on, though they too were severely injured. The faces of the three rebel leaders darkened. They had assumed there was ample time to interrupt the elves' spell preparation, but the blessings from Xuan and the saintess significantly shortened the time needed. Their advantage had turned into a disadvantage in an instant, all because of the man standing at the forefront of the elves. Damn it! Isn't he supposed to be a summoner? How can he perform the powerful elemental conduit technique? One leader gritted his teeth. If he's not a marquee-level pretender, I won't rest in peace. Xuan watched the rebels with a smile. Only now did they think of fighting desperately, but alas, it was too late. The battle in the cabin caught the attention of the four marquises on the battlefield above. The appearance of Xuan completely turned the tide. Bingyu Marquis, who was guarding the spaceship, had already resigned himself to defeat, but he hadn't expected such a mysterious master to be hidden in the cabin. He glanced at Firewolf Marquis and laughed heartily. Firewolf, no matter how well you've planned, you didn't see this coming, did you? You'd better retreat now, because once our reinforcements arrive, your rebellion will lose a marquis. Firewolf Marquis sneered. Before your reinforcements arrive, there's plenty of time to finish this fight. I may not be able to deal with you, but that elf can't withstand 3 flame dragons. Both of their gazes shifted to another part of the battlefield. The Marquis-level elf was already at a disadvantage, facing the 3 flame dragons. His attacks were clearly insufficient, and his defenses were weak. He could attack countless times, but a single mistake and a blast of dragon fire would severely injure him. Initially, he could rely on his speed and agility to maneuver, but as his stamina waned, his situation worsened. Rapid-fire arrows were ineffective, and he didn't have time to charge his magical arrows. Roar! The 3-headed flame dragon roared, its 3 heads spewing flames of 3 different colors as it flapped its wings and lunged at the elf with fiery claws. This time, the elf couldn't dodge and was struck, plummeting downward. Bingyu Marquis' face changed dramatically. If the elf fell, he would stand no chance against 2 opponents alone. Was this how it would end? The elf's eyes burned with anger as he looked down. His life force was draining rapidly, yet his pale green eyes shone brighter, filled with golden light. Golden patterns emerged on his face and body, even his longbow turned golden. In the next moment, the elf halted his fall. He drew his bow to a full moon and said coldly, "Flame dragon, today, I will extinguish you." 3 arrows of light element formed on the bow and shot towards the dragon's 3 heads. Boom, boom. 2 arrows hit the left and right heads, exploding violently. But the middle arrow was blocked by a blast of purple flame. The dragon was willing to lose 2 heads to block the elf's desperate strike. As long as 1 head remained, the other 2 could regenerate. Roar! The dragon roared again, flames shooting like a rainbow across the sky towards the dying elf. The golden patterns on the elf's body faded, the golden light in his eyes disappeared, leaving them dull and gray. The flames pierced through his body, leaving not even a trace of ashes. Elf? The dragon sneered. As the main combat faction in the game world, the draconic race harbored intense disdain for elves, seeing them as rebels. The dragon was reveling in its victory when suddenly a strong sense of danger struck. From the sky above, a radiant golden arrow streaked towards it. Damn elf, even in death you won't stay down. The dragon was startled, hurriedly spewing blood-red flames and curling its wings around itself defensively, but it still couldn't stop the arrow. Thud! The arrow pierced through its wings, hitting the remaining head. Though not fatal, the dragon was clearly grievously injured, blood spilling into the sky, leaving it struggling to fly. Ha ha ha, I still win. The dragon laughed maniacally, glaring viciously at the surviving elves below. You will pay dearly for this. The voice stopped abruptly. Another arrow came, piercing through the dragon's weak spot on the crown of its head, penetrating the only remaining head. The dragon's consciousness blurred as it fell. It saw a human standing in the air, the human at the starry realm. It had been so focused on the elf's life sacrifice that it hadn't noticed a seemingly weak human had approached, delivering the fatal blow at its weakest moment. No. The dragon was unwilling, its body beginning to burn. Even sacrificing its life, it wanted to take the human with it. Every piece of its flesh turned to flame, becoming like a small sun, radiating immense heat. Whoosh! The small sun hurtled down, carrying overwhelming pressure, leaving Su Xian no room to evade. The elves below, Xian Yuan Qingqing, and Zhang Mu watched in despair. Bingyu Marquis, unable to intervene, could only watch helplessly. This stranger had changed the course of the battle, protected the elf saintess, annihilated the rebels, and preserved the honor of the authorities. Yet such a hero was about to fall here. The small sun exploded with a thunderous crash. The extreme heat turned the sky hazy, scattering clouds in the distance. It seemed intent on incinerating all creation, its power terrifying and awe-inspiring. Even the 2 marquises on the other battlefield felt a strong sense of threat. The explosion lingered for a long time. Firewolf Marquis sighed, unable to investigate the outcome of the explosion. With the rebels annihilated and the 3-headed flame dragon sacrificed, he couldn't take the elf saintess away under Bingyu Marquis' watchful eye, so he had to retreat. Whoosh! Firewolf Marquis transformed into a streak of light and vanished. Bingyu, this time you win. Bingyu Marquis did not pursue. The situation was still unstable, and he dared not chase too far. He looked towards the center of the explosion as the flames dissipated and the sky gradually cleared. Amid the smoke, he saw a water-blue orb. The next moment, Bingyu Marquis' eyes widened. He saw it. The person emerged from the orb, enveloped in a gentle, moonlight glow, completely unharmed. Even his hair was untouched. Su Xian emerged from the swirling dust, clutching a water-blue jade pendant in his hand. Though the pendant's color was dull, its energy fluctuations remained potent. Bingyu Ho hurried over, clasping his hands in gratitude. Su Xian returned the gesture nonchalantly, modestly saying it was merely self-preservation. Bingyu Ho insisted on recommending him for an award and inquired about his name. An unranked wanderer, Su Xian, he replied openly, thinking any reward could be given to his apprentice. Bingyu Ho was taken aback. secretly marveling at Su Xian's extraordinary skills and deep background. He left his contact information in an official tone before quickly going to repair the spaceship. Back in the passenger cabin, the elves gathered around to express their gratitude. Su Xian apologized to Yatana and the others for not being able to save Lucas. Yatana, with tears in her eyes, thanked him and said they would hold a ceremony for Lucas later. After the elves left, Zhangmu excitedly praised his master's heroic demeanor. Xian Yuan Qingqing hesitantly asked Su Xian to test his electric shock technique on her. Su Xian was surprised but agreed when he saw her determination. As the electricity coursed through her body, Xian Yuan Qingqing felt both pain and pleasure. 5 minutes later, she was resolute in her desire to purchase this secret technique, even offering to exchange it for a marquee-level secret. Family heirloom, not for sale, Su Xian replied, skillfully maintaining his stance. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. Do you really think I lack those things? Are you suggesting I become your master? Xian Yuanqing was taken aback, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Su Xian simply smiled without speaking, his gaze filled with a deeper meaning. Qingqing looked at Su Xian, her mind in turmoil. She had to admit, this man truly had the capability to be her teacher. Within just one day, he had repeatedly shattered her understanding, showcasing unprecedented talent. Though not in alchemy, his prowess in other areas was undeniable. Qingqing was never one to admit defeat, but Su Xian's performance today left her thoroughly impressed. Taking a deep breath, she made up her mind and solemnly knelt down. Teacher, please accept my respects. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. Good. Since you are now my disciple, I will bestow upon you the secret art of lightning therapy. He reached out and lightly tapped Qingqing's forehead. Practitioners above a certain level could impart skills through spiritual imprints, far more effective than scrolls or verbal instruction. Thank you, teacher, for the teaching, Qingqing said respectfully, quickly adapting to her new role as a disciple. Su Xian pointed to Zhangmu beside him. Zhangmu is my senior disciple, and your senior brother? Qingqing pursed her lips and reluctantly said, Greetings, senior brother. Just moments ago, she had called him a pesky little brother, and now he was her senior brother. The sudden change was quite embarrassing. Su Xian gave a knowing smile. You also have a second senior sister, who is currently attending elementary school in Dinghai City. I'll take you to meet her when we have time. Elementary school? Qingqing's expression turned colorful in an instant. She was a senior at Longdu Academy, and now she had to acknowledge an elementary school student as her senior sister? How was she supposed to say that out loud? Zhangmu chuckled warmly. Sister Qingqing, don't worry about it. Little Li is quite adorable. Oh. Xian Yuanqing was nearly at her wit's end. She quietly went to the deck and started drawing circles, though it was unclear who she intended to curse. Evening fell as the spaceship arrived in Longdu. Su Xian stood on the deck of the spaceship, taking in the breathtaking view of Longdu City. Skyscrapers pierced the clouds, while the streets and alleys shimmered with advanced holographic technology. Alchemical automatons and intelligent robots moved seamlessly through the city, enhancing its efficiency and bustling charm. After the spaceship landed, Su Xian quietly left the airport with his two disciples. They opted for regular ground transportation, with Zhangmu gazing wide-eyed at the unfamiliar metropolis, marveling at the stark contrast between Longdu and Qingzhou City. Upon reaching Longdu Academy, Xian Yuanqing received a warm welcome from numerous students. Su Xian was surprised to find his enthusiastic alchemy disciple so popular. The trio made their way to the admissions office. Xian Yuanqing pushed open the door and introduced Su Xian and Zhangmu to her father, Xian Yuandali, who was practicing martial arts. Although a bit surprised, Xian Yuandali warmly invited Su Xian to stay and study martial arts. In the training room, Xian Yuandali demonstrated the 7 basic martial arts forms taught in the national education curriculum. Su Xian had Zhangmu perform the soaring young eagle form, and Xian Yuandali immediately noticed its shortcomings. When Su Xian demonstrated the form himself, his every move seemed to harmonize with the universe, mesmerizing Xian Yuandali. The second demonstration left Xian Yuandali completely in awe, recalling his daughter's remark this Su Xian was no ordinary person. He was an extraordinary genius. Su Xian had already perfected the soaring young eagle technique on his first attempt. With his energy surging, Su Xian demonstrated each move, capturing the essence of the soaring young eagle. During his second practice, he simplified the complex moves to their core elements. This return to simplicity impressed Xian Yuandali. Su Xian not only perfectly illustrated the points he had just made, but also made subtle improvements, which, though not flawless, were thought-provoking. Mastering it on the first try, and performing it effortlessly on the second, Xian Yuandali thought to himself, if this isn't a prodigy, what is? He couldn't help but feel proud of his daughter's judgment. Su Xian was just beginning to show his potential, and his future achievements seemed limitless. After finishing the practice, Su Xian sat down and humbly asked, Brother Xian Yuan, was this helpful? Impressive. Xian Yuandali gave a thumbs up, sincerely praising him. I've never been impressed by anyone in my life, not even the principal, but you? Su Xian smiled and said, you're too kind. He knew well that this keen insight came from his embryonic chaos body, giving him extraordinary sensitivity to all things. Moreover, the soaring young eagle was tailor-made for him, so with a bit of practice, he could make targeted improvements. Excitedly, Xian Yuandali said, with your help, we'll develop the 8th set of physical exercises suitable for all primary and secondary school students nationwide within a month. Students across the country should thank you. Su Xian quickly waved his hand. Please don't mention me, or I might get blamed every day. The two exchanged a knowing smile. As they chatted, Su Xian's communicator rang. Mr. Su, this is Sun Bingyu from the Heroes Association. The compensation and rewards you applied for have been issued and are ready for collection at the headquarters. All right, thank you. No need to thank us. It's our duty. After ending the call, Xian Yuandali asked, was that a notice from the Heroes Association? I heard from Qingqing about what happened on the spaceship. You're really something, taking out a rebel squad and slaying 3 flame dragons. Su Xian humbly replied, it was mainly thanks to the elf Luca fighting desperately. I just seized the opportunity. By the way, have you undergone professional verification? Xian Yuandali suddenly inquired. No, Su Xian answered. Do unaffiliated individuals need verification? Xian Yuandali explained. According to the laws of the Dragon Nation, all citizens must complete official profession verification before the age of 30 and undergo re-verification every 5 years. Failure to comply might lead to being suspected as rebels. The benefit is that the government provides cultivation resources according to one's level. It's mainly to prevent rebels from hiding and maintain social order. Su Xian nodded in understanding and asked, can I avoid verifying as an unaffiliated individual? Xian Yuandali was momentarily surprised. Of course, but since you've reached the star realm, you must choose an advanced profession: warrior soul, berserker, summoner, elemental mage, martial artist, gunner, and so on. Is it really possible to choose any? Su Xian asked seriously. Pick anyone, as long as it passes verification, Su Xian explained. I mean, can I verify all the advanced professions? Xian Yuandali's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother, you're an unaffiliated individual, not a jack of all trades. The two exchanged a long look before Xian Yuandali realized Su Xian wasn't joking. He said helplessly, that's a tough question. But I know that the strongest Kingter warrior in history practiced only 3 professions, and they were related. He was hailed as the world's greatest genius, yet never reached the demigod threshold. Had he specialized in one, perhaps our Dragon Nation would have had another demigod. Do you understand what I mean? Su Xian nodded thoughtfully, interpreting it as a suggestion to train hard, but also to take on several talented disciples. As long as they excelled, there would be no obstacle he couldn't overcome. Then I'll head to the Heroes Association, Su Xian said, bidding farewell to Xian Yuandali and leaving the training room. 10 minutes later, Su Xian arrived at the Heroes Association headquarters. In the prime location of Longdu City, the association occupied the best area, even larger than Longdu Academy. The main gate stretched hundreds of meters, flanked by massive statues of a man and a woman, representing the association's 2 demigod founders. Su Xian clasped his hands in respect, bowing slightly. Passing through the gate, he headed straight for the composite office, where both the rewards and compensation collection and profession verification were located precisely his destination. Su Xian walked steadily through the intricate maze of buildings at the Hero Association's headquarters. His eyes scanned his surroundings, committing each corner and intersection to memory. Upon reaching the main office, he took out his communicator and skillfully dialed Bing Yuho's number. Mr. Su, I am Xiaoli, assistant to Lord Bing Yuho. A young woman approached him with a smile. Please follow me. Xiaoli led Su Xian to the rewards collection area on the 7th floor, enthusiastically explaining, the association is grateful for your contributions and would like to present you with an epic-grade weapon and a marquee-level skill technique. Alternatively, you can exchange them for an equivalent amount of contribution points and shop freely in our store. Su Xian nodded in appreciation and opened the holographic smart panel to browse the items. He exchanged the gifts for 50,000 contribution points, his gaze moving over the array of goods. Eventually, he selected a Tianhe-level summoning scroll, a mid-level spirit pet contract, and 2 high-grade combat puppet blind boxes. Xiaoli arranged for the items to be delivered, and Su Xian carefully inspected them before putting them away. He turned to Xiaoli. I also need to undergo profession verification. What profession would you like to certify? Xiaoli asked, maintaining her professional smile. All professions, Su Xian replied calmly. Xiaoli's pupils slightly contracted, but she quickly regained her composure. Without further comment, she led Su Xian to the advanced profession certification area. Su Xian filled out the information on the customer computer, his eyes scanning the numerous profession options displayed on the screen. Warrior, archer, mage, fighter. Each basic profession offered countless advanced specialization paths. Warriors could advance to become battle souls, berserkers, formation warriors, or azuras. Archers could specialize as precision archers, wandering gunmen, gunpowder experts, mechanics, or ammunition experts. Mages could become battle mages, elementalists, summoners, blood mages, dimensional walkers, or healers. Fighters could advance as chi masters, judo experts, or sanda fighters, among others. Each advanced career has its own focus, following distinct paths. Once you embark on the journey of an advanced career, there's almost no turning back. Su Xian scanned the computer screen, frowning slightly. The screen displayed detailed information about various advanced careers, each accompanied by its own unique set of skills. His gaze paused on the words Fengho Realm, and he pondered that this realm not only grants a domain but also allows for awakening, unlocking extraordinarily powerful ultimate skills. As Su Xian continued to browse, he learned that this career system was forged by the pioneers of Blue Star through countless sacrifices. Besides the standard careers, there were many special ones, such as warriors and celestial masters from Longhua, ninjas and onmyoji from Yinghua, and psychics from Paochai. Even the Hero Association knew little about these rare careers. Scrolling down, Su Xian noticed the four major secondary professions: alchemist, disassembler, puppet master, and enchanter. He understood that many professionals would take up a secondary profession to earn resources and support their main career. Taking a deep breath, Su Xian swiped his fingers across the touchscreen. He realized there was no select all button, so he had to manually select each career. When confirming, the staff at the administrator's computer saw the words all career certification and gave Su Xian a disdainful look, as if he were a fool unaware of his own limitations. Are you sure you want to proceed with all career certifications? The staff member asked, with a hint of disbelief in their tone. Yes, Su Xian replied decisively. The staff member sighed and explained perfunctorily, certification for up to 2 careers is free, but additional careers require extra fees. You need to pay a total of 180,000 Blue Star coins. For rare, special, and secondary career certifications, you must visit the relevant departments. This window does not handle them. Without hesitation, Su Xian pulled out a Blue Star coin card and completed the payment with ease. To him, spending 180,000 Blue Star coins for 18 sets of skill systems plus 18 ultimate awakening skills was an absolute bargain. Su Xian paid the fee without a second thought. 180,000 Blue Star coins for 18 sets of skill systems and 18 ultimate awakening skills? What a deal. After paying the fees, Xiao Li led Su Xian to the professional certification hall. As Su Xian followed Xiao Li into the spacious and bright hall, he immediately sensed a familiar energy. His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, it's a secret realm. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed several entrances shimmering with strange lights, clearly leading to different secret realms. The certification staff took Su Xian's documents, and after a careful review, couldn't help but shake his head. All professions? Another self-proclaimed, peerless genius. He pointed to an entrance and explained, the key to advanced professional certification is to pass the first 3 stages of the Sky City secret realm without external help and to comprehend the transition skills. For instance, to certify as a battle soul, you must use only warrior skills and also grasp the soul light. The staff side, an all-profession certification means you not only have to master the skills of the 4 basic professions, but also comprehend 18 representative transition skills after 3 stages. Good luck. Su Xian nodded in thanks and stepped into the secret realm without hesitation. Watching his back, the staff smiled wryly. If he fails, it's fine. But if he succeeds, it's a pity. Those with the talent to certify in all professions have high potential, but unfortunately, their ambition leads them astray. Once inside the realm, Su Xian faced the unfamiliar stage with calm. Despite the many constraints, the intermediate realm posed no difficulty for him. With a flash of silver light, a finely crafted long sword appeared in his hand. He knew that swords, spears, and blades were the most representative weapons of a warrior, and he could execute any warrior skill to perfection with any weapon. The first stage was the Dragon Tower, with basic monsters like the Green Winged Dragon and the Red Winged Dragon, and the boss being the Thunder Dragon Man. Su Xian gripped his sword tightly, utilizing the warrior's basic skill, multi-slash. The sword light flickered as he slashed 3 times, swiftly approaching a few golden-ranked green-winged dragons. Before they could react, an upward slash interrupted the dragon's attempt to spew frost, while he leaped high into the air, delivering multiple slashes midair. Sword energy scattered, disrupting the support from other dragons. Finally, an aerial thrust pierced the head, ending the green-winged dragon's life. The certification staff gasped at the flawless combo. In the next moment, dots of soul light appeared on Su Xian's sword, as if it had transformed into a lightsaber. The staff's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He's already comprehended the soul light, a transition skill of the battle soul, after defeating just 1 monster. That's insane. Staring at the blue glow on his sword, Su Xian murmured, so this is soul light? Doesn't seem too difficult. The lightsaber vanished, replaced by a blade. He powered his legs, leaping high and bringing the blade down with the force of an avalanche, landing in the midst of the winged dragons. This was the warrior's heavy skill, Mountain Breaker. With one slash, the dragons scattered, two failing to dodge and dying instantly. Su Xian silently chanted, "The force is within me," channeling the mixed, intense killing intent into himself. His eyes turned blood red, and blood aura surged from him, resembling a demon bathed in blood. This was the secret of the Berserker. The staff was utterly shocked. He comprehended the Berserker's transition skill, Heart of Rage, with just one move. He watched the screen intently, afraid to miss any detail. Su Xian switched weapons again, picking up a spear. He wielded it like a storm, thrusting, stabbing, and sweeping with seamless fluidity. As steady as a mountain, without a flaw. Each strike was a piece of art, merging with nature. Gradually, a mystical spear formation formed around him, akin to a warrior's domain. This was the secret of the formation warrior. Its extreme formation. The staff clenched his fists, eyeing the communicator on the desk, ready to inform the higher-ups if Su Xian really completed the all-profession certification. Finally, Su Xian took out his fourth weapon, a heavy hammer, facing the Dragon Tower's boss, the Thunder Dragon Man. He shouted kill, gathering momentum to its peak. All his strength concentrated. His pupils turned white, and the world lost its color. In his perception, the Thunder Dragon Man was merely a ghost struggling in hell. Boom. With a single strike, the overwhelming force obliterated the Thunder Dragon Man. This was the Shura profession, blending ancient Buddhist culture, focusing on the mind and perspective of the world. Usually calm as still water, but in battle, one thought enters madness. The staff, witnessing this, immediately dialed the higher-ups. Such a person was already worthy of the entire Hero Association's attention. President Bai, I am the staff member from the Professional Certification Hall, employee number 8527. In the office, a man with graying hair received a communication. He was none other than Bai Sha, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Hero Association and a formidable power in the Fengwang realm. As the only high-level executive who openly shared his contact information with all employees, any staff member could reach out to him directly if something significant happened in the association. The staff member reported on a prodigy undergoing full professional certification and sent over a video. On the screen, Su Xian was seen inside the Dragon Tower, mastering the transition skills of 4 advanced warrior professions with 4 different weapons, seamlessly switching between them. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Sha's eyes, but he wasn't overly astonished. Historically, over 20 individuals who completed full professional certification ended up making little progress due to a lack of focus. They were enticed by vanity, wasting their prime years. Bai Sha switched to the live feed of Su Xian's challenge. Su Xian had entered the second dungeon, Puppet Gateway, where he demonstrated the advanced skills of 5 top shooter professions: the Wandering Gunman, Launcher, Mechanic, Ammunition Specialist, and Precision Archer, as he faced various professional puppets. From initial unfamiliarity to rapid proficiency, Su Xian exhibited remarkable intuition. Bai Sha realized that such a genius should not be led astray by the path of full professionalism and instantly teleported to the professional certification hall. The staff member was engrossed in watching Su Xian's challenge when suddenly a voice came from behind. Well done. Startled, he jumped from his chair, turning around with a frightened expression, forcing a smile that looked more like a grimace. Employee 8527 greets King Wuan. Duke Wuan stroked his beard with a smile. Am I really that terrifying? 8527 lowered his head in silence, though inside he was in turmoil. The name of Duke Wuan, Bai Sha, the second-rank slaughterer, struck fear across the land. His notorious reputation for merciless killing caused even the rebellious armies to tremble, and the creatures of the game continent to fear him. It was indeed puzzling that such a formidable figure had stepped back to manage the association's logistics. In the secret realm, Su Xian had already mastered the advanced skills of 5 top-tier archer professions. Upon reaching the Lord's checkpoint, he put away his guns and cannons, donned his gloves, and began to showcase his martial arts skills. Although he hadn't practiced most of these skills personally, his photographic memory allowed him to grasp them with ease. He comprehended the advanced transition skills of 3 martial artist professions: Sanda, Judo, and Qigong. Next were the magic-based professions: Battle Mage, Blood Mage, Summoner, Dimensional Walker, and Healer. Su Xian handled them with ease, casting spells and chanting incantations at lightning speed, leaving Duke Wuan dazzled. More astonishing was Su Xian's ability to simultaneously wield skills from multiple magic professions. A staff floated behind him. His left hand conjured blood seals for blood magic, while his right hand wielded blessing powers to enhance allies, seamlessly switching to healing spells to revive dying creatures. He navigated between void and reality, summoning beasts in a relentless stream. Su Xian integrated the skills of 5 magic professions, and even with just basic skills, He left Duke Wu astounded. Such talent far surpassed what he had seen during his time in the Star Realm. At that moment, alarm bells rang in Duke Wu's mind. He resolved to prevent Su Xian from pursuing the path of mastering all professions. Such a prodigy must not be allowed to go astray. Congratulations, Su Xian, on completing your advanced professional certification. You are now recognized as an advanced multidiscipline professional. The electronic announcement confirms your achievement. Su Xian slowly walked out of the secret realm. As soon as he stepped out, a wave of intense killing intent hit him. Looking up, he saw an elderly man with gray hair smiling at him from a distance. The killing intent wasn't directed at Su Xian, but was a natural aura emanating from the old man. Like a god of death emerging from the abyss, enough to instill fear with just a hint. Recognizing the senior, Su Xian respectfully cupped his hands in greeting. The old man gestured. Good lad, come over here. He pointed to a spot beside him. Sit. Su Xian walked over unhurriedly, sat down calmly, and asked with a smile, Were you waiting for me, senior? Indeed, the old man replied. I came to persuade you to abandon the idea of mastering all professions and to focus on one path seriously. Don't waste your promising future. Su Xian smiled in response. Pursuing multiple professions doesn't necessarily mean a wasted future. The old man's eyes narrowed, his tone stern. Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. Su Xian met his gaze, his smile unwavering. If we're not a little arrogant, then we're not truly young. The old man's expression turned frosty, and the killing intent around him became almost tangible, pressing in from all sides. He spoke coldly, Su Xian, do you know who I am? Su Xian replied calmly, the second executioner, King Wu Bai Sha. King Wu glared, aren't you afraid of me? Su Xian's smile widened, senior, you're one of the guardians of Longhua, slaying rebel armies and otherworldly monsters. Why should I be afraid? Besides, I know you're acting out of goodwill. However, I'm a bit stubborn at times and might not be able to follow your advice. Thank you for your concern. The two locked eyes, and King Wu saw in Su Xian's determined gaze that he couldn't change his mind. He sighed. What a pity. Before the words faded, his figure vanished. Su Xian cupped his hands towards the sky and called out, If we meet again one day, you might change your mind, senior. There was no response, but Su Xian didn't mind. He thought to himself that he must continue on the path of mastering all professions. At that moment, a staff member approached with a medal, engraved with 18 symbols representing the 18 common advanced professions. Su Xian thanked them, put the badge away, and left the Hero Association. As night fell, Su Xian was about to return to the Lengdu Academy when a system notification rang in his mind. Disciple Xian Yuan Qingqing has mastered the secrets of the electro-therapy technique and created a solar-level monster. Delighted, he quickened his pace, heading straight for Xian Yuan Qingqing's alchemy lab. Upon reaching the door, he heard the roars of a monster from inside the lab. Su Xian pushed the door open to find a monster chasing Xian Yuan Qingqing, who looked disheveled and covered in grime. Just as he was about to help, Xian Yuan Qingqing suddenly roared, injected herself with an unknown potion, and applied the electrotherapy technique on herself. In an instant, her aura began to rise, advancing from the silver moon realm to the solar realm. Su Xian was secretly amazed at her audacity. The once delicate girl now had bulging muscles in her arms and thick legs, though her face remained relatively unchanged. Xian Yuan Qingqing punched the monster's head, knocking it to the ground. She straddled the creature, lightning crackling in her hands, pounding it furiously while shouting, This will teach you to disobey. I'll shock you to death. 5 minutes later, the monster lay motionless. Xian Yuan Qingqing reverted to her delicate appearance. Su Xian cleared his throat, pulling her out of her experimental trance. Teacher, Xian Yuan Qingqing finally noticed Su Xian, her cheeks flushing red. Suppressing his laughter, Su Xian praised, You've learned well. Keep it up. Come here. I have something good for you. Xian Yuan Qingqing immediately ran over, her face still smeared with alchemical grime, but her bright eyes twinkling. Suddenly remembering something, she dashed back to the lab table, picked up a self-made gift box and smiled, Teacher, I have a gift for you too. Su Xian accepted the gift box without opening it immediately, and instead, he took out the gift he intended to give Xian Yuan Qingqing. Intermediate Spirit Beast Scroll? High-level Combat Puppet Blind Box? Xian Yuan Qing was momentarily stunned before falling into Su Xian's embrace. Her dirt-covered face smudged his black robes as she whimpered, Being your disciple is such a blessing. Su Xian gave a helpless smile and gently patted her back. The system notification chimed in, announcing the reward from the critical hit return. Su Xian silently marveled at the system's mechanics, savoring the joy of a tenfold lottery win. Xian Yuanqing looked at him with excitement, licking her lips. Master, could you help me activate the scroll? I'm just short of a subject for my experiment. Su Xian frowned and cautioned. Qingqing, don't be reckless. A spirit beast is bound to its master. If it gets hurt, so will you. Xian Yuanqing replied earnestly, "It's okay. I can use myself as the test subject first." Su Xian was at a loss for words, but couldn't entirely dismiss her capabilities. Over time, Xian Yuanqing had never had a major alchemical accident, proving she had a considerable grasp on her experiments. Xian Yuanqing bit her finger and let the blood drip onto the scroll. Su Xian began to guide her, his mind entering a wondrous world. Countless streams of light intertwined and flew, with orange being the fastest and white the slowest. He intended to guide his disciple to catch the orange light, but Xian Yuanqing couldn't keep up and ultimately caught the next best, the purple light. The scroll burned away, and a spatial vortex appeared. The purple light shot out and landed in Xian Yuanqing's arms. It was a small, plump creature with a green cap on its head, tendril-like limbs, and an enchanting fragrance. It turned out to be a rare plant-type spirit beast. As she gazed at the plump, white plant-based spirit pet in her arms, Xian Yuanqing found herself unable to recognize it. Su Xian was also deep in thought. He had never seen this species before. The little creature resembled a ginseng root and emitted a strong spiritual aura. Xian Yuanqing took out her communicator to take a picture, but it couldn't identify the creature. Even Tianyin Encyclopedia failed to recognize it, proving that it was a new species appearing on Blue Star for the first time. Judging by its aura, the little ginseng seemed to be at the starfall level, but its growth potential was unknown. Strangely, it appeared to have no combat abilities, as weak as a bronze rank. Su Xian sighed. Since it has no combat power, it can only be used as a tonic. No sooner had he spoken than the little ginseng let out a strange cry and offered them 2 small pieces of itself. A fragrant aroma filled the air. After consuming the pieces, a warm current spread through their bodies, dispelling fatigue and rapidly restoring their vitality. Xian Yuanqing was both amused and exasperated. Is this little guy really just a tonic? Su Xian shared her bewilderment. Let's just consider it a renewable life potion. Xian Yuanqing patted the little ginseng. From now on, you'll be our personal tonic. The little ginseng chirped, seemingly displeased. Ignoring its protest, she stored it in her spirit pet space and took out 2 high-level combat doll blind boxes. Unfortunately, luck was not on her side. Both dolls were of the starfall level and useless. Blind boxes really are a scam, Xian Yuanqing complained. Su Xian chuckled silently, thinking if his 20 blind boxes all turned out to be starfall level, he'd curse the hero mall for being so unscrupulous. I have something for you, Su Xian said, handing her a vial of potion. Drink it. Xian Yuanqing downed it in one gulp, puzzled. Teacher, what is this? It doesn't taste very good. A marrow-cleansing potion of the highest purity, Su Xian replied calmly. You're kidding me. Xian Yuanqing began, but her words were cut off as an intense itch spread across her body, as if something was about to erupt. She hurriedly tore off her lab coat and dashed into the bathroom. Moments later, sounds of both pain and relief emanated from the room. Su Xian waited patiently outside, opening his student's gift. Inside were an array of colorful potions with peculiar names. He picked up one labeled hair growth potion and couldn't help but touch his own head. Another read revitalized with tiger and wolf strength, leaving Su Xian thoroughly puzzled. The other potion names were even stranger, like double ascend to the sky and can't see me he. Realizing his student was quite unconventional, Su Xian nonetheless accepted the potions as a token of goodwill and stored them in his ring. Hours later, Xian Yuanqing emerged from the bathroom. Cleaned of impurities, she appeared more delicate and lively, her skin fairer. If she didn't speak or show her figure, she could pass as a beautiful young girl. Su Xian activated his mentor's eye, and data appeared. Bone value 110, comprehension value 130, temperament value 91. Her bone and comprehension values had increased by 10 and 7 points respectively, while her temperament remained unchanged. The effect was slightly inferior to Zhang Mu and Shaoli, indicating that Xian Yuanqing had undergone marrow cleansing before, limiting her innate potential compared to Li Shaoli. However, considering her lack of combat prowess, this was a decent outcome. A system notification sounded. Assisted disciple with marrow cleansing, triggered 2000x critical return, chaos body prototype evolution increased by 2, gained poison immunity. Su Xian was pleased, surprised that the return could aid the evolution of the chaos body prototype. However, the progress was slow. A 2000x return only yielded a 2 increase, meaning even after using the remaining 3 times, it would only reach 30, which was quite challenging. Teacher, did you really give me a top purity marrow cleansing potion? Xian Yuanqing was incredulous. Even if I gave you my dad's entire pension, I couldn't repay you. Su Xian replied calmly, all my disciples receive one. You won't be an exception. Don't feel burdened, nor is repayment necessary. Your diligent cultivation is the best reward for me. Deeply moved by his kindness, Xian Yuanqing resolved to train hard and become the greatest alchemist in the dual worlds to honor her teacher. Su Xian nodded, Electro-therapy method is a basic silver-level secret technique that suits you well. Master it quickly, and I'll teach you more powerful techniques. Xin Yuanqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. When you master the electro-therapy method, come find me. In your cultivation, you should learn from your senior brother. I've instructed you enough. I'm tired. You should rest early too, Xuan advised. The upgrade of the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella takes half a month. During this time, Xuan stayed at the Longdu Academy. He discussed the 8th set of national basic physical techniques with Xinyuan Dali, occasionally guided Zhang Mu in the Great Dragon technique, and exchanged insights on electrotherapy methods with Xinyuan Qingqing. On the auspicious day, Su Xian opened 20 height-ear combat puppet blind boxes one by one. The results were impressive: 3 Tianhe level, 4 Euro level, 6 Silver Moon level, and 7 Star level puppets. This far exceeded the probabilities of the Hero Mall, marking an extraordinary stroke of luck. Just 2 Tianhe level puppets alone were worth 100,000 contribution points, greatly benefiting Su Xian. Unfortunately, combat puppets only go up to the Tianhe level. No one has been able to create a Fenghao level puppet. The Fenghe realm is the first threshold for professionals, and even in a talent-rich place like Longdu Academy, few can surpass it. Su Xian still lacked the means to contend with Fenghao level opponents. Aside from the jade pendant gifted by Shui Weihou, he had almost no external items to interfere with the Fenghe realm. He also had 2 high-level pet scrolls, but given his current state, he doubted he could summon anything worthwhile and decided to save them for the future. On the 13th day of the Umbrella's upgrade, the elf saintess Yatana invited Su Xian to the Red Moon Tavern. With nothing else to do, Su Xian accepted the invitation, intrigued by the elves and eager to learn more about the mysterious tavern owner. The Red Moon Tavern was expansive, covering about a third of the Longdu Academy's area. Amidst the skyscrapers of downtown Longdu, its unique single-story building showcased considerable wealth. Yatana awaited him at the entrance, dressed in a red cheongsam and wearing makeup, a departure from her usual light attire. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly appraised Su Xian. Su Xian, do I look good today? Yatana asked with anticipation. Su Xian almost laughed out loud. Yatana's features were already exquisite, her aura ethereal, but the clumsy makeup masked her natural beauty, making her appear somewhat comical. No, you don't, Su Xian replied bluntly. Yatana was momentarily disheartened but quickly regained her composure, appreciating Su Xian's honesty even more. They entered the tavern and proceeded to a private room in the back. Upon entering, they were greeted by wooden stools and tables adorned with various plant decorations, and at the far end, an enormous leaf bed. Su Xian was taken aback but quickly calmed himself, reminding himself it might just be an elven custom. Yatana eagerly poured Su Xian a drink. This is a new wine our elf tribe has developed, called Eternal Glimpse. Give it a try. Su Xian took a sip. The aroma is rich and the alcohol dances on the taste buds, swirling elegantly on the tongue. Su Xian took a small sip, letting the liquor blossom in his mouth with a lingering aftertaste. He couldn't help but praise. The elves' brewing skills truly live up to their reputation. Yatana's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she poured another glass. This is longing for autumn waters. Give it a try. Su Xian savored it and nodded. It's very good as well. Yatana, in high spirits, brought out a third type of wine, Soulmate's Essence. You must try this. She watched Su Xian intently, though she didn't drink a drop herself. Seeing his interest, she softly began to sing an ancient elven ballad, gracefully dancing. As the bottles on the table gradually emptied, Su Xian's cheeks took on a slight blush. Yatana picked up the last bottle, her expression solemn. This is Sacred Moonlight. You've probably heard of it. Su Xian was taken aback. It was the most precious brew at the Red Moon Tavern, worth a fortune. He quickly declined. Yatana, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. But Yatana insisted. No, Su Xian, you must drink it, because this might be the last time we meet. In a few days, I will be heading to the city of Dinghai. I have to return through the world portal. Perhaps, I may never come back. Go back? Su Xian was taken aback, and Yatana's words suddenly cast a heavy atmosphere over the room. Su Xian furrowed his brows, gazing into Yatana's deep blue eyes. The elven girl nodded gently and explained. What you call the game world, we call Lauren Star. It's my homeland, the sacred place of the elves. Her voice carried a hint of worry. There's been a disturbance in the eternal forest, and I must return to fulfill my duty. Su Xian understood at once. No wonder Yatana was so elaborately dressed today. He didn't pry into the internal matters of the elves, just nodded silently. Yatana handed him a glass of sacred moonlight wine, almost pleading, drink it. It's my last gift to you. Su Xian drank it in one go. To him, the rare sacred moonlight was just a nice addition. He discreetly took out a jade vial from his storage space and added 3 drops of his blood. Here, he said, handing it to her, only mentioning it was an antidote, without mentioning the blood. Yatana carefully stored it away, tears shimmering in her eyes. Su Xian, I truly hope we meet again. I will never forget you. We will meet again. Su Xian sighed inwardly. Yatana was innocent and charming, polite and considerate, but this was as far as it could go. They shared a gentle embrace and then parted ways. Just as he left the Red Moon Tavern, Su Xian received a communication from Xian Yuan Dali. Brother Su, are you heading back to Dinghai City? Xian Yuan Dali's voice was urgent. Yes, why? Su Xian asked, feeling a bit puzzled. Come back first, we'll talk when we meet. Xian Yuan Dali replied mysteriously. Su Xian's expression grew serious as he hurried to the academy. Xian Yuan Dali pulled him into the training room, locked the door, and activated the defense mode. What's going on? Su Xian inquired. Xian Yuan Dali lowered his voice. The Sky Eye system detected that a world portal near Dinghai City will open within 7 days. Moreover, there are 4 Marquis-level monsters trying to sneak into Blue Star. 4. Su Xian exclaimed. What are these monsters up to? And how did you get this information? Xian Yuan Dali grinned. Even in the game world, we've turned some monsters to our side. It all depends on who does their espionage better. Su Xian realized, given the diverse races in the game world, it was actually easier to turn some to their cause. He pondered. For Marquis-level monsters, this will be a tough battle. Xian Yuan Dali advised, Brother Su, are you sure you want to return to Dinghai City? Once you do, you'll definitely be asked to join the World Boss Assault. I have a feeling that this is not simple. There might be a major crisis. Su Xian, however, smiled. Of course, I have to go back. It's the perfect chance to see what a World Boss Assault is like. Xian Yuan Dali sighed and patted Su Xian's shoulder. Then I'll be waiting for you in Lengdu to have a drink when you come back. If you don't make it, I'll have every school kid in the country draw circles to curse you every day. Su Xian chuckled bitterly. Do you have to be so ruthless? Xian Yuan Dali laughed heartily. Honestly, I look forward to seeing you break records, becoming the first ever all-class practitioner to reach the Silver Moon realm in history. Teacher, the 1000 Transformations umbrella has been upgraded. As soon as 2 weeks had passed, Xinyuan Qingqing delivered the now epic quality 1000 Transformations umbrella to Su Xian. The bronze-colored umbrella bore a deep purple pattern that emitted a faint glow, highlighting its exceptional quality. Su Xian clasped his hands in gratitude and said, Thank you, Brother Xinyuan. He was well aware of the significant favors Xinyuan Dali had called in for this, and he valued their friendship even more. Xinyuan Dali laughed heartily and patted Su Xian on the shoulder. No need to be so formal, Brother Su. Come visit Lengdu whenever you have time. Definitely, Su Xian replied. Teacher, let's go. Xinyuan Qingqing said excitedly. Xinyuan Dali was taken aback. Hold on, what are you doing joining the trip to Dinghai City with Su? I'm going too. Isn't it normal for a disciple to follow their teacher for experience? Xinyuan Qingqing pouted, secretly planning to collect alchemy materials at the World Passage. That's nonsense. You're not allowed to go, Xinyuan Dali said sternly. The World Passage is too dangerous. With teacher there, there's nothing to worry about, Xinyuan Qingqing insisted confidently. Xinyuan Dali was left speechless. He wanted to point out that Su Xian was only at the Stardust Realm, but on second thought, this particular Stardust Realm cultivator seemed quite extraordinary. All right, Dad, don't worry, Xinyuan Qingqing reassured him. I'll be careful and follow teacher's instructions. Xinyuan Dali sighed. If only you showed me half the respect you show your teacher. Don't make fun of me in front of the teacher, Xinyuan Qingqing huffed. The 3 of them, along with Zhang Mu, arrived at Lengdu Airport, where Xinyuan Dali saw them off on a spaceship heading to Dinghai City. On board, Xinyuan Qingqing explained the rules of the World Boss Raid to Su Xian. After listening, Su Xian marveled at the power gap between Blue Star and the game world but promised to help nurture Xinyuan Qingqing's skills. 4 hours later, the spaceship arrived at Dinghai City Airport. Outside the airport, a little girl was peeking around until she finally spotted Su Xian. Teacher, Brother Mu. Li Xiaoli exclaimed with excitement and leaped into Su Xian's arms like an octopus. You finally came to see me. I'm at the peak of the Bronze Realm now. Good job. Su Xian praised, setting Li Xiaoli down and introducing his 2 disciples to each other. Xinyuan Qingqing awkwardly greeted her senior sister, who was significantly shorter than her. Su Xian asked, Xiaoli, did you come here alone? I came with the caretaker, Li Xiaoli said, pointing to a middle-aged man not far away. Su Xian inquired further, Where's your mother? He recalled the jade pendant and the favors mentioned in Shui Weiho's letter, sighing to himself, when will these debts of gratitude ever end? The day my mom took me back to the capital, she went off on a mission. Li Xiaoli pouted as she spoke. Su Xian furrowed his brow, pondering silently. The World Passage hasn't opened yet, so what mission could Shui Weiho be undertaking that leaves Xiaoli alone at home for over a month? Considering the recent movements of the Elven tribe and the information revealed by Xinyuan Dali, it seems the situation is far from simple. Led by Li Xiaoli, the group temporarily stayed at Shui Weiho's residence. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu headed off on his own to enroll at Dinghai University. Xinyuan Qingqing, worried, asked, "Teacher, should I go to the guild to find a team?" Su Xian waved his hand, indicating there was no rush. He decided to take this opportunity to coach Xiaoli in practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique. "Xiaoli, come here," Su Xian said, holding up a shield. "Let's see how much you've improved." Li Xiaoli gripped the enormous hammer, which was taller than she was, gathered her strength, and swung it with force. Hammer. 80. The hammerhead struck the shield heavily, making Su Xian's arm tingle slightly. Su Xian nodded in approval, acknowledging that Xiaoli's understanding of the hammer 80 was nearly perfect. Again, Su Xian encouraged with a smile. Li Xiaoli spun and swung the hammer again. Though her strength was less, she skillfully used the hammerhead to leverage the handle, reducing the strain. The second and third swings followed in quick succession, each more powerful than the last. By the eighth swing, Su Xian's arm began to ache slightly. Of course, Su Xian was deliberately cushioning the blows for his disciple. In a real battle, an opponent would never allow such a leisurely buildup of power. By the 11th swing, Li Xiaoli had reached her limit. She gritted her teeth, her small face flushed, and her arm muscles taut with effort. This had surpassed her previous limits. Bang! The 11th swing landed, and Su Xian pretended to stagger back a step. Li Xiaoli wanted to swing again but was too exhausted and had to stop. A system notification sounded. Your disciple Li Xiaoli has made a breakthrough in the chaotic wind hammer technique. Congratulations, you have received a 500x critical return, enhancing your chaotic wind hammer technique. Not bad, Su Xian praised. Keep it up. Once you reach the starry realm, I'll have a special gift for you. Yay! Li Xiaoli cheered excitedly. The mentor and disciple trained throughout the morning. By noon, Xinyuan Qingqing returned from the guild with 3 teammates, Xiaqing, Yin Yuer, and Zhenlang. The trio focused their gaze on Su Xian, curious about who this person, who didn't quite look like a healer, was. Su Xian stepped forward with a smile, his epic-level gear dazzlingly bright, nearly blinding the 3. Xinyuan Qingqing introduced him with a chuckle. This is my teacher, Su Xian, at the peak of the starry realm, and his profession is, a healer mage, ensuring everyone's buffs are maxed out. Yin Yuer and the others nodded repeatedly. A healer at the starry realm with a full set of epic gear, truly a gem among high-level professions. In this era of war, becoming a powerful healer is more challenging and valuable than possessing mere combat prowess. In times of conflict, everyone aims to have formidable combat power rather than being support for others. Coupled with physical limitations, the healer profession is extremely rare. Even healers at the starry realm have numerous opportunities to join teams willing to include them. Why did Xinyuan Qingqing call Su Xian teacher? They couldn't quite understand it. Perhaps he was a teacher in some other aspect. Since they were all just acquaintances who had formed a temporary team, it wasn't appropriate to ask too many questions. Yin Yuer suggested, Old Su, can you show us the types of enhancements you're good at? Getting familiar with them will help us plan our tactics better. Su Xian nodded with a smile. Of course, I know a bit about various enhancements. Which one would you like to try? How about a speed boost? Yin Yuer, as a gunner, had sufficient firepower but was slow-moving, making a speed boost most desirable. Su Xian took out his 1000 transformations umbrella, which morphed into a staff. A thunder dragon danced in his palm as he lightly commanded, Go! The thunder dragon swiftly entered Yin Yuer's body. Yin Yuer blushed slightly, her body instantly felt lighter, and her legs were itching to move. She took a few light steps, clearly moving much faster. Xiaqing asked curiously, How does it feel, little fish? It feels not right, it's really fast. Yin Yuer stammered, feeling refreshed all over. Old Su, me too. Xiaqing was eager. Give me a strength boost. Su Xian tapped his staff again, and a dense cluster of lightning merged into Xiaqing. This electric therapy not only enhanced abilities, but also cleared dead cells and viruses. My strength has really increased. Xiaqing excitedly waved his hands. My old injuries are healed, and I feel like I could take on 10 monsters. Su Xian chuckled. What a waste not to go into marketing. Zhenlang looked on with a hesitant expression, like someone curious yet unsure. I think I'll pass. The 5 of them reached a consensus, agreeing on a meeting place once the world channel opened. Once they reported to the Hero Association, they could join the main force and enter the large channel. Here's to our success in battle. May we find so much treasure that our hands ache from picking it up. May we earn contribution points that we can't even use up. 3 days later, Su Xian was lounging on a chair, humming a little tune. Behind him, Xinyuan Qingqing gently massaged his shoulders, while Xiaoli diligently pounded his legs from the front. Meanwhile, Zhang Mu was intently preparing bamboo tube rice nearby. Su Xian was savoring this moment of leisure until the sudden tremor of the sky interrupted him. Dark clouds gathered, lightning intertwined, and a massive black fissure tore through the sky. A terrifying aura spread, casting a pall over the entire Dinghai King city. Su Xian rose with a serious expression and instructed Zhang Mu and Xiaoli to stay behind, then set off with Xinyuan Qingqing to the rendezvous point. Upon arrival, the main official forces had already boarded the transport ships, preparing to enter the world portal. The small squads quickly assembled, with a total of 1,300 teams ready to set off. Xia Qing pointed to the gradually forming portal in the distance, and a tinge of unease crept into everyone's hearts. Nu Tianho, Shuetianu, stood atop the transport ship and delivered an impassioned declaration of departure. The mighty army surged towards the portal, while the city's people bid them farewell with tears in their eyes. As the world portal fully formed, the official army charged in first, with the small squads following closely behind. Upon entering the portal, chaotic energy surged around them. Yet Su Xian noticed that the starlight within him grew even more brilliant, hinting at the emergence of a new power. Looking ahead, he saw countless monsters pouring in from the other side of the portal, far outnumbering the forces from Blue Planet. Nu Tianho commanded the capture of the core base, and the main forces rushed towards the energy breach. Su Xian led his team, aiming to secure 3 smaller outposts. Along the way, they encountered a monster squad, both sides evidently targeting the same outpost. Xiaqing go, Su Xian commanded, as he waved his staff and chanted spells. Su Xian's staff traced an elegant arc through the air, his incantations flowing smoothly like a stream. Blessing of life, tricolor holy light, wind magic, blessing of light, blessing of strength. A dozen beams of light shot towards Xiaqing like meteors. Xiaqing looked bewildered, and Yin Yuer and Zhenlang were equally stunned. This is unbelievable. Zhenlang couldn't help but comment, doesn't a healer need time to chant? At this speed, what kind of healer are you? Yin Yuer said with a hint of complaint, Old Su, why didn't you tell us you were this skilled? I was worried for nothing. Su Xian looked innocent. I did say that I had a little understanding of all blessing spells. This is what you call a little? Yin Yuer was so exasperated she wanted to hit him. I can't even fire my cannon as fast as you cast spells. Zhenlang gave a thumbs up. Old Su, can your mental strength keep up? Give me a dozen blessings too. I'm going to tear through these beasts today. Su Xian smiled. Of course, you'll feel refreshed. He waved his staff again, sending another dozen blessings into Zhenlang and Yin Yuer. The opposing monster squad was dumbfounded. Xiaqing led the charge at the front, while Zhenlang flanked them, targeting the main output of the monster squad. Yin Yuer positioned herself in the center, rolling up her sleeves and muscles bulging as she held a massive energy cannon. Xinyuan Qingqing stood calmly in front of Su Xian, listening intently to her teacher's guidance. Among all 12 participants, the most anxious was the support in the monster squad. As Xiaqing and Zhenlang charged forward with a dozen blessings each, the support had only managed to cast 3 blessing spells, all focused on their main attacker. Su Xian quickly saw through their strategy. The 2 main tanks were the rock monster and the snow mountain giant, both at the sun level. The primary attacker was the headless horseman, with strength comparable to Zhenlang, but with blessings on his side, Zhenlang would surely have the upper hand. The real concern was their 3 main outputs, 2 goblin chieftains adept at throwing, and a fire elemental. Qingqing, do you see that fire elemental? Take it down, Su Xian directed. Xianyuan Qingqing shook her head. It's too far. My spells can't reach it. I'll assist you, Su Xian reassured her with a smile. You know the 2 powerful support skills of an elemental mage, right? Are you referring to the great energy conduit and energy explosion? Xianyuan Qingqing, though not deeply focused on spell practice, understood the basic theory. Just go ahead, leave the rest to me, Su Xian replied calmly. As he spoke, an energy vortex appeared in the air. This was inspired by the elves, and though he didn't know how they harnessed their energy into arrows, he found an alternative method. The intense energy fluctuations caught the attention of Xiaqing and the others. They couldn't immediately tell who was using the great energy conduit, only feeling that this teacher-student duo was overwhelmingly powerful, making the 3 sun-level opponents feel irrelevant. Go! Su Xian waved his staff, and the energy vortex transformed into a dragon, heading straight for the fire elemental in the monster squad. The dragon danced, with lightning as scales, fire as whiskers, gold as horns, wood as claws, earth as the body, and water as the tail, gathering all 5 elements. Detonated, Su Xian ordered. Xianyuan Qingqing swiftly chanted, and formed a spell seal. The dragon reached the maximum range of her spell, just in time to attack the snow mountain giant and rock monster engaged with Xiaqing. Boom! The dragon roared and exploded. The outer layer of the snow mountain giant and rock monster was blasted open, significantly reducing their defense. The dragon head, imbued with the 5 elements, flew towards the fire elemental. Use elemental ignition, Su Xian commanded again. Xianyuan Qingqing quickly cast this basic skill. Boom! The dragon head reached the fire elemental, triggering elemental ignition, instantly detonating the 5 elements. The chaotic elemental energy engulfed the fire elemental. The entire sequence of spells was flawlessly executed. Not only did it take out the opponent's main output from a distance, but it also weakened their front line. Xiaqing and the others were astounded, and Xin Yuan Qingqing was left speechless. Although it appeared as if she had done it all, she was merely following her teacher's instructions, hardly exerting any effort. Ding! A system notification sounded. Star energy surged within Su Xian, transforming into a sea of stars. The moon rose over the sea, quickly shifting from a crescent to a half-moon. The star energy gathered into a sea. The silver moon condensed, marking Su Xian's breakthrough into the silver moon realm. Teacher, did you just break through? Xin Yuan Qingqing asked, puzzled. Wasn't it me who killed the fire elemental? I absorbed its energy, yet I didn't feel much. How did you break through? While teaching you, I accidentally had an epiphany, Su Xian explained nonchalantly. Xin Yuan Qingqing was baffled. Are you serious? Most people only have a slight chance of entering an epiphany state after being taught by their teacher. But you, after teaching, didn't trigger an epiphany in your student, and instead, had one yourself? The battle rages on. 6 monsters remain alive, but the tide has turned. Xin Yuan Qingqing eliminates the main magical force of the monster squad from a distance, intimidating everyone present. The 2 goblin commanders are visibly terrified, fearing they might be the next to be struck down. Su Xian watches coldly as the fire spirit falls, and the snow giant and rock creature are injured. The monster squad's morale plummets, and in his eyes, they are now nothing more than paper tigers. Qingqing, keep going, Su Xian commands, his eyes fixed on the 2 goblin commanders. At this moment, Yin Yuer is engaged in a shootout with them, but Xiaqing's defense is tight, and the rock creature is blocking the attacks, making it hard to determine the victor. Su Xian smiles as he approaches Yin Yuer. Let me show you a cooler trick. Watch closely. Yuer, may I borrow your cannon? How do you plan to use it? Fire. Prepare a 3-round burst, loaded with oil, lightning, and flame shells. Yin Yuer questions, will it work? As a gunner, she knows the combined effects of these shells, but the oil shell alone lacks lethality, and the snow giant can easily extinguish it. Trust me, Su Xian asserts confidently. All right then. Given Su Xian and Xin Yuan Qingqing's extraordinary performances, she decides to trust this seemingly ordinary healer. 3 shells are loaded. Su Xian holds his staff, gathering wood elemental energy around him. Having advanced to the silver moon realm, he is eager to test his abilities. Element of wood. Grow wildly. As Su Xian chants, a forest rapidly sprouts behind the monster squad, forming a small woodland in an instant. He waves his staff again. Element of light. Burn with energy. Above the forest, wood and light elements intertwine and surge, transforming the energy particles in the area into a wondrous state. Yin Yuer is stunned. Old Su, I thought you were a healer? I am, Su Xian replies seriously. A healer must master light and wood elements, right? Having a self-defense technique as a healer isn't too much, is it? It's way over the top. Yin Yuer laughs. You could just sit back, but you're making me work. Enough chatter, fire away. Su Xian points to the distant goblin commanders. Yin Yuer grips the cannon and fires a 3-round burst. The oil shell flies first, but the snow giant is ensnared by vines, unable to catch it. The shell grazes its head and crashes into the forest. The lightning shell follows, igniting the highly active lightwood elements. Finally, the flame shell detonates, maximizing the explosion's impact. The 2 goblin commanders are trapped by Su Xian's wood magic, unable to escape. Even in their final moments, the monster squad realizes that the earlier skirmishes were mere child's play. The strongest opponent was the healer all along. Humans, truly deceitful, vile, disgraceful, and cunning creatures. Boom. The sky is filled with brilliant hues, elements dancing, creating a spectacular display of fireworks. Su Xian stands with his hands behind his back, nodding in satisfaction. Qingqing, wasn't that move impressive? It was awesome. Did you learn it? Learned it wrong. Learned it wrong. Xin Yuan Qingqing is bewildered. You're really willing to teach this. How am I supposed to learn it? Learn it step by step. Su Xian had only intended to test his newfound power after breaking into the Silver Moon realm, not expecting such a grand display. While others might grow a few trees, he accidentally created a forest. He realized this shouldn't become a habit. Otherwise, his teammates and disciples might expect him to do all the hard work, which wouldn't be ideal. Qingqing, go finish off those 2 goblins. Su Xian points to the nearby rubble. They're not dead yet? Xin Yuan Qingqing is surprised. Nope, Su Xian chuckles. I used some lightwood elements to keep them alive, waiting for you to finish them off. Yuer, you take care of the healer on the other side. Su Xian issues his commands. I'll team up with Xiaqing and Zhanlang to take down the Headless Horseman, Snow Giant, and Rock Monster. Yes, Master. All right, boss. Yin Yuer and Xin Yuan Qingqing follow their orders, heading to the rear. Su Xian moves toward Jinlang. Seeing Su Xian approach, Jinlang breathes a sigh of relief. Old Su, you've been hiding your skills too well. If I'd known, I wouldn't have played it safe. With you here, I could have gone all out from the start. Let's deal with the Headless Horseman first. Su Xian smiles. Remember, don't get cocky when things are going well. The squad we faced wasn't that strong. Got it. Jinlang replies, charging at the Headless Horseman once more, this time with full force. Despite lacking a head, the Headless Horseman senses Su Xian's presence and loses all will to fight, cursing itself for being duped. Meanwhile, Xinyuan Qingqing reaches the rear and effortlessly dispatches the two goblin commanders. A notification rings out. Your disciple has slain 2 silver moon-level goblins and gained substantial experience. Congratulations, you've triggered a 5,000-fold critical return, significantly advancing your realm. Su Xian feels the sea of stars within him surging, the moon on the water growing fuller, nearing its peak. A full moon signifies the pinnacle of the silver moon realm. Su Xian is taken aback. Am I about a breakthrough? How did it happen so quickly? Why did it take so long to advance from the starlight realm? Su Xian is puzzled, attributing it to his unique constitution. Perhaps this silver moon breakthrough won't be simple either. But he isn't too concerned. Whether he breaks through or not, he's stronger than others, and being strong is all that matters. He leaves cultivation and breakthroughs to his disciples and the system. His goal is to live a laid-back life. 10 minutes later, the battle concludes. The monster squad is completely annihilated. Xinyuan Qingqing gains experience and energy from 3 silver moon-level monsters, Yin Yuer from 1. Xiaqing acquires experience and energy from 1 sun-level monster, and Zhenlang from 2. Su Xian gains none. The team is touched by such a powerful and selfless ally. Encountering Su Xian is their good fortune. Old Xia, set up the defense crystal. After dealing with the monster squad, the primary task is to secure the stronghold and gather treasures in the vicinity. If they're lucky, they might stumble upon a super treasure. Xiaqing took out a defensive crystal tower from his spatial ring and placed it above the breach where chaotic energy was spilling out. The crystal tower emitted an eerie blue light, attracting the surrounding chaotic energy. Xiaqing carefully positioned it directly above the gap, and with a gentle click, the tower seamlessly fit into place. In an instant, the tower shone brightly, beginning to purify the surrounding chaotic energy. It's treasure hunting time, Xiaqing announced to the group, turning to face them. Lao Su, Qingqing, you can choose first. Su Xian nodded slightly and, after a moment of sensing, pointed northward. I'll take that direction. Qingqing, you should go to the northeast area. Xin Yuanqing obediently agreed. The other 3 quickly divided the remaining areas among themselves. Su Xian pulled out a shovel and headed straight for the area with the densest energy. With a clang, the moment the shovel hit the ground, chaotic energy burst forth like a fountain. Once it dissipated, a colorful stone was revealed. Without hesitation, Su Xian stored it in his ring and continued digging. Another clang and another burst of energy. This time, it was an unknown metal. Whoa, Lao Su, are you hacking or something? Xiaqing exclaimed in disbelief, his face full of envy. Yin Yuer's eyes twinkled. Su, could you give me some tips? I'll split whatever I find with you. Su Xian chuckled softly. Hold on. He quickly excavated all the treasures in his area with fluid movements, each shovelful yielding a find. Then he approached Yin Yuer's area and drew a few circles on the ground with his shovel. Try these spots. Following his guidance, Yin Yuer found something with every dig. Seeing this, Zhenlang and Xiaqing also sought Su Xian's advice, promising to share half of their finds. Having amassed a substantial collection, Su Xian looked at the jumble of materials in his ring and called over Xin Yuanqing. These are for you. What about you? Xin Yuanqing hesitated to accept. Take them. They're just worldly possessions, Su Xian said earnestly. I only hope you all surpass your teacher someday. Xin Yuanqing respectfully accepted, and a system notification listed numerous returned items. Su Xian was only interested in the Chaos Stone. The system also warned that his luck value had reached a critical threshold, suggesting he find a new disciple. While Su Xian pondered this, Zhenlang approached him. Su, I want to be your disciple too. Yin Yuer joked, if possible, I'd like to be your wife. Xiaqing was more straightforward. Su Dad, can I stick with you in the future? Su Xian laughed in exasperation. All right, enough with the nonsense. The treasure hunt is over, Su Xian announced, scanning the other strongholds. There are still places that need to be secured. 2 of you stay here, the rest will come with me. I'll stay behind. Xiaqing stepped forward voluntarily. I'll stay too. Su Xian looked around and made a decisive decision. As a gunner, Yin Yuer was too vulnerable in a situation where they were outnumbered, so he had to reluctantly leave her behind. Su Xian nodded and said, I'll go with Qingqing and Zhenlang to another location. Let's move out. The three of them quickly gathered their equipment and headed towards other strongholds. At this point, there were only a few unclaimed locations left, and the battle for the core points was intense. The overwhelming spells and energy blasts made the world seem to tremble. After traveling several miles, the trio finally spotted an unoccupied stronghold. Unfortunately, two monster squads had their sights set on it, as well, one with a full complement of 7 creatures, the other with 4. Xuan hesitated. Su, should we retreat? It's 3 against 11, and there's even a Tianhe-level monster. Su Xian remained calm and pulled out 2 Tianhe-level combat dolls, activating them. Now it's fair. Xuan was astonished, finally realizing the depth of Su Xian's resources. He chuckled wryly. Sorry, I was being too cautious. Let's get bold. Su Xian commanded the dolls to charge, and then instructed Xinyuan Qingqing. The rest is for you to practice. Don't use elemental spells. Just use your electric therapy to deal with that monster. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xinyuan Qingqing nodded, determined not to let her mentor's efforts go to waste. Surrounded by lightning, she charged towards the silver moon-level ice soul tiger demon. While Su Xian protected their path and kept an eye on the core battlefield, he suddenly felt a stirring in his blood. His gaze snapped to the distance, where 2 teams were locked in combat. The source of his unease was there. Gazing into the distance, Su Xian's eyes locked onto a shadowy figure. His attention was drawn to a dark elf, with cascading silver hair and dusky skin, clad in dark purple light armor, moving with agility. Despite being part of the elf race, dark elves are at odds with other elves. Known for their stealth and assassination skills, they are one of the main combat factions in the game world. Su Xian felt a familiar bloodline resonance, puzzled as to why his blood, given only to the elf tribe saintess, Yatana, would react to this dark elf. Without further thought, Su Xian quickly sprang into action. 2 spirit arrows shot through the air, taking out 2 sun-level monsters threatening Lao San. He then set up 2 Sunrealm puppet guards to ensure Lao San's safety before rushing towards the battlefield where the dark elf was. Clad in epic light armor and wind boots, Su Xian moved at a speed that even Riverrealm experts couldn't match. In the blink of an eye, he was near the battlefield. His sudden appearance put both sides on high alert. Someone from the human squad called out suspiciously, "Hey, we don't need your help here, go somewhere else." The tone was wary, clearly mistaking Su Xian for a rebel, taking advantage of the chaos. Su Xian scanned the scene, his gaze meeting the dark elf that triggered his bloodline resonance. In that moment, he realized it was Yatana in disguise. She intended to use this identity to return to the Eternal Forest. Su Xian decided to assist. Whether for personal or public reasons, he couldn't stand by and watch the elf tribe's saintess clash with humans. He grinned at the human squad. Help is free of charge. With that, his 1,000 variations umbrella transformed into a long sword, and he charged towards the dark elf squad like a flash of silver. Though still cautious, the human squad held their position, seeing Su Xian take the initiative. With a single thrust, 3 golden dragons roared out, creating an imposing force. This attack combined the great celestial dragon and fierce dragon slash, infused with chaotic energy, making it extremely lethal. The dark elf tank was severely injured, forcing 2 main attackers to confront Su Xian. His intent swift and precise, Su Xian executed the phantom sword dance, layers of sword shadows making it difficult for the dark elves to defend. Finally, with a sharp strike, both attackers fell, pierced through the heart. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the remaining dark elves attempted to retreat, but Su Xian gave them no chance. With a sweeping sword strike, he cut 1 dark elf in half. He then addressed the human squad. "Hold your ground, I'm going after them." With that, he pursued the remaining dark elves. After a short chase, Su Xian took down 2 more dark elves, deliberately leaving the last one alive as a witness for Yatana. Once he ensured Yatana's safety, Su Xian was about to leave when he noticed 3 monster squads closing in. Realizing he had crossed the central line of the passage, Su Xian decided to end this quickly. He activated the 1,000 variations umbrella into wings, using wind boots to ride the wind, fully engaging his light armor set and applying multiple speed buffs to himself. Whoosh! Su Xian became a blur, breaking through the encirclement in an instant. The monsters were left dumbfounded, unable to react as Su Xian sped away. However, 2 river-level monsters barred his path ahead. Su Xian swiftly turned, decapitating 1 monster as he continued his rapid flight. The situation grew increasingly dire, with a constant influx of monsters converging. Su Xian narrowed his eyes, lightning flickering from his pupils, gradually enveloping his entire body. If we're going to play, let's make it grand. The number of monsters surrounding them kept increasing. Su Xian's gaze was sharp as he quickly pinpointed the spot where chaotic energy was most concentrated near the blood magic array. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he dashed towards the array, landing just outside the attack range. In an instant, over 100 monsters surrounded him, blocking almost every escape route. With one hand on the ground, Su Xian channeled lightning from his palm, sending it coursing into the earth like swimming fish. The ground transformed into a surreal, light blue ocean where these fish leaped, blending danger with beauty. The sea of lightning expanded, and Su Xian sensed the chaotic energy swirling beneath, waiting patiently for the monsters to fall into his trap. Suddenly, a stirring sensation coursed through his blood. Looking up, he saw Yatana rushing back towards him. Su Xian sighed inwardly, thinking, this fool. Just when victory seemed imminent, the foolish elf was the first to jump into the net. Yatana's face was filled with sorrow, clearly mistaking Su Xian's situation as dire. Su Xian waved his hand, sending a sword aura to stop Yatana in her tracks. Tears streamed down her face as she said, how can I live on if you're in danger? If you fall in battle, I'll join you in death. Su Xian thought this was bad. The foolish elf was trying to reenact a tragic romance. With no other choice, he chanted a spell, and the wood element swiftly bound Yatana, pulling her underground and away. He even gave her a few lashes as a reluctant act of tough love. By now, over 100 monsters had fallen into the trap, with the nearest ones closing in. Su Xian withdrew his hand, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes with his hands clasped. Lightning extended from the corners of his eyes as the sea of lightning raged, transforming the fish into dragons. Lightning pillars crashed down, sealing all escape routes, turning the 10-mile radius into a sea of thunder. Just as a monster's claws were about to reach Su Xian's head, a bolt of lightning struck down, killing it instantly. Su Xian's eyes snapped open, releasing a torrent of chaotic energy. The sea of lightning surged, and lightning pillars formed a divine prison. Secret technique. Myriad thunder prison. Lightning flashed, leaving the monsters with nowhere to escape. The 10-mile thunder prison shot up to the sky, drawing everyone's attention. Both major forces on the core battlefield were startled, speculating whether a hidden marquee had made a move. Xian Yuanqing watched the familiar lightning, thinking to herself, could it be the teacher? Remembering what her senior brother had said, she couldn't help but feel excited. So cool. When I become a marquee, I must use this to strike down a king-level creature. Zhenlang leaned in and asked, Qingqing, is that lightning from Old Su? Yes, Xian Yuanqing nodded. Isn't Old Su a healer? Zhenlang looked bewildered. Wood and light elements I get. But what's with this terrifying thunder prison? Xian Yuanqing smiled. Didn't you know the teacher was pretending? A healer's job is to protect teammates, and the best way to do that is to wipe out the opposition. Zhenlang was taken aback. Makes perfect sense. I can't argue with that. I finally wanted to take a risk, but he insisted on being cautious. The more Zhenlang thought about it, the more frustrated he became. In the end, he let loose and recklessly charged past the defense tower, straight into the enemy's base. Damn! As the thunder prison gradually dissipated, Su Xian felt a surge of experience energy flow into him. However, this seemingly cataclysmic attack turned out to be less effective than when a disciple killed a small monster. Su Xian sighed inwardly, stretched his body, and his joints cracked audibly. Though he had the embryonic form of a chaos body, the intense chaotic energy still made him tingle all over. Su Xian shook his arms to disperse the lingering thunder around him, then activated his escape gear to fly back. The monsters panicked upon seeing Su Xian approaching. They huddled within the blood magic array, watching him leave with wide eyes, whispering among themselves, how is that human monster acting like nothing happened after using a forbidden spell? Shouldn't he be paralyzed? Su Xian returned safely to the human stronghold, where Xian Yuanqing bounced up to him. Teacher, was that massive thunder prison you're doing? Su Xian nodded, feigning exhaustion. Qingqing raised an eyebrow, glancing at his slightly tousled hair, secretly impressed by the effort he must have put in. After some small talk, Su Xian asked, how's your progress with the electro-therapy technique? Qingqing playfully poked his back with her finger, sending a gentle electric current through him. Su Xian sighed contentedly. In a word, satisfying. The system notification chimed. Ding! Your disciple Xian Yuanqing has mastered the electro-therapy technique. Congratulations, host. All 3 of your disciples have completed their basic skill training, taking your life plan a significant step forward. Congratulations on triggering a 9,999-fold critical hit return, and you have received the Mentor Advancement Gift Pack. Su Xian nodded slightly, and the system immediately responded. Advanced Mentor Gift Pack activated. A series of notification sounds followed, and Su Xian silently reviewed the contents of the package. Techniques, secret arts, and mental cultivation methods of various levels appeared in succession, but it was the hand of the divine mentor that caught his attention. Su Xian's eyes gleamed with interest. This skill could help disciples acquire compatible physiques, bloodlines, and innate talents, truly a miraculous ability to change one's destiny. He turned to look at Xian Yuanqing, and the mentor's eye automatically activated, displaying data. Innate talent value 110, comprehension value 130, Disposition value 91, with a 90 compatibility with the myriad poison body. Su Xian nodded slightly, deciding to set it aside for now, as the priority was to continue seizing strategic points. Alang, I'll leave this to you, Su Xian instructed simply before darting off with Xian Yuan Qingqing. The battle in the passageway had reached a fever pitch, and they targeted a point with weaker defenses. Qingqing, get ready, Su Xian whispered, feeling the silver moon on the sea of stars within him nearing completion. One more return might lead to a breakthrough. Xian Yuan Qingqing, without hesitation, charged towards the blood magic array. Su Xian shattered an energy sphere with a punch, clearing the way for his disciple. Before the two creatures could react, Xian Yuan Qingqing began chanting incantations. A fiery phoenix, trailing long flames, soared forth, while a ball of lightning gathered and exploded around the creatures. Su Xian executed a sliding kick, sending a creature flying right into the phoenix's maw. Xian Yuan Qingqing seized the opportunity to launch a large fireball, and Su Xian followed with an upward kick, sending the creature into the fireball's embrace. After a tremendous explosion, the system notification sounded. Su Xian felt the changes within him as the sea of stars surged once more, and the silver moon approached completion. Yet, the breakthrough remained elusive, and suddenly, the sea of stars dimmed, transforming into a red hue. On the sea, a second moon began to form a red moon. The crimson moon cast an eerie glow. The scarlet sea of stars roiled like boiling blood. Su Xian felt a strange transformation within, leaving him slightly bewildered. After the silver moon phase, shouldn't it be the sun phase? Why had a second moon appeared over the sea of stars, and why was it a red moon exuding an ominous aura? He attempted to absorb the red moon's light, and a surge of wild power instantly flooded his entire being. This force far surpassed that of the ordinary silver moon phase, leaving Su Xian secretly astonished. Teacher, what's wrong? Xian Yuan Qingqing asked anxiously. She sensed a sudden change in Su Xian's demeanor. The calm aura vanished, replaced by something strange and foreboding. Su Xian shook his head, dispersing the red moon's power. It's nothing. He speculated that the red moon might be related to the world's passage. For now, the red moon's power, though formidable, had no apparent side effects, except for altering his demeanor. Go set up the crystal, Su Xian instructed, his gaze fixed on the distant battlefield. The clash of armies was deafening, yet he knew the real battle had not yet begun. The human commander, Marquis Nu Tian, and the monster leader, the Hellhound, were still locked in a standoff, the outcome undecided. Xian Yuan Qingqing quickly completed the task. Teacher, the defense crystal is in place. Su Xian nodded, leaving behind a sun phase battle puppet and a defense tower to guard the area, then led his disciple to seize other strongholds. It was the perfect time to strike each point individually and investigate the red moon's origin. They soon located another stronghold, guarded by 2 sun phase and 1 silver moon phase monsters. Su Xian disdained ambushes, charging directly at the 3 creatures. Xian Yuan Qingqing followed closely, launching a fierce assault. With just the power of the silver moon and the sea of stars, Su Xian already overwhelmed most sun phase monsters. He drew a bit of the red moon's power, his eyes flashing crimson. The 3 monsters sensed Su Xian's aura shift, as if witnessing something terrifying, and turned to flee, trembling. Su Xian gripped his sword, a strange energy of blood and vitality enveloping its blade. In a flash of red light, the 3 monsters were slain instantly. To his surprise, their blood was absorbed by the red moon's power on his sword. Teacher, Xian Yuan Qingqing exclaimed. Though the strike wasn't aimed at her, its intense killing intent still shocked her. She had never seen her teacher use such sinister power. Su Xian reassured her. Qingqing, don't be afraid. This power won't affect my mind. No matter how sinister it appears, it's just a controllable force to me. Xian Yuan Qingqing finally relaxed, secretly thinking that her teacher, wielding this strange red power, had a unique charisma. Su Xian approached the blood magic array, first dismantling its foundation, then studying it carefully. He plunged the Qinji sword, imbued with red moon power, into the array's core, absorbing the blood energy. It can do that? Su Xian's eyes lit up. The blood magic arrays in the monster's main camp seemed like experience points waiting to be harvested. This confirmed the red moon's connection to the game's world monsters. With this realization, he felt no hesitation. He absorbed the blood energy while his disciple gained experience and energy, ensuring no resource was wasted. The master and disciple pressed on, quickly finding another stronghold. As they appeared in the monster's view, the creatures inexplicably grew uneasy. Boss, these 2 humans seem off. That look in their eyes is like when we see delicious food. They're coming. Activate the magic array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Energy spheres shot towards Su Xian and Xian Yuan Qingqing. Su Xian lightly swung his heavenly sword, creating a flourish in the air, and then commanded, go. The blood-red sword flower sliced through, consuming the energy orb of the magic array, and continued its unstoppable charge toward the guardian monster. Xin Yuanqing's spell followed, perfectly synchronized with her master's attack. One sword strike heavily injured the monster, and the spell finished it off, causing it to fall with a thud. Qingqing gained strength from the victory, while Su Xian absorbed the blood energy. In this manner, the master and disciple advanced steadily. 5 hours later, they dismantled the 18th blood magic array. The ranks of the monsters were in turmoil, filled with anxiety and whispers. Those two humans are monsters themselves. Don't panic, our boss will deal with them. The 19th stronghold fell. Qingqing was overjoyed. Feeling the power of the silver moon nearing completion, she resolved to concoct more potions to honor her teacher upon their return. Master, the next one. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Xian's expression suddenly changed. Qingqing, retreat. Su Xian shouted urgently, as the heavenly sword transformed into a staff that he thrust into the ground. Would curse, thousand-hand wall. Thick trees erupted from the ground, forming a wooden barricade. Hundreds of vines reached out like giant hands toward the front. Suddenly, the space tore open, and a massive black dragon's head emerged from the rift. Roar! The black dragon head let out an enraged cry, and in an instant, the sky turned dark and the earth trembled as fierce winds whipped through the air. The black wind surged forward, instantly shredding Su Xian's wooden vine hands into pieces. It was only then that Su Xian saw the true form of his anemia subdragon, entirely pitch black, stretching several hundred meters long, with its giant amber eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. A marquee-level subdragon. Su Xian squinted, deep in thought. It was expected that the monster faction would target him, but a marquee-level opponent right off the bat was truly unexpected. This subdragon seemed to have been hiding in the world passageway, and for some reason, had only now revealed itself, and appeared reluctant. This war was clearly more complex than it seemed. The passageway likely concealed other marquee-level beings. Without hesitation, Su Xian unleashed the full power of the red moon, coating a wooden wall with crimson energy, and then swiftly took off. At present, he lacked effective means to deal with a marquee, especially one from the tough-skinned, thick-scaled subdragon race. His goal was merely to buy time. The black-winged subdragon flapped its wings with a howl, attempting to destroy the wooden wall, but found it surprisingly sturdy. The eerie crimson power even posed a slight threat to it. Strange human. The subdragon seethed with killing intent, its claws tearing apart the wooden wall as it pursued Su Xian relentlessly. The distance between them continued to close. Su Xian's full epic set gave him an edge below the marquee level, but against a true marquee, it was insufficient. He cursed inwardly. Are the hidden marquises of Dinghai City not coming out yet? Do I have to perform the 10,000 Thunder Prison again? Suddenly, an idea struck Su Xian. Fighting to the death isn't worth it. A plan hatched in his mind, and he redirected his flight towards the edge of the world passageway. The black-winged subdragon grew increasingly frustrated. Despite its expertise in flying, it couldn't catch up with a human at the silver moon level. The human seemed tireless, and his acceleration buff never waned. The subdragon's understanding of humans was becoming unfamiliar. This chase drew the attention of others on the battlefield, but no one dared to assist. The gap between those below the marquee level and a true marquee was too vast to bridge with numbers alone. They could only hope that a human marquee would appear soon, or else the hunted would be the next target. Su Xian counted the distance between him and his pursuer, estimating he could reach the edge of the passageway before being caught. It was the most unstable and dangerous part of the passageway, filled with fragmented land and chaotic energy dense enough to liquefy. Ordinary beings found it difficult to breathe there. At last, Su Xian dove into the sea of chaotic energy, flipping off the pursuing subdragon with a middle finger. Come on, big black bat. Such a simple gesture, coupled with plain words, nearly broke the black-winged subdragon's composure. It hesitated at the tumultuous energy sea. Even a marquee might falter in such a place. Yet, this human intrigued it more and more, not only wielding strange crimson power, but also capable of navigating chaotic energy. Surely, he held a significant secret. If obtained, it could greatly enhance its power. To go or not to go? The subdragon's amber eyes were filled with indecision. Seeing this, Su Xian began performing various swimming techniques in the energy sea. He suddenly recalled a strange technique from a Mentor's advancement package called Sarcasm Star. He began to comprehend it. Sarcasm Star, a technique of no rank, created by an unknown master. Cultivating this technique can create a special life domain, where any creature you provoke into emotional fluctuation will provide you with special energy. Su Xian understood that cultivating this technique required two things: thick skin and resilience. Otherwise, one might be beaten to death. Whatever, let's give it a try. Su Xian taunted. Hey, big black bat, why don't you come down here? This energy sea is quite nice, perfect for a bath. Human, Let's see how long you can last. The Black Wind Subdragon dared not take the risk. The more Su Xian provoked it, the more it sensed a trap. Soon, a special energy flooded into Su Xian's body. Interesting. Su Xian was pleased, though the increase was slight. But if he found a cheeky, thick-skinned, resilient disciple, wouldn't his realm soar? Su Xian took out food from his space ring. Since you like to stall, I'll stall with you. After all, I'm still young. Big Black Bat, how do you like this roasted dragon leg? It's fragrant and crispy, could be your relative. And this sub-dragon egg, roasted with the membrane, is super crunchy. This charcoal grilled dragon wing is a masterpiece, can't fit on 2 barbecue racks. The rage within the Black Wind Subdragon grew, while Su Xian's realm slowly rose. Finally, the subdragon couldn't hold back any longer and charged at Su Xian. Su Xian laughed joyfully. Oh dear, the big black bat is angry, it's in a hurry. He quickly dove deeper into the sea. I'm going in first, clean up before you chase me. Despicable, filthy humans. The Black Wind Dragon lunged into the chaotic energy sea, causing a large splash of energy liquid. The body of the Black Wind Dragon was corroded by chaotic particles, forcing it to expand its domain for defense. However, maintaining the domain consumed a lot of energy, and it dared not absorb chaotic energy to replenish itself, making it extremely uncomfortable. Meanwhile, that detestable human was swimming effortlessly in the energy sea, unharmed, and even had the audacity to taunt, "Hey, big black bat, why are you so slow? This place feels just like home." Suppressing its anger, the Black Wind Dragon pursued Su Xian not out of rage, but to obtain that mysterious power. In 500 years, aside from king-level beings, it had never seen a creature that could ignore chaotic energy. This secret was worth the risk. As the chase between the human and the dragon went deeper, Su Xian began to feel the pressure. The intense underwater pressure forced him to slow down. The Black Wind Dragon was in a worse state, with its wind element attacks restricted and the chaotic particles continuously eroding it, consuming far more energy than Su Xian. Yet the Black Wind Dragon was not afraid. It had enough strength to win. One strike could be deadly. Su Xian was well aware of his disadvantage. Even with favorable conditions, it was difficult to bridge the gap in power. He had only one chance for a close-range attack. Bring it on. Su Xian dropped his smile, surrounded by crackling lightning. The 10,000 Thunder Prison was his strongest move and the only one that might injure the Black Wind Dragon. So it was you who released the Thunder Prison. The Black Wind Dragon roared. In that case, I cannot let you live. Within the Black Wind domain, black spikes shot towards Su Xian at a speed too fast to track. Su Xian clasped his hands together, instantly converting the surrounding chaotic energy into lightning, attempting to obliterate the black spikes. Yet, the spikes pierced through layers of lightning, narrowly missing him. Facing a marquee-level opponent Hedon, the disparity was still immense. Human, your strength is not as sharp as your tongue. The Black Wind Dragon finally found an opportunity to counterattack, shaking its wings and diving down, claws reaching for Su Xian. Sensing danger, Su Xian knew he had to give it his all. The red star sea within him surged, infusing his entire body with the power of the red moon. Behind him, an illusory red moon rose, even turning the lightning red. Chaotic particles, the power of the red moon, and the power of lightning were forcibly fused together. 10,000 Thunder Prison. 6 massive red lightning pillars crashed down, knocking the Black Wind Dragon out of its charge. However, such an attack only caused intense fluctuations in its domain, unable to break through. Knowing he was outmatched, Su Xian continued deeper. At that moment, he sensed movement from the seabed. Could there be other creatures here? After another round of pursuit, Su Xian finally reached the seabed. However, it was not as he imagined. Beneath the chaotic energy sea was a transparent, isolated space, where 3 people and 3 creatures were in a standoff. One of them was Shui Yuho, someone he had encountered before. Their eyes met, neither expecting to reunite under such circumstances. The Black Wind Dragon, upon arriving, was also stunned. The 3 creatures noticed them too. One of the creatures, covered in red with dual-horned blades, shouted, "Zine, weren't you supposed to deal with the human above? Why are you here?" The Black Wind Dragon pointed at Su Xian. "The human you mentioned is him." In an instant, the gaze of the 7 marquee-level figures focused entirely on Su Xian. A Silver Moon Realm warrior? Able to move freely in the chaotic energy sea? Since when did Blue Star have such a prodigy? Kill him. The red-skinned creature charged at Su Xian, and the Black Wind Dragon also swiped its claws. With nowhere to retreat, a calm lake suddenly appeared beneath Su Xian. From the lake rose a water-blue long sword, as if the world paused at that moment. The elegant figure, standing protectively in front of Su Xian, swung the sword, shattering the water mirror and simultaneously forcing back the 2 creatures. A calm yet murderous voice boomed in their ears. "Want to kill him? Did you ask this marquis first?" A gentle sword can still kill. The Marquis of Shueyue stood with her sword drawn in front of Xuan, her gaze sharp as she surveyed the enormous body of the black wind drake. With a flash of her blade, a vast, mirror-like green lake appeared out of nowhere. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing a sudden calmness and tranquility to the world, dispelling the chaos of the portal between realms. The black wind drake gazed into the lake, seeing its own terrified reflection in the clear waters. It trembled uncontrollably. The more serene the setting, the more panicked it felt. Who didn't know of the legendary might of the Marquis of Shueyue? If she intended to kill, this beautiful scene would become its grave. No, the black wind drake roared, activating its black wind domain once more. Yet, the once formidable domain now seemed illusory, unable to stir even a ripple on the lake's surface. The Marquis of Shueyue watched the black wind drake struggle with cold eyes, her water moon sword slowly piercing forward. It was a seemingly gentle strike, but it made the black wind drake's soul shiver. It wanted to flee but found itself unable to. "Red demon, save me!" The black wind drake cried out desperately. On the tranquil lake surface, a flame suddenly ignited. The red-skinned creature from before leaped out of the fire, its massive blade intercepting the water moon sword aimed at the drake. Bang! The lake's mirror-like surface shattered. The environment returned to its original state, and the red demon sighed in relief, looking at the Marquis of Shueyue with apprehension. "Have you touched upon the barrier of the King Realm?" The black wind drake also felt a wave of fear. "It's a good thing it's not the true King Realm, or we'd be finished." No sooner had these words left its mouth than the two monsters realized in terror that the Marquis of Shueyue had vanished. Slash! Suddenly, excruciating pain erupted simultaneously in the black wind drake's heart and mind. The Marquis of Shueyue had somehow appeared above it, her water moon sword already embedded in its head. "You thought you blocked me? No, that was all I allowed you to see." Bang! The black wind drake's massive body shattered into nothingness. The remaining three Marquis-level monsters were terrified. The Marquis of Shueyue had killed the black wind drake right under their noses with a single strike. Her strength was nearing the King Realm, far beyond what they could contend with. Even the two human marquises were surprised. They, along with the Marquis of Shueyue, were permanent marquises of Dinghai King City and knew each other fairly well. Although the Marquis of Shueyue was a woman, she was the youngest and strongest of the four permanent marquises in the city. She had only broken through to the 9th level of Marquis half a year ago, developing the 9th layer of her domain. Now, just 6 months later, was she already touching the realm of kings? "Xuan, are you all right?" After slaying the black wind drake, the Marquis of Shueyue looked at Xuan, her eyes sparkling. She had much to say to Xuan since their last hasty farewell. If it weren't for Xuan, she wouldn't have reached the realm of kings so soon. "I'm fine," Xuan replied. "You step back, leave the rest to me." The Marquis of Shueyue swung her sword, creating a protective area for Xuan. "Rest easy. As long as I'm here, no one will harm you." Xuan sighed at the overwhelming sense of security. With the Marquis of Shueyue present, he could truly relax this time. He wasn't one for reckless heroics. He quietly moved into the protective circle, set up a small stool, and took out some watermelon to watch the battle. A confrontation between 6 marquises wasn't something just anyone could witness. Luckily, he was directly related to the Marquis of Shueyue, as her teacher, granting him the privilege to observe. Not only the Marquis of Shueyue, but the other 5 marquises were also curious about Xuan. How did this young man from the Silver Moon realm manage to traverse the chaotic sea of energy and reach the seabed unscathed, and then enter this place? Curiosity aside, they didn't have time to focus on Xuan. The most pressing issue was how to deal with the enemies before them. The 6 marquises unleashed their respective domains. Xuan quietly assessed. In battles between marquises, the strength of their domains was the most direct indicator of who was stronger. Among the 6 marquises, the Marquis of Shueyue's domain was evidently the strongest, with 9 layers of a water-blue domain showing signs of merging into one. The second strongest was the creature known as the Red Demon, also with 9 layers, but significantly smaller than the Marquis of Shueyue's. The other 4 only had 5 or 6 layers, making the disparity obvious. The slain black wind drake seemed to have only 2 layers of domain. Xuan's mood soured. A 2-layer domain Marquis had chased him around. After all that effort, it was still the Marquis of Shueyue who slew the drake. If it had been someone like her, the battle would have ended in less than 3 seconds. Sigh. Xuan ate his watermelon while watching the battle of the 6 marquises, lamenting the vast difference in strength. From today, he set a small goal: to push his apprentice to train harder and reach the Marquis realm sooner. If the apprentice doesn't strive, the master grieves in vain. Bang! As Xuan was enjoying the spectacle, a figure was suddenly hurled in front of him. He looked down to see it was the weakest of them all, the Eternal Marquis. Clutching his chest and coughing up blood, the Eternal Marquis felt even more frustrated, seeing Su Xian casually eating watermelon. Damn it, just because you're related to the Marquis of Shuiwei doesn't make you special. We're fighting a battle here. Can't you at least learn a move or two? It would be immensely beneficial to you. He was about to say something to Su Xian when Su Xian helped him up with a smile. Are you alright? As he spoke, Su Xian cast several healing spells into the Eternal Marquis, making him swallow back his words. While these blessings couldn't fully heal him, some aid was better than none. Feeling better? Su Xian asked. Much better. The Eternal Marquis found Su Xian much more agreeable now. Su Xian nodded. That's good. Go help out. I'll be here cheering you on. Eternal Marquis? His lips twitched, but for the sake of the Marquis of Shuiwei and those few healing spells, he swallowed his complaints and charged back into the fray. The battle raged on for a long time. Ultimately, the strongest, the Marquis of Shuiwei, unleashed the killing move Illusory Moon from her Mirror Flower, Water Moon technique, slaying another Marquis-level monster. Her prowess made the Red Demon and the other monsters realize that continuing the fight would result in their demise. They had no choice but to abandon their attempt to seize control of the world portal. The Red Demon looked at the Marquis of Shuiwei, his eyes filled with unwillingness and madness. Marquis of Shuiwei, I admit you're strong. I'll concede the leadership of this world portal to you. But today's defeat won't be ours. Ha ha ha. We've prepared a grand gift for you, and it will be delivered soon. I hope it surprises you. Staring at the retreating Red Demon, Lord Shuiwei did not give chase. With a slight furrow of her brows, she watched the Red Demon disappear into the distance. Having used the Phantom Moon technique twice, her spiritual energy was greatly depleted, making it difficult to unleash another powerful attack. What troubled her even more were the Red Demon's cryptic parting words, hinting that the conspiracy in the game world was far from over. She turned to look at Lords Yongyuan and Chang'an, her tone calm yet authoritative. The task of taking the stronghold and constructing the upper Chaos Star Array is yours. I'll handle the matters below. Understood. The two lords responded in unison, a hint of envy in their eyes. Before leaving, they both glanced at Su Xian, silently speculating about his relationship with Lord Shuiwei. Once they departed, Lord Shuiwei allowed a hint of delight to surface as she turned to Su Xian. Mr. Su, what brings you here? Her eyes were filled with surprise. In just 2 months, Su Xian had advanced from the Golden Realm to the Silver Moon Realm, and his aura was even stronger than the Sunlight Realm. Su Xian clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, Lord Shuiwei. No need for formalities, Lord Shuiwei smiled. As I mentioned, you are Xiao Li's teacher, so we are equals. You may call me Suing. Su Xian nodded in agreement, then asked, Suing, what is this isolated undersea world all about? Lord Shuiwei briefly explained the anomalies detected by the Sky Eye system and the unique phenomenon of 2 large world passages emerging simultaneously. When she mentioned that Su Xian was the only exception, she couldn't help but laugh. Seeing you swim down from the chaotic energy sea, I thought I was under an illusion. Mr. Su, you're the only man who keeps surprising me time and again. Su Xian laughed as he took out a jade pendant. I never expected us to meet this way. But isn't this too valuable? A rare blush appeared on Lord Shuiwei's face. This is what I owe you. I know this might not be enough, but I'll make it up to you in the future. Su Xian looked puzzled. Is there some misunderstanding between us? I helped Xiao Li cleanse his meridians, and you gave me the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella, so we're even? Lord Shuiwei gazed into his eyes. You really don't know? Su Xian was full of questions. I'd love to know. Lord Shuiwei studied him for a long moment before finally smiling. It's all right if you don't know. As long as I do, I'll repay you one day. Su Xian's curiosity deepened, and he silently noted this debt, planning to have Xiao Li train for 3 days and nights without rest. Lord Shuiwei looked up at the chaotic energy sea. We can discuss everything else later. I need to refine this place into the foundation of the Chaos Star Array. Only then can we control this world passage. Su Xian stepped aside, watching as Lord Shuiwei arranged the array. Suddenly, he remembered the Blood Sea Array in the game world, which was a great resource for him. He decided to absorb it first, so he dove back into the chaotic energy sea and soon reached the upper world passage. As he flew towards the central battlefield, he spotted Xinyuan Qingqing, who was eagerly watching. Lao Sin waved excitedly at him. Teacher, over here. We've been waiting for you. Upon landing, Xinyuan Qingqing eagerly asked, Teacher, did you take care of that black wind dragon? Su Xian finally understood why Lao San was so calm. He couldn't help but marvel at how Zhang Mu, the simple-minded senior brother, had set such a precedent, leading all the disciples astray. Su Xian had no doubt that if a deity descended one day, his disciples would believe he could easily handle it. The black wind dragon has been dealt with. Su Xian nodded, acknowledging that although he wasn't the one who resolved it, he had contributed in some way. Turning to Xinyuan Qingqing, Su Xian said, Stay here. I have something important to do. Seeing that Xinyuan Qingqing was fine, Su Xian felt relieved and hurried towards the core battlefield. There lay his crucial supplements. Before long, Su Xian arrived near the Blood Sea Formation. The three Marquises, Marquis Nu Tian, Marquis Yongyuan, and Marquis Chang'un, were joining forces to attack the formation. The monster camp was left with only the Hellhound and some scattered troops struggling to resist. Upon noticing Su Xian's arrival, Marquis Yongyuan recalled their previous encounter and said displeased, "Why are you up here, kid? Where's Marquis Xueyu? She can't move right now, so I came up first." Su Xian replied with a grin. "Need any help, esteemed Marquises? I'm quite skilled at disrupting blood formations." Marquis Yongyuan initially wanted to question him, but remembering Su Xian's performance in the chaotic energy sea, he thought Su Xian might indeed have a solution. So he said, "Give it a try then?" "Thank you," Su Xian said, taking out the Qinji umbrella, which was imbued with the power of the red moon. As this power emerged, the three Marquises were visibly affected, their pupils narrowing at its strange influence. Su Xian charged into the formation. With the Hellhound being held off, the Blood Sea Formation posed no threat to him. Dense energy rays were shattered by his sword. Just as Marquis Yongan was about to warn him, he saw Su Xian unharmed and couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive." Su Xian continued pressing towards the core of the formation. The monsters tried to block him, but were held back by the three Marquises and the human soldiers. Soon, Su Xian reached the core, a massive pit over a kilometer wide, filled with the sacrificial blood of the monsters. Su Xian plunged the Qinji sword into the blood sea, which immediately transformed into blood energy and was absorbed. The formation began to waver, and the monsters grew anxious, trying to kill Su Xian, but they were unable to break free. The disparity in power was evident, and with the destruction of their last hope, the monster camp lost all resistance. Truly nourishing, Su Xian thought happily, realizing that part of the Red Moon's power had fused with the Qinji sword, becoming one. The Qinji sword was evolving. Before long, most of the Blood Sea core was drained, and the formation completely collapsed. The three Marquises led the human soldiers in, slaughtering the Hellhound and other monsters. Su Xian seized the chance to drain the entire formation core, with crimson patterns appearing on the Qinji sword, resonating with the Red Moon's power within him. Thus, the battle at the World Passage was a resounding victory for humanity. Other strongholds were breached, equipped with defense crystals, and the chaotic star array was meticulously arranged. Victory! Marquis Nu Tian exhaled deeply, looking around at the many familiar faces now gone. Of the 100,000 soldiers who entered, only half remained. He was accustomed to life and death partings, and achieving such a victory at the cost of capturing a major world passage was significant. Brothers and sisters, tally up the spoils. We're going home. Marquis Nu Tian shouted, raising his arm in triumph. Home, home, home. The soldiers chanted in unison. For them, this was a brutal and harrowing battle, witnessing comrades fall. Returning home was a blessing, but they understood that to protect their nation, they must first secure it. Only then could they return home. Su Xian watched these battle-hardened warriors, and although this great war didn't mean much to him, seeing their teary eyes stirred something within him. The chaotic star array was complete, requiring only one Marquis to guard the world passage securely. Marquis Yongyuan looked at Su Xian. The array is set, but why hasn't Marquis Xueyu come up yet? Kid, go down and check again. We can't break the space now. All right, Su Xian agreed, pointing to Xian Yuan Qingqing beside him. Please take my disciple back to Dinghai City. The Marquises only then noticed Xian Yuan Qingqing, recognizing her as the daughter of a powerful figure. Xian Yuan Qingqing awkwardly stepped from behind Su Xian, greeting them and offering her crafted potion gift packs. The three Marquises forced a smile as they accepted them. Seeing this, Su Xian realized with relief that he had developed an immunity to toxins. Otherwise, this token of respect would have been hard to handle. After ensuring Xian Yuan Qingqing was settled, Su Xian re-entered the lower passage. Soon, he found Marquis Xueyu. She was sitting cross-legged in midair, her robes billowing, exuding a calm yet powerful aura. The Xueyu sword floated 3 feet in front of her, surrounded by small stones emitting a grayish glow. 9 layers of water-blue fields expanded, and then gradually merged into one. Was she about to break through? Su Xian was surprised, realizing that after the battle, Marquis Xueyu was on the verge of a breakthrough. At this moment, the 9 layers of fields completely merged. At the center of the field, a grayish seed slowly rose. A gray seed began to rise. It resembled a small black hole, continuously absorbing energy from the water-moon domain. In an instant, the water-moon domain vanished, leaving only the gray seed floating in the air. It greedily continued to absorb the chaos stones, resonating with the gray aura. Though the absorption was slow, it didn't cease. 6 chaos stones turned to dust one after another before the gray seed finally sprouted. Xueyu Ho frowned, realizing her foundation was too weak. She decided to take a risk and forcefully stimulate the world seed with chaotic energy. Xuan, seeing this, shouted, "Don't act recklessly. Let me help you." He tossed 20 chaos stones to Shui Weiho, thinking it was a worthwhile trade. Shui Weiho dispelled the chaotic energy and received the chaos stones. The world seed resumed absorption, quickly sprouting, growing, blooming, and bearing fruit. The fruit transformed into light, merging into Shui Weiho's body. In an instant, the world channel trembled, unable to contain the aura of a king. Shui Weiho suddenly opened her eyes, her demeanor now more ethereal and transcendent. Su Xian clasped his hands in congratulations, and Shui Weiho approached him with a grateful smile. They exchanged no further words, and Shui Weiho grabbed Su Xian's wrist, disappearing in an instant. In Dinghai King City, at Shui Weiho's residence, Zhang Mu was deeply focused on cultivation, while Li Xiaoli was listless. Suddenly, a terrifying smiling face flashed across the sky above the city, causing the siblings to scream. Zhang Mu realized it wasn't a prank, but a powerful mental force. A figure in a black robe soared into the sky, angrily denouncing the Clown King for invading. Zhang Mu sensed something was terribly wrong and ordered Xiaoli to activate the protective array. The Clown King sneered, revealing his true target, the entire Dinghai King City. With a deafening roar, a blue-yellow mist enveloped the city. Those who inhaled it had bloodshot eyes and wore eerie smiles. The Clown King's voice echoed through every corner. "This is my first gift," the surprise smile. "Let them panic. Let them go mad. Let them despise this world." King Dinghai stood atop the royal city, his expression gradually freezing. Has the city's protective spell failed? His heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. The rebels had come prepared, stealthily delivering deception magic boxes throughout the city and temporarily disabling the protective array. There must be a traitor. Faces flashed through his mind. The four permanent marquises Shueyue, Nutian, Yongyuan, and Chang'an had all entered the large world portal, so they couldn't be the spies. The problem must lie with the reinforcements that came later. "Stop guessing," a mocking voice echoed in his ear. It was the Joker King. "You already know the answer. Face the truth. What does being a king matter? No one can resist the temptation of becoming a god." As the words fell, King Dinghai clutched his chest, purple blotches spreading from his neck across his body. With difficulty, he looked up to see a figure in a purple robe, the Poison King, an official ally sent to support them. Outside the city, the roar of a beast tide echoed, as endless monsters surged toward the city. "Poison King, you've already been ennobled. Why are you still not satisfied?" King Dinghai gritted his teeth. "Traitors like you will meet a miserable end." The Poison King sneered. "Don't you understand? When one's individual power reaches a certain level, there are no more racial distinctions." He glanced coldly at the struggling people in the city. "They are ants, and I am a king. I am no longer one of them. I never considered them my kin, let alone betrayal. My only goal is the supreme godhood." King Dinghai glared at the fanatical Poison King, his intent to kill overwhelming. "We have irreconcilable differences. There is no point in further words. This battle is inevitable." He hoped the official reinforcements would arrive soon, minimizing the losses. If the city truly fell under his watch, he would be a sinner in Longhua. With a roar, King Dinghai summoned the waters within 100 miles, unleashing dragons towards the city. "Join forces to kill him," the Joker King commanded, wary despite their advantage. King Dinghai had earned his fame on the battlefield, slaying several ennobled kings in the game world. If he was determined to fight to the death, they might indeed find themselves in dire straits. Despite the poison coursing through him, King Dinghai suppressed it forcefully, exuding an aura like a sea god. Wielding a golden staff, he summoned dragons with each strike, the sea roaring and the heavens lamenting. Even poisoned, he fought alone against the Joker King and the Poison King with unparalleled bravery. Half of the city's army had succumbed to the mental torment of the deception boxes, and the endless onslaught of monsters left King Dinghai feeling powerless. "King Dinghai, if you continue fighting, the poison will invade your inner world, and not even your valor can save you," the Poison King taunted. The Joker King chimed in with mockery. "You're old. Run. Abandon this place. Even if everyone below dies, it would be worth it." King Dinghai's only response was his golden staff. His appearance aged rapidly, hair and beard turning white, face withering, eyes clouding, and a deathly aura emanating from him. He seemed on the brink of collapse, yet the Joker King and Poison King grew increasingly wary. Raising his staff towards the Joker King, King Dinghai's ancient voice declared, "Joker, today I spare you. Your life will be claimed by future generations." Then, turning to the Poison King, he stated, "He must die." With a mighty roar, King Dinghai's shirt burst apart, revealing his muscular frame. His hair and beard flew upwards as water elements gathered beneath him, forming a surging sea. His overwhelming presence and killing intent made the Poison King break out in a cold sweat. Only now did he truly sense the terror of the man who had guarded the city for 3 centuries. Below, the city's army engaged in fierce combat with the rebels and monsters. Not only the army, but citizens above the Starry Realm also joined. The fray teachers, students, merchants, and housewives all took up arms. Meanwhile, at the world portal, Yongyuan Marquis and Chang'an Marquis returned with their forces. Sensing the turmoil in the city, they recalled the Red Demon's parting words. The game world's goal had never been the world portal, but rather to divert the city's elite forces and then attack King Dinghai City. From a distance, they saw the figure with the golden staff, fighting valiantly like a dragon returning to the sea. Teacher, the Poison King has betrayed us, Yongyuan and Chang'an Marquis roared in anger. Soldiers, the city is in peril. Follow me to aid our home. The warriors' eyes turned red. Their families lived in the city, it was their home and sanctuary. They couldn't let monsters overrun it. The sudden arrival of reinforcements caught the rebels' attention. The Joker King frowned. What are those Lorland star fools doing? How did Yongyuan and his men return? We need to finish King Dinghai quickly. Poison King, go all out or we're doomed. The Joker King slipped into the shadows, dagger in hand, appearing behind King Dinghai with a sudden stab. King Dinghai was prepared, swinging his staff to knock the dagger away. The Poison King's eyes turned sinister as he reached into his chest. Poison explosion. With a sickening sound, the Poison King's aura weakened, and King Dinghai staggered, looking in disbelief at the bloodied hole that had appeared in his chest. Before he could react, pain shot through his back. Turning, he saw 2 Joker Kings grinning wickedly at him. Am I truly old? King Dinghai could no longer suppress his injuries. Though he continued to swing his staff, his vision blurred, unable to even see the city clearly. Each strike was driven by sheer battle instinct. 3 centuries of life flashed before him like a lantern, his eyes dimming. The world turned gray, and in the darkness, he saw a blue light and a young, handsome face. Is this a final burst of energy? He mused bitterly. What final burst? Bite down on this. A bitter bottle was thrust into his mouth. It was a strange concoction, both salty and sweet. King Dinghai could feel the poison in his body slowly dissipating. His vision gradually became clearer. He slowly opened his eyes to see a young, unfamiliar face before him. Slightly startled, he rasped, "Thank you, young man, for saving me. Who are you?" Su Xian smiled calmly and gestured towards a figure standing with a sword not far away. Who I am doesn't matter. It's enough that you recognize her. King Dinghai followed his gaze and his pupils suddenly contracted. Su Ying? She's become a king? Su Xian nodded in confirmation. King Dinghai fell into deep thought, recalling Lin Su Ying's journey. The young girl who was not particularly remarkable when she first entered the academy had now risen to be an equal, a powerful ruler. Time flies, and he couldn't help but sigh. I'm getting old, truly old. Su Xian interrupted his thoughts. Can you still fight? King Dinghai shook his head with a wry smile. Give me some time. The seed of the world within me is nearly shattered, and I have no strength left to fight. But don't worry, the Poison King is also seriously injured. As long as Su Ying can hold on for a while, reinforcements will arrive, and the rebels will surely lose. That's good. Su Xian nodded, then led King Dinghai back to the Water Moon Marquis's residence. Disciples gathered around, and Su Xian briefly explained the situation, instructing Zhang Mu to bring a water tank so he could mix the antidote with his blood. He directed Xian Yuan Qingqing to take the antidote to assist the army, while he stayed behind to monitor the situation. Su Xian secretly activated his mentor's eye to carefully examine Zhang Mu and Xiao Li's potential. He was quite surprised by the results. Zhang Mu was suited for both the demon god body and the dragon god bone, while Xiao Li was perfectly compatible with the 9 heavens empress body. My disciple Zhang Mu has the potential to become a god. Su Xian thought to himself, delighted. At that moment, King Dinghai emerged from the room. Although he had regained some mobility, Su Xian keenly sensed an aura of decline that lingered around him. King Dinghai slowly approached Su Xian, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Su Xian, my young friend, join this old man for one more battle, help Su Ying. Even if it costs us our lives today, we must eliminate that traitor. The battlefield is a place for kings. Aren't you worried I might get killed? Su Xian asked anxiously. King Dinghai chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. You saved my life, old as I am, almost ready for a coffin. How can I still owe a youngster like you? Consider this battle my repayment. If possible, please help save the townspeople too. Before the words even settled, both of them had already teleported into the sky. Lin Suying was fiercely battling the Clown King. As a newcomer to the King realm, she appeared to struggle against the seasoned warrior, relying solely on her speed and the elusive nature of her abilities. King Dinghai shouted, Suying, hang in there a bit longer. This old man will deal with the traitor first. With the Dinghai staff in hand, he locked onto the severely injured Wandu King. His killing intent was almost tangible as he roared, "Traitor, prepare to die." Wandu King turned pale with fear, bewildered at how his deadly poison had been neutralized so quickly. His eyes landed on Xuan, recalling the mysterious vial. Seeing King Dinghai charging at him, Wandu King frantically shouted, "Clown King, the plan has failed, retreat." The Clown King ignored him, continuing to entangle Lin Suiying, hoping to use Wandu King to force King Dinghai to act again and completely shatter his already crumbling small world. King Dinghai transformed into a golden light, striking down with his staff, shaking the very heavens and earth. A blue-gold armor phantom appeared behind him, striking in unison with the staff. Water pillars soared within the 100-mile radius, seemingly responding to their king. Wandu King couldn't withstand the blow and was sent crashing down, his meridians shattered. King Dinghai flashed to the falling Wandu King and struck him skyward again. His aged yet authoritative voice echoed through the royal city. "Today, the Dragon Nation's King Dinghai executes the traitor. Wandu betrayers will never be forgiven." After 3 strikes, Wandu King was on the brink of death. Just as King Dinghai was about to deliver the final blow, Xuan suddenly spoke up. "Please wait, senior." King Dinghai turned to him. "What kid? You want a piece of him too? Go ahead. Chances to thrash a king are rare." Xuan shook his head with a smile. "You've misunderstood, senior. I just meant that such a good body shouldn't go to waste. Why not give it to me?" Saying this, he flew to the barely alive Wandu King, plunged a dagger into his heart, and with his left hand, now crystalline, extracted the bloodline core from the chest wound. King Dinghai frowned. "Xuan, are you extracting his Wandu body?" His eyes were filled with astonishment. This young man not only neutralized the poison easily but could also extract the life-integrated Wandu body by hand, a feat unheard of. As Wandu King breathed his last, Xuan's left hand turned black-purple, having successfully extracted the Wandu body. He grinned. "Thanks, senior. Not bad for my first surgery." King Dinghai asked, "What do you plan to do with the Wandu body?" Xuan smirked. "Don't worry, senior. I'm a law-abiding citizen and won't do anything bad. Besides, with Wandu King out of the picture, it'd be a waste not to extract some good stuff while it's fresh." King Dinghai sighed. "Ah, the youth today are getting more and more creative." Meanwhile, Lin Suiying's battle with the Clown King had also concluded. With Wandu King dead, the Clown King abandoned his plan and left with a flourish. His maniacal laughter echoed across the sky. The Sacred Legion bids farewell to King Dinghai. This was just a small gift for the Dragon Nation. I look forward to our next meeting. I'll be sure to present an even more spectacular magic show." King Dinghai fumed. "That clown. If I were a few decades younger, I'd take his life for sure." Lin Suiying flew over, concerned. "Old Hai, what about your injuries?" King Dinghai coughed twice. "It's nothing. I don't have many years left anyway. Using my life, already at its end, to root out a major traitor is worth it. Besides, now that you've become a king, I can retire in peace." Lin Suiying was taken aback. "You want me to take over Dinghai City? You know my temperament isn't suited for governance. My cultivation requires a calm mind, undisturbed by trivial matters." King Dinghai laughed. "You have extraordinary talent and the potential to ascend to godhood. I wouldn't let trivial matters hold you back. I just hope you'll lend a hand when needed." "Of course, protecting the city is also my duty." Lin Suiying nodded. King Dinghai then asked, "Suiying, what's your relationship with this young man?" "He's Xiao Li's teacher and also my friend." Lin Suiying replied naturally. "Friends, huh?" King Dinghai said with a knowing smile. "Let's head down. The official reinforcements have arrived. We've been outmaneuvered by the rebels this time. If not for your timely intervention, I'm afraid." The 3 returned to the city. With the arrival of reinforcements and the departure of the rebel leader, the chaos within the city began to settle. The system notification sounded at that moment. "Ding. Your disciple, Xinyuan Qingqing, has successfully prepared the antidote to dispel the green-yellow aura, saving the army of Dinghai Kingdom. Her character and alchemical skills have both improved." Upon hearing the system notification, Xuan couldn't help but smile slightly. He hadn't expected this good deed to trigger a 5,000-fold critical return, instantly rewarding him with 1,000 random alchemical formulas. It seems that the 3rd disciple is indeed growing. Doing good deeds not only brings joy but also transforms one's mindset. Just then, Lin Suiying returned to the mansion with Xiao Li. The moment Xiao Li saw her mother, she excitedly ran over, exclaiming, "Mom, I've missed you so much." Lin Suiying, relieved, embraced her daughter, finally letting go of her worries. She secretly felt fortunate to have broken through to the king level just in time. Otherwise, the rebel army's plot would have succeeded, plunging the entire Dinghai Kingdom into chaos. Lin Suiying knew that news of her reaching the king level would soon spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and her heroic act of saving the kingdom would become well known. However, she was well aware that the true hero of this battle was Xuan. Without him, she would never have become a king, and Hai Lao wouldn't have been able to stabilize his injuries and eliminate the great traitor, Yuando. Mr. Su, how long do you plan to stay in the kingdom? Lin Suiying asked tentatively. Will you return to Qingzhou City? Su Xian shook his head. Not for now. I plan to continue serving as a novice mentor in the secret realm here, which means I'll be staying for quite a while. Yay! Xiaoli jumped up excitedly, grabbing Su Xian with one hand and Lin Suiying with the other. That means I can be with both my teacher and mom every day. I'm so happy. The two adults tactfully ignored the child's innocent remarks. Lin Suiying smiled. It seems you really enjoy being a novice mentor. With your abilities, you could easily be a deputy governor. Su Xian chuckled. That kind of life isn't for me. If you like being a novice mentor, just let Hai Lao know. He can arrange it, it's no big deal, Lin Suiying said. You can stay at the mansion for the next few days. I have 2 other disciples, Su Xian said, gesturing for Zhang Mu to come over. This is Zhang Mu, my first disciple, and Xiao Li's senior brother. Another one is outside assisting the military, ranking as 3rd, and is Xiao Li's junior sister. Zhang Mu bowed respectfully. Junior Zhang Mu greets the Marquis of Shuiyue. Su Xian smiled and corrected him. From now on, it's King Shuiyue. Xiao Li, however, nonchalantly patted Zhang Mu. Senior brother Mu, calling my mom senior is too formal. She's the mother of your invincibly cute junior sister. Just call her teacher's wife. Su Xian cleared his throat. Zhang Mu, take your junior sister to play elsewhere. He thought to himself, this little naming genius is getting more outrageous. Xiao Li huffed. Senior brother Mu. Let's go play as the ox-horse duo and ignore the teacher for 10 minutes. Su Xian sighed, imagining that if his second disciple really became a great empress, this part of her history, calling herself part of the ox-horse duo with her senior brother, might become the greatest blemish on the 9 Heavens Empress's record. By evening, Xinyuan Qingqing returned to the Shuiyue Marquis mansion, panting but with eyes full of excitement. Teacher, I'm back. Su Xian and Xiao Li came out to greet her. Xiao Li enthusiastically called out, Qingqing, you're back. Hearing the word, junior sister, Xinyuan Qingqing's smile faded slightly. She still couldn't get over the fact that her senior was just a grade schooler. Move aside. She gently pushed Xiao Li. I have something important to discuss with the teacher. Xinyuan Qingqing bounced over to Su Xian, excitedly saying, Teacher, while purifying the infected in the kingdom today, I accidentally developed a master-level potion formula. Do you know what this means? Master level. I could be an alchemy instructor at the Dragon Capital Academy. I was so nervous at the time, with many infected showing different complications, and I had to constantly improve the potion. I didn't expect to accidentally create a master-level formula. I think it's a reward from heaven for my good deed. Su Xian silently watched her ramble on, trying hard to suppress his laughter. Teacher, don't you have any comments? Xinyuan Qingqing asked, a bit annoyed. Your disciple becoming an alchemy master is quite the achievement. Su Xian pulled out a handful of parchment from his space ring. Is this the master-level alchemy formula you're talking about? Xinyuan Qingqing was stunned. She took the parchment and carefully examined it, her hands trembling. These alchemy formulas were all master-level, and there were even grandmaster-level formulas. Most importantly, these were entirely new formulas never before seen on the market. Teacher, did you raid the headquarters of the Alchemy Guild? Xinyuan Qingqing couldn't imagine where else such a vast collection of new master-level and grandmaster-level alchemy formulas could be found. They were acquired by chance, and now they're all yours. Su Xian handed all the alchemical formulas returned by the system to Lao San. These were of no use to him, but they could significantly aid Lao San's rapid growth by saving some of the effort spent on alchemy, allowing him to focus more on cultivation. Xinyuan Qingqing accepted the thick stack of formulas, her hands trembling slightly. She pinched her arm to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Such a vast collection of alchemical formulas would drive alchemists around the world into a frenzy. She was too overwhelmed to speak. Su Xian smiled calmly. This is just a small gift. I have an even greater one for you. Xinyuan Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. An even greater gift? These formulas are just a small gift? Su Xian gave a mysterious smile. Follow me. He led Xinyuan Qingqing into a room and pointed to a curtain. Lie down over there. Remove your clothes and calm your mind. I have a transformation to bestow upon you, one that I hope you will embrace. Though puzzled, Xinyuan Qingqing chose to trust her teacher. She walked behind the curtain, removed her clothes, and lay down on the Xian jade bed. Su Xian murmured softly, Hand of the Divine Mentor, activate. His left hand gradually turned into a black-purple crystal-like form, disintegrating into particles that penetrated Xinyuan Qingqing's spine. Xinyuan Qingqing let out a wretched scream as her skin turned a deep black purple, racked with pain. Su Xian's voice was firm. Endure it, merge with it. Xinyuan Qingqing clenched her teeth, her nails digging into her flesh. Her consciousness began to blur, her body felt as if it were being torn apart, her heart gnawed by countless ants, and her skin pricked by 1,000 needles. Qingqing. Su Xian's voice echoed again. Hold on. Once you pass this, you'll stand above thousands. Remember your dream, to become the greatest alchemist. With a sudden jolt, Xinyuan Qingqing's willpower kept her going. Gradually, the pain subsided, replaced by a sense of comfort. Her perception of the world's spiritual energy became clearer, past injuries and ailments vanished, and her level advanced to the sunlight realm. She realized this was just the surface of the benefits. What kind of transformation had her teacher truly given her? Ding! Your disciple Xinyuan Qingqing has successfully been implanted with the 10,000 poisons body. Congratulations, you've received an 8,000 times critical hit return, and the prototype of your chaos body has evolved. Su Xian opened his eyes, feeling the surge of power within him. The system notification chimed, indicating that the prototype of his chaos body had evolved by another 12. Not only did he awaken immunity to fire elements, but he also gained the active ability to replicate. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he gained another trump card. As he pushed open the door, Su Xian was taken aback. A group of people stood outside, including Lin Suiying, Li Xiaoli, Zhang Mu, and King Dinghai, all looking at him expectantly. King Dinghai grinned. We heard a scream and came to check. What's going on? Nothing, you can disperse. Su Xian waved his hand dismissively. I was just helping my disciple improve. Zhang Mu asked with concern, Master, is Qingqing okay? Xiaoli chimed in, Teacher, did you spank Qingqing? Su Xian frowned, puzzled by his disciple's question. Lin Suiying quickly pulled Xiaoli back. Don't talk nonsense. Su Xian addressed the two disciples. That was Qingqing's opportunity. Your time will come too. Huh? Zhang Mu was startled. Master, I can't escape it either? Without a word, Su Xian kicked him away. Just then, Xinyuan Qingqing staggered out of the room. King Dinghai and Lin Suiying gasped. The 10,000 poisons body. Su Xian nodded. I've transplanted the 10,000 poisons body into Qingqing. It suits her well. King Dinghai realized and praised Su Xian's abilities. Overwhelmed with joy, Xinyuan Qingqing threw herself onto Su Xian's shoulder, crying, Teacher, thank you. Su Xian comforted her. Use it well, don't let me down. Lin Suiying smiled. Let's not stand around. Come and eat. The group moved to the courtyard, where a feast of aromatic and flavorful spiritual dishes awaited. They raised their glasses in celebration of Lin Suiying's advancement to the king realm. During the meal, Xiaoli kept serving Su Xian food, explaining the origins of each dish. The others tactfully refrained from interrupting, maintaining a delicate atmosphere. Lin Suiying smoothly changed the subject. Su Xian, didn't you have something to discuss with Elder Hai? Su Xian turned to King Dinghai. Elder Hai, I'm considering becoming a novice mentor near the royal city. Is there a suitable place? King Dinghai was surprised. You're almost moving into the Shuiwei royal mansion, and now you want to be a novice mentor? Su Xian chuckled. I love teaching disciples and watching them grow. It brings me genuine joy. Though puzzled, King Dinghai suggested, then perhaps the secret realm near Dinghai Academy would be suitable. Many talented students are there. He handed Su Xian a spatial ring. This is a token of gratitude for saving my life. See if it's suitable. After examining the contents of the ring, Su Xian's expression froze. He returned the ring. Elder Hai, I would accept anything you offer, but not this. Su Xian's reaction piqued everyone's curiosity. What exactly did the old sea elder give him? The king of Dinghai pressed a ring into Su Xian's hand, his expression solemn. Take it. This is my token of gratitude, and it represents the goodwill of the people of the royal city. Su Xian hesitated for a moment, but eventually accepted it. The king continued, Suing has told me much. This decision is not made on impulse, but after careful consideration. Lin Suiying, Marquis Yongyuan, and Marquis Chang'an all had varied expressions upon hearing this, as if they had guessed something. The king of Dinghai exuded authority as he firmly stated, Take it when I tell you to. I believe you are worthy of it, and will not bring it shame in the future. Marquis Yongyuan couldn't help but ask, Teacher, are you saying? The king nodded in confirmation. Indeed. What I am giving Su Xian is the Dinghai staff. The announcement caused an uproar. Everyone knew that the Dinghai staff was the king's personal weapon, revered as a guardian artifact after 3 centuries of warfare across 2 realms. The significance of this gesture left everyone with mixed emotions. Looking at his 2 disciples, the king spoke earnestly, You both have talent, but at your age, breaking through to the king level is nearly impossible. Su Xian is young and has the strongest talent, even surpassing Su Ying. Marquis Yongyuan and Marquis Chang'an looked unconvinced, but the king of Shuiwen nodded in agreement with their teacher. The king of Dinghai chuckled. I've lived for 300 years, and my judgment doesn't need your questioning. If you doubt me, live to my age first. He then turned to Su Xian. Young man, make sure you don't let me down. Su Xian responded confidently, rest assured. The renown of the Dinghai staff will echo across both realms, even more gloriously than before. The king laughed heartily. Good. I like this youthful audacity. As the banquet concluded, everyone departed. Little Li, yawning, said to her mother, Mom, please show the teacher around the residence. I'm off to bed. With that, she slipped away, leaving Su Xian and Lin Suing alone. In the following days, Su Xian stayed at the Shuiwei king's residence, discussing cultivation with the king and teaching his disciples. During this time, it was officially announced that the king of Dinghai had retired, with the Shuiwei king temporarily assuming the role of acting governor. In early August, Lin Suing informed Su Xian, Mr. Su, the secret realm at Lengdu Academy has been arranged. You can start your position today. Su Xian found himself quite bored with only 3 disciples to mentor. He hoped that in a large city like Dinghai Wangqing, he might find some promising new students. Following Lin Suing to the royal residence, she smiled and said, The royal residence is not far from the secret realm. You might as well stay here. It'll save you some trouble. Su Xian nodded in agreement, thinking that in such a vast residence, one more person wouldn't matter. The two arrived at the secret realm beside Dinghai Academy, bustling with people and comprising all levels of dungeons from bronze to Tianhe. To Su Xian's surprise, the Dinghai king, Marquis Yongyuan, Marquis Chang'an, and his 3 disciples were already there waiting, each holding an extravagant banner. Bigger than the sky, bigger than the earth, but teacher is the biggest. Former governor Dinghai king, current governor Shuiwei king appointed outstanding mentor, meritorious protector of the city. Su Xian looked at the fanfare, comparable to a governor's inauguration, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I just want to be a novice mentor. The Dinghai king approached with a cheerful smile. Su Xian, my boy, how's the arrangement? With such a grand display, many will be eager to become your disciples. In this city, no one will dare to compete for the students you choose. As he spoke, he handed Su Xian a stack of documents. The new semester starts in September, and the Blue Star Higher Education Academy's freshman exchange competition is about to begin. These are the profiles of the seed candidates likely to secure a spot in the World Championship. Take a look. You might find someone you like. Also, the Tower of Delusion and the Tower of Death are opening soon. I've got a few invitations for you. You can check them out if you have time. For 5 centuries, the legend of the Tower of Illusions and the Tower of Death has circulated on Blue Star. These 2 enigmatic towers, seemingly miraculous, appeared abruptly at the dawn of the world's collision. They are indestructible, capable of altering space and time, and their origins remain a mystery. The elven proprietress revealed that the game world, Lauren Star, also houses similar twin towers. With the elves' assistance, the inhabitants of Blue Star have gradually unraveled the secrets of these towers. Today, they are regarded as grounds for trials, with invitations serving as proof of entry for those seeking to challenge them. The Tower of Illusions consists of 25 levels, with successful completion bestowing an energy baptism and exclusive materials, with the highest rank being a marquee. The Tower of Death comprises 45 levels, offering even richer rewards, accessible to demigods. Both towers can be tackled solo or in teams, with the difficulty increasing with the number of participants. Su Xian is deeply intrigued by the twin towers, and officials have speculated that they are linked to the merging of the 2 realms. He stores the invitation in his spatial ring, planning to explore the towers with his disciples. King Dinghai jested about heading to the battlefield between the 2 realms, suggesting it might be their last meeting. Su Xian was taken aback, but the elder calmly remarked, Though I'm in my twilight years, I can still fight. If I must die, it should be on the battlefield. That is my destiny as King Dinghai. Acknowledging King Dinghai's resolve, Su Xian refrained from further persuasion. As he watched the elder depart, he reflected on how the older generation often sacrificed their lives in distant lands to create a prosperous era for their descendants. Su Xian then arrived at his new office, where he opened the administrator's computer to review the secret realm's records. He noted the promising talents like Long Outyin and Sun Xiaokong, mentally marking these rising stars. Interesting. Su Xian stroked his chin, jotting down the names. It's quite common for prodigies to advance across age groups. If Xiaoli were to reach this age, he would undoubtedly surpass them both. During the summer break, many students came to the secret realm for training. Su Xian, who had a knack for spotting talent, encountered quite a few promising candidates, but unfortunately, none matched the unique skills and techniques he possessed. This continued until one morning in mid-August, when the secret realm welcomed 2 exceptional students. One was tall and handsome, exuding confidence that instantly captured the attention of many young women. The other had a stern expression and sharp eyes, radiating an aura of invincibility. Mentor Su, that's Long Outyin, a colleague whispered in introduction. He used to go by Long Weigua but changed it because he thought it sounded too rustic. The other one is Sun Xiaokong, who claims he will surpass the King of the Sea. Together, They're known as the two arrogant kings of the sea. Su Xian smiled slightly and activated his Minter's eye. Data appeared. Long Outyin had a bone structure rating of 150 and an aptitude of 139, while Sun Xiaokong had a bone structure of 139 and an aptitude of 150. Both had a compatibility with the skilled critic star of over 90. What surprised Su Xian even more was that Long Outyin possessed the Dragon God's bone, and Sun Xiaokong had a compatibility with the Battle Saint physique of 99. These two were quite the unexpected surprises. The pair chose the second spine in the advanced secret realm, set at nightmare difficulty. Su Xian nodded to himself. These two arrogant young men certainly had some skill. Once inside the secret realm, Long Outyin and Sun Xiaokong struck poses full of bravado. Long Outyin pointed his sword skyward and declared loudly, "I am Long Outyin, the future dragon god. Surrender at once." Sun Xiaokong coolly stated, "You're not even worthy of me using a weapon." As the monsters swarmed towards them, each displayed their abilities. Long Outyin's swordplay was elaborate, with every move aimed at impressing. Sun Xiaokong fought with his bare hands, effortlessly repelling the enemies. Su Xian shook his head as he watched. These two were both show-offs, but their skills were indeed impressive, with both their swordsmanship and stick techniques being quite refined. During the final boss battle, the two simultaneously defeated the giant red octopus. Seeing the perfectly matched times on the scoreboard, they both scoffed. Dare to compete again? Su Xian walked over with a smile. These two showboats deserved a good lesson. Whether they would become his disciples was another matter, but a good fight was definitely in order. Hold on, you two. Su Xian called out to Long Outyin and Sun Xiaokong. Long Outyin turned back with a slight frown. Who are you? He asked. Sun Xiaokong chimed in. You're the new minter, right? Do you need something from us? Their tone was arrogant, clearly unimpressed by someone like Su Xian, who they believed relied on connections. Su Xian remained calm and said, I've heard you're the so-called two arrogant ones of Dinghai. Just a baseless reputation, Long Outyin replied proudly. No one is worthy to be compared with me. I will become the supreme god. Sun Xiaokong agreed. Arrogance needs a foundation. My staff will make even gods submit. Su Xian clenched his fist in frustration, finding these two brats insufferable. He coldly remarked, your performance is flawed and barely meets the genius threshold. As your mentor, it's my responsibility to guide you. Long Outyin and Sun Xiaokong exchanged glances, surprised that someone dared to be so audacious in front of them. Su Xian pointed at Long Outyin. Your swordsmanship is mediocre. You're focused on showmanship to mask your lack of true skill. Then he turned to Sun Xiaokong. Your staff technique is even worse. Not even a tenth of the power of the king of Dinghai. Both were left red-faced with anger. Long Outyin glared at Su Xian. If you're so great, why are you still at the silver moon level? Let's see what you've got. Sun Xiaokong added defiantly. Don't think that just because you're associated with the king of Dinghai, you can judge us. Do you even understand my staff technique? Su Xian maintained a composed smile. Let's go to the arena. Word spread quickly, causing a stir throughout the royal city. People flocked to the dueling arena, and the Red Moon Tavern was packed with eager onlookers. At the arena, Su Xian gestured casually. Both of you can come at me at once, or this will be over before I warm up. The crowd jeered in excitement. Show them. Minter Su. You're even more arrogant than the two arrogant ones of Dinghai. Long Outyin stepped onto the platform, putting on a limiter to match Su Xian's silver moon level. He said coldly, I will defeat you at the same level, so you see how ridiculous you are. Su Xian smiled. I'll defeat you using your own sword techniques until you yield. Long Outyin stood proudly, his sword gleaming with dragon patterns. Su Xian wielded his Qinji sword, unleashing a shadowy slash with overwhelming dragon power. Long Outyin's pupils shrank in shock. Su Xian was using his Azure Dragon Thrust technique, but faster and more powerful. He barely managed to defend when he heard a cracking sound. The limiter shattered and fell. The crowd gasped. Long Outyin stood frozen, realizing that if Su Xian wanted to kill him, he wouldn't stand a chance. Su Xian calmly remarked, your swordsmanship is decent. If I can wield it so effectively without mastering it, it barely meets my standards. Long Outyin roared in fury, a shadowy dragon appearing behind him as he forcefully elevated his power to the peak of the sunlight level. He slashed with all his might, Azure Dragon Sky-Cleaving Slash. Su Xian thought to himself, the dragon god's bone is impressive, but he can't even use a tenth of its power. He then countered with his own strike, Golden Dragon Sky-Cleaving Slash. For 5 clawed golden dragons materialized behind Su Xian, instantly overwhelming the Azure Dragon. Long Outyin was sent flying, crashing heavily to the edge of the arena, bloodied. This scene left Sun Xiaokong utterly stunned. With a single strike, Su Xian defeated Long Outyin and turned his gaze to Sun Xiaokong. Su Xian sheathed his 1000 machine sword and drew out the Dinghai staff. A faint seal was visible on the staff, imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Seeing this, Sun Shaokong frowned slightly. You're going to use a staff? Su Xian smiled calmly. I told you. I'll defeat you using your own best method. He held the staff in one hand, angled it behind him, exuding confidence. Go ahead, make your move first. Otherwise, like him, you won't even get a chance to strike. Sun Shaokong, wary and cautious, gathered his energy. His staff technique was unpredictable, his movements swift as lightning, charging towards Su Xian. Just as the long staff was about to make contact, Su Xian's staff blurred. In the next instant, Sun Shaokong was already sent flying backward. The audience below the stage was stunned, unable to see how Su Xian had made his move. Looking at the fallen Sun Shaokong, Su Xian advised, You used the Earthly Fiend's 72 staff, didn't you? That last strike aimed to break through illusion and connect with the divine. It's the first of the 72 Earthly Fiends, the Dark Connection. Your malice is too heavy. You can't connect with the divine. Sun Shaokong was shocked. How do you know my staff technique? Su Xian replied nonchalantly, The Earthly Fiend's 72 transformations are just a tiny part of the infinite variations of the chaotic universe, quite elementary. I can grasp it at a glance. He gestured with his finger. Come on, keep going. Unconvinced, Sun Shaokong charged again. The result was the same. Before he could see Su Xian's move, he was already sent flying. This time, Su Xian took the initiative to pursue, striking with the staff repeatedly. Remember, this is the spirit-driving staff. This is the mountain-bearing staff. This is the water-restricting staff. This is the wind-borrowing staff. Before Sun Shaokong hit the ground, Su Xian had delivered 71 different strikes, each from the Earthly Fiend's 72 staff techniques. Thud. Sun Shaokong crashed heavily to the ground, his body aching all over, unable to even grip his staff. The entire audience was silent. The two battles had ended so quickly that the spectators hadn't even reacted. It was a complete domination. Neither Long Outyin nor Sun Shaokong could lay a finger on Su Xian. The crowd erupted in excitement. Finally, someone put those two in their place. Well done, Su Xian. Is this the strongest connection? To gain the favor of the Dinghai King, it clearly wasn't just because of connections. Su Xian calmly walked off the fighting stage, tapping Long Outyin and Sun Shaokong 3 times each with his staff before leaving. Excuse me, I need to get to work. The crowd parted for Su Xian, watching him leave. Some whispered, I heard the Water Moon King's daughter picks Su Xian up from work every day, like their father and daughter. Su Xian's definitely living the good life now. With strength and connections like that, still working? Is he planning to live off others, but on his own terms? Su Xian never paid attention to gossip. After all, gossiping is human nature. Teacher, there's a monkey-like person kneeling outside, asking to see you. Inside the Moon and Water Palace, Su Xian was leisurely enjoying his tea. Xiao Li, full of energy, ran in to report that a scrawny, monkey-like man was kneeling outside, claiming to be Sun Shaokong. Su Xian frowned slightly and asked if he was alone. Xiao Li went back to check and confirmed that Sun Shaokong was indeed by himself. Su Xian waved it off, indicating there was no need to pay attention, believing Sun Shaokong needed more time to develop his character. Xiao Li curiously asked if they were getting a new junior brother, to which Su Xian responded with a smile. Xiao Li complained about the pressure of being the second senior sister and expressed her desire for a younger brother. Su Xian, feeling helpless, suggested she discuss it with her mother. With his train of thought interrupted, Su Xian tapped Xiao Li's leg gently with the Rui Jingu Bang, urging her to continue her training. He warned her that if she didn't reach the silver level by the start of school, her aunt would come to stay. Xiao Li tried to negotiate, and Su Xian jokingly promised that if she succeeded, Qing Qing would cook every day. Xiao Li's expression changed dramatically, and she quickly apologized. A day passed, and by evening, Su Xian returned to find Sun Shaokong still kneeling outside. He instructed Xiao Li to invite him in. Sun Shaokong knelt and earnestly requested guidance, and Su Xian tested his sincerity. When he learned that Sun Shaokong aspired to surpass him, Su Xian laughed heartily, expressing his admiration, and officially accepted him as a disciple. Su Xian introduced his other disciples. Sun Shaokong was cold towards Zhang Mu and Xiao Li, clearly struggling with his new role. Xian Yuan Qingqing entered with her culinary masterpiece, and Su Xian introduced her as the third senior sister. The others' expressions changed drastically, but they encouraged Sun Shaokong to eat up. Touched by the warmth of the sect, Sun Shaokong resolved to finish all the food. Don't worry, third senior sister, I'll eat it all, he declared. Sun Shaokong ladled a bowl of chicken soup. Under the watchful eyes of his teacher and fellow disciples, he took a tentative sip. In the next moment, his face changed drastically as an indescribable taste spread through his mouth. He fought the urge to spit it out, only to meet his third senior sister's expectant yet stern gaze. His senior brother and second senior sister looked relieved, as if they had found hope. Suddenly, Sun Shaokong understood what was happening, but he knew he had no choice. As a new disciple, no matter how bold he was, he couldn't disrespect his teacher or disregard his senior sister's efforts. Boldness was for outsiders. He needed to follow the rules with his own people. Fourth junior brother. How does it taste? Xin Yuanqing asked with concern. Delicious. Sun Shaokong gritted his teeth and uttered his first lie. Really? Then I'll make it for you more often. Xin Yuanqing exclaimed with joy. Sun Shaokong was startled. Is this some kind of test set by the teacher? It's brutal. Trying to maintain his composure, he asked, Senior sister, what's this dish called? Already planning to gift her a cookbook. When he heard the name of the dish, Sun Shaokong was dumbfounded. He looked to Su Xian for help. Teacher, if I may ask, what is third senior sister's profession? Su Xian couldn't help but laugh. Her main profession is elemental mage, with a side of alchemist. With a sister like her, you'll never taste the same dish twice. Shaoli burst into laughter. Surprised? Caught off guard? Thrilling, isn't it? Sun Shaokong was on the verge of tears, regretting his earlier arrogance. But now that it had come to this, he could only steel himself and finish the delicacies on the table under the watchful eyes of the four. As third senior sister would say, flavor doesn't matter as long as it's nutritious. This was a piece of wisdom her grandfather had imparted to her when teaching her alchemy at the age of 5. In the first few days after Sun Shaokong joined, Su Xian didn't immediately teach him the secrets of the art of roasting. Instead, he focused on the variations of the 72 earthly sticks, quietly observing his character. September marks the start of a new school year. On the day before classes begin, the entrance to the Dinghai secret realm is bustling with students. Su Xian stands to the side, silently observing these young cultivators eager to compete in the ranking tournament. Just then, his 4 disciples arrive together. Master, they call out in unison. Su Xian looks over his disciples, nodding in satisfaction. Over the 2-month summer break, each has made progress. Zhang Mu has reached the peak of the Golden Realm. Shaoli is on the verge of breaking into the Silver Realm. Xinyuan Qingqing has made strides in alchemy, and Sun Shaokong has advanced to the mid-stage of the Sun Realm. Are you all entering the secret realm? Su Xian asks. Yes. Li Xiaoli responds with the most enthusiasm, her eyes gleaming with confidence. Su Xian smiles as he sends his disciples into their chosen realms. He closely monitors each one's performance. Zhang Mu is struggling but steady, Shaoli is unstoppable, Xinyuan Qingqing is having a harder time, and Sun Shaokong is handling it all with ease. 5 minutes later, Shaoli is the first to clear her challenge, successfully breaking through to the Silver Realm. She excitedly rushes to Su Xian, exclaiming, Teacher, I did it. However, Su Xian furrows his brow. He senses a familiar power from Shaoli, and within him, the sea of stars surges, the red moon emitting an eerie glow. Shaoli, let me see your hammer, Su Xian says, his voice carrying a subtle but noticeable gravity. As he grips the hammer, the power of the red moon within him becomes unusually agitated. Su Xian suppresses his shock, returning the hammer to Shaoli as if nothing had happened. Looking at his innocent second disciple, Su Xian sighs inwardly. Whatever secrets Shaoli may hold, as long as she remains loyal to the sect, he will protect her. At this moment, the other disciples return from their challenges. Sun Shaokong excitedly declares, Teacher, I feel much stronger now. I'm going to perform well at the Global University Student Exchange Competition. Just remember to maintain friendly relations between the two countries. Don't go overboard. Xinyuan Qingqing's voice comes from the doorway. She enters, looking a bit reluctant. Teacher, the Longdu Academy starts soon, and I have to go back. I've really enjoyed my time with you and my fellow disciples. Su Xian advises her. Qingqing, don't neglect your cultivation when you're at Longdu. Xinyuan Qingqing waves goodbye with a smile. I'm off then. See you next time. Su Xian and the remaining disciples watch their third sibling leave, feeling a mix of emotions. They know how much she has sacrificed, often falling asleep in the lab from exhaustion. As the saying goes, bitter medicine is good for you. And they understand she does it for their benefit. But, as good as it is, it still tastes awful. In the wilderness, within the Sacred Legion's underground base number 1, lies the Sacred Hall. Numerous members of the Sacred Legion have gathered together. At the far end of the hall stands a massive dark red chair, shrouded in scarlet mist, making it difficult to discern its reality. Behind it sits the Jester King on a chair, adorned with a sinister smile, his expression grim. Below him, 12 dark chairs line the sides, representing the core strength of the Sacred Legion, the Sacred 12 Pillars. Jester King, we've lost an important piece with the death of the Poison King. Yet the sacrificial plan at Sea King City still failed. What are your thoughts? A deep, hoarse voice echoed, its source indiscernible. The Jester King gritted his teeth and said, Water Moon King's breakthrough at the last moment was too critical. We must eliminate her. She holds too many secrets. Before the age of 16, she was unremarkable, but then she advanced rapidly. At 22, she was granted the title of Marquis, and by 32, she became a king. She could potentially become a demigod. I suggest we place her at the top of our must-kill list. Indeed, Water Moon King must be killed, the hoarse voice agreed. However, Sea King City is on high alert after the recent turmoil, making it difficult to tamper with the city's defensive array again. Our only chance to kill Water Moon King is on the battlefield between the two realms. She has just become a king, so she will certainly go there. At this point, Fire Pillar, Fire Wolf Marquis, spoke up from among the 12 pillars. I have a suggestion. Su Xian should also be added to the must-kill list. Su Xian? Many members of the Sacred Legion were unfamiliar with the name. Fire Wolf Marquis explained. He's the young man who appeared with Water Moon King at the critical moment and neutralized the Poison King's heart-devouring poison. Without him, even if Water Moon King had returned, she couldn't have saved Sea King. More importantly, our plan to capture the elven Saintess Yutana failed because of him. I thought he had perished in the self-destruction of the three-headed flame dragon, but he emerged unscathed. Although his current level seems low, we must not underestimate him. After hearing Fire Wolf Marquis' words, the others also became interested in the mysterious Su Xian. Fire Wolf Marquis continued. The most intriguing part is that both Water Moon King and Su Xian hail from Qingzhou City. I'm sure everyone is familiar with Qingzhou City, right? Mentioning Qingzhou City caused a commotion in the hall. The Jester King's expression grew even darker. Qingzhou City again? 7 years ago, that incident, Water Moon King's rise, and now Su Xian. Qingzhou City truly seems to be the bane of our Sacred Legion. The Jester King would never forget that night 7 years ago. He led 2 marquises into Qingzhou City to perform a sacred sacrifice, only to encounter a mysterious figure who effortlessly killed the 2 marquises. The Jester King barely escaped with his life, leaving him with an indelible scar on his face, turning him into a true jester. Fire Wolf Marquis proposed. If Qingzhou City holds a great secret, we can start with Su Xian. He's not yet a significant threat, and should be easy to deal with. We may not be able to capture Water Moon King, but surely we can handle Su Xian. If there truly is a close connection between that mysterious figure, Water Moon King, and Su Xian, we can use Su Xian as bait to lure out the big fish. The Jester King nodded in agreement. Fire Wolf Marquis makes a valid point. If we can't deal with the strongest, we'll target the weakest. Fire Wolf Marquis, Golden Armor Marquis, I assign you the task of hunting Su Xian. With 2 marquises against a mere silver moon level, it should be a piece of cake, right? As soon as he dares to leave the city, intercept and kill him. Understood. Golden Armor Marquis and Fire Wolf Marquis responded in unison, full of confidence. Previously, they had ignored a silver moon level individual because their focus was not on such small fry. But this time, the mission specifically targeted Su Xian, and they were confident he wouldn't continue to evade them. After finalizing the plan, the hoarse voice spoke again. Jester King, there's one more matter for you to attend to. The folks from Lauren Star are preparing to send over a demon seed. It's meant to grow quickly here and aid the Sacred Legion in advancing our overall plan. The Jester King's lips curled into a sinister smile. Even the demon seed is being sent over? It seems the situation on Lauren Star is becoming urgent. On September 10th, Sea King Academy commenced its academic year. Zhangmu finally broke through to the Starlight Realm just before the start of school. Meanwhile, a dossier regarding the Blue Star Higher Education Freshman Exchange Competition was delivered to Su Xian. This competition serves as a preliminary event for the Global University Student Exchange Competition, exclusively targeting first-year students. Su Xian was quite intrigued by this, as he had yet to encounter anyone with a profession outside the 18 common advanced careers. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Su Xian's eyes as he envisioned the unique professions from various countries. In his own country, warriors wield long swords, chi practitioners inhale and exhale spiritual energy, and celestial masters draw talismans to cast spells. In Sakura country, ninjas move with elusive grace, and onmyoji chant incantations. In Kimchi country, espers display extraordinary powers. The holy clerics of the Romantic and Eagle nations wield staves, radiating holy light. Druids from the Oil Federation and Bear country resonate with nature. Su Xian secretly looked forward to meeting these extraordinary professionals. In the student dormitory, Su Xian tossed a stack of documents in front of Zhang Mu, his gaze challenging. This year, Dinghai Academy's first-year students have 4 seed spots for the world competition. Do you have the confidence to secure one? Zhang Mu replied without hesitation, no. Su Xian gave him a sidelong glance, his tone carrying a hint of threat. If you don't get one, you might as well move in with your ching-ching. He pointed at the documents and continued, I've reviewed them. The most formidable new student at Dinghai Academy is that Yin Xiaoshuang, who ranked 3rd in the national college entrance exams. Her strength far surpasses the others. But the rest are nothing to worry about. As long as you master the great mighty heavenly dragon technique and can summon even 1 golden dragon, you can easily dominate. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted them. The mentor and his student turned their heads simultaneously to see a young girl standing at the doorway, her high ponytail swaying, wearing a baseball cap, an icy blue hoodie, and light-colored jeans. Su Xian's face immediately broke into a smile. Speaking before Zhang Mu could. "Young lady, can we help you with something?" The girl smiled and replied, "Well, could I possibly swap rooms with you? I'm used to houses facing the sunlight." "Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. Just thought I'd say hi since it's our first meeting." Su Xian turned to give Zhang Mu a nudge and whispered, "Swap or not? This is Yin Xiaoshuang herself, and she's living right across from you." Haha, feeling the pressure? Seeing the broad smile on his mentor's face, Zhang Mu felt a twinge of suspicion. This was likely a deliberate arrangement by his mentor. Considering the rankings, he shouldn't have been placed opposite the top new student, Yin Xiaoshuang. Ignoring his disciple's look, Su Xian patted him encouragingly. "Come on, Zhang Mu, aim for the top freshman spot. Once the freshman competition is over, I'll take you to the Tower of Delusion for training." With that, he turned to leave the room. As he reached the door, Su Xian leaned down to whisper something in Yin Xiaoshuang's ear, causing her to stifle a laugh as she approached Zhang Mu. Before the semester started, Su Xian had already met Yin Xiaoshuang. Su Xian had made a deal with Yin Xiaoshuang, exchanging a small piece of chaos stone for her to invite Zhang Mu to the training room every day for a good beating. For someone like Zhang Mu, who blushes at the sight of girls, this was undoubtedly a significant shock. After leaving the academy, Su Xian returned to the Shuiwei Palace. It was a rare occasion to find Lin Suiying at home, as the other disciples were at school, leaving only Xiaoli, who had just returned from school. Lin Suiying prepared a few simple dishes, and the three of them sat around a small table in the courtyard, creating a cozy atmosphere. Li Xiaoli, being well-behaved, served food for her teacher and mother while excitedly reporting her exam results. "I got full marks in both the cultural and practical exams." The Shuiwei king affectionately patted her daughter's head and asked her to show the score scroll. The scroll revealed that Xiao Li's performance in the practical exam was impeccable, and her essay titled, "My Governor Mother," in the cultural exam was particularly noteworthy. Su Xian and Lin Suiying found it amusing and impressive, truly deserving of a perfect score for its depth. After the meal, Xiao Li dutifully went to wash the dishes. Su Xian wanted to ask about Xiao Li's background but restrained himself. Instead, he turned to Lin Suiying for help. "Could you help me acquire the blood samples of some deceased marquises or kings?" Although Lin Suiying had some reservations, she agreed to take him to the Hero Association. The two disappeared instantly, leaving Xiaoli, who had just finished washing the dishes, standing there bewildered. At the 99th floor of the Dinghai Hero Mall, the arrival of the Shui Weking and Su Xian alarmed the Hero Association's higher-ups. Marquis of Purple Snake, Ziling Long, personally greeted them and led them into a private room. A holographic display showed information on the blood samples of 36 deceased marquises and 5 deceased kings. Faced with so many choices, Su Xian was hesitant. Lin Suiying gently suggested buying them all, teasingly adding, "I remember you saying in the secret chamber that you like to spread the love evenly, right?" Her words sparked wild imaginations in Zilinglong's mind. Su Xian didn't agree, understanding the nuances of relationships between men and women. It's essential to appreciate each other gradually. A too intense approach might make the other person uncomfortable. Once or twice is fine, but too often could have the opposite effect. After careful consideration, Su Xian selected the blood tissue of 3 marquises and 1 king. Deliberating cautiously, Su Xian finally chose the blood tissue of 4 formidable figures: Jiangu Ho, Tian Sha Ho, Zhun Bei Ho, and Zhu Lingwang. Jiangu Ho, a legendary sword master during his lifetime, was a 7th-grade marquis known for his unparalleled swordsmanship. Tian Sha Ho, a character of both righteousness and villainy, once defected due to a misunderstanding but later played a role of double agent. Zhun Bei Ho was the former resident marquis of the northern Fengwang city, renowned for his profound mastery of martial arts. Zhu Lingwang, born of a human father and a giant princess mother, wielded dual hammers and was an unstoppable force. All 4 were valiant warriors with illustrious battle records. Lin Suiying did not comment on Su Xian's choices and signaled Zilinglong to settle the bill. Zilinglong smiled and said, "Your Majesty Shui Wang, the blood tissue of titled experts is a special commodity and requires bartering. You can exchange it for high-grade items like chaos stones or the spring of life, or offer your own blood in exchange." Lin Suiying was about to offer her blood, but Su Xian quickly intervened. "Exchanging blood is inauspicious. I have some chaos stones with me. I'll pay." He turned to Zilinglong and asked, "How is the exchange rate calculated?" Zilinglong was secretly surprised that Shui Wang would give such precious chaos stones to Su Xian. She raised 2 fingers, 2 stones. Su Xian was taken aback by the low price. Lin Suiying was also surprised, knowing that chaos stones are crucial for a marquis to ascend to a king and extremely valuable. However, she recalled that last time, Su Xian casually gave her 20 stones when she was breaking through. To her, Su Xian remained an enigmatic figure. Su Xian retrieved 2 chaos stones from his ring and handed them to Ziling Long, noting to himself that only 78 remained in the ring and he needed to find time to replenish them from the world channel. Eager to test the power of the semi-divine forbidden technique, he said, "Let's go, Suying." Lin Suying thanked Ziling Long and grabbed Su Xian's wrist, disappearing in an instant. Ziling Long watched their departing figures and couldn't help but reflect. Shuai Wang was once the unattainable dream of many men and still has countless admirers, yet she is only close to this young man from the Silver Moon realm. She couldn't fathom what extraordinary qualities Su Xian possessed. Back at Shuai Wang's residence, little Li was sitting in a corner of the courtyard, drawing with a bell-like laughter ringing out. Seeing the two return, she said sensibly, "Teacher, Mom, you're back so soon? I can actually take care of myself at home, so you don't need to worry about me when you go out." Su Xian and Lin Suying tacitly ignored little Li's words. Su Xian greeted her briefly before hurrying off to the training room. Lin Suying smiled and picked up her daughter. "Come, let Mom see what you've drawn." Walking to the corner, Lin Suying was stunned by her daughter's drawing. It depicted a family of 3, holding hands and walking in the sunset. Shuai Wang's eyes welled up with tears. She always thought her daughter was simply well-behaved and understanding, but now realized that behind that carefree smile lay a heart longing for a complete family. After all, little Li was just a child. Interacting with other students at school, she couldn't ignore the stark differences. Little Li's heart was also yearning for another kind of love. Lin Suying sighed inwardly, knowing that some things are predestined. She too hoped to one day walk hand in hand with her beloved and their daughter in the sunset. That day would come, but not now. In the training room, Su Xian sat in the center, carefully arranging Jian Guo's blood tissue and other necessary materials before him. He dared not be careless, as the semi-divine forbidden technique he was about to perform could easily claim his life if mishandled. Calming his mind and focusing his thoughts, Su Xian began to form seals and chant, "O God of death and resurrection, I vow to abide by the blood covenant. With my blood as the beginning and Jian Gu's blood as the end, please heed my request. Break the shackles of time and space, gather the souls of the departed, and with my life as the catalyst, grant me your divine power to resurrect Jian Gu." Would rebirth technique complete? As the final seal was formed, Jian Guo's blood tissue began to pulsate and slowly took human shape. Su Xian bit his finger, and a few drops of blood flew toward Jian Guo's body. Elemental forces gathered frantically, and Jian Guo's form gradually took shape. After a moment, Su Xian sensed something amiss. His life force was not being sacrificed. Instead, another mysterious power, the eerie power of the Red Moon, was at play. The power of the Red Moon surged from Su Xian's body, becoming the final piece needed to solidify the soul of the Swordbone Marquis. Su Xian was taken aback. The Red Moon, which had formed a half-moon above the sea of stars within him, had now reverted to a slender crescent. He furrowed his brow, pondering the mysterious nature of this Red Moon power. From its inception, it had defied conventional boundaries, creating a realm beyond the Silver Moon stage. In Shaoli, he had witnessed a power akin to the Red Moon. Now, it could even substitute for life and sacrifices. It was becoming increasingly enigmatic. As Su Xian pondered, the body of the Swordbone Marquis fully materialized. He slowly opened his eyes, confusion etched on his face until his memories returned. "I'm resurrected!" the Swordbone Marquis exclaimed, looking at Su Xian in disbelief. "You, in the Silver Moon stage, can perform a demigod-level forbidden technique?" Su Xian smiled and said, "Welcome back to the Dragon Kingdom, Swordbone Marquis. I'm Su Xian, an unassigned wanderer. There are some things I need to explain to you." "Please go ahead," the Swordbone Marquis replied respectfully. "You have only 6 months left to live before you completely dissipate," Su Xian stated bluntly. The Swordbone Marquis smiled serenely. "I was a dead man. To live another 6 months is a blessing." "What year is it now?" "It's new era 550 years since your death." "Only 50 years?" The Swordbone Marquis was shocked. "I thought at least a millennium had passed." Su Xian explained, "The outside world hasn't changed as much as you might think. The war between Blue Star and the game world continues, and we remain at a disadvantage. I'm somewhat of an exception." The Swordbone Marquis nodded in understanding. "Then why bring me back?" "I haven't quite decided yet. It was originally an experiment in forbidden techniques," Su Xian admitted candidly. The Swordbone Marquis was stunned, thinking how reckless young people seem to be these days. He solemnly said, "Su Xian, if you have no objections, I'd like to go to the battlefield between the two worlds. I don't wish to spend my remaining days in idleness." Su Xian shook his head. "There's no rush. Stay with me for a while, and then we'll make a decision. Is there anyone you'd like to see?" The Swordbone Marquis sighed. "No need. With only 6 months, I don't want to disturb them. I'd rather explore this world incognito." Su Xian nodded and led the Swordbone Marquis out of the training room. Suddenly, a sharp sword flew through the air. stopping at the Swordbone Marquis's neck. King's realm? The Swordbone Marquis looked in surprise at the stunning figure. Don't be impulsive, she's not an enemy, Xuan said with a smile. Who are you? Lin Suiying asked with a frown. He's the Swordbone Marquis, Xuan explained truthfully. I used a reincarnation technique to bring him back. Lin Suiying looked at Xuan in shock, her mind in turmoil. She wondered what else Xuan was capable of. What are your plans for him? Lin Suiying inquired. I haven't decided yet, but unless something unexpected happens, he'll likely end up on the battlefield between the two worlds, Xuan replied. Lin Suiying nodded, refraining from further questioning. Since Xuan was confident, she merely needed to respect his decision. Her internal worries also began to dissipate. After resurrecting the Swordbone Marquis, Xuan refrained from rashly reincarnating others. Having found a way to substitute life consumption, there was no need to gamble with lives. Time passed, and the Blue Star Higher Academy Freshman Exchange Tournament officially began. Xuan finally witnessed the unique professions from home and abroad. The Onmyoji from Sakura Country, who could wield mysterious yin-yang techniques and summon Shikigami. The Druids from the Oil Federation and Bear Country, who excelled in commanding animals and harnessing natural forces. If Zhangmu could secure the freshman seat spot for Dinghai Academy, there would be a great opportunity to face these unique professions. In late September, the preliminary rounds of the Blue Star Academy's freshman exchange competition were nearing their end. Zhangmu had achieved consecutive victories, successfully advancing to the quarterfinals. Xuan brought Shaoli to Dinghai Academy to watch the matches. In Xiaoshuang greeted them with a smile, while a bruised Zhangmu timidly called out, Master. Xuan gave In Xiaoshuang a thumbs up and jokingly asked Zhangmu, how does it feel to spar with Xiaoshuang? Touched. Zhangmu remained silent, instinctively distancing himself from In Xiaoshuang. Xuan encouraged him, if you're not satisfied, then prove yourself. Make it to the finals and take Xiaoshuang down. Be confident. If you can be number one in Qingzhou City, you can do it at Dinghai Academy too. Shaoli clenched her fist and shouted, Go! Senior brother! You're the best! In the first quarterfinal match, In Xiaoshuang defeated her opponent in 3 moves. In the second match, Summoner Imo Shui faced Zhangmu. As the match began, Shaoli yelled enthusiastically, Go! Bullhorse duo! Drawing curious glances from the crowd. Xuan covered his face and advised, Stop shouting. Save some face for your senior brother. In the arena, Zhangmu charged at his opponent at high speed. Imo Shui summoned a 5-ma turtle armored black bear. Zhangmu leaped into the air, his body glowing with an orange-yellow light, and delivered a powerful punch that knocked the giant bear down. In the stands, In Xiaoshuang exclaimed, Body of dominance? With his body of dominance activated, Zhangmu was unstoppable, ending the match with a close-range punch. In Xiaoshuang rushed forward to question him, Are you trying to trick me? Zhangmu disdainfully pushed her hand away. Would you believe me if I said I realized it on the spot? Xuan and Shaoli approached, believing that his disciple wouldn't lie, except when dealing with the third brother. In Xiaoshuang looked at him and said, So tell me, how did you suddenly have an epiphany? Zhangmu replied earnestly, I just imagined Imo Shui as you, and instantly, I felt all tense, with an overwhelming urge to beat you up. Then I understood. Hearing this, In Xiaoshuang's lips turned pale with anger, and she gritted her teeth, saying, You tactless guy, do you even know how to talk? Shaoli couldn't help but chime in, Brother Mu. It's not right to talk to girls like that. I know you feel like hitting this sister, but you shouldn't say it out loud. Xuan shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, How did I end up with such a pair of unique disciples? As the 4 of them were engrossed in their conversation, an unexpected voice suddenly interrupted. Konnichiwa. Xuan turned to see a girl in a white shirt and plaid skirt greeting him from a distance. He recognized her as Sakura Q, the strongest illusion ninja among the new students from the Sakura Kingdom. Although he was used to all sorts of strange interactions, being approached by someone from the Sakura Kingdom still surprised Xuan. He glanced at Sakura Q, and then at the man beside her holding a katana, who gave him an unsettling feeling. Out of courtesy, Xuan extended his hand and replied, Hello? In somewhat broken Mandarin, Sakura Q asked, Can we be friends? Her eyes sparkled slightly. Xuan smiled, Of course, but I'm sorry, I have something to do right now. Let's chat another time. Sorry to bother you, see you next time, Sakura Q said politely, not pressing further as she and the man with the sword walked away. Once they were out of sight, Xuan squinted his eyes and said to his eldest disciple, Zhangmu, be cautious of this Sakura Q. She's the most skilled in ocular techniques among the new students, especially in illusions. But what? Zhangmu asked curiously. Xuan's pupils briefly flashed with a swirling pattern. You'll soon understand the wonders of illusions. Yui, did it work? The samurai sword-wielding man asked the young woman beside him on the long street. Sakura Yui nodded slightly, a hint of pride in her eyes. It should have worked. The man with the samurai sword furrowed his brow and pressed further. Then why not bring him over? This person harbors a unique power that even Lord Orochi is interested in. Yui's lips curled into a mysterious smile. No rush. Let's wait until the semifinals are over tomorrow. Her eyes swirled with confidence. Don't worry, Miyazawakan. Everything is under my control. The next day, the semifinals of the Blue Star Academy Freshman Exchange Tournament commenced as scheduled. The arena was packed, buzzing with excitement. Zhang Mu drew a favorable lot, avoiding the formidable Yin Xiaoshuang and instead facing Gu Chongqing from the Shura division. Despite Gu Chongqing's top 20 national ranking in the college entrance exams, Zhang Mu was undaunted. Su Xian arrived early with Xiao Li to the spectator stands. As the electronic referee announced the start of the match, Xiao Li was about to cheer when Su Xian quickly covered her mouth. Don't shout, or your senior might have to find a new school to attend. In the duel arena, Gu Chongqing made the first move. He blindfolded himself with a black cloth and slowly drew his long sword, emanating the distinctive hellish aura of Shura. Zhang Mu displayed his indomitable body, his presence equally imposing. The two engaged in a fierce exchange. Gu Chongqing skillfully combined his spiritual energy with sword aura to maintain distance, while Zhang Mu attempted to close in, albeit unsuccessfully at first. As the situation seemed unfavorable for Zhang Mu, he suddenly unleashed his ultimate move simultaneously using his clone technique and instant step. Two Zhang Mu's charged at Gu Chongqing, catching him off guard. Although Gu Chongqing hastily countered with a backward slash and a wave of killing intent, he couldn't stop Zhang Mu's relentless assault. In the end, Zhang Mu triumphed with his indomitable body and a golden dragon strike, breaking through the dark aura and delivering a decisive punch to defeat Gu Chongqing, securing a hard-fought victory. Ding! Your disciple Zhang Mu has mastered the use of the indomitable body and has begun to hone his skills in scattered combat techniques. Congratulations, you've triggered a 9000x critical hit return, and you've acquired the awakening skill of the advanced profession of Sanda. Su Xian was surprised, not expecting that he could gain a professional awakening skill through his disciple's return without stepping into the marquee realm. He carefully savored the information from the system. Blazing Flame Step, the pinnacle of Sanda. By reaching the extreme with martial arts, the body becomes like fire, the mind burns, elevating the physique to an infinitely berserk state. At this moment, the destructive power of any Sanda move will be greatly enhanced. This match was worth watching. Su Xian thought to himself with relief. As for the afternoon match, he was less interested. Yin Xiaoshuang was still maintaining her top-tier performance, ranking third nationwide in the college entrance exams, and hadn't yet encountered an opponent that required her full effort. Unless his senior disciple goes all out, he'd likely get beaten. Xiao Li, let's go, Su Xian said as he prepared to leave with his second disciple. Just as they stepped off the viewing platform, they saw Sakura Kiwa waving at him from a distance. Not her again, so annoying. Xiao Li pouted, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Teacher, can I ask you a question? What's your question? Su Xian replied with a smile. Do you think she's prettier, or is mom prettier? Xiao Li asked, blinking her big eyes. Su Xian gently tapped her nose. You're the prettiest. Don't worry, your teacher won't be captivated by a woman from Sakura country. Soon, you'll understand my good intentions. Don't say anything, she's coming over, Xiao Li said cautiously, eyeing the approaching Sakura Kiwa. Sakura Kiwa walked over quickly, smiling sweetly. Su Xuankuan, are you free today? Of course. Su Xian nodded. May I invite you to lunch? It would be an honor. Su Xian feigned delight. And so, under Xiao Li's angry gaze, the teacher left with the woman from Sakura country. Just then, Zhang Mu arrived, looked around and asked, Junior sister, where did the teacher go? Xiao Li, with her hands on her hips, replied angrily. He's gone deep into enemy territory to gather intelligence. Deep into enemy territory? Zhang Mu was puzzled. What does that mean? It's nothing good, that's for sure. Xiao Li fumed. I need to go back and tell mom. The Dinghai Grand Hotel, standing at 44 stories, has a special floor dedicated to guests from the Sakura Nation. Sakura Yui led Su Xian to a room, gently opened the door, and invited him to take a seat. After closing the door, Sakura Yui gracefully poured Su Xian a glass of Sakura spirit wine and softly introduced it. Mr. Su Xian, this is a special wine from our country, crafted to welcome distinguished guests. Please enjoy. Su Xian thanked her politely and drank it in one go. As their conversation unfolded, the subtle aroma of the wine filled the room. Sakura Yui's gaze became increasingly dreamy, and her delicate hand accidentally brushed against Su Xian. Her eyes swirled with intrigue as she spoke with a hint of seduction. Mr. Su Xian, I've always admired the men from the Dragon Nation. May I experience your unique power? Su Xian was well aware of her intentions. He had already replicated her illusion during their handshake and implanted it back into her mind. At that moment, Sakura Yui was embracing a wooden post, lost in a fabricated reality. Su Xian watched with interest, pondering her true motives. To test her further, Su Xian infused the wooden post with a trace of red moon power. As expected, a deep purple energy surged from Sakura Yui, voraciously consuming the red moon power. Su Xian's eyes lit up, and he repeated the process several times. Each time the energy was greedily absorbed. 2 hours later, the room returned to calm. Su Xian heard Sakura Yui murmuring, "Lord Orochi." The name piqued his interest, and he decided to investigate further in the future. Upon leaving, Su Xian deliberately provoked the guard outside the door, Miyazawa Kawa, saying, "Yuikan was wonderful. I truly appreciate her warm hospitality." Miyazawa Kawa gripped his katana tightly, seething with anger. Back at the Shueisha Palace, Su Xian asked Lin Suiying about Orochi. Lin Suiying explained, "The older generation of crown powerhouses have witnessed its power, but its true form has never been seen. With the merging of the two worlds, many secrets remain hidden. If you're interested in learning more, I know a senior who might be able to help you unravel some mysteries." Has anyone ever encountered the power of the Yamada no Orochi before? Su Xian was surprised. If the existence of the Yamada no Orochi was also like rootless water, then there would be no way to trace it. A glimmer of hope flashed in Su Xian's eyes as he pressed on, "Suing. Who was this predecessor you mentioned?" Lin Suing smiled faintly and slowly revealed a name. "King Wuan, by Sha. Him?" Su Xian raised an eyebrow, recalling their brief encounter at the Hero Association headquarters. At that time, King Wuan had appeared specifically to advise him to abandon his pursuit of mastering all professions and focus on one. However, Su Xian's path of mastering all professions was set, and he couldn't easily give it up due to a mere suggestion. "You know King Wuan?" Lin Suing asked, surprised. Su Xian briefly recounted the incident. Lin Suing chuckled softly. King Wuan meant well. After all, no one has ever reached the end of the path of mastering all professions, not even reaching the Silver Moon realm. You've already made history, and you'll continue to forge your path. Su Xian smiled. "Do you believe in me?" Lin Suing gazed at him, her eyes full of gentle light. "If there's only one person left in the world who believes in you, it would be me." Her tone was calm, as if stating a simple fact. Su Xian was momentarily stunned and softly replied, "Thank you." Being trusted so deeply, regardless of the feelings behind it, was a form of happiness. Nearby, Xiao Li's eyes widened with excitement. Her tiny fists clenched under her chin, thinking, get closer, get closer. It seems today's plan worked. Is Mom finally making a move? Teacher, go for it. Lin Suing remained calm. "Unfortunately, I must stay and guard the royal city, so I can't accompany you to find King Wuan." Xiao Li's expectations were dashed, and she sulked internally. "Darn it. I should have gone to wash the dishes first." Su Xian laughed. "I can go by myself. Once the seed selection competition at Dinghai Academy is over, I plan to take a few youngsters to the Tower of Delusion, and we can visit the dragon capital on the way." "That sounds good," Lin Suing said. "You can take Zhang Mu, Qing Qing, and Xiao Kong with you. Xiao Li is too young to endure the energy baptism of the Tower of Delusion, so she should stay at home." Xiao Li internally screamed, "Is being young my fault?" Lin Suing continued, "However, there are some materials in the Sky Eye system. I'll grant you access to review them when you have time." "Okay." Su Xian nodded. That evening, Su Xian used his new access to retrieve information about the Yamada no Orochi from the Sky Eye encyclopedia system. He carefully read through each entry, hoping to find a breakthrough. The data showed that the Yamada no Orochi was first discovered in the new calendar year 50 by the Genji clan of Sakura country, who inadvertently found and harnessed its power. This power was then used to develop the Onmyoji profession, making the Genji clan the most prestigious in the field. In the new calendar year 100, during a rebellion, 32 executed rebels were found with the Yamada no Orochi's power parasitizing them. The Blue Star Security Union thoroughly investigated the Genji clan but failed to trace the rebels. Due to the malevolent nature of the Yamada no Orochi's power, the Union formed a special team for in-depth investigation. Ultimately, the Yamada no Orochi was classified as a non-corporeal, reality-altering extra-dimensional spirit entity, its origin remaining a mystery. Over the next few hundred years, similar spirit entities appeared in various countries, drawing significant attention from the Union. In new calendar year 312, the Elven race joined the investigative team and concluded that these entities originated from a special dimension known as the Abyss. The Abyss? Su Xian committed the term to memory. He speculated that the power of the Abyss and the source of the Red Moon's power might be opposites in some sense. Otherwise, the Yamada no Orochi power residing in Sakura Yui wouldn't be so eager to devour the Red Moon's power. The situation was becoming increasingly complex, and Su Xian felt a headache coming on. He realized that to further unravel the secrets of the Red Moon's power, he needed to break through his current limiting realm, the Red Moon realm. And the only ways to quickly break into the Silver Moon realm were through the World Passage, or the Two-World Battlefield. Regarding the Two-World Battlefield, Su Xian had heard many secrets but had never been there himself. Even the youngest, Sun Xiaokong, had gone there for training under the school's guidance. If given the chance, he wanted to explore it himself. Did you find anything? Lin Suing asked, seeing Su Xin frowning. Su Xin replied, it's mostly vague concepts. I'll visit King Wuan when I have the chance. Personal experience always reveals more. Lin Su Ying's lips curled into a smile, her eyes twinkling. I'm curious about what you did today to suddenly care so much about a spirit entity. Su Xian was taken aback, wondering if Shaoli had said anything. She didn't say, but I can't smell another woman's perfume on you. Lin Suing teased. Su Xian was more nervous than when he was chased by the black wind dragon across the world passage. All right, I was just joking. Lin Suing laughed. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Suing shifted the topic. I wouldn't just smell the perfume. I know exactly who it is. Su Xian, danger. Today's Water Moon King is a bit different. In early October, the finals of the freshman seed selection tournament at Dinghai Academy officially kicked off. The stands were packed with spectators, buzzing with excitement. As a charming and talented underclassman, Yin Xiaoshuang clearly had more supporters. Outside the dueling arena, the two main contenders were warming up. Yin Xiaoshuang donned a form-fitting female battle armor, while Zhang Mu equipped his sparring gear. Hey, wooden block, today's our last sparring match, Yin Xiaoshuang teased with a smile. You haven't beaten me once this month, so don't hold back this time. Zhang Mu nodded, determination blazing in his eyes. This time, I'll definitely beat you. Yin Xiaoshuang playfully climbed onto Zhang Mu's shoulder and patted his chest muscles. Don't embarrass yourself out there. Zhang Mu brushed her hand away with a look of disdain. Let's get in the ring. I'm going to crush you. With a roll of her eyes, Yin Xiaoshuang entered the arena first, greeted by a wave of cheers from the audience. Zhang Mu followed closely behind, with only their junior, Shaoli, shouting, Team Bullhorse for the win. After the host introduced the contestants, Yin Xiaoshuang jested. Actually, Zhang Mu and I have known each other since the start of the semester. I've been helping him train all month, and every time I beat him up. This time won't be any different. The crowd erupted in laughter and chatter. Zhang Mu, however, remained serious. All my past failures and frustrations come down to this moment. Today, I'm going to crush her. The electronic referee announced the start of the match. Yin Xiaoshuang activated her Heart of Fury, her demeanor shifting instantly. Zhang Mu, not taking any chances, activated his dominant body. Yin Xiaoshuang made the first move, her twin blades slicing through the air. Zhang Mu barely countered with a cross slash when she leaped up for another strike. This time, Zhang Mu failed to block, and her blade left a gash on his body. In his berserk state, the pain sensation was significantly dulled, allowing Zhang Mu to quickly recover and fend off Yin Xiaoshuang's continued assault, thanks to his strong regenerative abilities. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Mu braced himself, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Yin Xiaoshuang's twin blades attacked like shooting stars, their gleam cutting through his defenses with relentless precision. He struggled to hold his ground, finding no opening for a counterattack. Wooden block, show me the moves Uncle Su taught you. Yin Xiaoshuang taunted with a cold sneer. A fierce glint flickered in Zhang Mu's eyes as he suddenly charged forward, attempting to break through Yin Xiaoshuang's onslaught with a burst of speed. Yet he underestimated her skill. Her twin blades danced flawlessly, turning his advance into a trap. Thud. One blade pierced through just below Zhang Mu's heart. Yin Xiaoshuang was slightly taken aback, surprised by Zhang Mu's desperation. Even in his berserk state, such a wound would typically incapacitate someone. However, Zhang Mu didn't even flinch, instead seizing the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Boom! Zhang Mu delivered a powerful uppercut to Yin Xiaoshuang's chin, simultaneously kicking her away. The spectators gasped, shocked by the sudden reversal. Zhang Mu showed no mercy, eager to capitalize on his advantage. Fury ignited in Yin Xiaoshuang's eyes as she gritted her teeth. You stubborn fool. Bang! A crimson circle appeared beneath her feet, releasing a burst of potent energy that halted Zhang Mu's assault. Regaining her balance, Yin Xiaoshuang's twin blades glowed with a blood-red aura. Ripples formed in front of her as a powerful force began pulling Zhang Mu forward. Bloodthirsty demon seal. The announcer exclaimed. An advanced skill of the berserker class, and Yin Xiaoshuang can wield it at the starry realm. Her talent is astounding. Su Xian watched the scene unfold, nodding in admiration. Yin Xiaoshuang truly lives up to her reputation as one of the top 3 in the nation. It's tough for Zhang Mu to win. He wasn't overly concerned about Zhang Mu's victory or defeat. Reaching this stage was impressive enough. Yet Zhang Mu refused to concede. Despite being covered in blood, he struggled fiercely against the grip of the bloodthirsty demon seal. Roar! With a defiant shout, a massive, menacing black dragon's head appeared behind him. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Su Xian's mind. Ding! Your disciple Zhang Mu has successfully formed a demonic heart, merging it with the great heavenly dragon technique. marking the initial creation of his own unique style. Congratulations on triggering a 3,000-fold critical hit return. Your great heavenly dragon has now advanced to the 8-dragon realm. The sudden notification startled Xuan. A demonic heart? Zhang Mu was known for his upright character and practiced the great heavenly dragon, a technique meant to dispel evil. How could he develop a demonic heart? Xuan recalled that the Eye of the Divine Mentor had once suggested Zhang Mu was most suited for the demonic god body, and suddenly it all made sense. System. Explain this. Master. The demonic state is a realm that can suppress human nature to its limits, elevating power to the extreme. Only those with the strongest will can control such power. The formation of a demonic heart signifies Zhang Mu's initial qualification to wield the demonic god body. Xuan was enlightened. It seemed that Yin Xiaoshuang's influence on Zhang Mu was indeed significant. On the stage, Zhang Mu, with his demonic heart merged with the great heavenly dragon, forcibly blocked the ferocious blade of the bloodthirsty demon seal slash. However, seeing Zhang Mu drenched in blood, Yin Xiaoshuang hesitated. In that moment of hesitation, Zhang Mu charged forward like a beast. Yin Xiaoshuang abandoned the lethal strike and switched to defense. The crowd was in an uproar. It was clear she was holding back. Yin Xiaoshuang, why aren't you giving it your all? Zhang Mu roared, his mind clear. Blockhead? You're conscious now? Yin Xiaoshuang exclaimed in surprise. Of course. Zhang Mu's voice was firm. Too hasty, Yin Xiaoshuang regretted. I should have finished you off with one strike earlier. Zhang Mu let out a sinister laugh, swiftly closing the distance to Yin Xiaoshuang. A massive dragon head materialized, its overwhelming aura disrupting Yin Xiaoshuang's twin blade technique. At the same time, Zhang Mu's fist crashed toward her face. Bang! The punch landed squarely, swelling half of Yin Xiaoshuang's face as she tumbled backward. Blockhead. Unforgivable. Yin Xiaoshuang shouted in anger. You don't hit a girl's face, don't you know that? Zhang Mu didn't respond or pursue further. He just stood there dazed. As Yin Xiaoshuang reached him, he collapsed. Yin Xiaoshuang hurriedly caught him, checked his breathing, and relaxed when she found it steady. She then gritted her teeth. You fool. Blockhead. Stupid wooden head. You put yourself through all that just to punch me? You really are something. On the viewing platform, Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Losing the match didn't matter. He was more concerned about Zhang Mu finding a wife. Xuan stopped the healer, choosing to personally bestow a healing blessing on Zhang Mu. He mused that although his eldest disciple might lack talent, his perseverance made him the perfect senior disciple. As for what happened after waking up, Xuan couldn't care less. As a mentor, his only task was to have Xiaoshuang continue training Zhang Mu, paying for it until his eldest disciple could manage to get it for free on his own. 3 days after the preliminaries, Zhang Mu finally awoke from his coma. As he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was the slightly asymmetrical yet delicate face of Yin Xiaoshuang. Her swollen left cheek gave her a somewhat comical appearance, but it couldn't hide the mix of joy and anger in her eyes. You blockhead. Yin Xiaoshuang gritted her teeth. You finally woke up. Did you enjoy the fight? Scenes from the arena flashed through Zhang Mu's mind, and he instinctively nodded. Yes. It was amazing. Before he could finish, Yin Xiaoshuang's fist landed on him. Still enjoying it? You're playing dirty, attacking an injured person. Zhang Mu lamented. He had only wanted to vent a month's worth of anger, not expecting such serious consequences. Sensing Yin Xiaoshuang's fury, Zhang Mu immediately called for help. Master. Outside, Xuan was leisurely sunbathing. He chose not to intervene in the commotion inside, understanding that Yin Xiaoshuang had been caring for Zhang Mu for 3 days, which was no easy task. Half an hour later, the two walked out of the room in harmony. Yin Xiaoshuang cheerfully bid farewell to Xuan. Uncle Su, I'm heading off. Xuan waved. Take care, visit again soon. Once Yin Xiaoshuang left, Zhang Mu approached with a sullen expression. I'm sorry, master. I didn't secure the top seed spot and brought shame to you. Xuan chuckled. It's all right. It's not the first time you've lost. Zhang Mu was speechless. Xuan continued. Perseverance in the face of defeat is also a path to greatness. Now, tell me about the finals. Zhang Mu recalled the event and described his experiences facing Yin Xiaoshuang's bloodthirsty demon slash. He talked about his struggle to focus his mental energy, his attempt to forcibly unleash the golden dragon chi, and the sudden entry into a wondrous state. Master, do you know what that was? Zhang Mu asked excitedly. Xuan nodded. You've touched upon a special realm demonic possession. Demonic possession? Isn't that part of the dark arts? Zhang Mu exclaimed in surprise. Xuan shook his head and patiently explained the essence of the demonic realm. He emphasized that it is a state of being that requires extraordinary mental fortitude to control. He also warned Zhang Mu about the dire consequences of failing to manage this power. Sweat beaded on Zhang Mu's forehead as he worriedly asked, Does that mean I can't use this power in the future? Why not use it? Su Xian countered. It's your best chance to catch up with the super geniuses. Pursue it bravely, stay rational, and master the demonic nature. A fire ignited in Zhang Mu's eyes. Yes, master. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. All right, mastering this power is not something that can be done overnight. Pack your things. In a few days, I'll take you to the Tower of Bewilderment. Thank you, master. Zhang Mu was thrilled. The next day, Su Xian took Zhang Mu and Sun Xiaokong on an official spacecraft headed for the borders of the Dragon Nation. The Tower of Bewilderment and the Tower of Death are located at the frontier of the Dragon Nation, near the border with the Bear Nation. Aboard the spaceship, Su Xian held a list in his hand, browsing through it with keen interest. His eyes lingered on the seed spots allocated to various universities for the global exchange competition. The list included top students from freshmen to juniors, as seniors were mostly out gaining experience and thus not included. Longwa's 4 major universities each had 4 precious spots per grade. Among them were Yingxia Shuang and Zhang Mu from the first year, and Long Outyan and Sun Xiaokong from the third year at Dinghai University. However, what really caught Su Xian's attention were the new seed students from Longdu University. The top seed, Yi Chun, was the high school valedictorian and a martial artist proficient in Wing Chun. The second seed, Wen Xiu, was the salutatorian and a young master from Longhu Mountain, skilled in talismans and mystic arts. The emergence of these individuals in such niche yet promising professions made Su Xian view these careers with newfound respect. As he thoughtfully flipped through the list, he noticed that many seed candidates from both domestic and international institutions hailed from special professions. This inspired him to consider taking on a few apprentices from these fields, potentially leading to unexpected gains. Just as Su Xian was deep in thought, Sun Xiaokong approached nervously to inquire about the whereabouts of their third senior sister. Su Xian explained, "Your third senior sister went directly from Longdu to the frontier and will meet us there. I heard she has prepared gifts for you all." Sun Xiaokong's face immediately darkened, and he groaned. "I really don't want to drink chicken soup again." After finally getting some good sleep over the past few days, was he about to start having nightmares again? Even before beginning the challenge of the Tower of Illusions, Sun Xiaokong was already feeling lost. In the Dragon Kingdom, at the border with the Bear Nation, lies the land of the Twin Towers, the Tower of Delusion and the Tower of Death. Su Xian arrived at the Twin Towers with his 3 disciples, Zhang Mu, Sun Xiaokong, and Xinyuan Qingqing. From a distance, Qingqing waved to greet them. Su Xian approached with a smile, while his 2 male disciples followed with forced smiles. Qingqing handed Sun Xiaokong a steaming bowl of chicken soup. "Xiaokong, I specially made this for you. Drink it to prepare for the journey." Sun Xiaokong looked puzzled, and Zhang Mu patted him on the shoulder. "Junior brother, have some more. Don't let your senior sister's kindness go to waste." Su Xian presented an invitation, and Li Xingchen casually waved them through. Just as they were about to leave, Li Xingchen suddenly asked, "Are you Su Xian? I heard you even managed to win over Su Ying." Su Xian gave an awkward smile. "You're joking, senior." The 4 of them arrived in front of the Tower of Delusion, where a massive stone tablet displayed the rankings. Su Xian glanced around and recognized many familiar names. "Get ready to enter the tower." Su Xian handed the invitation to his disciples. Each of them pricked their fingers, and as their blood dripped, a mysterious light shone beneath them, transforming the scene before their eyes. In the Forest of Delusion, hundreds of powerful goblins lurked, watching them intently. Su Xian, however, sat down leisurely. "I'm tired, the rest is up to you." The 3 disciples exchanged glances, unable to believe their teacher was claiming fatigue at such a moment. "Our master is pushing us to grow stronger." Zhang Mu put on his gloves and charged into the goblin horde first. Each punch he threw packed a mighty force, sending goblins flying. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaokong attacked in the opposite direction, sweeping his long staff to clear another area. In the center, Xinyuan Qingqing orchestrated the battle, casting spells to support everyone. System notifications kept popping up as the disciples gained experience from defeating monsters. Inside Su Xian's body, the sea of stars surged, this time forming a red moon instead of a silver one. The power of the red moon was connected to the world passage, the battlefield between realms, and the abyss. Su Xian speculated that the dual towers might share this connection as well. The 3 disciples quickly cleared the first level and stepped into the teleportation array to enter the second level. On the icy plains, fierce ice wolves awaited them. The disciples charged forward eagerly, savoring the thrill of the tower challenge. The experience energy from the fallen monsters in the tower was purer, as they were formed from concentrated energy. With each level they conquered, the red moon within Su Xian grew more complete. By the 5th level, the scene shifted to a narrow, dimly lit room. In the corner sat a person, with a massive gray-white sword planted in front of them, exuding an aura of peak solar realm power. Sun Xiaokong volunteered to take on the berserker, gripping his staff tightly. Xinyuan Qingqing provided spell support, and together they suppressed their opponent. Zhang Mu stood aside, feeling a surge of anxiety. He felt powerless at this level of battle, deeply aware of his limitations. Su Xian noticed Zhang Mu's turmoil and called him over. From now on, try to embrace the demonic state. The goal is to harness the power of the demon while staying conscious, at least until we pass the 25th level. Can you do it? Zhang Mu nodded resolutely and began to enter a frenzied, divided state. He transformed his feelings of helplessness and desire for strength into power, igniting his conviction. When he grasped the tiny spark deep within, his mind and body fell into alignment. A single thought plunged him into the demonic state. With a dragon's roar, half a dragon's form appeared around Zhang Mu. His aura surged from the initial stage of the starry realm to its peak. Master, I did it, Zhang Mu said, trembling. Su Xian nodded approvingly. Good. Maintain control over it. Zhang Mu could feel his power continuing to increase, but his mind was growing more fatigued. He struggled between rational restraint and the intoxicating allure of power, fully aware of the danger yet yearning for more. Meanwhile, Sun Shaokong and Xianyuan Qingqing successfully defeated the Tower Guardian Berserker. The reward of pure energy was distributed among the four of them, triggering a system return. With 5 levels cleared, the red moon within Su Xian was now nearly a quarter complete. Su Xian felt a sense of anticipation. Once the red full moon was complete, would he finally step into the next realm? Teacher, is senior brother all right? Su Xian shook his head with a smile. Don't worry, this is an opportunity for your senior brother. He glanced at Zhang Mu, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The third and fourth disciples exchanged puzzled looks. Let's move on to the next level. Su Xian led his 3 disciples into the teleportation array. The 6th level was a vast plain teeming with minotaurs ranging from golden to silver moon grade. Su Xian found a grassy spot to lie down, signaling his disciples to train. An hour later, the 3 of them had cleared all the enemies. They then passed through the dark corridor of the 7th level, the 8th level, and the 9th level without encountering any Sungrade Tower Guardians. The 3rd disciple asked if they should take a break, but Su Xian encouraged them to keep going. The 10th level might be at the Tianhe grade. Can you handle it? Su Xian inquired. The disciples looked apprehensive, but Su Xian reassured them with a smile. The guardians here are merely energy formations with little combat experience. You still have a chance to succeed. Reluctantly, the 3 pressed on to the 10th level. Before them stood a magnificent palace, with a Tianhe grade Lord of Light, made of light and thunder elements, seated on the throne. Sun Shaokong launched the first attack, followed closely by Xianyuan Qingqing. Facing the formidable assault of the Tianhe grade adversary, the trio found themselves in perilous situations. In a critical moment, Su Xian intervened, healing Sun Shaokong's injuries and lending him a mysterious staff. Go on, as long as I'm here, you will never suffer, Su Xian encouraged. Sun Shaokong gripped the staff tightly, his fighting spirit ignited. The 3rd disciple downed several potions, his strength surging. Zhang Mu also prepared himself for battle. The 3 launched another fierce attack on the Lord of Light. Xianyuan Qingqing and Sun Shaokong simultaneously launched an attack. Inside the palace, the Lord of Light was surrounded by the 2. The 3rd disciple shouted in anger, 10,000 thunders, heavenly prison summon. A barrage of deep purple lightning pillars descended, forming a prison of electricity. This lightning, infused with the power of the 10,000 poisons body, carried an extraordinary corrosive force. Even though the Lord of Light was a magical entity, he couldn't escape its effects, and his life force rapidly diminished. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Shaokong brought down his staff with a mighty blow. This legendary weapon, even when sealed, still possessed incredible power. With one strike, it devoured even the light and thunder. The golden armor on the Lord of Light shattered, and his form dissipated into nothingness. Level 10, cleared. The system notification sounded, and energy was divided into 4 parts, entering the bodies of the master and disciples. In Xuanyuan's body, the red moon once again gathered, reaching a crescent stage. The 3rd and 4th disciples were left panting heavily, while Zhang Mu struggled to maintain his demonic state. Sun Shaokong, holding his staff, jumped to Xuanyuan's side, eyes shining. Master, what level is this weapon? Xianyuan smiled. You want it? I do. Sun Shaokong replied without hesitation. Win first place in the Global High-Level Academy Exchange Competition for 3rd-year students, and I'll grant it to you, Xianyuan promised. Thank you, Master. Sun Shaokong was overjoyed, silently vowing to secure first place. The 3rd disciple approached, offering them a white root. A supreme tonic, have a taste? Sun Shaokong and Zhang Mu accepted it, but were hesitant to eat it right away. Although the 3rd disciple's items were beneficial, they often left a psychological impact. Xianyuan asked, is this a small ginseng root? Yes, Xianyuan Qingqing summoned her spirit pet, the small ginseng. Master, doesn't it look plumper? I've been feeding it well, just like I promised. Xianyuan sighed. Noting the ginseng's chubby appearance, though its expression was somewhat peculiar. Each of them ate a root, quickly restoring their depleted vitality and mental strength. Sun Xiaokong marveled. Third senior sister, your spirit pet is incredibly nourishing. Once recovered, the four stepped into the portal leading to the 11th level. The difficulty increased again, with sun-level monsters appearing frequently. In reality, only the third and fourth disciples were fighting, while Zhang Mu could only handle the minor creatures, and Xianyuan refrained from taking action. By the 14th level, the third and fourth disciples were nearly exhausted, collapsing after defeating the last tower guardian. They looked at Xianyuan and said, Master, you really need to step in now. The guardian on the 15th level might be near the marquee level. How can we fight it? Xianyuan stretched lazily. Don't worry, I have a plan. Let's move up. Upon entering the 15th level, the scene transformed into a canyon. At each end stood a massive eye of sin, creatures at the peak of the heavenly river level. Xianyuan charged towards the right eye, while the third and fourth disciples went for the left, with Zhang Mu still struggling in his demonic state. Wielding his thousand machine sword, Xianyuan infused it with the power of the red moon. With a slash, 8 golden dragons surged towards the eye of sin. The monster's lightning beams were shattered by the dragons. The scarlet sword energy struck its body, causing its soul-deep pain. After 50 consecutive strikes, Xianyuan finally broke through the blue exterior of the eye of sin. The final slash split it open completely. On the other side, the two disciples worked together against the second eye of sin. The third disciple's corrosive poison, the fourth disciple's fierce staff attacks, combined with alchemical potion support, finally brought down the other eye of sin. The system notification chimed. Ding. Your disciples Xianyuan Qingqing and Sun Xiaokong have jointly defeated a peak heavenly river level creature, the Eye of Sin. Congratulations on triggering a 6,000-fold critical hit return, significantly enhancing your cultivation level. The sea of stars surged, the power of the red moon continuously gathering. At last, the red moon reached its full glory. The red moon is full. The sea of stars churns as if cleaved by a great sword, with blue on the left and red on the right. The silver moon sinks into the blue sea. The golden sun gathers at the horizon, and the cycle repeats, depicting the laws of the universe. However, Su Xian is different. The red moon descends into a sea of blood, and the purple sun rises, merging two realms. He attempts to harness dual forces, with his left fist glowing red and his right palm shimmering with purple light. The powers intertwine, threatening to rend the mountains and rivers. The disciples are aghast, and Xianyuan Qingqing is especially on edge. Su Xian smiles as he withdraws his power, calming everyone and urging them to continue their tower challenge. In the dense forest of the 16th level, vines surge like waves. Su Xian slashes through the vines with his sword, transforming his spear into a rainbow that pierces through 2 twisted trees of the Milky Way class. The disciples are left speechless before they begin clearing out the remaining monsters. From the 17th to the 19th levels, Su Xian clears the way first, allowing the disciples to hone their skills. A day later, they reach the 20th level. Entering the mirror space, Su Xian shatters a mirror with a single sword strike, passing the test effortlessly. The disciples, however, find themselves struggling against their mirrored selves. They rack their brains trying to figure out how their master would break the stalemate, only to become more bewildered. Meanwhile, Su Xian leisurely dozes off in front of the teleportation array, puzzled as to why the disciples are stuck for so long by a mere broken mirror. Time slipped away, second by second. Zhang Mu stared at the mirror image before him, utterly exhausted. He had tried every possible technique, but the mirror image countered each one in exactly the same manner. As time passed, Zhang Mu felt increasingly powerless, while the mirror image grew stronger and more aggressive. A dangerous thought began to form in his mind: abandon reason and fully embrace his darker side. The moment this idea emerged, the mirror image transformed. Black flames, like the fire of a soul, engulfed its body, exuding a chilling aura. Its eyes turned pitch black, and dark patterns snaked around its neck like serpents. Do you see? This is the power of darkness. The mirror image spoke suddenly, its voice echoing in Zhang Mu's mind. It's the nature of the strong and shouldn't be suppressed. Unleash the beast within. Are you content to always be at the bottom? These words echoed like a curse, slowly eroding Zhang Mu's sanity. His eyes were gradually consumed by darkness, and black patterns spread from his neck across his body. Just as he was about to succumb completely, a spectral image of a 5-clawed golden dragon appeared within him, transforming into golden threads wrapping around his heart. The intense pain brought him back to his senses. In this extreme state, he managed to harness the dark power, neither losing control entirely nor failing to utilize his full potential. Despite enduring excruciating torment every moment, Zhang Mu persevered, thanks to his unyielding spirit. In the next instant, the mirror image shattered. Zhang Mu had finally passed the trial. Meanwhile, Xin Yuanqing and Sun Xiaokong faced their own challenges. Xian Yuanqing cleverly pretended to commit suicide to confuse her mirror image. Sun Shaokong, on the other hand, relied on his indomitable fighting spirit, continually refining his staff techniques through countless encounters. When the three of them successfully completed their trials, Su Xian awoke from his slumber. Seeing Zhang Mu emerge first, he was quite surprised. Master, I knew you would be the fastest, Zhang Mu said, relieved to see Su Xian. Was this trial difficult? Su Xian asked, puzzled. Master, could you please guide me on how you passed it so quickly? Zhang Mu asked sincerely. Just shatter the mirror with a single strike, Su Xian replied, casually recalling how he had effortlessly broken the mirror. A single strike? To break it? Zhang Mu was utterly astonished. Truly remarkable, Master. You're so strong. Facing his inner demons, Master was able to vanquish them with a single strike. Zhang Mu watched his master's retreating figure with awe. He understood well that the stronger one became, the more difficult it was to conquer one's inner demons. Yet, his master could easily dispel them, a testament to his extraordinary mental fortitude. No wonder rumors never affected him in the slightest, and even in the presence of Shenyang, a peerless beauty, he remained composed. In terms of both strength and temperament, Zhang Mu felt he was worlds apart from his master. As Zhang Mu was deep in thought, the space suddenly twisted, and the third disciple, Xinyuan Qingqing, was transported back, lying on the ground in a peculiar position. Qingqing shimmy? Zhang Mu exclaimed in surprise. Master, it seems Shimmy has stopped breathing. Senior brother Mu, can't you say something more auspicious? Xinyuan Qingqing murmured as she opened her eyes. Do you really think I would die so easily? She sat up, patted her chest, and spat out some black liquid, boasting, luckily, I was clever enough to play dead when I couldn't win. Su Xian was taken aback by her words. Wait, what did you encounter just now? The two disciples were also momentarily stunned. A mirror image inner demon. Xinyuan Qingqing explained. Didn't you encounter it, Master? It's really troublesome. It can do everything I can, and even my myriad poison body was ineffective against it. Fortunately, I was smart enough to feign death and get past it. Su Xian suddenly understood why his three disciples had been trapped for so long. They had encountered the mirror image inner demon. Master, how did you defeat the mirror image inner demon? Xinyuan Qingqing asked curiously. Master defeated it with one strike. Zhang Mu quickly replied. As expected of Master, truly incredible. Xinyuan Qingqing exclaimed with admiration. Seeing his two excited disciples, Su Xian chose not to reveal the truth. He feared they wouldn't be able to handle the blow and might actually develop inner demons. In reality, he hadn't encountered any mirror image inner demon at all. It seemed his nascent chaos body was too powerful for the Tower of Illusions to replicate another version of him. If the Tower of Illusions had any intelligence, it would surely be bewildered by now. Time passed. It had been 3 days since Zhang Mu and Xinyuan Qingqing emerged from the mirror space. Yet Sun Shaokong remained trapped inside. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Mu's worry was evident. Master, do you think something might have happened to fourth junior brother? Su Xian glanced at him, his voice calm but carrying a hint of warning. I think you should be more concerned about yourself. At this moment, Zhang Mu was still in a state of demonic possession, using golden threads to stimulate his heart and keep his sanity. Even Su Xian frowned at such a reckless act. Though Zhang Mu lacked natural talent, his perseverance had allowed him to climb steadily. In his obsession to grow stronger, he still clung to a thread of reason. After waiting another 5 or 6 hours, the space finally showed signs of distortion. Sun Shaokong staggered out, covered in blood, his armor shattered, and his breath weak. His eyes were closed, seemingly unconscious, yet he stood purely on instinct. Su Xian sighed, immediately noticing the staff marks covering Sun Shaokong's body. This boy had likely fought in the mirror space for 3 days and nights. Even without consciousness, Sun Shaokong exuded a fierce fighting spirit. Su Xian recalled how fourth junior brother's combat physique thrived in battle, growing stronger with each fight, as if born for war. Su Xian performed a healing spell with a wave of his hand, while Xinyuan Qingqing fed fourth junior brother a small piece of ginseng. Despite their efforts, Sun Shaokong could not awaken immediately. His body and mind were exhausted, sustained only by his indomitable will. After the 4 of them cleared the level, the Tower of Illusions bestowed another energy baptism. Su Xian stood up, the 1,000 machine sword in hand, and addressed his disciples. Rest well, leave the rest to me. Yes, master. Yes, teacher. Above the 20th floor, the weakest creatures were of the Sun realm. With Sun Shaokong unable to fight temporarily, Xinyuan Qingqing being an elemental mage, and Zhang Mu's level too low, none of the disciples could assist. The teleportation array activated, and the master and disciples arrived at the 21st floor. This time, the tower's guardians were over 20 high-level secret cultists, their strength ranging from the sun to the galaxy realm. Su Xian remained calm, his body slightly crouched, his right hand poised as if drawing a sword. As the cultists gathered, Xuan suddenly drew his sword. A flash of red-violet light cut through them, all defeated in one swift move. The disciples stood at a distance, watching as enemies they had struggled against before fell effortlessly to their master's hand. They couldn't help but marvel at the feeling of winning without effort. In the subsequent 22nd, 23rd, and 24th floors, Xuan continued to pass with ease. Even peak galaxy-level monsters couldn't last more than a few seconds against him. The merged power of the red moon and purple sun far surpassed ordinary sun or galaxy realms. However, marquee-level experts possess domains, marking a qualitative change in power. They can manipulate the laws of the universe, with each move far exceeding the galaxy realm. Xuan wasn't sure how he would fare against a marquee. Zhangmu, Qingqing, take Xiaokong and enter standby mode. Alright. Entering standby mode meant that the team members chose to withdraw and would be transported to another space to wait for the battle to end. Midway withdrawal wouldn't change the difficulty, but the remaining person would bear all the pressure. Once his disciples entered standby, Xuan took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation array leading to the final floor. Whether he could win, only a battle would tell. At least this was a rare training opportunity, and losing wouldn't endanger his life. But facing a marquee from the outside world on Lauren's star would be a true life-and-death duel. On the 25th floor, the setting transformed into a dim cave. The final opponent sat at the cave's entrance, shrouded in a gray cloak, head lowered, face obscured, with only silver hair visible. Two bone swords were planted before her. "You've arrived," she said, lifting her head to look at Xuan, her gaze forlorn. Xuan was taken aback. Weren't the tower's creatures manifestations of rules and energy? What was the story with this woman? Looking closely, he realized those weren't human eyes, but those of a dark elf. The figure beneath the cloak was a dark elf. Her words weren't directed at him, but at anyone who came here. Without further thought, Xuan swung his sword. The sword energy roared towards the dark elf. He had no intention of discussing life with a mysterious dark elf. The dark elf suddenly drew her bone swords from the ground, countering with such speed that Xuan almost couldn't see. In an instant, she charged out from the cloak. Bang! Xuan instinctively blocked, yet was pushed back by her blow. Only then did he see the dark elf's full appearance. She was tall, almost his height, but her features were slightly different from typical dark elves. Most notably, her left hand was red, covered in blood patterns, the arm large and fearsome. Xuan's gaze seemed to anger her. In the next moment, the dark elf charged again with even greater speed. Xuan's eyes could no longer track her movements, relying solely on combat instinct to defend. But at this rate, he wouldn't last long against her strikes. Blazing step. Xuan entered his awakened combat skill state, his body like fire, his mind ablaze. Simultaneously, the powers of the red moon and purple sun merged. He had to face the enemy before him in his strongest form. Clang. In this heightened state, Xuan finally managed to catch the dark elf's bone sword, barely blocking it. Then came the second strike, the third. As the battle progressed, Xuan's sword grew faster, barely able to withstand the dark elf's assault. But he knew this was just the beginning. If the dark elf activated her domain, her speed and strength would further escalate, making her even harder to handle. He searched for flaws in her techniques. From the 1st to the 25th floor, Xuan had discerned some patterns. The dark elf's moves must have certain weaknesses, crucial for breaking through. Countless clashes ensued. Xuan's techniques began to change. Xuan's swordplay started to mirror the dark elf's, as if he had become the elf's reflection. This was the replicating ability of his chaos body, allowing him to decipher the dark elf's swordsmanship in real combat. The phantasmal creature provided him this opportunity, and while fighting, Xuan employed the Great Star Disc technique to deduce a countermeasure. Through continuous replication and deduction, Xuan eventually identified a flaw in the dark elf's moves. Seizing the moment, he thrust his sword forward, unleashing 8 golden dragons that forced the dark elf back. The boundary of rules was triggered, and the dark elf's eyes turned blood red. Blood patterns wrapped around his bone sword, and he fought like a berserker, each strike seeming to burn with life force. Xuan was in a dire situation. If not for the fact that the opponent was a rule-based illusion, he would have already been defeated. Fortunately, the fusion power of the red moon and purple sun could harm the dark elf, indicating that the difference was merely in their realms. Xuan continued to stack his sword momentum until he could finally match the dark elf, though his body was nearing its limit. When his momentum reached 75 stacks, blood seeped from Xuan's arm as he gritted his teeth to deliver the 76th strike. Simultaneously, his spatial ring shattered, activating over 1,000 flame scrolls. The sea of fire engulfed them both, and Xuan's sword pierced the dark elf's heart, while the elf's bone sword struck just below Xuan's chest. The nascent form of the chaos body granted Xuan immunity to fire, but the dark elf was scorched, his form gradually disintegrating. Watching his powerless opponent struggle, Xuan sighed. Even after exploiting numerous loopholes, he barely managed to defeat this Marquis-level Dark Elf, and his odds against a true Marquis remained slim. As the Dark Elf dissipated, the arena transformed into a spirit spring. Space distorted, sending 3 disciples out. Zhang Mu and Xian Yuanqing marveled at their teacher's prowess, while Sun Shaokong, just awakening, looked bewildered. Su Xian led his disciples into the spirit spring to enjoy the energy infusion. As the disciples closed their eyes to savor the experience, Su Xian quietly withdrew. He returned outside the Tower of Delusion and glanced at the time, taken to clear its even days, placing him low on the rankings. However, Su Xian was unfazed by this. Achieving the Red Moon Realm and consolidating the Purple Sun was already a significant gain. As he pondered, the voice of Star King Li Xingqian reached him from afar. Su Xian approached, and Li Xingqian invited him to a game of chess. Su Xian jokingly asked if there was a wager involved. Li Xingqian, confident in his unmatched chess skills, laughed, but Su Xian insisted on having a stake. Li Xingqian laughed heartily, declaring Su Xian bold. If you can beat me, I'll give you whatever you want. But if you lose, you'll play chess with me here for a year. The history of Dragon Kingdom's chess is long and storied, passed down from ancient times and blending elements of strategy and divination. The seemingly simple chessboard contains extremely complex possibilities. Su Xian and Li Xingqian sat across from each other at the chessboard, the red and black pieces artfully arranged. Su Xian, playing red, made the first move without hesitation, employing the classic opening central cannon, moving the cannon from the 2nd to the 5th position. This move could indicate either a novice's ignorance or a seasoned player's probing. Li Xingqian squinted at Su Xian, who appeared calm and smiling, his expression unchanged. Left with no choice, Li Xingqian held his position, advancing his knight to protect his central pawn. As they played, the two engaged in casual conversation. When Su Xian mentioned, luckily passing the tower, Li Xingqian became instantly alert. How could Su Xian, only at the Silver Moon level, contend with a Marquis-level opponent? Just as he was about to inquire further, Su Xian captured one of his major pieces with a chariot move. Li Xingqian inwardly exclaimed, realizing the precarious situation, but tried to stay composed while asking about the tower-passing details. Su Xian merely smiled and replied with a cryptic secret. Li Xingqian was astonished and began to view Su Xian with newfound respect. To pass the Tower of Illusion at the sunlight level, Su Xian was undoubtedly unparalleled in history. Sincerely impressed, he praised Su Xian, only to be met with another knight move, putting him in check again. Li Xingqian's composure faltered, and he struggled to maintain his earlier calm demeanor. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Li Xingqian secretly employed his starry sky deduction technique. The chessboard transformed into a grid of intersecting lines in his mind, yet Kefu, observing nearby, immediately called him out. Li Xingqian's face reddened with embarrassment, and he weakly argued that it was merely a player's way of analyzing the game, not cheating. He turned to Su Xian for his opinion, who nonchalantly agreed. The two refocused on the game, each move taking considerable time. Sweat appeared on Li Xingqian's forehead. Even with the starry sky deduction, he couldn't find a flaw in Su Xian's strategy. Doubt filled his mind. How could this young player possess such formidable skill? Kefu watched intently, silently noting that Old Li might be in for a defeat this time. As the game neared its end, Li Xingqian was in turmoil, unable to maintain even the starry sky deduction. Su Xian methodically secured his victory, arranging his pieces for a final, decisive strike. The last move, fell knight retreating to 4th position, cannon moving to the 4th. A backrank mate. Checkmate. Li Xingqian stared at the board in disbelief, unable to fathom how thoroughly he had been defeated. From start to finish, Su Xian had shown no weaknesses. Su Xian exhaled in relief, the hours of mental exertion leaving him somewhat fatigued. He felt a sense of fortune, having not only won the game but also unexpectedly gained the chance for a royal title. Who would have thought that passing a tower could come with such additional benefits? A chance to meet any condition for a royal title. This time, the rewards were beyond expectations. Well played. Su Xian clasped his hands with a smile. Senior, your words should be honored, right? As soon as Su Xian finished speaking, the smile on Li Xingqian's face froze. He took a deep breath and nodded with difficulty. Yes, honored. He squinted at Su Xian. So, what do you want? Su Xian rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then smiled. Let me think. How about a legendary quality weapon? You've got some nerve, kid. Li Xingqian's eyes widened, his beard bristling in anger. I only have one legendary weapon, and you'll have to wait until I'm dead to get it. Unfazed, Su Xian asked, do you have any demigod-level forbidden techniques? Li Xingqian nearly fainted from exasperation, thinking this kid is really bold, asking for demigod-level forbidden techniques as if king-level ones aren't good enough. He coughed and explained, that's not something I can just give away. It's borrowed from the authorities and can't be passed on freely. Seeing Su Xian was about to haggle further, Li Xingqian quickly interrupted. No, let's settle this today. How about I recommend something else? What? Su Xian asked curiously. Li Xingqian's eyes twinkled as he smiled. I see you like taking in disciples. How about I offer my granddaughter as your disciple? What? Su Xian was momentarily stunned. Your granddaughter? You must be joking. Li Xingqian earnestly explained the lineage, leaving Su Xian bewildered. Just as Su Xian was about to refuse, Li Xingqian vanished and reappeared holding a baby girl with a pacifier. Su Xian could only laugh helplessly at the scene. Not only was he not getting anything, but now he was expected to take care of a granddaughter? This old man had some nerve. As Su Xian hesitated, he inadvertently used his mentor's eye to scan Li Xingqian. Seeing the astounding stats, Su Xian had a thought. Could it be that Li Xingqian is the one he should take as a disciple? With this in mind, Su Xian took a deep breath and mustered the courage to say, well, I actually have a better idea. What idea? Li Xingqian asked, smiling. I'm afraid you'll hit me if I say it, Su Xian stammered. Li Xingqian patted his chest in assurance. Don't worry. I've long since become indifferent to worldly matters. Go ahead. I promise I won't do anything to you. Su Xian swallowed and cautiously said, actually, I think compared to your granddaughter, you might be more suited to be my disciple. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Xingqian's aura surged, his eyes wide with disbelief. Don't push your luck, kid. Su Xian weakly nodded. I'm serious. Li Xingqian trembled with rage. Even if you call your grandfather, he wouldn't dare. Su Xian sighed in resignation, thinking this old man really couldn't take a joke. Just as he was about to give up, a system notification chimed, indicating his chaotic body had evolved further. Soon, 3 disciples emerged from the Tower of Illusion. Su Xian distributed the rewards he had earned to them, triggering a critical return. Seeing Su Xian's disciples arrive, Li Xingqian, feeling embarrassed, made a quick exit. Zhang Mu curiously asked, Teacher, what happened to Senior Li? Su Xian laughed and recounted the whole story. When they heard that Su Xian wanted Li Xingqian to be their junior, the 3 disciples were stunned. Whoa, Master, your approach to taking disciples is getting wilder. A king-level junior. You might dare to accept him, but we wouldn't know how to handle it. After much effort, Su Xian left the Twin Towers with his 3 disciples. The journey had been fruitful, although he felt a twinge of regret at not being able to take on a promising disciple he had discovered. Su Xian sighed inwardly, resigning himself to fate. Xian Yuanqing boarded a ship bound for Longdu, while Su Xian took Zhang Mu and son Xiaokong back to Dinghai King City. It was a rare occasion that Zhang Mu didn't bury himself in training in the ship's cabin. Instead, he engaged in casual conversation with Su Xian. Maintaining a state of possession for an extended period had left him exhausted, and he needed to relax. After the trials of the Tower of Delusion, Zhang Mu had advanced to the peak of the Star Realm, though the rapid ascension still required some getting used to. Zhang Mu, do you have confidence in taking first place in the global freshman competition? Su Xian asked casually. Yes. Zhang Mu replied with determination. Su Xian nodded in satisfaction. The journey through the Tower of Delusion had significantly boosted Zhang Mu's confidence. Previously, he hadn't even been sure about securing the top seed in Dinghai Academy, but now he dared to aim for global dominancia. Remarkable improvement. As the master and disciple chatted, the ship suddenly shook violently. Su Xian frowned and looked up to see that the energy shield had been breached. Familiar figures came into view: Hua Langho, one of the 12 pillars of the rebellion, and a burly man beside him, likely Jin Jiaho, the golden pillar. The Holy Legion is at work. Unrelated parties should step aside. Jin Jiaho's rough voice boomed. Su Xian noticed their gaze fixed on him and felt a chill. Could it be that they bore a grudge over the Dinghai King City incident? He glanced toward the front of the ship, where a dense black aura was emanating, similar to Zhang Mu's possessed state, but even more powerful. The marquis guarding the ship had yet to appear, likely already incapacitated. Hua Langho and Jin Jiaho attacked in unison, breaking through the shield and charging directly at Su Xian. Just as the situation became critical, a bone sword suddenly thrust out, nearly slicing Hua Langho's throat. Is there another hidden marquis? The 2 rebels became wary, staring at the cloaked figure ahead. Is the Holy Legion's business also your concern? I'm here to eliminate traitorous vermin like you, the cloaked figure scoffed, swinging the bone sword as a 7-layered bone domain unfolded beneath him, exuding lethal intent. Bone domain? Are you Jian Guoho? You're still alive? Jin Jiaho questioned, uncertain. Seeing scum like you still causing chaos, I couldn't resist crawling back from the earth. Today, I'll drag you to hell. Jin Guoho's killing intent surged as he charged at the 2. Stop pretending. Hua Langho sneered. Jin Jia, hold this guy off. I'll take care of Su Xian. Jin Jiaho nodded in agreement. Hua Langho lunged at Su Xian, his domain unfolding in layers like a sea of fire. Su Xian quickly instructed his 2 disciples to retreat, not daring to take any chances. He fully unleashed the fusion of the red moon and purple sun powers within him, entering a state of blazing wrath. Merely at the sun realm, why invite your own demise? Hualangho said coldly, gripping a large red blade and slashing down like a phantom. Boom! The clash of blade and sword sent Su Xian stumbling back under the immense force. Even though he could neutralize fire elements, Hualangho's power was still terrifyingly strong. His moves were varied and relentless, giving Su Xian no chance to build up his sword energy. Su Xian silently lamented. Without building up his sword energy, victory was out of reach. Hualangho, however, was even more astonished. How could someone at the Sun Realm withstand his assault? He even felt a hint of threat. This kid had grown significantly stronger since their last encounter, likely possessing some hidden realm technique. If not eliminated today, he would become a major threat in the future. Fortunately, the Demon Seed had joined the operation. Once it dealt with the Marquis guarding the ship and provided support, no matter how cunning Su Xian was, he wouldn't escape death. The battle was at a standstill. Jian Guoho continued to suppress Jin Jiaho, while Hualangho kept Su Xian under pressure, both sides waiting for reinforcements. Jin Guoho, fall back to my side. We'll take them Tuntuo. Su Xian's voice echoed in Jian Guoho's mind. Realizing that unknown combat wouldn't secure victory, Su Xian decisively adjusted their strategy. Jian Guoho understood, executing a sweeping slash that forced Jin Jiaho back, and quickly retreated to Su Xian's side. The lesson from 50 years ago had taught him that true mastery of the sword lay in defense. Jin Jiaho and Hualangho seized the opportunity to close in, unleashing a barrage of attacks like a relentless storm. Jian Guoho blocked most of the onslaught, while Su Xian skillfully distracted the opponents. The mysterious fusion of the red moon and purple sun forces kept their adversaries wary and hesitant to act rashly. As the situation briefly stabilized, Su Xian seized the chance to begin stacking sword energy. The layers of sword force grew sharper and more formidable. Sensing the shift, Hualangho communicated with Jin Jiaho, suggesting they eliminate Su Xian first. They reached an agreement, and Jin Jiaho immediately launched a deadly strike. With a thunderous roar, Jin Jiaho coughed up blood to summon his domain, conjuring several armored beasts to encircle Jian Guoho. Not to be outdone, Hualangho transformed into a werewolf, his fiery claws tearing towards Su Xian. Caught off guard, Su Xian's sword energy scattered, and he almost lost his grip on the sword. In this critical moment, a cry of pain pierced the air. Despite his severe injuries, Jian Guoho forced his way through the encirclement, unleashing the ultimate ghost sword technique. 24 swords descended from the sky, their pressure so overwhelming that even Hualangho struggled to withstand it. Su Xian took the opportunity to break through the sword formation. Jian Guoho shouted coldly, "Ultimate! Ghost sword technique! Storm style! Slash!" Sword light flashed, slicing through the very fabric of space. The final slash descended diagonally, as if to tear the heavens asunder. The sword formation dissipated, and Jian Guoho landed in front of Su Xian. Jin Jiaho was covered in sword wounds, and Hualangho was in an even more pitiful state, with one arm severed and part of his skull sliced away. However, Jian Guoho's injuries were equally grave. To save Su Xian, he had taken a devastating blow to his chest, leaving a bloody hole, and had fought with all his might despite his critical condition, wagering his life against his opponents. "You don't need to worry about me," Jian Guoho's voice echoed in Su Xian's heart. With a resolute gaze and a calm tone, Jian Guoho said, "I am already a man who has died once. To live again is a blessing. To wield my sword and taste the blood of my enemies fulfills my lifelong wish. Today, I will protect you on your path." He gripped his sword tightly, exuding an aura of determination. Su Xian was shaken, sensing Jian Guoho's resolve to face death. Jian Guoho continued, "From the moment I set foot on the land of Longhua, I was prepared to die. Especially after sensing your boundless potential, I seemed to glimpse the dawn of victory." Before the words had fully left his lips, Jian Guoho shot towards the enemy ranks like an arrow. His sword strikes were fierce, each blow infused with an unstoppable will to attack. Hualangho and Jin Jiaho's faces changed drastically. They dared not underestimate him and could only respond with their full might. Su Xian followed closely, wielding the Qinji sword, surrounded by 8 golden dragons. Seizing the moment, he pierced the severely wounded Hualangho's heart. Hualangho roared in anger and fled into the distance. Jin Jiaho, seeing this, was furious. His arm transformed into a golden spike aimed directly at Jian Guoho's vital point. Jian Guoho did not flinch, choosing to fight life with life, and thrust his sword through Jin Jiaho's throat. The golden spike also pierced Jian Guoho, creating a bloody wound, but Jin Jiaho's life force was completely shattered, and his body fell apart. At that moment, eerie laughter echoed from afar. A shadowy figure flashed by, grabbing the falling Jin Jiaho and the fleeing Hualangho. Shrouded in dark mist, the newcomer's appearance was obscured. His presence caused Zhang Mu in the distance to uncontrollably enter a state of madness. "Little demon god, save me!" cried the fire wolf Marquis in relief upon seeing the newcomer. The demon god seed emerged slowly, surrounded by swirling black mist. The fire wolf Marquis laughed maniacally, just about to speak when a black hand suddenly pierced through his chest, crushing his heart. Instantly, both the fire wolf Marquis and the golden armor Marquis turned into empty skins, drifting to the ground. Eyes in the shadows turned towards Su Xian and the sword-bone Marquis. Su Xian activated the eye of the spiritual mentor, realizing with shock that the figure was a host of the demon god's body. The sword-bone Marquis whispered, "I can't hold out much longer. Soon I'll distract him, and you take the two kids and leave." Su Xian pondered briefly before deciding to join forces for a final stand. The sword-bone Marquis launched the first attack, with Su Xian following closely. The demon god seed chuckled softly, tearing the space as black energy formed a massive hand reaching for Su Xian. Utilizing his connection with the elements, Su Xian evaded, and the sword-bone Marquis seized the opportunity to strike with his sword. The demon god seed countered with sharp black energy spikes. The sword-bone Marquis sneered, releasing his bone sword as his arms transformed into bone spikes, an ultimate move he could use only once in his lifetime, stronger than it had been 50 years ago. Forced into a corner, the demon god seed gathered the surrounding black mist into layered black lotuses. Su Xian perceived the strategy and, closing his eyes, activated his inner vision. His sword, ignoring the spatial distortions, thrust directly at the demon god seed. As the bone sword was about to pierce the demon god seed, a ripple of black energy suddenly spread out. The sword-bone Marquis couldn't evade in time, and his bone sword shattered, his arms exploding. A water-blue shield materialized around Su Xian, blocking the black ripple. The demon god seed sneered, "You cannot kill me. Su Xian, the next time we meet, I will end you." Su Xian couldn't let him escape. Golden lotuses bloomed beneath his feet as he stepped forward, closing the distance to the demon god seed. The sword-bone Marquis laughed heartily. "Su Xian, let me assist you one last time." A powerful and overwhelming sword aura surged. Though Jian Guo had lost both arms, he smiled with grace. His domain of stark white bones shattered, and his body transformed into countless bones, forming a massive bone sword driven by the sword aura. This was his obsession, with the sword as his bones, leaving only the boundless sword aura as his life faded. The bone sword slashed down from the sky, causing the demon seed to turn pale with fright. Locked by the sword aura with nowhere to escape, the black lotus surrounding it was completely cut down, and the black mist dispersed. Su Xian finally saw the entity within the Shadowsa bizarre human with pale skin, entirely black eyes, and claw-like hands. The bone sword carved a massive wound from the shoulder to the abdomen of the creature, with its flesh squirming in an attempt to heal but unable to dispel the attached sword energy. Su Xian seized the opportunity, flashing above the creature. His right hand gripped its neck, unleashing the power of fusion, while his left hand transformed into crystal, piercing through the back to grasp the spine, activating the mentor's hand to begin absorbing its essence. The demon seed let out a heart-wrenching scream as its proud demon body began to dissipate. It tried to break free but was restrained by a mysterious force, unable to muster any strength. Su Xian's left hand gradually turned black, his eyes taking on a gray hue, yet he remained unwavering. The mere demon body was insufficient to shake his resolve. Just as the demon body was half drained, thunder roared across the sky. A gigantic hand descended from the heavens, and Su Xian sensed a fatal threat, immediately releasing his grip and fleeing frantically. The hand struck down, and the aftermath sent him flying several miles away. In that critical moment, a spear glistening with starlight flew in like a dragon rising from the sea, shattering the giant hand. A figure in blue armor landed before Su Zhu, and it was Li Xingqian. He laughed. "Su Xian, I saved your life. Now we're even." Su Xian clasped his hands in gratitude, inquiring about the identity of the attacker. Li Xingqian, with a cautious expression, explained that it was the mysterious Dewang, rumored to have reached the demigod realm. Su Xian nodded gravely, realizing that without Li Xingqian's timely arrival, he might not have survived. Li Xingqian curiously asked about the whereabouts of Jinjia and the fire wolf. Su Xian calmly replied, "They're both dead." Seeing Li Xingqian's shock, he offered no further explanation, merely reminding Li Xingqian that he owed him a favor and asked him to claim responsibility for the kills. Though puzzled, Li Xingqian did not press the issue, agreeing with a nod. "All right, I'll take the blame." He understood that Su Xian was reluctant to elaborate, but his respect for this young man who repeatedly defied the odds grew. He would bear this responsibility, and even if the authorities were suspicious, they would give him some leeway. "Oldly, are you really not considering becoming my apprentice?" Su Xian suddenly asked while chatting. Li Xingqian shot Su Xian a glare. "Get lost? What could you possibly teach me? How to be shameless? Su Xian chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. When it comes to being thick-skinned, you've already mastered it. But I could teach you the art of deduction. Whenever you feel like learning, just come find me. Impossible. Li Xingqian replied firmly. Even if I never learn deduction or understand the mysteries of the universe and end up stuck at home, I will never come to you for anything. Su Xian was unfazed, smiling. Never say never. You might change your mind someday. Li Xingqian waved dismissively, his tone resolute. Absolutely not. All right then, Su Xian said, not pressing further, jokingly adding. But if you do decide to come, make sure you hurry. You wouldn't want to miss your spot in line. Go, go, go. Li Xingqian waved him off impatiently. Su Xian turned serious. All right, I need to go rescue some people stranded in the wilderness. You guys should head back. Join me for a game of chess sometime, and I'll definitely win next time. With that, Su Xian turned and left. Li Xingqian watched him go, shaking his head silently. That arrogant young man really thinks he can win at chess? Zhang Mu and Sun Shaokong watched Su Xian leave before stepping out of their hiding spot. The battle they had witnessed was intense and nerve-wracking. They wanted to help but were powerless, forced to watch helplessly. Master, who was that senior with the bone sword? Zhang Mu couldn't help but ask. He had followed his master for so long, yet he had never known of such a formidable figure nearby. Su Xian's expression darkened. He is a hero of the Dragon Nation, he said, his tone full of melancholy. Zhang Mu wisely refrained from asking further. Su Xian then asked, were you unable to control yourself and entered a demonic state earlier? Yes, Zhang Mu nodded heavily. The aura from that rebel army's mysterious marquis was just like when I enter a demonic state, but his power was purer. Su Xian explained. That's because he possesses a demonic god body, which is the only physique capable of fully unleashing the power of the demonic realm. Zhang Mu appeared thoughtful, a flash of desire in his eyes. Su Xian saw through his thoughts and asked, if you had a demonic god body, could you ensure you wouldn't lose yourself in the power? I don't know. Zhang Mu hesitated. Su Xian gave him a meaningful look. Think it through and come find me when you're ready. The spaceship slowly landed, arriving at Dinghai Airport by dusk. Before they disembarked, a graceful figure appeared before Su Xian. Su Xian, are you okay? Lin Suiying asked with concern. Su Xian paused, then smiled wryly as he took out a dull jade pendant. I'm fine, it's just… I'm sorry I broke it. Lin Suiying smiled gently. It's all right. Its purpose was to protect you. I'm glad I gave it to you. Their eyes met, and Lin Suiying's were full of warmth. She reached out her hand. Give it to me and I'll restore it. Su Xian hesitated. It's already broken. Maybe I should keep it as a memento? Lin Suiying teased. I'm right here. What do you need a memento for? Don't worry. I'll give it back once it's restored. Su Xian wanted to ask more, but Lin Suiying shook her head with a smile. Don't ask. It's a secret. She took Su Xian's wrist. Let's go home. Dinner's ready. And with that, they vanished from the deck. Zhang Mu and Sun Shaokong, who had witnessed everything, exchanged puzzled looks, full of questions. Brother Mu, has Lady Shueihua always been like this with the teacher? Sun Shaokong was flabbergasted, his mind blank. Probably. Yes? Zhang Mu nodded, seemingly accustomed to such scenes. The two sighed and made their way out of the airport. Just as they reached the exit, they heard a sweet voice. Mu, over here. Yin Xiaoshuang, dressed in sportswear, ran over excitedly. Mu, I have some good news for you. Come with me, she said, hooking her arm around Zhang Mu's shoulder and leading him away. Sun Shaokong stood there as if a cold wind had swept over him. It was October. Yet why did it feel so cold? His heart felt half frozen. Snowflakes drifted down, and the north wind howled. Even though it was October, why did it feel so cold? His heart felt half frozen. How did you know I was coming back today? Zhang Mu asked, peeling off the hand that was casually draped over his pecs with his usual disdain. Yin Xiaoshuang smiled mischievously. I went out of my way to ask Little at the Shueihua Palace. Her fingers traced circles on Zhang Mu's chest. Zhang Mu responded coolly, getting straight to the point. All right, what do you want? The match list for the Global Exchange Tournament has been released, Yin Xiaoshuang said, handing him a tablet. You're in luck. Your first opponent is the 4th seed from Sakura Country. What about you? Zhang Mu asked, glancing over the list. A druid from Bear Country. Piece of cake. Yin Xiaoshuang replied confidently, then looked Zhang Mu up and down. You've improved a lot since your trip with Uncle Su. There's a good chance you'll make it to the top 8 this time. My goal is to be the global #1 among freshmen, Zhang Mu declared firmly. Yin Xiaoshuang dampened his enthusiasm. Don't be too optimistic. You don't know much about the strange professions abroad, and within Dragon Country, Yichun and Wenxiu are formidable obstacles. You won't know until you try, Zhang Mu said, full of youthful vigor. Want me to spar with you? Yin Xiaoshuang suggested, her hand climbing back onto Zhang Mu's shoulder as she playfully pulled him away. This time, Zhang Mu didn't resist. He was actually planning to head to the training room to settle the score and leave her with a few bruises. In the small courtyard of the Shuiwei Palace, teacher, Little Li greeted Su Xian and Lin Suiying excitedly, holding a wine jug and pouring each of them a cup. Su Xian looked at Little Li's empty bowl and mused, "Why did you eat so fast?" "I was hungry, so I ate first," Little Li said with a burp. "Teacher, you and Mom take your time eating. I'll go wash the dishes," she added, humming a tune as she headed to the kitchen. "Don't worry about her, eat," Lin Suiying said to Su Xian, shifting the conversation to the rebel ambush. "The officials say Li Xingqian killed Jin Zhu and Hua Zhu, but it was actually you, wasn't it?" Su Xian nodded. "The sword bone marquis perished with them, and there was nothing I could do." Despite the victory, Su Xian felt a heavy heart. Lin Suiying consoled him. "You've done very well. The sword-bone marquis took down 2 great marquises as well. He lived up to his name as the Sword Saint." "Yeah," Su Xian replied. Lin Suiying advised, "Don't go out for a while. The rebels have their eyes on you. I'll give you a protective jade pendant once I finish nurturing it. With me here, they won't be able to harm you." Su Xian felt a warmth in his heart. Is this what it feels like to be protected? The two chatted late into the night. The next day at noon, Su Xian awoke. The global exchange tournament was starting the next day, and he checked the match list. His 4th disciple, Sun Xiaokong, had an important opening match against the 2nd seed from Eagle Country's Shangtun Academy, a well-known cleric. Although Dragon Country had won many championships in recent years, the strength of Eagle and Bear Countries could not be underestimated. This opening match was one to watch. Su Xian stepped outside and saw Little Li's spirit pet, a pink unicorn, blowing bubbles with its horn. He remembered he still had 2 high-level spirit pet scrolls unused. Height-ear spirit pets are a great asset to their masters, but marquee-level creatures are notoriously hard to tame. Most strong individuals don't have spirit pets, and those who do often bonded with them when they were young. Su Xian thought it was the right time to bond with a spirit pet. He bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the scroll. His consciousness entered a mystical world where countless streams of light weaved and flew about. Orange was the fastest, while white was the slowest. To his surprise, the orange streams of light surged toward him eagerly, as if shouting, "Choose me." It must be the nascent form of his chaotic body. Spirit pets also seek a good master, and Su Xian was the ideal candidate in their eyes. Faced with so many choices, Su Xian was at a loss. He conveyed his intention to examine them one by one, and the lights obediently lined up. Su Xian scrutinized them. Too thin, next. Too dark, next. Too big, next. Just as he was about to make a random selection, 2 dazzling streams of light burst in. These 2 lights constantly changed colors, eluding even Su Xian's consciousness. But it didn't matter, rarity often signifies value, and there must be a great spirit pet among these 2 dazzling lights. The dazzling vortex of colors almost blinded Su Xian. 2 beams of light fell before him, gradually revealing 2 peculiar spirit pets, a clumsy-looking large penguin and a small, adorable sapling. Su Xian was astonished to discover that these spirit pets were entirely new species he had never seen before. What surprised him even more was that the little sapling could talk. "Master, I am the world tree." The sapling introduced itself obediently. Su Xian's eyes widened. The world tree? The legendary supreme being said to rival the gods? "Yes, but I'm only 100,000 years old. It'll take a long time for me to mature," the sapling replied. Su Xian sighed and turned his attention to the dopey penguin. He poked its soft, fluffy fur, and a big bubble popped from its nose. It was sleeping. "Hey, wake up." Su Xian burst the bubble. The penguin blinked groggily. "Master, did I hear your call? What species are you? What abilities do you have?" Su Xian asked, exasperated. "I forgot." The penguin shook its head. "But I can sleep and daydream all the time." A vein throbbed on Su Xian's forehead. "Return. Go back to the spirit pet space." "We can't go back," the sapling said innocently. "We're already connected to this world." Su Xian had no choice but to temporarily settle the penguin in the room and take the world tree outside. "Besides natural growth, is there anything that can help you grow quickly?" Su Xian asked. The sapling listed a few methods, including chaos stones. Su Xian immediately gave it one, but the effect was negligible. "How long will it take for you to mature?" "At least 5 million years." Su Xian was utterly disheartened. "I can't afford to raise you. You might as well be a mascot." "Master, I can help you set up formations," the sapling quickly offered. "In 3 months, I can build a natural formation stronger than the city's protective array." Su Xian's eyes lit up. "Really? Then let's start right away." He placed the world tree in the courtyard of the mansion, allowing it to begin constructing the formation. After finishing all this, Su Xian suddenly felt mentally exhausted and decided to catch up on some sleep. The next morning, Su Xian awoke from his sleep. As he opened his eyes, he noticed the dopey penguin in the corner was still sound asleep. Outside the window, the small world tree was already hard at work, and the energy within the entire Shueihua palace was noticeably richer. Good morning, master. The little sapling greeted him as it peeked out. Su Xian smiled and tossed a piece of chaos stone. Here's a reward for you. Keep up the good work. 10 minutes later, Su Xian arrived at the bustling spectator stand of Dinghai Academy. The main event of the Global University Exchange Competition was about to begin, divided into the Longdu, Dinghai, Beifeng, and Xinhuang divisions. The host, Ren Dong, enthusiastically announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Dinghai division. First, let's welcome our special guest and judge to the stage. The first is the champion of the 10th tournament, King of Wuan, Bai Sha." The crowd erupted in cheers. God of War. God of War. Bai Sha entered the arena slowly, and the applause was thunderous. The second is the champion of the 72nd tournament, the new governor Lin Suiying. The entire venue went wild, with screams echoing everywhere. Lin Suiying, with her exceptional charm, was immensely popular. Su Xian sat in the audience, feeling the intense gazes around him, and reluctantly put on a mask. The other 7 international judges made their entrances, with the representative from Sakura country receiving a cold reception. Now, let's introduce the contestants for the opening match. Sun Xiaokong from Dinghai Academy versus Jeff from Shangtan Academy. Jeff, tall and burly, carrying a cross on his back, taunted, "My target is the number 1 seed from Longdu. We'll meet in the finals." Sun Xiaokong took the microphone, and his field of mockery instantly spread. "The students from Dragon Country are so strong. Without them, winning the championship is easy. Let's hope there are no internal battles in the future, so Dragon Country can win the World Championship first, then the national one. That would be more exciting." As for Jeff, he's just a defeated opponent. He raised his staff and roared, "Glory to my Dinghai city! Glory to my great Dragon Country!" The audience was ignited, shouting wildly. Jeff was furious, silently vowing to give Dragon Country a harsh lesson. The electronic referee announced, the main event of the Global University Exchange Competition, Dinghai Division, first match. Dragon Country's Dinghai Academy second seed, Sun Xiaokong, versus Eagle Country's Shangtan Academy second seed, Jeff. Let the match begin. Sun Xiaokong gripped his staff tightly and launched the first attack. The staff sliced through the air in an arc, aiming straight for Jeff's face. Unfazed, Jeff held his cross with both hands and swung it forcefully. Metal clashed with metal, sending sparks flying. Sun Xiaokong spun on his heel, using the momentum to lift the staff, his entire body rotating as he landed behind Jeff. Jeff reacted swiftly, twisting his torso to swing the cross horizontally, just managing to block Sun Xiaokong's backhand strike. "Your technique is impressive, but your strength is lacking," Jeff sneered. "We're just getting started," Sun Xiaokong retorted with a cold snort, sweeping his staff outward. Jeff's expression shifted as he hurriedly blocked, only to be pushed back several meters by the force imbued with a special energy. Sensing an opportunity, Sun Xiaokong pressed forward relentlessly, his staff casting shadows that forced Jeff to retreat continuously. As Jeff was about to be driven out of the arena, he finally decided to stop holding back. He absorbed the force of a direct hit and swung his cross with a powerful motion. A protective aura enveloped him, disrupting Sun Xiaokong's offensive. Chanting rapidly, Jeff summoned a lowlying vortex that produced a massive black claw. Simultaneously, he leaped high into the air, his cross gathering energy as he descended. This combination of the demon's hand and falling phoenix hammer was formidable. Unperturbed, Sun Xiaokong deftly deflected the black claw with his staff, but was pushed back several meters by the shockwave of the hammer. Seizing the advantage, Jeff surrounded himself with several energy orbs. These were the secret chakras of an exorcist, ready to explode upon contact. With a sweeping gesture, he cast a series of enchantment seals at Sun Xiaokong to restrict his movements. Then, spinning like a steel whirlwind, he charged forward. Boom! The cross struck the staff with force, knocking it away. Jeff continued his relentless spin, pursuing Sun Xiaokong like a top. On the surface, Sun Xiaokong seemed to be at a disadvantage. From the stands, Su Xian nodded approvingly. He recognized that Sun Xiaokong had yet to reveal his trump card, and was instead using the battle to grow stronger. This mindset was essential on the path to invincibility. "I won't play with you anymore," Sun Xiaokong declared. Sun Xiaokong smiled briefly, then his expression turned serious as a soulful light emanated from his staff. He took the initiative to attack. The staff moved like a mountain, encircling and protecting him. Sun Xiaokong wielded the Earthly Fiend 72 staff techniques, each move imbued with a unique, mystical charm. His strikes were like a rainbow drinking from a stream, repelling foes like a fortress, and vanquishing them like lightning. Within a few feet, he maneuvered deftly. When Jeff attacked, Sun Xiaokong would evade slightly, never stepping beyond the staff's reach. If Jeff tried to retreat, Sun Shaokong would pursue with unrelenting aggression. His power was restrained, with no energy wasted. The seemingly simple attacks contained the force to shatter mountains and rivers. With one strike, Sun Shaokong hit Jeff's arm, snapping the bone, and the cross fell to the ground. Another strike landed on Jeff's forehead, leaving him defenseless from the moment Sun Shaokong got serious. Your incantations have the aura, but unfortunately, they're too weak. Sun Shaokong returned Jeff's opening remark with a hint of mockery in his eyes. From the spectator stands, Long Outyin watched the match intently. In a short time, Sun Shaokong seemed to have transformed. His staff technique had become more refined, with a continuous flow of energy sustaining his restrained yet powerful moves. Long Outyin pondered what secret techniques Sun Shaokong had practiced to maintain such restrained power while remaining inexhaustible. At that moment, Long Outyin felt a strong sense of crisis. The match concluded. The victor was Sun Shaokong from the Long Kingdom's Dinghai Academy, as announced by the electronic referee. The stands erupted with thunderous applause and cheers. "Xiaozhang is awesome. Well done," came the cries of admiration. Some, however, sneered. "Is this the second seed from Eagle Kingdom's top academy? Eagle Kingdom is really going downhill." Sun Shaokong, expressionless, put away his staff without even glancing at the fallen Jeff, and walked steadily out of the arena. Outside, Long Outyin stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, waiting. Seeing Sun Shaokong emerge, he straightened up and approached, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. "Sun Shaokong. Not bad." Sun Shaokong glanced at him, a cold smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Are you scared?" Long Outyin lifted his chin dismissively. "Me? Afraid of you? I know you've had some fortuitous encounters, but you're not the only one. I'm improving too. I hope you keep winning and don't fall to those foreigners." Sun Shaokong stopped, turned to face Long Outyin, and said deliberately, "I will defeat you myself, leaving you far behind until you can't even see me." Long Outyin scoffed. "Looks like having Su Xian as your teacher has given you a lot of confidence." "Of course," Sun Shaokong replied proudly, "you can't imagine how strong my teacher is. Even catching up to him will take me a long time. He's formidable, but not invincible. I will surpass him." A complicated look flashed in Long Outyin's eyes as he said solemnly, "I will always remember the humiliation of that sword, and use it as motivation." Sun Shaokong sneered. "From the moment you chose to go against me, you lost your chance. I know you're not convinced, but I'll prove it with my actions." "Let's see," Long Outyin said, clenching his fists, his eyes burning with determination. He had also been diligently training, increasing his fusion with the Dragon Godbone. This exchange tournament was his best opportunity to shine and make the name Long Outyin known worldwide. Following the opening match, the sophomore year competition commenced, with the Long Kingdom students securing another victory. Next was the freshman competition, where In Xiaoshuang swiftly defeated the druid from Bear Kingdom. From morning till evening, in the Dinghai region's 8 matches, Long Kingdom students competed in 6 and won all. Additionally, the Longdu, Xinhuang, and Beifeng regions all achieved a clean sweep on the first day, showcasing the prowess of the world's strongest nation. After the final match concluded, Su Xian was about to leave when he felt 2 gazes upon him. Turning, he saw Sakura Kyo gazing at him with a dreamy expression, while Miyazawa Kawa's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Sakura Kyo ran up to Su Xian, her face slightly flushed, speaking in a sweet voice, "Su Xuankuan, it's been a while. I've missed you since we last met." Su Xian chuckled inwardly, guessing that his previous intensity had left a lasting impression on this woman. His illusion skills were something he had copied, and being new to it, he hadn't quite mastered the finesse. But he didn't mind another round. The connection between abyssal creatures and the power of the red moon intrigued him, and with his newly condensed purple sun, he might uncover more clues. He couldn't refuse an opportunity served on a platter. Su Xian glanced at Miyazawa Kawa with amusement, then smiled at Sakura Kyo. "Miss Kyo, your hospitality last time was unforgettable." Sakura Kyo gave a coquettish smile. "In that case, may I boldly invite Su Xuankuan to be my guest again?" "Of course." The two exchanged smiles and walked side by side toward the Dinghai Grand Hotel. Miyazawa Kawa clenched his fists, his murderous intent growing stronger. Why? Why must his beloved Kyoekin be the one to spy on the enemy? 2 of the trio were eager in their steps. They soon reached the 44th floor of the Dinghai Grand Hotel, the Sakura Kingdom's designated floor. As they opened the door, a strong fragrance greeted them. The room had clearly been specially arranged by Sakura Kyo, exuding a romantic ambience. Seeing this, Miyazawa Kawa turned green with envy. Didn't Kyoekin say it was just for a mission? Why arrange the room like this? Could it be? He watched helplessly as his beloved Kyoekin and Su Xian entered the room. As the door closed, Sakura Kyo reminded, "Miyazawa-kun, please guard the door. No matter what you hear, don't come in. Leave everything to me," she said, shutting the door without mercy. Once the door was shut, the room heated up, and Sakura Kyo changed into cooler attire. She poured Su Xian a drink, her hands becoming restless. Su Xuan, it felt so good last time. I can't forget your touch. After a few drinks, Sakura Kyo became increasingly bold. A whirlpool flashed in Su Xian's eyes as he summoned a sturdy wooden post. Once Sakura Kyo had finished her routine, Su Xian finally began his work. Having broken through to the Sun Realm and condensed the purple sun, Su Xian was more confident. Controlling Sakura Kyo, who was only at the Star Realm, with illusions was easy, even with the abyssal power of the Yamata no Orochi residing within her. Su Xian forced out a strand of the Red Moon's power, prompting the Yamata no Orochi's power to surface and devour it. He then introduced the Purple Sun's power, which was similarly consumed. Individually, the Red Moon and Purple Sun's powers were no match for the Yamata no Orochi's formidable force. Su Xian combined the Red Moon and Purple Sun's powers and presented them again to the Yamata no Orochi. This time, the two forces clashed, each trying to consume the other. However, the Yamata no Orochi's power was like water without a source, while Su Xian could continuously supply the fused power of the Red Moon and Purple Sun. Eventually, Su Xian refined the Yamata no Orochi's power. This indicated that the world corresponding to the Red Moon and Purple Sun was not inferior to the Abyss. Su Xian pondered. Could it be that the merging of Blue Star and Lauren Star involves a higher-level world? If it weren't for the Sakura Kingdom's people approaching him, he might not have found the right clues so soon. For this, he had to thank the Sakura Kingdom for delivering themselves to him. The issue of the Abyss was something he needed to study further when he had time. By now, Sakura Kyo had finished, surpassing even the previous encounter. You've worked hard again, Su Xian said, walking over to put away the divine wooden stake. He opened the door and stepped out. Seeing the seething Miyazawa, Su Xian offered an apologetic smile. Sorry, Kyoekin was too enthusiastic. The room's soundproofing might not be great. Please bear with it. He had considered controlling Miyazawa with illusions as well, but more people increased the chance of complications. The Sakura Kingdom had a king-level expert accompanying them this time, so he decided against it. The following day, the global exchange competition continued. After the host's opening remarks, the contestants entered the arena. The atmosphere was tense, and the audience was buzzing with excitement. The first match of the second day featured Zhang Mu, the second-seed freshman from Dinghai Academy, against Miyazawa, the fourth seed from Jingdong Academy of the Sakura Nation. Zhang Mu had quickly risen to fame, going from an unknown in the preliminaries to a celebrated contender, defeating formidable opponents in the semifinals, and earning respect despite losing in the finals. Cheers for Zhang Mu filled the air, much to the displeasure of Miyazawa. I hear you're a disciple of Su Xian? Miyazawa asked coldly. Zhang Mu replied proudly, indeed. A flash of anger crossed Miyazawa's eyes. For certain reasons, I can't confront your master directly, so I'll have to take it out on you. Before the words were fully spoken, Zhang Mu transformed into a shadow and lunged at Miyazawa. His explosive power in combat was astounding, and in an instant, Zhang Mu had grabbed Miyazawa by the neck, pinning him to the ground. Insult my master? Bam! A punch landed on Miyazawa's nose. You dare insult my master? Bam, bam, bam. Punches rained down like a storm. Although Zhang Mu wasn't using his full strength, each blow left Miyazawa in agony. The referees, detecting no life-threatening danger, allowed the match to continue. In the audience, Su Xian watched with satisfaction, while Yin Xiaoshuang was quietly worried. An hour later, Zhang Mu knocked Miyazawa unconscious with a powerful kick. The electronic referee announced, match over. The winner is Zhang Mu from Dinghai Academy of the Dragon Nation. This overwhelming victory showcased Zhang Mu's remarkable growth and ensured the Dragon Nation seed players maintained their undefeated record. Looking forward to continuing this journey with all of you in the new year. Thank you and congratulations once again. Miyazawa is such a disgrace. Yui Sakura looked at Miyazawa being brutally beaten by Zhang Mu, grinding her teeth in anger. The reputation of Sakura Nation was completely tarnished. Beside Yui Sakura, a man with a feminine demeanor holding a folding fan scoffed, just a low-grade horse, losing is losing. The professionals from Dragon Nation can't win indefinitely. This was none other than Renji Abe, the top seed from Sakura Nation's premier academy and the most talented among the new generation of Onmyoji. Renji Abe narrowed his eyes, looking toward the dueling arena. Look there. The top seed from Tsunushi Academy, Gray, is no pushover. I've heard he's a disciple of the strongest king of Eagle Nation, the Thunder King. Maybe Dragon Nation's first defeat lies in this battle. In the dueling arena, the contestants had already entered. Long Outyin carried a long sword on his back, while Gray stood unarmed. As a supernatural being, Gray excelled in elemental manipulation yet was also a close combat expert. He focused on developing his lightning abilities, modifying his body to the most compatible state to maximize his power. With the electronic referee's command, Both fighters charged at each other instantly. Long Outyin wielded his sword single-handedly, moving with the grace and agility of a dragon in the sea. Gray's feet crackled with electricity, leaving scorched earth in his wake, as if he was the embodiment of the lightning element. At the moment of engagement, Long Outyin slashed with his sword, but Gray coldly smiled, extending an arm forged from lightning to catch the blade and violently hurl Long Outyin, sword and all, away. Seizing the moment as Long Outyin struggled to regain his footing, Gray launched a ferocious attack with a move akin to a black tiger clawing at the heart. The surging lightning paralyzed Long Outyin, slowing his heartbeat, causing his head to flush with blood, and hampering his movements. Gray pressed his advantage, his fists transformed into lightning, raining down blows like a storm on Long Outyin. The audience from Dragon Nation watched with bated breath. Long Outyin struggled to defend, searching for a counterattack opportunity. Finally, as Gray launched another punch, a shadow of a dragon flickered around Long Outyin, allowing him to withstand the blow and leap back to create distance. Gathering his strength, he drew his sword. A crescent-shaped sword beam sliced through, severing Gray's protective lightning shield. The roar of a dragon echoed, the dragon god bone activated. Long Outyin charged forward, his body like a rainbow, his sword energy forming a dragon's head in a charge. Raging Dragon Sky Slash. Like a true dragon descending, he lifted Gray into the air with an upward sword strike. Twisting the blade, he followed with a vicious downward slash. Then came the Phantom Sword Dance. Countless sword energies poured out like a torrential downpour. Just as Long Outyin was about to conclude the battle, a lightning bolt as thick as a barrel struck from above. Long Outyin's expression changed, and he leapt back swiftly. Looking again at Gray, he was engulfed in lightning, with only his eyes faintly visible through the electric glow. The arena was filled with incessant thunder, as if the entire world had become Gray's domain. Long Outyin, far from being intimidated, showed even greater fighting spirit in his eyes, smiling faintly, "The stronger you are, the more I like it. Only this way can I prove my worth as the top seed." As he spoke, dragon scales appeared on Long Outyin's face, his arm transformed into a dragon claw, and a half-formed azure dragon spiraled behind him. With a dragon's roar, the lightning receded. Half the arena was reclaimed by the dragon's presence, creating a stalemate between the two. In the spectator stands, Xuan watched with keen interest. He could sense the pressure emanating from the dragon god bone. Yet he also noticed that Long Outyin was only using a fraction of his power. Gray, despite his unique physique, hadn't fully unleashed his potential either. Both were evenly matched, making the outcome unpredictable. With both fighters unleashing their full power, the battle reached its peak. After transforming, Gray's every casual gesture was accompanied by thunderous strikes. Long Outyin was equally formidable, enduring the lightning strikes without fear. The sword in Long Outyin's hand glowed with the eerie light of the dragon god's bone, and even against Gray's elemental form, it struck with precision. The clash between the two was like a battle of thunder dragons, with flashes of lightning and sword energy intertwining, leaving the arena in ruins as the protective barrier trembled violently. The audience watched intently, though all they could see were flashes of light and swirling electricity. In the judge's booth, King Wuan focused intently on the scene, easily piercing through the haze of light and shadow. He turned to ask, "King Shuiwe, who do you favor?" Lin Suing replied without hesitation, "Naturally, I hope our Dragon Nation student wins." Just as she finished speaking, a figure was sent flying out of the swirling light and shadows, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Following swiftly was a massive pillar of lightning, striking down fiercely on the fallen figure. As the thunder dissipated, it revealed Gray gripping Long Outyin by the throat. Gray sneered, "You've lost. The top seed of Dinghai Academy is nothing special." His eyes glowed with a wild light. "This time, not only will you lose, but Dragon Nation will too. Just like Dinghai King lost to my mentor, King Thunderstrike, the younger generation of Dinghai City will be trampled underfoot. Dragon Nation has been arrogant for too long. It's time to face reality." With his lifeline clutched, Long Outyin was immobilized, staring daggers at Gray. A trace of determination flickered in his eyes, and suddenly, a golden bone spike protruded from his chest, piercing straight into Gray's heart. Gray spat out blood in disbelief, while Long Outyin struggled to speak. "I haven't lost. Dragon Nation will never lose." Bang! Both fighters lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Both competitors fell at the same time? Such occurrences are rare in the arena, but there have been precedents. The referee quickly reviewed the electronic data and determined that Long Outyin lasted just under a second longer than Gale. This tiny margin decided the victor. Medical personnel promptly entered the arena to attend to both fighters. From the spectator stand, Su Xian clearly saw Long Outyin, in a final moment of desperation, use his mind to activate the Dragon God Bone, piercing himself to strike Gale's heart. Though this move had after effects, it secured his victory. When the referee announced Long Outyin as the winner, the audience erupted in uproar. Foreign spectators even began to jeer, questioning the fairness of the decision. Shui Wang intervened just in time, using a holographic projection to show a slow-motion replay of the final moments with precise data. Facts spoke louder than words, and though the audience was reluctant, they had to accept the outcome. Next was the showdown between Stone Country and Layman Country, with the Stone Country competitor narrowly winning. By evening, the second day's events concluded. Long Country maintained its undefeated record, with its winning streak intact. After the competition, Su Xian returned to Shui Wang's residence. Lin Suiying had already invited Wu Wang, who had been waiting for some time. As they entered the reception room, Wu Wang was leisurely enjoying tea. The moment Wu Wang saw Su Xian, he was taken aback. In just half a year, Su Xian had advanced from the starry realm to the peak of the sunlit realm, mastering all professions. Such talent forced Wu Wang to admit he had underestimated Su Xian initially. After some pleasantries, Su Xian got straight to the point, inquiring about the abyssal creature, the eight-headed serpent. Although Wu Wang was curious, he refrained from asking too many questions. He understood that fortuitous encounters among the younger generation of Long Country were beneficial and didn't require probing. Observing Wu Wang's bewildered expression, Su Xian knew what was on his mind. Whenever he and Lin Suiying stood together, everyone who saw them would inevitably ponder the same question. The king of Wuan reminisced about those days long past. He squinted his eyes, as if transported back a century to the land of cherry blossoms. At that time, a massive world portal had suddenly appeared, unleashing a flood of monsters that threatened the very existence of the country. The Security Union was compelled to seek assistance from the Dragon Kingdom. Although reluctant, the king of Wuan realized that if the land of cherry blossoms fell, it would serve as a springboard for an attack on the Dragon Kingdom, and thus he grudgingly agreed to help. After securing the world portal, tensions arose at the negotiation table. The king of Wuan chuckled coldly, having anticipated that these opportunists would try to take advantage without paying. He personally went to the troubled area. At the Fushir Snow Mountain, he witnessed a shocking scene. The complete spirit form of the Yamada no Orochi was struggling, seemingly trying to break free from the abyss to enter Blue Star, but was blocked by a mysterious force. One by one, the heads of the serpent disappeared, eventually being dragged back into the abyss. Su Xian, absorbed in the story, queried, "Does this mean that the Yamada no Orochi encountered a more formidable enemy in the abyss?" The king of Wuan nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. I suspect that the Yamada no Orochi, revered as a deity in the land of cherry blossoms, is merely a low-ranking entity in the abyss." Su Xian pondered, speculating, if the abyss corresponds to a world on par with the forces of the red moon and purple sun, it suggests that the abyssal plane is superior to both Lauren Star and Blue Star. No wonder the Yamada no Orochi only dared to claim divinity within the land of cherry blossoms. The king of Wuan's expression turned grave. The fact that the abyss can reach Blue Star is a dangerous sign. A new world war could break out at any moment, but our resources are limited. According to the elves, Lauren Star has long hosted abyssal creatures, yet no major chaos has ensued. For the time being, you needn't worry about an abyssal invasion. Su Xian, however, persisted. Is there a way for us to enter or explore the abyssal plane? The king of Wuan widened his eyes. It's a blessing the abyss isn't attacking, and you want to counterattack? No way. He warned. Don't stir up any trouble. Focus on your training. Su Xian grinned. Don't worry, I'm very low-key. The king of Wuan snorted. If you weren't on the rebels' kill list, I might have believed you. He extended his hand. Consultation fee, please see Chaos Stone. Su Xian paused, then chuckled. Come on, that's a bit too formal, isn't it? The king of Wuan grumbled. Who are you trying to cozy up to? Ever heard of paying for knowledge? If it weren't for the Water Moon King's sake, I'd charge you a service fee too. Surprisingly, Su Xian handed over a Chaos Stone without hesitation. The king of Wuan, taken aback, accepted it and then handed Su Xian a small scythe toy. This is a trial card for the Killing God domain. Consider it a risky investment. Don't forget me if you become a god. Su Xian, amused, realized this old man was quite interesting. The king of Wuan gave a meaningful smile before disappearing into the night. Lin Suiying, concerned, asked, "Did you find out what you wanted?" Su Xian nodded, deep in thought. The secrets of the abyss are numerous, and we can only speculate from the fragments of information. Lin Suiying inquired about the spiritual pet in the courtyard, and Su Xian explained with a smile that it was a clingy little creature. Lin Suiying was surprised to find that the energy in the house had become denser, and Su Xian was pleased for Shaoli. During their conversation, Su Xian took out the small scythe given by the king of Wuan, curious about its purpose. Lin Suiying explained that it was a treasure containing the mysteries of the Killing God domain, often gifted by the king of Wuan to promising juniors in hopes of finding a successor. She emphasized that the king of Wuan was among the most powerful semi-divine figures in the Dragon Kingdom, with the killing god domain ranking among the top 3 of the king domains. Su Xian suddenly understood and planned to give this treasure to his disciples. Lin Suiying then brought out a holographic projection, showcasing the astonishing results of the Longdu Academy exchange competition. Yi Chen and Wen Xiao, 2 freshmen with special professions, shone brightly, and special professionals from other countries also performed remarkably. Watching these talented young individuals, Su Xian couldn't help but sigh. Truly impressive. Lin Suiying sensed the deeper meaning in his words and gave him a meaningful look. Only then did Su Xian realize the frightening talent of Yi Chen and Wen Xiao had progressed significantly since the college entrance exams. He thought to himself that without the demonic god body, Zhang Mu might find it extremely difficult to stand out among the world's top talents. As the days passed, it wasn't until the end of December that the first round of the global academic exchange competition concluded. Among the 4 top universities in Longhua, Longdu, and Dinghai maintained perfect records, while Xinhuang and Beifeng each had 6 members advance. The rules for the second round were announced. Each grade would have 32 contestants divided into 4 groups, competing in a round-robin format. Winners would earn 1 point, and the top 2 from each group would advance to the quarterfinals. The next round of competition would take place in 7 days. The day after the first round concluded, Zhang Mu approached Su Xian with a determined look and said, "Master, I've made up my mind. If you can grant me the power of the demon god body, I'm confident I can control it." Su Xian asked, "Why are you confident this time?" Zhang Mu replied earnestly, "I've watched videos of the seed contestants from various countries and realized there's still a gap. To bridge this gap, I must leverage the power of the demon god body. I understand my position clearly and am not afraid of the power I can control. Opportunities are fleeting, and I must seize every chance to climb to the top step by step." Su Xian nodded in approval but cautioned, "I only have half of the demon god body, and it's highly unstable, requiring a strong will. Are you confident you can handle it?" "If the rebels can do it, as your disciple, I won't be weaker than them," Zhang Mu replied firmly. Without further hesitation, Su Xian led Zhang Mu into the training room. His left hand transformed into a black crystal and pierced Zhang Mu's spine, beginning the implantation of the incomplete demon god body. Zhang Mu gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain while resisting the surge of power and desire. His aura was extremely unstable, with his eyes alternating between black and white, surrounded by intertwining shadows of black and golden dragons. His rationality was repeatedly tested, but he persevered. Seeing this, Su Xian quietly left and coincidentally encountered Shaoli, who had just woken up. Sensing the ominous aura from the training room, Su Xian simply mentioned that Zhang Mu was inside, without further explanation. At this moment, Xinyuan Qingqing arrived from Longdu, bringing gifts. Having successfully advanced to the second round, her strength had significantly increased. Su Xian mused that if she continued to advance, she might encounter Sun Shaokong, which would certainly be an interesting scene. Just then, Sun Shaokong also appeared. Upon seeing his third senior sister, he instantly deflated, knowing he would once again be forced to drink chicken soup. Xinyuan Qingqing excitedly announced she would stay for a few days, leaving Sun Shaokong internally lamenting yet another nightmare holiday. "Teacher, what about Mu Shixiang?" Sun Shaokong quickly changed the subject. Sun Shaokong glanced towards the training room, where he sensed a fluctuating aura, reminiscent of Mu Shixiang's state when he was on the verge of losing control. Su Xian candidly explained that Mu Shixiang was in the process of merging with his innate constitution, a rite of passage for every disciple. This not only aids in the disciple's growth, but also facilitates the evolution of Su Xian's own chaotic body. Sun Shaokong's eyes glinted with envy as he eagerly asked, "Teacher, when will it be my turn?" He remembered Long Outyan's dragon bone and yearned for a super physique that would enhance his combat abilities. Su Xian smiled and replied, "That depends on your destiny. Whether you can find the battle saint physique that suits you is all down to fate." He explained that with his current resources, he could only gather significant information once he became a king. "You have your own path, so there's no need to rush," Su Xian reassured him, then handed him a small sickle. "This is an insight into the slaughter god domain from King Wuan. It might lend you a hand in the competition." As Sun Shaokong took the sickle, he was overwhelmed by a terrifying aura of murder, as if an ancient god of slaughter was watching him. Su Xian explained that this was just a glimpse into King Wu and slaughter god domain, and how much he could comprehend was entirely up to Sun Shaokong. Sun Shaokong was astonished, fully aware that this was a priceless treasure for a professional at the solar level. He expressed his gratitude to Su Xian with deep respect. Su Xian chuckled, "Seeing you all grow strong is the best gratitude I could ask for." A system notification chimed, indicating that Su Xian had acquired the pseudo-slaughter god domain. He mused that although it had no substantial power, it might prove useful in certain situations. At that moment, Shaoli looked up at Su Xian with a pitiful expression and said, "Teacher, what about me? Senior brothers, junior brothers, and sisters all have something good. I want something too. Old Third and Old Fourth were equally curious, eager to know what kind of spirit pet would be worthy of following the teacher. Suddenly, a small sapling emerged from the soil, approached Xiaoli, and called her little master. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. The young sapling looked innocent and pitifully gazed at Su Xian. A faint voice echoed in Su Xian's heart. Su Xian sensed the sapling's plea for help and felt a stir of compassion. He asked for an explanation. The sapling explained that it had given Xiaoli a world fruit, which had taken years to form and could significantly enhance affinity and cultivation speed. Su Xian frowned and questioned why it was given exclusively to Xiaoli. The sapling admitted that only Xiaoli could safely consume it, as it might pose a life-threatening risk to others. Su Xian sighed inwardly, realizing that Xiaoli's mysteries had deepened once more. He gestured for Xian Yuan Qingqing to release the sapling. Although Qingqing felt a bit disappointed, she complied without complaint. Lao San and Sun Xiaokong jokingly referred to the sapling as Little Master, but the sapling covered its eyes and shook its head stubbornly, which made everyone burst into laughter. After breaking through, Xiaoli was overjoyed and promised to protect the sapling with a proud pat on the chest. Su Xian couldn't help but smile at the scene. The joyful moments quickly passed, and 5 days later, Zhang Mu remained in the training room, with the demonic aura's fluctuations subsiding. Yin Xiaoshuang had come looking for him several times, but to no avail. As the 7-day holiday ended, the second round of the exchange competition was about to begin. Early in the morning, Yin Xiaoshuang, clad in armor, waited outside the residence but did not see Zhang Mu. Worried, she asked Su Xian, who could only sigh and offer comfort. The viewing platform of the Dinghai Academy was packed with people, eagerly awaiting the battle. Yin Xiaoshuang took a deep breath, glancing at the slowly closing doors of the arena, realizing that the absent-minded Zhang Mu ultimately did not show up. Yin Xiaoshuang nodded resolutely, thinking to herself, I know this. I can lose to anyone, but I cannot lose to those bastards from Sakura country. I will defend the honor of Dinghai Academy with my life. The second round of the Global Higher Education Exchange Tournament, Group Stage, Match 1. The showdown begins between Lungwa's Dinghai Academy's top seed, Yin Xiaoshuang, and Sakuragoni's Jingdong Academy's top seed, Abe Rinji. In the duel arena, Yin Xiaoshuang and Abe Rinji face each other. Yin Xiaoshuang, with twin swords on her back, exudes a valiant aura. Abe Rinji, holding a yin-yang fan and clad in traditional attire, wears an inscrutable expression. As the referee signals the start, Yin Xiaoshuang swiftly draws her twin swords, her blood boiling, her eyes turning crimson, unleashing her fierce spirit. She moves with the speed of the wind, her swords flashing like lightning, aiming directly for Abe Rinji's vital points. Abe Rinji remains composed, chanting incantations as he waves his fan, releasing blue talismans into the air. Yin Xiaoshuang, her energy surging, easily deflects the talismans. But Abe Rinji, having anticipated this, waves his fan again to set up a barrier, while spiritual particles begin to gather behind him, indicating he is preparing to summon a Shikigami. Aware of the impending danger, Yin Xiaoshuang intensifies her assault. Her twin swords, infused with her life force, transform into two massive blades of energy. Sensing the threat, Abe Rinji bites his finger to draw blood, hastening the summoning process. Instantly, four differently colored evil spirits appear, charging at Yin Xiaoshuang. Yin Xiaoshuang snorts coldly, her energy bursting forth, shattering the small spirits. She grips her swords tightly, leaping into the air to unleash her mountain-crushing, earth-splitting slash. Her blade cuts through the air, shattering Abe Rinji's barrier like paper. At that moment, a half-formed pink peach blossom demon materializes behind Abe Rinji. Unrelenting, Yin Xiaoshuang's attack splits the ground, her energy surging toward Abe Rinji like a tide. Struck by the force, he spits blood, struggling to maintain his summoning. Just as victory seems certain for Yin Xiaoshuang, Abe Rinji makes a shocking move. He suddenly bites into the peach blossom demon's head, swallowing it whole. The audience is left in uproar. Some condemn Abe Rinji's ruthlessness, while others admire his relentless desire to win at any cost. Regardless, the course of this match has defied everyone's expectations. However, there are those who support Abe Rinji. They believe that winning justifies any means, and how one uses their Shikigami is entirely up to them. No one else has a say in it. After devouring the peach blossom fairy, Abe Rinji was enveloped in a surge of life energy, effectively neutralizing the impact of the earth-shattering slash. Yin Xiaoshuang pressed on relentlessly, her dual blades dancing with precision and speed. As a standout among the new generation in the Dragon Nation, her skill transitions were flawless, leaving almost no openings. Abe Rinji's expression was grim. As the top freshman of Sakura Nation, he couldn't afford to fall here. Suddenly, he advanced towards the dual blades, taking a stab to his left shoulder. Yin Xiaoshuang frowned in confusion but seized the opportunity, aiming her strikes directly at his vital points. However, The blade lodged in his left shoulder suddenly became immovable and then violently ejected, sending Yin Xiaoshuang flying back hundreds of meters. Her pupils contracted as she saw a silver-haired head and enormous wings emerge from the wound on Abe Rinji's Shudera high-level Shikigami, the Great Tengu. Yin Xiaoshuang's expression grew serious. Abe Renji had summoned the spirit form of the Great Tengu through a blood ritual. She knew her chances of winning were slim, yet she tightened her grip on her dual blades. This battle was one she could not afford to lose. Overconfident. As Yin Xiaoshuang charged forward, Rinji Abe smirked wickedly. The Great Tengu spread its wings, unleashing a storm of feather blades. Yin Xiaoshuang moved through the hurricane, her stamina dwindling. The relentless whistling filled the air as the blades grazed her, inflicting more and more wounds. The audience from Longhua watched anxiously, silently praying. Su Xian's gaze pierced through the storm, noticing frost forming on Yin Xiaoshuang's face. A chill enveloped her, forming an armor that blocked most of the attacks. Yet, her expression was one of disdain. Rinji Abe sensed something amiss. The feather storm was now laden with blue frost, its rotation slowing. A figure emerged from the storm, covered in frost, with dual blades gleaming blue. Bloodthirsty demon seal slash. The icy blue ripple spread, enveloping Rinji Abe. He was slowly dragged forward. Even the Great Tengu's feathers were tinged with frost. Rinji Abe attempted to devour the Shikigami again, but Yin Xiaoshuang's frost thwarted him. The distance between them closed, and Yin Xiaoshuang raised her blades. Rinji Abe's face twisted into a sinister smile, his eyes turning purple, and 8 purple heads appeared behind him. The ice blade cleaved half of his head, yet he remained unscathed. Instead, a sword wound appeared on Yin Xiaoshuang's head, shattering her ice armor. "Do you dare to kill me?" Rinji Abe sneered. Without hesitation, Yin Xiaoshuang stabbed him in the heart. Agonizing pain erupted from her own chest, blood streaming from her orifices. She gritted her teeth and struck again and again, receiving equal damage with each blow. "We have countless geniuses in Longhua. While it's not easy for Sakura country to nurture one, is it? A one-for-one trade, not a loss." Yin Xiaoshuang sneered, her blade poised at Rinji Abe's brow. Finally, Rinji Abe broke down, shouting, "I concede." Yin Xiaoshuang then collapsed. The electronic referee announced the result. Cheers erupted from the audience stands, while Sakura country's spectators hurled angry insults. This battle was not just a clash of seeds, but also a testament to the indomitable spirit of Longhua's people. The system's voice echoed in Su Xian's mind. "Ding! Your disciple Zhang Mu has successfully fused with the unstable demon god body. Congratulations, you've triggered an 8,000-fold critical hit return, and your chaos body prototype has evolved." Su Xian felt a surge of power within him, a wave of joy washing over him. The evolution of the chaos body prototype to 20 meant that Zhang Mu had successfully integrated with the demon god body. The anxiety of the past 8 days finally dissipated, confirming the exceptional nature of his first disciple. Su Xian shifted his gaze to the unconscious Yin Xiaoshuang. The healers from the Dragon Kingdom were doing their best, but with little effect. Remembering Yin Xiaoshuang's performance during the competition, Su Xian couldn't help but admire her. To devise such a ruthless winning strategy in a dire situation was impressive and showed why she complimented Zhang Mu so well. He left the spectator stand and headed to the medical station. King Wuan and King Shueihua were also present, their expressions solemn. "How is Xiaoshuang's condition?" Su Xian asked. King Shueihua shook his head with a sigh. "Her injuries are severe, and the most challenging part is the damage caused by her own powers." Su Xian stepped forward to check Yin Xiaoshuang's pulse and discovered a fierce icy force near her heart, devouring her vitality. The healer explained that this malignant force must be suppressed first, or all treatment would be futile. "Is there any solution?" Su Xian inquired further. The healer proposed 2 options. 1. To use a rare treasure to protect her heart, though it carried significant risks. 2. To perform a secret ritual linking Yin Xiaoshuang to someone with a strong heart, binding their lives together. Hearing this, a light bulb went off in Su Xian's mind. Zhang Mu, having just fused with the demon god body, now possessed a powerful heart and might be the best candidate. If the two could join forces, their future potential would be limitless. Back at King Shueiyue's residence, Zhang Mu immediately knelt in greeting. "Thank you, Master, for your blessing. I have successfully completed the demon god body fusion." Su Xian had him stand and carefully observed the changes in his disciple. Zhang Mu's eyes were sharper and more spirited, and his demeanor had transformed. "Enter your demonic state," Su Xian instructed. Zhang Mu obliged, instantly transforming into a fearsome demon god, exuding an aura of ferocity and violence. Su Xian nodded in approval. "Well done. You can revert now." Once Zhang Mu returned to normal, Su Xian added, "I have some not so good news for you." Zhang Mu looked at his master with confusion, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Yin Xiaoshuang has been seriously injured and is in critical condition." "What?" Zhang Mu sprang up in shock, urgently asking, "What happened to Xuan?" Su Xian explained the whole situation to his disciple, Zhang Mu. After listening, Zhang Mu's face was filled with worry. Seeing this, Su Xian couldn't help but tease, "You really do care about Xuan, don't you?" He paused and added, "At 16 or 17, it's the age when feelings start to blossom. You two spend so much time together. With all the physical contact, it's normal to develop feelings." Su Xian then shifted the conversation. "There's a way to save her. What is it?" Zhang Mu asked urgently. "There is a technique called the shared heart and pulse ritual," Su Xian explained. "It allows two people to form a life bond, sharing heartbeats and fates, living and dying together." Zhang Mu immediately understood, "Master, you mean you want me and Xuan to?" "It's not what I want. It's what you want," Su Xian said seriously. "I can't decide your life for you. You must follow your own heart." Zhang Mu was torn, unsure of what to choose. He understood what the shared heart and pulse ritual entailed, even if he was naive. But he felt that he and Xuan were just good friends, not yet at the stage of living and dying together. The leap was too great. "Can I see her first?" Zhang Mu hesitated to ask. Su Xian nodded. "I'll take you." They arrived at the emergency medical station in the King of Dinghai City. Su Xian pointed to the intensive care unit. "She's in that room." "Go ahead." Zhang Mu quickly made his way over. At that moment, a healer came out of the station, glanced at Zhang Mu, then approached Su Xian. "That's your disciple Zhang Mu, right?" The healer said with a smile. "I remember some interesting things happening between him and Xuan. The scene from the preliminary final has spread all over the King of Dinghai City." Su Xian smiled silently. The healer continued, "Are you planning to have your disciple and Xuan perform the shared heart and pulse ritual?" "That's not for me to decide." Su Xian shook his head, suddenly thinking of something. "By the way, I wanted to ask if you could sell me that ritual?" The healer was taken aback. "What do you want it for?" "I just find the ritual fascinating," Su Xian explained. "If possible, I'd like to perform it personally for my senior disciple." "No sale." The healer flatly refused. "This is a secret passed down from my great-great-great-grandfather. I wouldn't sell it even for my life." Su Xian directly made an offer. "I'll pay 10 chaos stones." The healer hesitated. 10 chaos stones were more than many lords could save in a lifetime. Tempted, he still resisted. "No, absolutely not." Su Xian chuckled. "I know it's precious, but isn't it meant to save lives? I can add more. How about 2 more stones?" Just as the healer was about to speak, Su Xian added, "For more, how about 14 chaos stones?" "Wait a moment." The healer couldn't hold back any longer and quickly stepped aside, bowing 3 times in the direction of his ancestors' graves. "I'm sorry, great-great-great-grandfather. It's not that I'm breaking the family rules, but his offer is too generous." After paying his respects, the healer handed the scroll containing the ritual to Su Xian without hesitation. Fearing he might change his mind, "Deal." Su Xian chuckled to himself at the healer's quick change of heart. He handed over 14 chaos stones to the healer. What was incredibly valuable to others was just a small expense for Su Xian. Once the healer left, Su Xian began to read the information in the scroll. The ritual was only a heavenly river-level secret technique, not difficult to perform, with the main challenge being its prerequisites. With his budding chaotic body, Su Xian easily mastered the ritual. Now, he just had to wait for Zhang Mu's decision. Half an hour later, Zhang Mu emerged from the intensive care unit, walking heavily towards Su Xian. "Master, is this really the only way to save her?" Zhang Mu asked hesitantly. "It's the safest method," Su Xian replied. "In fact, it might not only save Xuan, but it could also have unexpected benefits for you." Zhang Mu stammered, "But the mental pressure when going into a trance, I'm afraid Xuan can't handle it." "You're worried about that?" Su Xian laughed. "Don't underestimate Xuan. She's got a strong spirit. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it this far in today's battle. Her determination is no less than yours." Su Xian rubbed his chin, teasing. "It seems like you two are quite a match, both being so tough. Let's do it then." Zhang Mu took a deep breath. "To save Xuan, it's the only choice. Are you sure?" Su Xian asked one last time. "Once the ritual is performed, you're bound together for life." "I'm sure. I don't mind being with her," Zhang Mu replied earnestly. Su Xian smiled to himself, proud of his senior disciple's growing confidence. If he keeps progressing, he might rival Shaoli someday. "Let's go," Su Xian said, heading towards the intensive care unit. "What about the healer?" Zhang Mu asked. "Who needs a healer?" "For something this important, of course. I'll conduct it myself." "You'll conduct it? Why? Can't I?" "I'm just nervous," Zhang Mu admitted, secretly pleased. Having his master personally conduct the ritual for him and Xuan was the best outcome. He valued ceremony deeply, and with his parents gone, his master was the most important figure in his life. For something this significant, he wanted his master to witness it. They entered the intensive care unit. Yin Xiaoshuang lay on the bed, lips pale, face devoid of color, held onto life by medicine and healing spells. Su Xian approached and checked her wrist. Her life force was even weaker than before, clearly being sapped by the icy force within her. Without it, her injuries would have healed quickly. Zhangmu, are you ready? Su Xian ordered. Take off your clothes. Whose clothes? Zhangmu was confused. Both of yours, obviously, not mine, Su Xian replied, covering his eyes with a black cloth. For this, you only need one eye open. Blushing, Zhangmu awkwardly removed his shirt and clumsily took off Yin Xiaoshuang's top, leaving only her undergarments. He sat behind her, back to back, their bodies touching. Yin Xiaoshuang felt as cold as ice, exuding a chilling aura. Zhangmu quietly emitted warmth, trying to dispel the cold. Su Xian chanted an incantation, gathering energy before him. Two small figures began to take shape. Two small figures, one male and one female, representing yin and yang, held hands and danced joyfully in the air. Su Xian grasped with both hands, placing the figures representing male and female above Zhangmu and Yin Xiaoshuang's heads. Chanting incantations, he formed a spell with his hands, drawing out two faintly visible threads from their chests, connecting them to the figures. Press your palms together, pierce your fingertips, and let your blood merge, Su Xian commanded solemnly. Zhang Mu turned to facing Xiaoshuang, their palms meeting, fingertips pressed against each other. Blood trickled from their fingers, mingling. In that moment, their hearts seemed to intertwine, their fates woven together. The figures embraced, surrounded by a gentle glow, gradually merging into one. A strange sensation arose within Zhang Mu, as if he had entered another world. A chill surged through his veins, and he realized this was the malevolent force his master had warned him about. The icy power was enough to freeze the soul, intent on consuming both Yin Xiaoshuang and Zhang Mu. Without hesitation, Zhang Mu activated his demonic body, attempting to suppress the malevolent force. The two powers clashed fiercely, and if not for their bond, the shockwave would have shattered Yin Xiaoshuang's heart. Su Xian sensed something was wrong. The malevolent force was more troublesome than anticipated, beginning to invade Zhang Mu through the spell. If it were anyone else, they might have become corpses by now. Fortunately, Zhang Mu's demonic body was formidable, though not easily subdued. It was not afraid of the malevolent force. I suppose I must intervene myself, Su Xian sighed. Leave it to me. He placed his palm on Zhang Mu's head, channeling a powerful energy. The demonic body recoiled, intimidated by the formidable presence. The icy force panicked, attempting to flee, but Su Xian's energy encircled it, leaving no escape. After a few exchanges, Su Xian subdued the malevolent force, tracing it back to its Sauersaya remnant soul. It was a woman with pointed ears and heterochromatic eyes, clearly not human, but of the elven race. Come out, and I might spare your life, Su Xian commanded with his mind. If you kill me, she dies too, the remnant soul protested in fear. Let's see whose fate is stronger, my disciples or yours. Su Xian retorted dismissively, mustering more power to suppress it. Do you have no professional ethics? Is playing with others' lives a game to you? I surrender. The icy remnant soul conceded, ceasing its resistance. Su Xian withdrew his power, exiting the room, with the remnant soul obediently following. The bond was now complete. A system notification sounded, and Su Xian acquired the soul lamp. He pondered if the remnant soul within Yin Xiaoshuang had been using it to survive. At that moment, Yin Xiaoshuang slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Zhang Mu bare-chested, she looked down and shrieked, instinctively slapping him. Yin Xiaoshuang, what are you doing? Biting the hand that feeds you. Zhang Mu retorted, punching her in the chest, sending her off the bed. Su Xian shook his head, sighing. Zhang Mu, oh Zhang Mu, if I hadn't stepped in as the matchmaker, your future might have been bleak. Moments later, Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang emerged from the room, both sporting bruised faces. Yet Yin Xiaoshuang smiled brightly, openly clinging to Zhang Mu's arm. Zhang Mu appeared slightly annoyed but didn't pull away. Master, Zhang Mu called out. Uncle Su, I mean master. Yin Xiaoshuang chimed in. Why are you calling him master? Zhang Mu nudged her. Yin Xiaoshuang put on a stern face. Why? Are you denying what happened? Let me tell you, from now on, you belong to me, Yin Xiaoshuang, so your master is naturally my master too. She smiled at Su Xian. Isn't that right, master? Su Xian was momentarily speechless. Zhang Mu protested. Yin Xiaoshuang, can you not be so shameless? I only did it to save you. Yin Xiaoshuang laughed. And when you held me, feeling all warm, was that also to save me? Zhang Mu blushed, unable to respond. Yin Xiaoshuang continued. Besides, after what happened, can I marry someone else, or can you marry another girl? If you're okay with it, I have no objections. Go on, touch your heart and tell me, do you want to? Zhang Mu was taken aback. Yin Xiaoshuang smirked. Speechless, huh? Marrying me, in Xiaoshuang, isn't a bad deal. I'm good looking, have a nice figure, can fight and cook, and I can even give you a big, healthy child. Enough. I don't object, I just think it's too soon. I need some time to adjust. Zhang Mu's face turned crimson. Su Xian chuckled knowingly. Honestly, only a girl like In Xiaoshuang could match Zhang Mu. If it were someone more reserved, the two might sit in silence until dawn. In relationships, there's always one who takes the lead and one who follows. Xiaoshuang, Su Xian, now that you've recovered, shouldn't you talk about the remnant soul within you? In Xiaoshuang looked conflicted as a wisp of icy blue soul slowly emerged from her body. She took a deep breath and began to recount. It all started when I was 5 years old. I accidentally broke an ancient lamp at home and subsequently fell seriously ill with a cold and weak constitution, though no cause could be found. It wasn't until I embarked on the path of a professional at 10 that I learned of the remnant soul's existence. The icy remnant soul took over the narrative, revealing its background. I am the illegitimate daughter of the holy son of the Dark Elf tribe and the holy maiden of the Ice Elf tribe from Lauren Star. After my identity was exposed, both tribes' kings pursued me relentlessly, and I eventually fell at the world passage. The ancient lamp that housed my remnant soul was picked up by Xiaoshuang's great-grandfather and kept at home until she broke it. Su Xian squinted his eyes, questioning, then why did you sap Xiaoshuang's vitality when she was weak? The icy remnant soul defended itself. I didn't drain her vitality. The cold backlash was from her borrowing my power and being unable to withstand it, not my fault. If I truly intended to consume her, she would have been dead long ago. Zhang Mu glared. Xiaoshuang was unconscious, but I wasn't. She and I are now connected. I clearly felt your presence at that time. The icy remnant soul snorted, turning to In Xiaoshuang. Xiaoshuang, you tell them. If you think I'm wrong, then admit defeat willingly. In Xiaoshuang furrowed her brows. Her grandfather and father had been killed by dark elves, so she held no fondness for the icy remnant soul. Apart from this incident, she had never used its power. She spoke slowly. You saved me once and helped me win a competition this time. But I've also nourished you with my body for years. Let's not dwell on past grievances. From today, leave my body, and we'll have nothing more to do with each other. The icy remnant soul agreed without hesitation. Fine. I'll go, we'll settle it. As a former king, it was unwilling to remain within In Xiaoshuang forever. Besides, with Su Xian present, it was too fearful to stay a moment longer. Wait, Su Xian suddenly interjected. You've settled things with Xiaoshuang, but what about me? The icy remnant soul was taken aback. I don't think we have any grievances, do we? Su Xian squinted, grabbing the icy remnant soul. Grievances start just like that. From now on, we're at odds. I'm giving you two choices. The icy remnant soul cursed inwardly, wondering why this man wasn't playing by the rules, but could only ask, what choices? Su Xian held up two fingers. First, I'll reconstruct your body, and you'll work for me as my guard for 50 years. Second, I'll eliminate you now, and we'll be done. The icy remnant soul lamented. I'll choose the first. Su Xian nodded in satisfaction and then asked, once your body is restored, what level of power can you achieve? The icy remnant soul pondered carefully before replying, as long as the body's strength is high enough, I can reach near the king level. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. That's strong? He then imprinted a mental mark on its remnant soul. Since you're that strong, I'd better be cautious. The icy remnant soul? Su Xian continued. What's your name? Without waiting for an answer, he said, forget your old name. From now on, with me, you'll be called Bing. The icy remnant soul hesitated, thinking, what kind of name is that? Do you think I'm a pet? Su Xian turned to leave. Bing, follow me? Zhang Mu quickly asked, Master, what about me? Su Xian glanced at Zhang Mu, then at the blushing In Xiaoshuang. You? Figure it out yourself. I can't teach you everything directly. Zhang Mu wanted to say more but was silenced by In Xiaoshuang covering his mouth. Take care, master. In Xiaoshuang said cheerfully, then dragged Zhang Mu home. Meanwhile, Su Xian returned to the manor. As soon as they entered, the icy remnant soul sensed the rich energy, reminiscent of the elven sacred land, the eternal forest. Its view of Su Xian shifted dramatically, realizing this young human was far more formidable than imagined, to create an environment rivaling the elven sacred land. Bing, over here, Su Xian called. Yes, the icy remnant soul replied, having long forgotten pride, focused only on survival. What do you think of the environment here? Su Xian asked. The icy remnant soul smiled, very satisfied. I used to be an elf, adept at tending to flora. I feel guilty living here for free, so I'll take care of the manor's plants for you. Su Xian nodded, pleased with the attitude, promising to enhance the body further. After settling the large block of ice, Su Xian returned to his room. As soon as he entered, he heard a familiar voice in his mind. Master. The usually sleepy penguin had woken up. You're awake? Xuan asked, surprised. It's not that I woke up. I've entered my work cycle, the penguin explained. Master, I remembered my ability while I was dreaming. Intrigued, Xuan asked, oh, what is it? Given that this penguin was of the same quality as the world tree, its ability should not be weak. In terms of your world's language, my ability is to replicate and reconstruct things that exist in the past or present. It pointed its tiny flipper at a teacup in front of them. For example, the wind boots you wear, I can perfectly replicate them or enhance them by keeping the essence and removing the flaws, making them stronger and marking them as yours. Want to give it a try? Xuan smiled. I possess no power of my own, the penguin said. You can think of me as a medium. You can control me to gain the ability to replicate and reconstruct, but I cannot complete the transformation independently. In theory, as long as you, the master, are strong enough, you could even replicate and reconstruct the entire blue star. Xuan was startled, realizing he had underestimated the penguin. Rubbing his hands together, he decided to conduct an experiment. In that case, let's first create a physical body for Demigod. Following the penguin's guidance, Xuan placed his hands on the penguin's head, and their consciousnesses connected. Xuan felt as if he had been transported to another world, where he could edit anything like a creator god. Xuan selected a physical form from his mental image, one that resembled Tifa, a character from a game called Final Fantasy he had played in his previous life. As he began to replicate and reconstruct, the energy of the entire manor converged into his room, creating just a head left Xuan feeling utterly drained. The penguin reminded him, Master, you can break down existing objects into material particles dispersed around you, which will reduce your energy consumption but increase your mental strain. With a thought, Xuan retrieved 500 pieces of illusion stones from his system space. According to his mental image, a body gradually took shape. Once the body was fully formed, their consciousnesses separated, and the penguin toppled over, quickly falling back asleep. Xuan, too, was exhausted, drenched in sweat, and feeling weak. Dragging the newly formed body outside, Xuan found Demigod happily floating among the flowers and trees. Seeing Xuan, she immediately flew over with a smile. Sugu, do you have any instructions? Without a word, Xuan tossed the body in front of Demigod. I created this body for you. Are you satisfied? Demingod's eyes lit up at the sight. With a well-proportioned figure, full curves, and a beautiful face, it perfectly matched her aesthetic. Being the daughter of a dark elf prince and an ice elf princess, she was considered one of the top mixed-blood beauties in the elf race. Such a body was fitting for her. I'm satisfied, Demigod nodded immediately. You worked hard on it. How could I not be? Look at these lines and this figure, you clearly put a lot of thought into it. With a physical body, Demingod's ambitions grew. One day, she vowed to return to Luolan Star and destroy those who had shattered her soul and left her homeless due to their prejudice. For that, she was willing to endure anything. Well, get used to it, Xuan said, unconcerned with Demingod's thoughts. He could have created a more beautiful, stunning body or even restored her original form, but it wasn't necessary. The Shueihua Manor already had a beauty. This was sufficient. He hoped Demigod wouldn't disappoint him. With the rebel army targeting him, he needed as many means of defense as possible, especially against the Grand King, who constantly made him uneasy. The next day, the exchange competition continued. Xuan arrived at the arena early. Today's match featured Zhang Mu, the second seed from Dinghai Academy, against Sakura Koku's second seed, Sakura Sora Yui. Zhang Mu was still fuming over Sakura Koku, and his hostility was palpable even before stepping into the ring. Meanwhile, In Xiaoshuang, who had narrowly escaped death the previous day, cheerfully clung to Zhang Mu's arm, advising, Mu, don't be swayed by that woman from Sakura Koku. Zhang Mu glanced at In Xiaoshuang and replied earnestly, don't worry, she's uglier than you. She can't fool my eyes or disturb my mind. I never pull my punches with women. In Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. That blockhead really needed to work on his words. As their teacher, Xuan felt reassured. Zhang Mu might be swayed by many things, but he would never fall for a woman. When it came to fighting women, his top disciple had quite the knack. The second round of the Global University Exchange Tournament, Group Stage, Match 7. The match features Zhang Mu, the second seed from Lungwa's Dinghai University, against Yui Sakurazora, the second seed from Sakurakuni's Jingdong University. The duel begins. The competitors step into the arena. Zhang Mu's gaze is fierce like a beast, his heavy footsteps shaking the ground. Opposite him, Yui Sakurazora smiles sweetly, asking softly, are you a disciple of Master Xuan? Yes. Zhang Mu responds coldly. What? Do you have a grudge against my master too? I suggest you keep quiet, or you'll end up like Gongzi Xuan. Yui Sakurazora bats her eyes seductively. Why would I have a grudge? I adore him. It was Master Xuan who showed me the joys of being a woman. Want me to go easy on you? Zhang Mu frowns, incredulous. You and my master, did that? Yui Sakurazora giggles. Is love between a man and a woman so strange? Zhang Mu erupts in anger. Even my master's dog at home is better looking than you. You're delusional. With that, he actually starts to retch. Yui Sakurazora's expression darkens. While not a peerless beauty, she certainly isn't repulsive. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of Master Su Xian. A vortex flashes in her eyes as she prepares to unleash her illusion. A similar vortex flashes in Zhang Mu's eyes, like a ravenous wolf ready to pounce. Sit down, Yui Sakurazora orders disdainfully. Bang! Before her words are even finished, Zhang Mu's fist has already slammed into her face. Yui Sakurazora rolls several times on the ground before struggling to her feet, looking at Zhang Mu in disbelief. Why did her illusion fail? Ugly hag. Zhang Mu charges forward again, raining blows down on her while hurling insults. The female audience members' views of Zhang Mu shift. Yui Sakurazora, with her top-tier looks and demeanor, is seen as an ugly hag in his eyes. It seems his reputation as the face-slapping demon and woman-beater is well-earned. Master, I don't think I'm ugly, right? In Xiaoshuang asks Su Xian uncertainly. Su Xian smiles. You're improving the Zhang family's genes. Is Zhang Mu's taste just that unique? Not exactly. Then what is it? A vortex flashes in Su Xian's eyes. Understand now? In Xiaoshuang suddenly realizes. You're amazing, Master. So Zhang Mu was under your illusion all along. Master, you even mastered the eye techniques of Sakurakuni. Is there anything you can't do? Meanwhile, Yui Sakurazora, whose illusion has failed, is being beaten senseless by Zhang Mu. Her face is almost unrecognizable. Seeing the vortex mark in Zhang Mu's eyes, she seems to understand something. Ghost eyes, activate. Yui Sakurazora's eyes bleed, her life force rapidly waning. Yet her mind is clearer than ever, her cherished memories with Su Xian shattering. Only now does she realize she was under Su Xian's illusion from the start, manipulated as a tool. No. Yui Sakurazora is nearly crazed. As a descendant of the Sakurazora family's illusion techniques, being controlled by a man from Longhua without realizing it is a deep humiliation. Su Xian, I won't let you get away with this. Yui Sakurazora's resentment grows, more blood tears flowing. Blood illusion realm. Seal? Unable to exact revenge on Su Xian, she resolves to plunge his disciple into endless mental torment. Zhang Mu's eyes show confusion as his consciousness is dragged into another world. He relives the previous day's tournament, witnessing In Xiaoshuang being torn apart, his master being smashed to a pulp, his junior apprentice sister being killed, and his master's wife going mad and being subdued. Everyone dear to him dies before his eyes. End it all. A distant voice whispers in Zhang Mu's ears. End your own life, and the pain will vanish. Your soul can follow your master. Zhang Mu released Yui Sakura and sat dazed on the ground. Yui Sakura slowly stood up, her eyes blood-red as tears of blood trickled down her cheeks. On the ground, a strange formation drawn in fresh blood trapped Zhang Mu within. Overwhelmed by a surge of murderous intent, she couldn't accept the humiliation of being toyed with by Su Xian and decided to start her revenge with his disciple. She carefully approached Zhang Mu, aware that any sign of life-threatening danger would prompt immediate intervention from the referees. She had to make her move count. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yui Sakura suddenly embraced Zhang Mu, and countless threads of power invaded his body in an instant. The Water Moon King furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, the king of Sakura Nation, Yamamoto Masakazu, scoffed. What's this? Can't the Dragon Nation handle losing? The Water Moon King replied coldly, there's a heavy murderous aura around her. Yamamoto dismissed her concerns. It's normal for tempers to flare on the battlefield. Accidents have happened before. On the battlefield between realms, the monsters show no mercy. Before he could finish, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Dark energy surged from Zhang Mu's body, and he suddenly fell into a demonic state. With one punch, Yui Sakura's head was shattered instantly. The turn of events happened so fast that even the kings couldn't react in time. Su Xian let out a few cold laughs. The secret of Zhang Mu's demonic god physique was unknown to outsiders. Yui Sakura's attempt to kill him only triggered its power. In an instant, chaos erupted in the referee's stand and the spectator stands. The first death of this year's exchange competition had occurred. Yui, the teacher from Sakura country, was furious and rushed towards the stage. Bang! Just as the teacher reached the edge of the stage, an invisible force knocked him back, slamming him heavily against the spectator stands. King Wuan hovered in the air, speaking coldly, unrelated personnel must not interfere with the order of the competition. He glanced sideways at Yamamoto Masakazu. We are also surprised by the turn of events in the match. But as you mentioned, on the battlefield between two realms, monsters show no mercy. The Dragon Nation will provide appropriate compensation. We will take responsibility for this matter. There is no need to target the young ones. Yamamoto Masakazu pointed angrily at Zhang Mu. He is a spy for the rebel army? Before he could finish speaking, King Shueiyue's sword was already at his chest. Shadow King, watch your words. If you wish to incite war, I am ready to accompany you. Yamamoto Masakazu scowled as he looked around at the other judges from various countries. Do you all remember the demon god seed? Feel it carefully. How is Zhang Mu's aura any different? He may be controlled by the rebel army without knowing it. Today, he killed our contestant. Tomorrow, it will be your successors who suffer. Are you sure you want someone like him to continue competing? The other kings carefully sensed the aura, their expressions changing. As the discussion grew heated, Su Xian brought Zhang Mu forward. My disciple indeed possesses the demon god physique, he said, looking directly at Yamamoto Masakazu. But who says having the demon god physique makes one a rebel spy? A mere sunrise realm. What right do you have to speak? Yamamoto Masakazu sneered. King Shueiyue and King Wuan stepped forward simultaneously, standing protectively in front of Su Xian. Su Xian grinned. Then I'll say it. You think those with the demon god physique are rebel spies, simply because past demon god seeds have left a psychological shadow. But that doesn't prove Zhang Mu is a rebel. I guarantee, if any evidence shows he is colluding with the rebel army, I will personally deal with him. If you can't provide evidence, then keep your mouth shut. In this world, age doesn't give you the right to slander. Yamamoto Masakazu's face darkened as he realized he had no evidence. Seeing that both King Shueiyue and King Wuan were protecting this young Dragon Nation contestant, he had no choice but to lower his head reluctantly. I apologize for my previous misconduct. Please forgive me. King Shueiyue sheathed his sword, and King Wuan put away his scythe, smiling. We forgive you. The Dragon Nation is very amicable. Don't be too tense. Let's leave it at that. The other kings said nothing further. The arena was soon cleared and restored to its original state, but the death of Haruka Yui had left a psychological shadow on many contestants. Zhang Mu's reputation spread quickly, turning from the face-slapping demon to the head-bursting demon. Apart from Yin Xiaoshuang, other peers were somewhat intimidated by Zhang Mu. Despite the Dragon Nation's two kings standing up to the Shadow King of Sakura Country, Zhang Mu's demon god physique still frightened them. They doubted his ability to control such terrifying power and felt he was only protected by a strong mentor. After the match, Su Xian led Zhang Mu out. Yin Xiaoshuang approached, carefully wiping the bloodstains from Zhang Mu's body. Impressive, Mu. I saw your demon god physique earlier. It was really cool. Zhang Mu said seriously. I originally planned to surprise you with it in our match, but that woman from Sakura Country forced it out. Yin Xiaoshuang's heart skipped a beat, thinking this was more of a shock than a surprise. Su Xian said, let's head back for now. No need to watch the rest of the matches. Zhang Mu, you need to calm your mind. Yin Xiaoshuang confidently replied. Leave calming his mind to me. The three of them headed towards the academy's exit. They hadn't gone far when Su Xian sensed someone following them. Turning around, he saw it was Miyazawa Kawa from Sakura Country. Su Xian recalled that this person was Haruka Yui's most devoted admirer, now consumed by inner demons, his face filled with malice as if seeking revenge. He quickly moved forward, blocking their path. Stop. A life for a life. You cannot leave. Su Xian narrowed his eyes, looking at him. Where did this guy get the courage? He was just beaten by Zhang Mu in the last match. Where did he find the confidence to confront the three of them? Just as this thought arose, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged. Boom. In the next moment, Gong Zechuan's body exploded with tremendous force. The powerful shockwave instantly swept through the surroundings, tearing apart buildings like paper. Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang were tossed into the air by the blast, tumbling several times before barely regaining their balance. The less skilled passers-by fared much worse, with blood and debris flying everywhere. A sense of imminent danger surged over Su Xian as he alertly looked in Zhang Mu's direction. A dark silhouette had appeared above Zhang Mu, exuding a chilling intent to kill. In a flash, Su Xian appeared behind Zhang Mu, a silver gleam trailing his movement. He struck upward with his palm, channeling the power of the red moon and purple Sunday simultaneously. He unleashed the false god of death domain, enveloping the area in a formidable killing aura. A domain? The attacker's pupils contracted in disbelief. You're actually a hidden marquee? Seeing the domain surrounding Su Xian, the attacker hesitated not a moment, and a purple pattern appeared on his neck. Another self-detonation? Su Xian felt a chill run down his spine, having experienced the power of a marquee's self-destruction firsthand. He grabbed Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang with both hands and hurled them far away. Before he could activate a spatial jump, he was swept into the violent turbulence. In mere seconds, Su Xian's protective gear shattered completely. Just when he thought he was in for a rough time, he suddenly felt an arm wrap around his waist, his head landing in a soft embrace. Looking up, he saw Lin Suying's stunning face, her eyes full of gentle reassurance. I'm here, Lin Suying whispered softly. With a flick of her water moon sword, She sliced through the explosive energy as if it were tangible matter. In the distance, Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang watched the pair emerge from the explosion, seeing Su Xian held in the arms of the Water Moon King. Their eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, Lady Water Moon King is so cool. Yin Xiaoshuang gushed, starstruck. It's a pity Sister Xiaoli missed it. Zhang Mu sighed. Two figures landed in front of them. Su Xian coughed twice, regaining his composed elder demeanor. Lin Suiying, though amused, managed to suppress her laughter to maintain Su Xian's dignity as their master. Changing the topic, she asked, "What happened just now?" Su Xian's expression turned serious. "I'm not entirely sure. The culprits seem to be from Sakura Nation and appeared to be targeting Zhang Mu, but it's all very strange." Lin Suiying nodded. With a marquee-level fighter involved, it can't be that simple." Su Xian explained. "Not everyone can easily extract another's physique. Even for me it takes considerable effort. Besides, we're in Dinghai City. Even if they obtained a demon god physique, they couldn't escape with it. It's not worth the trouble." Lin Suiying pondered. "I'll have someone investigate." The Sakura Nation is becoming increasingly audacious. The recent peace seems to have made them forget the horrors of the chaotic era. If it weren't for the looming threat of a second war from Lauren's star, we would have dealt with those traitors long ago. By this time, the city defense forces had arrived to handle the scene. Thanks to the Water Moon King's timely suppression of the explosion and the local protection of the city's defensive array, the damage was limited and casualties were not extensive. Su Xian said, "I'll take Zhang Mu back to the mansion." Lin Suiying nodded. "All right, I'll come find you once I'm done here." Back at the Water Moon Mansion, Su Xian remained uneasy. The day's events were suspicious, and the Sakura Nation's intentions likely went beyond just killing Zhang Mu. He carefully examined Zhang Mu but found nothing unusual. He instructed, "If you feel any discomfort, tell me immediately. Be cautious in the coming days and don't wander around." In the evening, Lin Suiying returned to the mansion and examined Zhang Mu again, finding nothing amiss. The two could only put the matter aside for now, resolving to stay vigilant in the future. After the disciples left, Su Xian and Lin Suiying sat on a stone bench in the small courtyard. The moonlight was gentle, cascading softly around them. Gazing at the bright moon above, Lin Suiying sighed. "Su Xian, with the second round of the competition over, the new governor of the city will soon arrive. My time as acting governor is coming to an end, and I'll be heading to the interdimensional battlefield for a while. I'm leaving Xiaoli in your care. I used to worry about Xiaoli when I was away, but with you here, I can be at ease." "Are you in a hurry to leave?" Su Xian asked. Lin Suiying smiled faintly, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "I should have left long ago, but the officials have been slow to send someone to take over." Her tone was calm, yet it couldn't fully conceal the turmoil inside. Su Xian gazed into her eyes and pressed further. "Is it just for battle? Or is there a reason you must go?" Lin Suiying hesitated for a moment. Their eyes locked in a silent exchange. Instead of answering, she reached up and removed the jade pendant from around her neck. "After I leave, it will protect you." She handed the pendant, still warm, to Su Xian. Su Xian accepted the pendant and then took out an ancient blue lamp from his ring, the very life soul lamp he had acquired when performing the bonded heart and soul ritual for Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang. It was not just a precaution. It allowed him to monitor Lin Suiying's life status and locate her in times of danger. "What is this?" Lin Suiying asked curiously. "It's a life soul lamp," Su Xian explained. "If you leave a drop of your heart's blood and a wisp of your consciousness, I can use it to keep track of your life status. The battlefield between worlds is perilous, and this might come in handy at a crucial moment." Without hesitation, Lin Suiying activated the life soul lamp. A soft blue light glowed, and a tiny figure appeared on the lamp's base, resembling a miniature version of Lin Suiying. Su Xian gently poked the lamp base and chuckled. "So small and cute." Lin Suiying's eyes sparkled with amusement as she teased. "So, do you find the large version or the small version cuter?" Su Xian pondered for a moment before replying. "You're putting me on the spot. I'd say size doesn't matter. Sometimes, the biggest things can fit in your heart, and the smallest can reflect the whole world." Lin Suiying leaned closer to him. "I didn't know you could be so sweet. I thought Zhang Mu's straightforwardness came from you. Looks like he's not quite learned everything yet." Su Xian laughed. "Actually, I have many qualities you haven't discovered yet." "Like what?" "You'll find out in time." "That's boring. Can't you tell me now?" A sleepless night. Time flows like water. In the blink of an eye, it is already early February. The second round of the global exchange competition has concluded. The official announcement was released, revealing the list of those advancing to the quarterfinals for each grade. In the freshman year, students from Longhua secured 5 out of 8 spots, with Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang both advancing. In the sophomore year, only 2 from Longhua made it through, yet they remained strong contenders for the championship. In the junior year, 4 Longhua students advanced, with Sun Xiaokong achieving an undefeated first place, Long Outyan securing 8th despite an injury, and Xinyuan Qingqing losing only one match. Su Xian was reviewing the information when Xiaoli came running, out of breath. She had broken through to the mid-gold level, an astonishing feat for a 10-year-old on Blue Star. Su Xian affectionately patted her head, asking why she had returned home early. Xiaoli explained that today marked Lin Suiying's retirement, and the new governor was coming, with a luncheon set at the Zhuangyuan Tower. Su Xian took Xiaoli to the 9th floor of the Zhuangyuan Tower. As they entered, they saw Lin Suiying and other high-ranking officials from Dinghai, along with representatives from various factions, 12 people in total. In the center was a young man, handsome yet with piercing eyes. He stood up and introduced himself. I am Yao Xian, king of Zhejiang, taking over from the Water Moon King as governor of Dinghai. The two shook hands, and Su Xian smiled. The name of King Zhejiang is well known. Suiying mentioned you to me last night. Miao Xian's expression shifted slightly. Chang'an Marquis quickly smoothed things over, inviting the two to be seated. On either side of King Zhejiang were Lin Suiying and an elderly man with a gaunt face. A seat beside Lin Suiying was reserved for Xiaoli, while the end seat was clearly intended for Su Xian. Faced with this arrangement, Su Xian remained composed, gently patting Xiaoli's shoulder. Be good, go sit next to your mom. Xiaoli skillfully maneuvered through the crowd to reach her mother's side. With a quick glance, she swapped her own bowl and chopsticks with those of Lin Suiying. Mom, you sit here, she insisted. Reluctantly, Lin Suiying took the seat her daughter had arranged for her. Turning to the others, Xiaoli blinked her large eyes and politely requested, Uncles and aunties, could you move back a bit? My teacher and mom usually sit together. The noble guests exchanged amused glances and obliged, shifting their seats to accommodate her request. Thank you, uncles and aunties, Xiaoli said with a respectful bow. She took Su Xian's hand and guided him to sit next to Lin Suiying. Teacher, you sit here, just like at home, she said with a smile. Miao Xian, the king of Zhejiang, chuckled and praised her. Truly the daughter of the king of Shuiyue, so clever and talented, reaching the golden realm at just 10 years old. Your future is limitless. Hee, thank you, uncle, Xiaoli replied with a grin. Besides my mom's great teaching, my teacher deserves a lot of credit too. Next time you praise me, make sure to add, she's also Su Xian's student. Her words left Miao Xian momentarily speechless, and the others around the table struggled to suppress their reactions, thinking that only the daughter of the king of Shuiyue would dare to speak so candidly to the new governor. Miao Xian forced a smile and said, it seems Su Xian is quite favored by Xiaoli. No wonder he is the first outsider to live in the Shuiyue palace. Correction, Xiaoli replied earnestly, my teacher is not an outsider. Both my mom and I are very fond of him. She turned to Lin Suiying, right mom? Lin Suiying nodded gently, yes. Just then, an elder sitting next to Miao Xian announced, the food is served. Waitstaff entered in a line, placing dishes on the table. Miao Xian raised his glass to make a toast, expressing his humility as a newcomer. Everyone raised their glasses and drank together. After Miao Xian sat down, he served some food to the elder beside him. The other nobles also showed particular respect to the elder. Su Xian quietly speculated that this must be Miao Xian's father, the legendary Marquis of 8 Desolations. Thank you, my good son, for remembering to serve your father, the Marquis of 8 Desolations suddenly remarked in a childlike tone, almost causing the guests to spit out their food. Miao Xian looked embarrassed and explained, my apologies for the scene. Ever since returning from the battlefield between the two realms, my father's mind has been somewhat unstable, sometimes clear, sometimes childlike. The guests hurriedly assured him they understood, and their respect for the Marquis of 8 Desolations remained undiminished. Regardless of his current state, he was still a revered protector. Xiaoli also served food to Su Xian and Lin Suiying. The Marquis of 8 Desolations watched her and then turned to Miao Xian, saying, good son, hurry and serve me some food. Don't let her outdo you. Lin Suiying frowned and asked, King of Zhejiang, has anyone been consulted about the Marquis condition? Miao Xian nodded and sighed. Many nobles and even some kings have been consulted, but no one can find the cause. Moreover, whenever someone tries to examine him, he becomes agitated, and even I have difficulty calming him down. Lin Suiying sighed softly. The Marquis of 8 Desolations, known for his lifelong achievements, was destined for the rank of king. It's unfortunate it has come to this. Miao Xian shook his head helplessly. Please, everyone, enjoy the meal and pay no mind to my father. In this delicate atmosphere, the banquet marking Miao Xian's appointment came to a close. Before leaving, Miao Xian asked Lin Suiying when she planned to head to the battlefield between the two realms. Lin Suiying calmly replied that she would leave tonight, preferring not to disturb the public. With that, she took Xiaoli's hand, and Xiaoli quickly grabbed Su Xian's hand. The three of them walked out together. Miao Xian watched their retreating figures, a hint of reluctance flickering in his eyes. He couldn't quite understand why Lin Suiying, with so many admirers, including several nobility, was won over by the once obscure Su Xian. He furrowed his brows, his mind in turmoil. The saying, "the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first," seemed apt. It appeared that Su Xian was going to capture the elusive moon. Had they all been going about it the wrong way? Was the only way to win over the king of water and moon by first gaining the favor of his daughter, Li Xiaoli? With a long sigh, he shook off his chaotic thoughts. He harbored no deep resentment. If he couldn't have her, he wouldn't force it. As a noble with many followers, he was simply in pursuit of something better. Compared to women, he was more interested in the path to divinity. He told himself that having Su Xian there was actually beneficial. It helped him let go of distractions, allowing him to focus on reaching the demigod realm. Late at night, at the King of Water and Moon's residence, Lin Suiying quietly stepped out of her room, and under the moonlight, Su Xian had already been waiting for some time. "Is Xiaoli asleep?" Lin Suiying asked with a gentle smile. "Pretending to sleep, but actually sneaking a peek," Su Xian replied, sensing the little girl peering from the window. "That little rascal, so full of mischief." Lin Suiying chuckled affectionately. "Xiaoli is such a good child. If it were another child, knowing their mother was leaving, they would be crying their heart out." Su Xian nodded, gazing at her as he asked, "When will you be back?" A hint of uncertainty flashed in Lin Suiying's eyes. "I don't know when I'll be back this time. It might be a long while, or it could be soon. In any case, I'm counting on you to take care of Xiaoli." "Don't worry." Su Xian stepped forward, enveloping her in his arms. Feeling the warmth from Su Xian, Lin Suiying lowered her head slightly, allowing him to hold her. It wasn't until the little head watching from afar nearly fainted with excitement that Lin Suiying gently pushed Su Xian away. Words were left unspoken, feelings intense, but the body was beyond control. "Wait for my return." Lin Suiying's figure disappeared into the moonlight. The new governor of Dinghai City, the king of Zhejiang, has taken office. The second round of the global higher education exchange competition has concluded. Su Xian boarded the exclusive airship of Dinghai Academy and was assigned to a luxurious cabin. He initially wanted to bring little Li along, but considering the safety provided by the World Tree Array at the Shuiwei Palace, he decided against it. Zhang Mu sighed. "I hope nothing goes wrong this time." Sun Xiaokong shot him a glare. "Brother Mu, just keep quiet. Don't jinx it." Suddenly, Su Xian heard the voice transmission from King Wuan. He went to the designated room and found not only King Wuan, but also Marquis Bahuang present. King Wuan explained, "The king of Zhejiang is busy, so I'm taking his father to Lengdu for treatment." Then, he changed the subject and asked Su Xian about recent events. Su Xian candidly admitted that it wasn't a true killing god domain, just a similar technique. King Wuan laughed. "Of course I know, otherwise I'd just hit my head against a wall." Su Xian joked, "Don't be so absolute. Didn't you once think I couldn't break through the starry realm?" King Wuan's expression twitched, and he quickly took back his words. At King Wuan's request, Su Xian demonstrated the pseudo-killing god domain. Intense murderous aura filled the room instantly, causing King Wuan's expression to change dramatically. Upon closer sensing, he realized that while the domain was strong, it was only intimidating and not lethal. However, Su Xian's ability to achieve this level as a beginner was impressive. King Wuan immediately proposed taking Su Xian as his disciple, promising to teach him everything about the killing god domain and realm. Su Xian politely declined. "It's not about your strength, but rather that we're not a good fit." King Wuan sighed repeatedly, joking that he was outdone by Su Xian. As they spoke, King Wuan's expression suddenly changed, and an illusory world appeared around him. The previously calm Marquis Bahuang suddenly went berserk, emitting a terrifying aura. King Wuan activated the killing god realm to suppress him, finally subduing the rampaging Marquis. Su Xian, shocked, asked for an explanation. King Wuan gravely revealed, after the battle of reversing and beheading the king, Marquis Bahuang developed a strange illness, splitting into dual personalities. What you saw was his second personality filled with negativity, while his main personality is as innocent as a child. Su Xian was slightly startled, not expecting such a story behind Marquis Bahuang. Every time the second personality emerges, the life force of the 8 Wilderness Marquis is drained. The king of Wuan sighed. As things stand, the 8 Wilderness Marquis is on the brink of death and probably won't last much longer. His brows furrowed, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Hearing this, Su Xian couldn't help but ask, hasn't the king of Zhejiang spent his entire fortune and sought doctors from all over? Is there no way to cure the 8 Wilderness Marquis? King Wuan shook his head. We can only buy time. If this continues, the 8 Wilderness Marquis will inevitably die. What about the demigods of the Dragon Kingdom? Su Xian had a sudden thought. With the king of Zhejiang's status, he should be able to request a demigod to heal his father, right? King Wuan's expression turned solemn, and his tone became serious. You don't know what being a demigod entails. The burdens they bear are far heavier than all of ours combined. He seemed unwilling to elaborate further. Seeing this, Su Xian didn't press the matter. Demigods had always been mysterious. He had never seen one, nor did he know their whereabouts. Sigh. As for the 8 wilderness marquis, Su Xian hesitated, unsure how to continue. King Wuan shook his head and sighed. There's nothing we can do. Everyone has their fate. Perhaps this is the destiny of the 8 wilderness marquis. His gaze turned distant as if recalling something. Fate is fickle. In his youth, the 8 wilderness marquis was full of vigor. The battle that earned him the title of marquis brought him to the pinnacle. Yet, the same battle caused his downfall, leading to a life of misery thereafter. The spaceship traveled on, finally reaching Dragon City by afternoon. This city, no matter when seen, always resembled a grand epic, leaving people in awe. The foreign contestants and teachers visiting for the first time were especially thrilled. The reception team from Dragon City had been waiting. They had prepared accommodations and food for the foreign delegation, showing great hospitality regardless of any international grievances. Teacher, Brother Mu, 4th junior brother. Over here, over here. As soon as Su Xian disembarked, he heard Xian Yuan Qingqing's call. Beside her stood a tall man in training attire, none other than her father, Xian Yuan Dali. Brother Su. Xian Yuan Dali greeted warmly, giving Su Xian a big bear hug. Suddenly, sensing Su Xian's aura, he exclaimed, "You've reached the Sun Realm? Wow, that's insane. From Star Realm to Sun Realm in half a year, and across all professions." Xian Yuan Qingqing approached, pouting, "Dad, don't be so surprised. This is my teacher we're talking about. Nothing is strange with him." Su Xian smiled and greeted, "Brother Xian Yuan, long time no see." Xian Yuan Dali snapped out of it and laughed heartily. "Ha ha, say no more. Tonight, let's go to Red Moon Tavern. My treat, and we won't leave until we're drunk." "Dad, when did you become so generous?" the third son asked suspiciously. Xian Yuan Dali draped an arm over Su Xian's shoulder, smiling, "I owe it to Brother Su. Recently, the 8th set of National Basic Martial Arts was promoted nationwide, and the government awarded me a substantial bonus." He took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Su Xian. "The bonus is 1.8 billion blue star coins. Brother Su, here's your 900 million. Su Xian quickly declined. "I can't accept this." They had previously made a deal, with Xian Yuan Dali helping him upgrade the 1000 machine umbrella. Even if Su Xian took the entire bonus, it would be justified. Moreover, Xian Yuan Dali had undoubtedly worked hard in the past 6 months to secure the bonus. Splitting it with him made Su Xian feel guilty. However, Xian Yuan Dali insisted, "Take it. No need for formalities between us. I'm well aware of how much you've done for Qingqing. You've even helped her with the venomous body. As her father, I must show some gratitude." Su Xian, unable to refuse, accepted it, and then handed it to Xian Yuan Qingqing. "Here, Qingqing. You often research alchemy and need funds. Take it. You know I don't lack money." "Thank you, teacher." Xian Yuan Qingqing accepted happily, without hesitation. As Su Xian's student, she knew he didn't need it. The value of what he had given her far surpassed monetary worth. 900 million was probably as insignificant as a cup of dirt to him. A system notification sounded. "Ding. You have gifted your disciple Xian Yuan Qingqing 900 million blue star coins. Congratulations, you've triggered a 10-fold critical return, earning 9 billion blue star coins." Su Xian smiled wryly. A mere 9 billion blue star coins, what a waste of luck. Blue star coins weren't everything. Many precious items were priceless, only obtainable through barter. Strong individuals usually amassed wealth for their family's development. Xian Yuan Dali felt a bit embarrassed. He had given the blue star coins to Su Xian, who then returned them to Xian Yuan Qingqing, effectively bringing them back to the Xian Yuan family. How could there be someone as generous as Brother Su? "Brother Su," Xian Yuan Dali said sincerely, "I knew I wasn't wrong about you. From today, whatever you need, just tell me. If I can do it, I will." "All right," Su Xian nodded with a smile. Although he hadn't known Xian Yuan Dali for long, he could tell he was a man of loyalty, devoted to his country and friends. "Actually, there is something I'd like to ask for your help with." Su Xian took out the 1000 machine umbrella. "If possible, I want to upgrade it again." "Of course, I'll cover all the costs." "You want to upgrade the 1000 machine umbrella to legendary quality?" Xian Yuan Dali was surprised. "That's incredibly difficult. It's not that I won't help, but gathering the materials needed in a short time is nearly impossible. Most marquises only wield legendary weapons, and few dukes possess them, highlighting the difficulty of crafting such weapons." Su Xian smiled. "If possible, just introduce me to a divine craftsman. I'll handle the rest." Xian Yuan Dali nodded. "That's not a problem. Leave it to me. Let's drink first. We'll discuss the 1000 machine umbrella tomorrow." "You go ahead. I have something to do," Xian Yuan Qingqing said with a troubled expression. "A very important patient arrived at the medical station today, and Aunt Xiao specifically asked me to assist her." "An important patient?" Su Xian thought of the 8 Wilderness Marquis and asked casually, "Did this patient come on the same spaceship as us?" "Probably," Xian Yuan Qingqing mused. Aunt Xiao mentioned that the patient was personally escorted by King Wuan, so they must be someone significant. With that, Su Xian was certain the patient was indeed the 8 Wilderness Marquis. The third floor of the affiliated medical school at Longdu Academy. In the office of Dean Peixiu, Xian Yuan Qingqing pushed the door open and entered. Peixiu looked up and smiled warmly. "Qingqing, you're here. Have a seat." Xian Yuan Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hugged Peixiu's arm. "Aunt Xiao." She rubbed her face against Peixiu's cheek. "You truly live up to your reputation, looking so young and beautiful at over 200 years old." Peixiu gently pushed her away. "Stop it. Wu and Wang will be here soon." Before she finished speaking, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Wu and Wang entered with Ba Huang Ho. Xian Yuan Qingqing bowed respectfully, but Peixiu chuckled. "Long time no see, little brother Bai." Wu and Wang's forehead creased with irritation, and he said helplessly, "I'll leave Ba Huang Ho to you. He just had another episode." Peixiu sighed. "I'll do my best. His condition is extremely complicated, and the chances are slim." "Did you bring the life spring water?" Wu and Wang handed over a small bottle. "Miao Xian had a hard time getting this, so use it sparingly." Peixiu raised an eyebrow. "Are you telling me how to do my job?" Wu and Wang gritted his teeth and stepped back silently. Peixiu waved him out, then swiftly knocked Ba Huang Ho unconscious. The room plunged into darkness as a gigantic female figure appeared behind her, with threads extending from her fingertips to manipulate Ba Huang Ho's body. Through the threads, Peixiu sensed the injuries within Ba Huang Ho, and her expression grew more serious. She administered the life spring water, but it was consumed by the violent energy inside him. "A second personality, is it? Let's see what you've got." Peixiu murmured as the threads turned transparent and entered the soul realm. Ba Huang Ho's soul blazed like a fierce fire, clashing intensely with Peixiu's threads. "Qingqing, help me," Peixiu commanded. "Smash the vial and force the potion into Ba Huang Ho." Xian Yuan Qingqing acted immediately, but the liquid was repelled. Peixiu spoke gravely. "The 8 Desolations Marquis has a mysterious substance within him. It's this substance that allows his broken body to unleash such power." With furrowed brows and a serious tone, Peixiu explained, "To cure him, we must suppress this mysterious substance. The potion I've developed is currently the only thing that might suppress it." She turned to Xinyuan Qingqing, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Qingqing, I've done all I can to bind his soul form. The rest is up to you." Feeling immense pressure, Xinyuan Qingqing took a deep breath and drank a vial of potion. Instantly, her energy surged, and her level ascended to the celestial river realm. Qingqing directed the potion with all her might into the 8 Desolations Marquis' body. Despite the vast difference in their levels, the 8 Desolations Marquis was now just a shell with his soul detached, unable to withstand Xinyuan Qingqing's full assault. The potion successfully entered his body, and in an instant, his aura was significantly diminished. The red soul flame on his soul form gradually faded, returning to a normal pale blue, almost colorless state. The shadow behind Peixiu vanished, and wrinkles appeared on her face, her youthful appearance rapidly aging, clearly showing the tremendous effort she had exerted. She quickly took another potion, and her youthful visage was restored. "Did we succeed, Aunt Xiao?" Xinyuan Qingqing asked, panting. Just getting the potion into the 8 Desolations Marquis had nearly exhausted her, indicating how much pressure Peixiu must have endured. Placing her hand on the chest of the 8 Desolations Marquis, Peixiu carefully sensed for a moment before shaking her head. "The potion has worked, but it still can't completely cure the Marquis' strange ailment. I can feel the suppressed mysterious substance gradually reviving." "This?" Xinyuan Qingqing sighed. "We've done our best." Peixiu pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Unless we find an even more powerful substance to completely suppress it, curing the 8 Desolations Marquis remains impossible." "Is there such a thing?" Xinyuan Qingqing asked curiously. "Of course there is," Peixiu nodded, explaining, "For example, refining a large amount of vital essence from your own heart's blood could completely suppress the mysterious substance. Other unique constitutions can also achieve this. However, those endowed with such constitutions might have a future as promising as the 8 Desolations Marquis, and it's not worth sacrificing that potential." Before Peixiu finished speaking, Xinyuan Qingqing suddenly exclaimed, "I have an idea. I know someone who might be able to cure the Marquis' strange illness effortlessly." The Crimson Moon Tavern in Longdu. At the enthusiastic invitation of Xinyuan Dali, Su Xian entered once more. Su Xian sipped the fine wine, his brows slightly furrowed. Since his last encounter with the elven priestess Yatana and having tasted the divine moonlight, these drinks seemed rather bland. Just as he was having a casual drink with Xinyuan Dali, Xinyuan Qingqing burst in, looking anxious. "Qingqing, aren't you supposed to be helping Senior Pei?" Xinyuan Dali asked in surprise. Qingqing explained gravely, the patient is very unusual. Even Aunt Xiao can only temporarily suppress the condition. She turned to Su Xian, her eyes intense. Teacher, could you give me a drop of your blood? Su Xian's heart skipped a beat, sensing that the patient was extraordinary. Is it the Marquis of 8 Desolations? Seeing Qingqing's surprise, he continued to ask, tell me more. Why do you need my blood? Qingqing described the treatment process and Pei Xiu's words in detail. Su Xian pondered and suggested visiting in person. After obtaining Pei Xiu's consent, the teacher and student set off immediately. Half an hour later, they arrived at the affiliated medical school of Longdu Academy. Opening the door to the dean's office, Su Xian saw the Marquis of 8 Desolations on the sickbed, along with the King of Wuan and an unfamiliar young girl. Su Xian, kid. The King of Wuan exclaimed. What brings you here? Qingqing looked at the two in confusion. Senior King of Wuan, do you know my teacher? Pei Xiu also approached, scrutinizing Su Xian. Qingqing, your teacher is so young? Su Xian glanced at the young girl and tentatively asked, could this young lady be the Aunt Xiu that Qingqing mentioned? The four exchanged looks, falling into a brief silence. Finally, Pei Xiu broke the ice. Let's not waste time. Treating the Marquis of 8 Desolations is urgent. Su Xian approached the bed, placing his hand on the Marquis's chest. He quickly sensed the mysterious substance slowly consuming Pei Xiu's medicinal liquid. After careful thought, Su Xian proposed a treatment plan. Suppress the mysterious substance while healing the Marquis's split personality. Pei Xiu asked seriously, are you confident in curing his split personality? Su Xian nodded. I'll handle the mysterious substance, and you deal with the mental issues. The two began to demonstrate their skills. Su Xian transformed his hand into crystal, piercing the Marquis's heart. Pei Xiu summoned a soul shadow, manipulating soul threads. Su Xian injected 3 drops of blood, finally dispersing the mysterious substance into the Marquis's body. Meanwhile, Pei Xiu successfully integrated the Marquis's dual personalities. After the treatment, Pei Xiu praised. No wonder Qingqing holds you in such high regard. You are indeed a remarkable teacher. Su Xian modestly returned the compliment. Your skills have also broadened my horizons. The King of Wuan interrupted them. Enough with the mutual admiration. How is old Miao doing? Pei Xiu closed her eyes to sense before answering. For now, he's stable, but it might recur in the future. Unless he can find a method to cultivate the heart, allowing him to suppress the second personality with his mental will. But such a method is only found in the legendary sects of Qi practitioners, which might be hard to obtain. So, at this point, everyone understood the underlying meaning of Pei Xiu's words. It was a blessing that the Marquis of 8 Wildernesses could live a bit longer. The next relapse might be beyond saving. The expressions on the faces of the King of Wuan, Pei Xiu, and Xianyuan Qingqing were as heavy as iron, but only Su Xian seemed contemplative. The method of refining the heart? It might be rare for ordinary people, but he happened to know one. In the Advanced Mentor gift pack he received last time, there was a mind cultivation technique called the Supreme Tranquility Spell. With a thought, Su Xian activated the Eye of the Divine Mentor. The Marquis of 8 Wildernesses data appeared. Bone structure 185, comprehension 210, heart nature unknown, and a 100 compatibility with the Supreme Tranquility Spell, possessing the 8 Wildernesses war god body. Su Xian was secretly amazed. This level of compatibility was almost perfect. Could it be fate for him to be my apprentice? At this moment, the Marquis of 8 Wildernesses awoke under the gazes of everyone. He looked around in confusion, piecing together fragmented memories, as the memories of his 2 personas clashed in his mind. I've recovered? Did you save me? His thoughts became clearer, recognizing the King of Wuan and Pei Xiu, but feeling unfamiliar with Su Xian and Xianyuan Qingqing. The King of Wuan introduced, this is Su Xian, a hidden master among the younger generation of the Dragon Kingdom. And this is Xianyuan Qingqing, the granddaughter of old Master Xianyuan. You owe your recovery to these two. The Marquis of 8 Wildernesses got up from the bed and bowed deeply to the four. Thank you all for saving my life. Pei Xiu poured cold water on the situation. Don't celebrate too soon. Your second persona and the mysterious particles within you will relapse sooner or later. The Marquis of 8 Wildernesses didn't mind and laughed heartily. I am content to live a few more years with a clear mind. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Even if I die, I won't let the second persona resurface. Pei Xiu added, if you can find a method to refine your heart, you might live a few more years, and perhaps even break through to the king level. The Marquis of 8 Wildernesses smiled bitterly. True methods of refining the heart only exist in legends. Where could I possibly find one? Everyone shook their heads and sighed, feeling that the Marquis was beyond saving. He was quite composed. I will repay today's life-saving grace. If there's anything you need, just let me know. The King of Wuan chuckled. With our friendship, there's no need to say such things. Pei Xiu waved it off. I won't charge you since you look so pitiful. Xianyuan Qingqing clasped her hands. It was just a small effort on my part. Only Su Xian spoke earnestly. Could we have a moment alone? I have something to discuss with the Marquis. Though the three found it odd, they obliged and left the room, leaving only Su Xian and the Marquis of Eight Wildernesses. Miao Tian, Su Xian addressed him by name. If someone could teach you the method of refining the heart, would you be willing to become their apprentice? The Marquis was taken aback. At over 200 years old, becoming an apprentice seemed inappropriate. But the method of refining the heart was a matter of life and death, and if someone could truly teach him, he wouldn't mind swallowing his pride. Can you introduce me to someone who knows this method? The Marquis asked. If they can truly teach me, I am willing to become an apprentice. Su Xian asked again. Can you overcome that inner barrier? The Marquis nodded, living again. I no longer care about worldly vanity. But that method of refining the heart is so elusive. Can you really help me find it? Su Xian smiled. It's closer than you think. What do you mean? The Marquis was momentarily puzzled. Su Xian replied calmly. The person who can teach you the method of refining the heart is me. The Marquis of Eight Wildernesses widened his eyes in disbelief. It wasn't that he underestimated Su Xian, but this revelation shattered his preconceived notions. Cultivating the mind and will was incredibly challenging. Even if a young person had immense ability, their inner strength couldn't be that profound. How could he possibly know the method of refining the heart? Don't believe me? The Marquis's reaction was expected by Su Xian. He stepped forward and gently touched the center of Ba Huangho's forehead with his finger. I'll teach you the introductory chapter. Take your time to comprehend it, Su Xian said calmly. Whether you wish to take me as your master is entirely up to you. Ba Huangho closed his eyes slightly, feeling the influx of the heart-refining method into his mind. His brow first furrowed, then relaxed, finally revealing a look of delight. Even the introductory chapter was profoundly intricate. He sat down cross-legged, calming his mind and focusing his spirit, circulating the inner energy as per the heart method. A wondrous power flowed within him, the power of mental will. By harnessing this power, he glimpsed a vague shadow within himself, his soul particles. The red and light blue particles continually collided, like two armies clashing. This was the battle between his normal personality and his second personality. The second personality was supported by a mysterious substance, dominating each clash and consuming his normal soul particles. In the past, Ba Huangho was powerless against this soul battle. But now, he could summon his mental will to forcibly suppress the fiery red particles representing the second personality. Once the second personality was subdued, the mysterious substance supporting it would also become ineffective. When he reached the king's sealing realm, he would be able to completely refine the mysterious substance. The more he grasped the profoundness of the supreme tranquility mantra, the more astonished Ba Huangho became. Such a heart method, if spread, would undoubtedly cause a great stir. Yet Su Xian imparted it so casually. Have you made up your mind? Su Xian's voice pulled him back to reality. Ba Huangho suddenly stood up and knelt down with a thud. Earthly prejudices were long discarded. Regardless of age or realm, Su Xian had indeed granted him a new life. The regrets of that battle years ago, he now had hope to rectify. This grace, I accept you as my master. Ba Huangho took a deep breath and said solemnly, with respect, I pay homage to my teacher. Marquis of Eight Desolations, Miao Tian, knelt down and bowed his head. With this gesture, the master-disciple relationship was officially established. Miao Tian let go of his previous notions and no longer regarded himself as a senior. Su Xian nodded slightly and said, Rise. Miao Tian stood up respectfully, saying, Thank you, master. Su Xian continued, Once you grasp the basics, I will teach you the subsequent parts of the Supreme Tranquility Mantra. Given Miao Tian's talent, understanding the basics wouldn't take long. Now that the matter is settled, let's be on our way, Su Xian said, turning to leave. Miao Tian followed closely behind. As they opened the door, Pei Xiao, King Wuan, and Xian Yuan Qingqing were still waiting. Xian Yuan Qingqing immediately asked, Master, how did it go? Miao Tian replied earnestly, Senior sister, the problem has been resolved. Pei Xiao and King Wuan spoke in unison, Senior sister, what's going on? Miao Tian explained, I have become Su Xian's disciple. King Wuan was incredulous. You, the mighty Marquis of Eight Desolations, have become Su Xian's disciple? Pei Xiao also struggled to comprehend this. Miao Tian said calmly, the master's abilities far surpass mine. King Wuan cursed, You rascal. We're of the same generation, and you call him master, what the hell? Miao Tian chuckled, You're not getting any younger. Why get so worked up? Just stick to your own terms with the master. The two continued their bickering. Su Xian smiled wryly, realizing that ever since taking on a disciple, his status had unexpectedly risen. Xian Yuan Qingqing was also a bit bewildered by suddenly having a junior brother over 200 years old. King Wuan stormed off, cursing, and Pei Xiao left with a huff, calling him shameless old man. Su Xian said to Miao Tian, Old 5, as I mentioned before, you have 4 seniors ahead of you. Ching Ching is one of them, ranked third. Miao Tian nodded, showing he didn't mind. Su Xian smiled. When there's time, I'll introduce you to them. For now, you can attend to your own matters. Miao Tian replied, Master, I need to inform my son first. He must be worried about me. This time, I'll make sure to give him a good lesson on your behalf. Su Xian then remembered that the king of Zhujiang was his disciple's son. In the communications hall of the Hero Association, Miao Tian connected with the king of Zhujiang via video. My dear son, it's your father. The king of Zhujiang was momentarily stunned, then burst into tears. Miao Tian laughed. Why are you crying? You're a king now, yet you act like a child. The king of Zhujiang wiped away his tears, eager to meet in person. Miao Tian said, No rush, I want to introduce you to someone, my lifesaver. When Su Xian's face appeared on the screen, the king of Zhujiang was taken aback. Su Xian? Is it really you? Su Xian, was it you who saved my father? The king of Zhujiang was incredulous. The king of Zhujiang widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Su Xian. Despite having no fondness for this rival, he couldn't deny what his father had personally confirmed. Taking a deep breath, he bowed his head and said, Su Xian, thank you for saving my father. From now on, I will not interfere in matters between you and the king of Shuiwei. I, Miao Xian, owe you a great debt. Should you ever need my help, don't hesitate to ask. Upon hearing this, Miao Tian was furious and scolded loudly, You insolent child, what nonsense are you spouting? Still thinking about the king of Shuiwei? Your master and mistress are a perfect match, and it's not your place to meddle. The king of Zhejiang was utterly confused and asked, Master? Mistress? What's going on here? Miao Tian shouted, I have now taken Su Xian as my master, so he is your grandmaster. You disrespectful brat, from now on, you are not to address your grandmaster by name. The king of Zhejiang was completely bewildered. His father went to the dragon capital for treatment, and somehow turned his rival into his grandmaster, and his beloved became his grandmistress? This storyline was too far-fetched. Su Xian secretly rejoiced, not expecting that taking on an apprentice could also resolve a rival. Although the rival never really stood a chance, it was still satisfying. He calmly asked, Teacher, is there anything else? Miao Tian shook his head, No. If you have things to attend to, go ahead. Don't forget to meditate on the supreme calming mantra and strive to master it soon. Yes, teacher. I take my leave. Miao Tian respectfully saluted and then departed. Su Xian was very pleased with Miao Tian's attitude. In such a situation, with such a significant age and level gap, most people would harbor some resentment even if they accepted a master. However, Miao Tian fully embraced his role as a disciple and sincerely respected him as a master. This adaptability was truly extraordinary. With matters settled, Su Xian headed toward the Dragon Capital Academy. The next morning, Su Xian and Xian Yuan Dali arrived at the Dragon Capital's Forge Institute. For Su Xian, the most suitable weapon was the Thousand Mechanism Umbrella. Now that it had absorbed the power of the Red Moon and Purple Sun, it was even more responsive. If its quality could be enhanced to legendary status, it would be perfect. Great Master Craftsman, this is Xian Yuan Dali, here to visit you. Xian Yuan Dali led Su Xian to an ancient forge room. Inside, a muscular old man was intently hammering away, acknowledging their presence without looking up. Come in. Each of the old man's hammer strikes resonated with the world, revealing mysterious lights on the materials being forged. Su Xian was secretly amazed. The Dragon Capital Academy was indeed a place full of hidden talents. Xian Yuan Dali introduced, Brother Su, your Thousand Mechanism Umbrella was upgraded by this great master craftsman. Su Xian cupped his hands in salute. Junior Su Xian greets the great master craftsman. No need for formalities, just have a seat. The great master craftsman continued to wield his hammer without pause. Xian Yuan Dali whispered, Brother Su, if it's not urgent, let's wait until the great master craftsman finishes his work. Su Xian nodded in agreement. There was no place to rest in the forge room, just a small stool in front of the forge table. The two had to stand and wait. After a while, Xian Yuan Dali felt uncomfortable and said, Brother Su, don't you feel uneasy? Su Xian shook his head. It's okay, the rhythm is quite nice. Xian Yuan Dali smiled wryly. You really are different. I'll go outside to rest and return when the master is done. Thank you, Brother Xian Yuan. But I can wait here by myself? Su Xian politely declined. Xian Yuan Dali nodded and left. Call me if you need any help. Su Xian waited alone. From sunrise to sunset, the great master craftsman seemed tireless, only finishing his work late at night. Su Xian stood still all day, showing no signs of fatigue. Finally, the great master craftsman turned around, and Su Xian got a clear look at Hema, simple-looking old man with black eyebrows and white beard. Su Xian, right? What kind of weapon do you want to forge? The conditions for my help, Dali should have mentioned them to you, right? The great master craftsman got straight to the point. Su Xian took out the 1000 mechanism umbrella and said, I wish to elevate it to legendary quality. What materials would you need, master? A gleam of interest flashed in the great master craftsman's eyes as he studied Su Xian. You're quite an extraordinary person. When did such an outstanding young talent emerge in the Dragon Kingdom without me hearing about it? Su Xian chuckled. This is our first meeting. What makes you say that, master? The great master craftsman replied, being able to stand here and listen to my hammering all day is beyond ordinary. Even a king-level warrior's mind would be disturbed by this rhythm. Secondly, the 1000 mechanism umbrella in your hand was crafted by me, and I can sense your high compatibility with it, indicating you can use it perfectly. This suggests you are likely skilled in multiple disciplines. Most importantly, anyone willing to spend the resources to upgrade the 1000 mechanism umbrella to legendary quality either has a significant need or is a fool. I believe you are the former. Su Xian remained calm and composed in the face of the master craftsman's praise. He was accustomed to receiving compliments from his elders and felt no inner turmoil. The master craftsman nodded in satisfaction and said, I can help you upgrade the 1000 mechanisms umbrella, but it requires a vast amount of materials. Are you prepared? Su Xian nodded solemnly. I understand. Please instruct me. The master craftsman explained slowly. First, you'll need 10,000 pieces of bewildering stone. Then, 100 pieces of chaos stone. And finally, 2 tons of heavenly heart fire slurry. These are the primary materials. I have all the secondary materials here. Su Xian confirmed again. Is that all, master? The master craftsman paused, looking at Su Xian in confusion. Didn't you hear clearly? I said 10,000 pieces of bewildering stone, 100 chaos stones, and 2 tons of heavenly heart fire slurry. Can you gather them? I'll strive to gather them within 7 days, Su Xian replied calmly. The master craftsman was shocked, thinking to himself, is this kid out of his mind? Gathering these materials is incredibly difficult. Bewildering stones require passing through the Tower of Bewilderment over 300 times. Chaos stones are even harder to come by. And while heavenly heart fire slurry is relatively easier, 2 tons is astronomical. Even a marquis or king might not gather them in a lifetime. Yet this kid says 7 days? Are you all right, master? Su Xian asked with concern, seeing the master craftsman lost in thought. The master craftsman snapped back to reality and replied irritably, if you truly manage to gather them in 7 days, I'll supply all the secondary materials for you. Then I thank you in advance, master. Su Xian responded unflinchingly. The master craftsman was speechless, thinking this kid really doesn't know the limits. But if he can truly do it, it'll be quite an eye-opener. Su Xian bowed and took his leave. In 7 days, I will return with the materials. See you then. Watching Su Xian leave, the master craftsman lost the mood for forging, his mind filled with Su Xian's audacious demeanor. The next day, the Global Exchange Tournament's quarterfinals commenced at Longdu Academy. The draw ceremony began, determining matchups like Xuan versus Yin Xiaoshuang, Wenxiu versus Qi Yun, and Zhang Mu versus Jin Minjia. Su Xian was confident in Zhang Mu, believing he was worthy of competing with Yi Chen and Wenxiu. In the third-year draw, Sun Xiaokong was relieved not to have drawn Xin Yuanqing. Xin Yuanqing was matched with a moderately strong opponent. Su Xian looked forward to the potential meeting between his third and fourth disciples, anticipating an interesting encounter. The draw ceremony concluded in the morning, and by the afternoon, the quarterfinals officially commenced. As the host took the stage, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. Yi Chen's entrance was met with a wave of cheers, closely followed by Yin Xiaoshuang, whose popularity was equally matched. After exchanging formal greetings, Yi Chen confidently declared his inevitable victory. Yin Xiaoshuang, on the other hand, firmly stated that traditional fighters would ultimately defeat the specialists. As the match began, Yin Xiaoshuang's dual blades moved like the wind, while Yi Chen's fists struck like lightning. Although they appeared evenly matched, Yi Chen clearly had the upper hand. His Wing Chun was as fast as lightning, with solid defense and agile footwork. Yin Xiaoshuang began to struggle, compelled to unleash her ultimate move, the bloodthirsty Demon Slayer. However, Yi Chen effortlessly countered it, delivering a swift punch that sent Yin Xiaoshuang flying. He quickly closed the distance, his fists a blur, each strike packed with formidable force. The final blow landed squarely on her abdomen, causing Yin Xiaoshuang to faint on the spot. The victor, Yi Chen from Longdu Academy. On the viewing platform, Zhang Mu silently clenched his fists, etching this name into his memory. In an apartment at the Longdu Academy, Yin Xiaoshuang lay unconscious on the bed. Beside her, Su Xian and several of his disciples were present. After a devastating defeat in the third round of the opening match, Yin Xiaoshuang remained in a coma. Xin Yuanqing personally prepared a medicinal concoction and carefully fed it to her, spoon by spoon. Zhang Mu watched nervously, while Sun Xiaokong stood guard at the door. Suddenly, an old man dressed in black appeared. Sun Xiaokong blocked him warily, saying, "Private area, no entry." The old man removed his hat, revealing his face. I'm here to see Su Xian, he stated. Inside, Su Xian sensed the arrival and instructed, Xiaokong, let him in. Sun Xiaokong stepped aside, allowing the old man to enter with him. Xin Yuanqing was pleasantly surprised, exclaiming, Fifth junior brother, you're here. Zhang Mu and Sun Xiaokong echoed in surprise. Fifth junior brother? Since when? Su Xian chuckled. Just yesterday. No need to be so shocked. Zhang Mu was puzzled. But his age? Miao Tian laughed heartily. Age is not an issue. Since my senior brothers joined the sect earlier, they naturally deserve the title. Su Xian added, I accept disciples based on destiny, not age or background. The disciples nodded sheepishly. After introductions were made, Xin Yuanqing brought out some chicken soup. Fifth junior brother, you've just recovered. You should have some. Miao Tian took a sip and immediately his expression changed. The indescribable taste made him want to spit it out, but seeing his third senior sister's expectant gaze, he forced it down. Sun Xiaokong secretly rejoiced, glad someone else was sharing his suffering. Xin Yuanqing asked with a smile, Is it good? Miao Tian candidly replied, Not really. Her smile froze. Zhang Mu and Sun Xiaokong discreetly gave him thumbs up, hoping the reign of the chicken soup would end. Xin Yuanqing's expression changed. You have to drink it anyway. It's part of the teacher-approved regimen. She glared at the other two. Don't think you can escape either. The three male disciples looked pitifully at Su Xian. Master, is it true? Su Xian nodded. Qingqing has your best interests at heart. You may not appreciate it now, but you will understand in time. The disciples were utterly disheartened, dreading a future filled with chicken soup. Su Xian left them no room for dissent. Enough. Don't overthink it. He turned to Miao Tian. I summoned you because I need you to accompany me on a trip. He then handed a bank card to Xin Yuanqing. Here are 5 billion blue star coins. Help me purchase 2 tons of Tianxin fire slurry. Buy as much as you can. Xin Yuanqing took the card without question. Su Xian then instructed Zhang Mu and Sun Xiaokong. I'll be away for a few days. I hope you'll be in the top 4 when I return. Half an hour later, the master and disciple duo appeared at the airport. Miao Tian noticed the spaceship logo for the Twin Towers and asked quietly, Master, are we heading to the Twin Towers? Su Xian nodded. Yes. To gather enough bewildering stones and chaos stones in 7 days, we must venture into the Tower of Bewilderment. Miao Tian reminisced. It's been a while since I've been there. If you need bewildering stones, I have several hundred. Su Xian shook his head. I never take my disciples' treasures. Miao Tian smiled wryly and said no more. With his master's confident demeanor, it was clear he didn't require their offerings. At the border of the Dragon Kingdom, in the land of the Twin Towers, a spaceship arrived. Su Xian and Miao Tian, the Marquis of Bahuang, disembarked from the spaceship and headed straight for their destination. After a few steps, Li Xingqian blocked their path. Su Xian, what brings you here? He asked, eyeing the spirited Marquis with curiosity. And you are? Xingqian, don't you remember me? Miao Tian chuckled. Li Xingqian was taken aback. The Marquis of Bahuang? You're cured? Thanks to my teacher. Miao Tian nodded. Now I have the chance to reach even greater heights. Your teacher? Li Xingqian was puzzled. As a younger member of the Miao family, he had never heard of the family taking a teacher from outside. Miao Tian pointed to Su Xian. This is my teacher. What the heck? Li Xingqian was dumbfounded. How did this kid trick you? Miao Tian spoke earnestly. My teacher's abilities surpass mine. Xingqian, you should show him respect. By seniority, you shouldn't call him a kid. Li Xingqian was at a loss for words, recalling how Su Xian once wanted to take him as a disciple. Is this guy planning to lead a group of old-timers to conquer the world? Time is of the essence, Su Xian interrupted. Oldly, we're heading to the Tower of Delusion. Go on, go on. Li Xingqian waved them off, needing time to process everything. Su Xian and Miao Tian arrived at the Tower of Delusion and glanced at the leaderboard. We need to pass through as quickly as possible. Understood. The master and disciple stepped into the teleportation array and were instantly transported to the first level. The goblin guarding the tower disintegrated into energy instantly. They swept through each level and reached the 20th floor in 3 hours. In the mirror image demon checkpoint, Su Xian saw his own handsome reflection but didn't shatter the mirror immediately. He waited and watched as the mist in the mirror began to take form. Is this my mirror image demon? Su Xian was intrigued and placed his hand on the mirror. Replicate. He released energy, and a figure slowly formed in front of him. Simultaneously, the mirror of delusion replicated Su Xian's mirror image demon. The atmosphere was eerie. At the tower's peak, the tower spirit observed the scene, full of confusion. It wished it could kick Su Xian out, wondering if he was here to pass the challenge or to torment it. Su Xian pondered why the mirror image demon wasn't attacking. He wanted to see what the mirror image demon's own mirror image demon would be like. Suddenly, he felt a gaze of resentment. The mirror image demon's eyes glimmered with intelligence, and it uttered 3 words before exploding. Boom. The mirror image demon self-destructed. Su Xian was bewildered. Isn't this supposed to be a demon of the heart? Why is it so fragile? He sighed. Ah, how dull. I'll replicate another one next round for fun. The tower spirit trembled inside. It loathed that its creator hadn't given the Tower of Delusion the ability to blacklist someone. Such a villain should have their challenge privileges revoked permanently. Su Xian was thoughtful. The last glimmer in the mirror image demon's eyes suggested it might have had consciousness. This meant the Tower of Delusion likely had a tower spirit. His previous stunt might have left the tower spirit dumbfounded, prompting it to curse through the mirror image demon. However, some rule must have prevented the spirit from intervening directly. If his guess was correct, then the tower spirit might be quite wealthy, right? In that moment, a bold idea formed in Su Xian's mind. A bold idea was just born. A flash of mysterious light passed before their eyes. A spatial vortex suddenly appeared, and Miao Tian stepped out, looking invigorated and radiant, as if he had undergone a transformative rebirth. He respectfully bowed to Su Xian. Master, I have grasped the basics of the Supreme Tranquility Mantra. Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Since that's the case, I will teach you the complete version. I hope you can use it to overcome your troubles and return to your peak. With that, he extended his index finger and lightly tapped Miao Tian's forehead. In an instant, the essence of the Supreme Tranquility Mantra flooded into Miao Tian's mind like a tidal wave. Miao Tian sat cross-legged, deeply focused on his comprehension. Before long, a giant phantom of a green lotus slowly appeared beneath him. Su Xian nodded quietly, sensing the mysterious substance within Miao Tian diminishing, evidently being fully assimilated. A system notification chimed in timely, announcing Miao Tian's achievement and rewarding Su Xian with the semi-divine forbidden technique, Soul Scalpel. This mental technique could forge a blade of the soul, directly attacking the enemy's soul, and even allowing the inspection, extraction, or modification of the target soul memories. Su Xian felt a secret joy, having acquired another powerful trump card. The master and disciple continued their quest, soon reaching the 25th level. After jointly defeating the Dark Elf Guardian, they were transported to the spiritual spring for purification. Su Xian handed Miao Tian a bottle of top-grade cleansing elixir, advising him to use it in conjunction with the spring's energy for optimal effect. Miao Tian was deeply moved. Master's kindness towards me is overwhelming. I don't know how to repay you. Su Xian smiled. Diligently cultivate and reach the semi-divine realm as soon as possible. That would be the best repayment to me. Watching Miao Tian enter the spiritual spring, Su Xian returned alone to the outside of the tower. He activated the invitation letter again, preparing to attempt the tower challenge solo. Swiftly reaching the 20th level, Su Xian faced an incomplete mirror heart demon and directly called out, "Tower Spirit, I know you're watching me. Come out, let's meet." Su Xian wasn't at all worried about embarrassment. Even if there was no Tower Spirit, no one else would hear him, so it was just like talking to himself. "Are you coming out or not?" Su Xian called out again, his voice firm and unwavering. At the top of the tower, an invisible consciousness trembled slightly. It was the Tower Spirit, currently shaking with anger. "This villain is back," it thought to itself, both annoyed and puzzled. Su Xian continued, "If you don't come out, I'll keep challenging the tower, keep confronting my inner demons, until you meet me." His tone was threatening yet sincere. The Tower Spirit was even more perplexed. It couldn't understand how Su Xian had discovered its existence. Was it detected the last time it descended its consciousness? That shouldn't be possible. Humans below the demigod level shouldn't be able to sense a life form like it, especially just a sliver of consciousness. Seeing no response, Su Xian spoke again. "Won't you come out? Believe me, I mean no harm. The Twin Towers have helped humanity grow, forging countless human geniuses. I just want to thank you in person." He continued, "Since you have consciousness, it means your master has given you the right to communicate with the people of Blue Star. Since we're on the same side, why can't we meet?" Su Xian's words, though somewhat nonsensical, reminded him that the master of the Twin Towers bore no ill will towards Blue Star. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent the towers to aid human training and growth. This reasoning wouldn't anger the Tower Spirit. The Tower Spirit fell into contemplation. It found Su Xian's reasoning surprisingly sound. Its master had only instructed it not to interfere with the challenger's progress, without restricting its freedom to manifest. Should it meet Su Xian? As this thought emerged, the Tower Spirit shook its head. No. Su Xian seemed like a villain, and it couldn't be deceived by his appearance and demeanor. But if it didn't meet Su Xian, this villain would persistently bother it. After much deliberation, the Tower Spirit finally came up with a solution that seemed to be the best of both worlds. Since Su Xian was so eager to meet him, Ta Ling decided to let him come. Ta Ling felt proud of its cleverness. Ta Ling was smug, believing its plan to be flawless. How could a mere mortal break through the spatial seal set by its master? Let that villain be disappointed under the tower. It descended its consciousness, possessing the image of a heart demon, and shouted loudly, Su Xian. Su Xian's eyes lit up with delight. Had the little creature taken the bait? He feigned surprise. Ta Ling, you've come? Ta Ling pretended to be profound. Su Xian, you are special. I want to meet you, but I'm bound by rules. You're not strong enough yet. Come back when you're a demigod. Su Xian inwardly sneered. Did this little thing think it could fool him? He feigned disappointment. If we are destined, why not meet? Ta Ling replied helplessly. Rules are rules. You're not qualified to reach the tower's peak. Su Xian mused. So you're at the tower's peak? Ta Ling was startled. How did he grasp the key point so precisely? It had to admit, yes, but there's a spatial lock. You can't get in, Su Xian confidently said. No problem, I can break it. He sent a wisp of consciousness, asking Ta Ling to guide him. Though wary, Ta Ling was also intrigued by this unique challenger. It guided Su Xian's consciousness toward the tower top. Before long, his consciousness touched darkness and lost contact with his body. Ta Ling breathed a sigh of relief. See? You can't get through. Stop causing trouble. Su Xian remained calm. No rush, just wait. He closed his eyes, concentrating, as his mental power surged toward the blockade like a tide. The darkness was like a bottomless abyss, refusing entry despite his exploration. Su Xian's eyes flashed coldly as he commanded, condense. His immense mental power compressed instantly, transforming into a soul scalpel. With a delicate slice, a rift opened in the blockade, and his mental power slithered through like a snake. Sensing the precise location, Su Xian unhesitatingly performed a spatial shift. Chaotic energy erupted, silver light flickered, and after a full 10 seconds, his figure appeared at the tower's peak. As light returned, Su Xian saw a peculiar creature, large eye sockets with tiny pupils, no eyebrows or nose, just a small mouth. Its body resembled a miniature tower. Ta Ling! Su Xian exclaimed in surprise. Ta Ling was completely stunned, its tiny pupils shrinking to pinpoints. White smoke billowed from its head, and its entire body turned red. Villain, how did you get in? Su Xian's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Didn't you want to see me? Why so nervous? Ta Ling stammered. I. In its panic, it spat out a light orb that transformed into a scroll with the words, Divine Insight. Su Xian raised an eyebrow. What's this? Ta Ling cautiously eyed Su Xian. This is the opportunity to become a god, the best thing in the tower. Take it and leave quickly. Su Xian pondered, realizing that this so-called opportunity might actually pose a risk to him. He then asked, so all the demigods from Blue Star receive this? Ta Ling nodded. Yes, they all have the potential to become gods. It's priceless for humans. Su Xian calculated internally, considering that this opportunity might be a hidden danger for him. He then asked, what do you think the value of a mirage stone is? Ta Ling scoffed. Certainly not as valuable as the opportunity to become a god. Su Xian blinked. Would you trade 1,000,000 mirage stones for a sliver of divine opportunity? Ta Ling thought for a moment. Trade? Su Xian quickly grabbed Ta Ling's tower peak. Deal. Ta Ling was bewildered. This time, it was truly lost in confusion. The master once said that the scroll of enlightenment is a coveted treasure among all the people of Blue Star. Su Xian quickly shoved the scroll of enlightenment back into the little tower spirit's mouth, not giving it a chance to refuse. The small tower spirit's face turned red with embarrassment, steam practically rising from it. It regretted engaging with this notorious villain, and now that it had let the wolf into the house, it wondered what to do. Su Xian continued to coax, exchanging a priceless treasure for something of value. You're making a big profit. Give me 1,000,000 pieces of illusion stones. The tower spirit was on the verge of tears. I don't have that many. Please just take the scroll back. Su Xian remained unfazed. No problem, an IOU will do. He eyed the steaming tower spirit. Aren't artifact spirits known for their trustworthiness? You're so adorable. You wouldn't go back on your word, right? Flattered, the tower spirit started to feel a bit lightheaded but still hesitated. I really don't have that much. Su Xian, feigning righteousness, said, no worries, I understand. Just give me what you can now, and repay the rest later. 100,000, the tower spirit whispered. I can only give you 100,000. I need to keep some in reserve. Not a problem. Su Xian said, pretending to be magnanimous. I trust you're a spirit of your word. Hearing this, the tower spirit suddenly felt that perhaps this villain wasn't so bad after all. It opened its mouth and produced a spatial bag. Here are 100,000 illusion stones. I'll give you the rest later. Su Xian was secretly delighted, having traded a scroll useless to him for 100,000 illusion stones. It was a huge gain. He waved farewell. Little tower spirit, I'm off for now. I'll come back to play next time. The tower spirit watched Su Xian leave, feeling an unexpected sense of loss. It shook its head and eagerly opened the scroll of enlightenment, ready to explore its mysteries. With 100,000 illusion stones in his possession, Su Xian walked with a swagger. He initially thought of heading to the world portal, but decided against it, opting instead to exchange the illusion stones for chaos stones on the market. The next day, Su Xian exchanged 1,000 bewildering stones with Feng Wang from Longdu Academy for 4 chaos stones. Su Xian called upon his 4 disciples and bestowed a chaos stone upon each of them. System notifications rang out. Zhang Mu did not trigger a critical hit. Xian Yuanqing returned 30 times the amount, Sun Shaokong 50 times, and Miao Tian 80 times. Su Xian's chaos stones increased dramatically to 210, bringing him closer to upgrading his equipment. He took his disciples to Longdu Academy, where today Zhang Mu was set to face Kim Minqiu from Kimchi Nation. Su Xian sat in the spectator stands, full of confidence in Zhang Mu. As the match began, Zhang Mu instantly entered a berserk state, his speed soaring to near Sun Realm levels. Kim Minqiu hastily summoned the Book of Theft, flipping pages to summon wings to evade while hurling a light spear. Zhang Mu neither dodged nor flinched, astonishingly shattering the light spear with his mouth and closing the distance. Kim Minqiu flipped another page, summoning a turtle shell for protection. Zhang Mu relentlessly attacked a single point, and the shell finally shattered. Just as Kim Minqiu was about to concede, he was struck square in the face by a flying kick. Zhang Mu, as if possessed by a demon god, mounted him and pummeled him until he was unconscious. The electronic referee declared Zhang Mu the winner, and the audience marveled at the prowess of Dinghai Academy. Su Xian listened to the crowd's discussions, feeling both proud and concerned. He was secretly relieved that the media hadn't delved into the connection between him and his disciples, as it would surely have thrust him back into the spotlight. 2 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Su Xian was woken up by Lao San. "Teacher, we've gathered enough of the Tianxin fire lava," Xinyuan Qingqing said, handing over a spatial ring. "A total of 2.5 tons, a bit more than we estimated." Su Xian silently calculated, planning to craft suitable equipment for his students after the competition. After all, with so many bewildering stones, it would be a waste not to use them. "Teacher, are you going to the draw ceremony?" Xinyuan Qingqing asked. "Yes," Su Xian replied, looking forward to the semi-final draw. Arriving at the spectator's stand, the semi-final draw was the center of attention. The Sky Eye system was activated, and the third-year group started first. The 4 semi-finalists were Feng Wuji and Xinyuan Qingqing from Longdu Academy, Sun Shaokong from Dinghai Academy, and Majid from the Petroleum Federation's East Central Academy. The first name drawn, Sun Shaokong from Dinghai Academy. Below the stage, both Sun Shaokong and Xinyuan Qingqing had trembling hands, one from nervousness, the other from excitement. The second name appeared, Xinyuan Qingqing from Longdu Academy. Sun Shaokong was thunderstruck, while Xinyuan Qingqing was overjoyed. "Junior brother, we've been paired," she exclaimed jubilantly. Zhang Mu, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, knowing how timid his 4th junior brother was in front of Qingqing. "Teacher, who do you think will win, me or junior brother?" Xinyuan Qingqing asked with a wink. Su Xian replied meaningfully, "Some matches, though seemingly won, are actually lost terribly. Shaokong, do you want to win?" Sun Shaokong smiled wryly. "Who doesn't want to win? But do I dare? I hope senior sister goes easy on me." Xinyuan Qingqing laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. "Don't worry, I won't hold a personal grudge." Sun Shaokong thought to himself, "I don't believe you for a second." The second-year group draw followed. In the end, An Miaozhu from Longdu Academy was set to face Tanfusky from Shenghua's Emo Science Academy, while Shivuk from Ingwa's St. Dun Academy was matched against Roman from the Romantic Country's Liba Academy. An Miaozhu, one of the few female contestants to reach the semifinals, had even surpassed Yichun in popularity at Longdu Academy. The first-year group draw began, with Zhang Mu eagerly watching the screen, hoping to face Yichun. "Xuan, I'll carry us through. The championship is ours," he secretly vowed. The wheel spun, and the first name appeared, Yichun from Longdu Academy. The second name, Pushkin from Xiongwa. A hint of disappointment flashed in Zhang Mu's eyes. His opponent turned out to be Wenxiu. Yichun and Wenxiu are both incredibly strong, and neither has ever shown their full strength. Facing either one, I only have a 50% chance of winning. Su Xian looked at Zhang Mu, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. He patted his disciple's shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't worry too much. Just give it your all. If you can defeat Wenxiu, Yichun will undoubtedly feel the pressure." Zhang Mu suddenly realized. He had been concerned that if he used all his cards against Wenxiu, he would be at a disadvantage in the subsequent battle with Yichun. His master's words awakened him from his worries. "That's right." Zhang Mu's eyes gleamed with determination. "Yichun might not necessarily defeat Wenxiu. If I beat Wenxiu, Yichun will surely be on edge." Su Xian nodded with satisfaction. In a battle of the strong, mindset is crucial. Once doubt creeps in, your moves will have flaws. That might be the key to victory or defeat. Master, I will not fail you, Zhang Mu said with unwavering resolve. In this battle, I want the world to know that you are the greatest teacher, and your disciple will reach the pinnacle of genius. Su Xian shook his head with a wry smile. This senior disciple of his, aside from being overly concerned with reputation, was nearly flawless. The drawing of lots concluded, and the semifinals were set to take place in 3 days. Su Xian left the observation platform and headed straight to the residence of the great craftsman. Upon arrival, the great craftsman was intently polishing materials. Seeing Su Xian, he unusually initiated the conversation. Back in just 5 days? Did you find it too difficult and want to change your mind? It's good for young people to be ambitious, but it's even better to correct mistakes. Su Xian smiled and replied, not at all. My plans have changed, and I've already gathered the materials. I've come to deliver them. Clang! The great craftsman almost dropped his hammer. He quickly moved in front of Su Xian, staring intently as he asked, what do you mean your plans changed and you gathered them early? With a smile, Su Xian produced a spatial pouch. Please take a look, master. The master craftsman took the spatial pouch from Su Xian's hand and delved into it with his mind. Inside, he found 10,000 bewildering stones, 100 chaos stones, and 2 tons of heavenly heart fire liquid, more than enough. A flicker of surprise crossed the master craftsman's eyes as he sized up Su Xian. This young man was no ordinary person. How could anyone else gather such rare materials so quickly? In his mind, Su Xian was already considered a successor of some powerful faction. Senior, does your previous promise still hold? Su Xian asked with a sly smile. The master craftsman gritted his teeth and said, you've got some nerve, kid. Su Xian took out 10 more chaos stones from his storage ring and offered them with both hands. Thank you for your effort, senior. The master craftsman accepted the chaos stones with a grin. You're quite the savvy one, aren't you? Rest assured, I'll upgrade the 1000 mechanisms umbrella properly. For him, crafting a legendary quality 1000 mechanisms umbrella was not only a challenge but also a rare opportunity. He agreed to Su Xian's request mainly to see how far this young man could push the potential of the umbrella. Senior, how long will the upgrade take? Su Xian inquired. The master craftsman shook his head. That depends on inspiration. It could take as little as 3 months or as long as a year. Forging is like creating art. It requires a spark of inspiration. Su Xian chuckled. How's your inspiration now, senior? Not great. The master craftsman waved him off. You should head back. I'll have someone inform you once it's done. Su Xian bowed and took his leave. Back at his dormitory, he lay down for a nap. Although his current cultivation level allowed him to go a month without sleep, he found resting more beneficial than training. Just as he closed his eyes, a sudden, intense wave of energy surged from his system space. Su Xian's eyes snapped open, and with a thought, he traced the source of the disturbance. It was the soul lamp linked to Lin Suiying. Frowning, Su Xian retrieved the soul lamp. On the ancient lampstand, the small figure of Suiying was glowing brilliantly. Seeing this, Su Xian's tightly knit brows gradually relaxed. Is she getting stronger? He was surprised to sense that Suiying's aura had grown significantly more powerful. Advancing beyond the king realm was challenging, so how had Lin Suiying, who had only recently gone to the two-world battlefield, suddenly become so much stronger? Su Xian was filled with questions, but understood that Lin Suiying likely harbored great secrets. Just as he had advanced from the Golden Realm to the Sun Realm, Lin Suiying had witnessed it all without ever asking. Su Xian stared at the soul lamp for a long time until Suiying's aura stabilized, then returned it to the system space. This unexpected event left him wide awake, and half an hour later, he found himself at the residence of the King of Wuhan. The King of Wuhan was surprised to see Su Xian at his door. Su Xian, what brings you here? I came to ask about the two-world battlefield. Su Xian replied candidly. The King of Wuhan invited him inside. The two-world battlefield? Are you planning to visit the Water Moon King? Su Xian nodded. I'm a bit worried about Suiying. Has there been any major news recently? The King of Wuhan shook his head. The two-world battlefield has been calm in recent years. The Water Moon King has always been a lone wolf, even more so after breaking through to the King realm. I heard she's recently ventured into the forbidden areas deep within the battlefield. Su Xian pondered over this. The two-world battlefield was the junction of 2 worlds, larger than the world passage. For 500 years, Blue Star and Lauren Star had been locked in combat there, yet neither side could gain the upper hand. This was not just a matter of strength, but also because many neutral mutated creatures had emerged on the battlefield. They treated both stars as enemies, relying on natural forbidden zones to maneuver against the armies of both stars, posing a significant threat. Seeing Su Xian's serious expression, the King of Wuhan reassured him, don't worry. The Water Moon King is cautious and has never failed. She's even stronger than I was back in the day. It's you who needs to work harder to catch up to her. 3 days later, the semifinals of the Global University Exchange Competition officially commenced. At the Longdu Academy spectator stand, 500,000 live audience members held their breath in anticipation, while millions more tuned in through global live streaming platforms. Under the spotlight, 12 contestants made their dazzling entrance, each one a rare talent. After the host's grand introduction, the other competitors left the stage, leaving only the Minter and Minty duo, Xinyuan Qingqing and Sun Xiaokong. In the audience, Su Xian watched with a knowing smile, understanding that this was not a battle of destiny, but rather an internal sparring session within the Su family. The host approached Sun Xiaokong with a microphone. As he took it, he cautiously glanced at his mentor, a gesture that caught the audience's attention. Clearing his throat, his voice was softer than usual as he announced, "I have a message for everyone. Xinyuan Qingqing and I share another identity." The crowd erupted. Sun Xiaokong, resigned, continued, "She is my senior sister from the same sect." The host was taken aback and asked who their teacher was. Sun Xiaokong proudly replied, "His name is Su Xian, and he's in the stands watching. No matter who wins between me and my senior sister, our teacher will be proud of us." The host then asked Sun Xiaokong for his thoughts on this unique match. Sun Xiaokong, with a serious tone, responded, "I dare not imagine." The host was momentarily stunned and could only chuckle awkwardly. When it was Xinyuan Qingqing's turn, she flashed a smile and said, "With the same teacher, it's hard to break each other's moves." Seeing that neither wanted to elaborate on their bond, the host announced the start of the match. With the electronic referee's signal, neither moved immediately. Instead, they slowly approached each other. Sun Xiaokong smiled wryly, "Senior sister, shall we fight?" Xinyuan Qingqing laughed, "Of course. You start." Sun Xiaokong gripped his staff tightly and closed his eyes. As the junior, he decided to let his senior sister make the first moves. Only after her attack would he go all out for the Academy's honor. However, the expected elemental spells never came. Puzzled, Sun Xiaokong heard his sister's cheerful voice, "Oh, my ever-competitive younger brother, as your senior sister, of course, I'll let you win." "I concede." Xinyuan Qingqing did not attack. Instead, she raised both hands and conceded. She knew this would draw some criticism, but she didn't care at all. On the viewing platform, Su Xian paused for a moment and then helplessly chuckled. The third disciple conceding was expected. As a master, Su Xian knew very well the strengths of his disciples. In an unrestricted battle, the third disciple would surely win. In a duel, the fourth disciple excelled. However, the third disciple's choice to concede without a fight might earn him some criticism. But this move paved the way for Sun Xiaokong, allowing him to reach the finals unscathed and keep his abilities hidden. In contrast, Feng Wuji and Ma Jide, regardless of who emerged victorious, would have to reveal some of their strategies. On the viewing platform, the sound of jeers and curses rose and fell. Even though everyone knew that Xinyuan Qingqing and Sun Xiaokong were fellow disciples, some found it hard to accept. Fortunately, Xinyuan Qingqing was known for her kind nature, often helping younger students and respecting her elders, so the opposition wasn't as harsh as it could have been. Third senior sister. Sun Xiaokong snapped out of his daze and caught up with Xinyuan Qingqing after she had walked several steps, speaking bitterly, "Senior sister, was this really necessary?" Xinyuan Qingqing smiled and said, "Aren't you aware if you can defeat me or not? I don't want to be beaten up. It's quite embarrassing to be thrashed by my junior brother." "But," Sun Xiaokong said, "they're all criticizing you." Xinyuan Qingqing laughed heartily, "As a disciple of our master, are you afraid of being criticized? How many people secretly called our master the freeloader king of Dinghai when he was in Dinghai King City? But what happened? He still lives in the Shuiyue King's mansion, enjoying meals personally prepared by the Shuiyue King every day. Why bother with irrelevant people's opinions?" With this insight from the third disciple, Sun Xiaokong suddenly understood and nodded vigorously, "Senior sister, I get it now." Then, under the astonished gaze of the third disciple, Sun Xiaokong raised his staff to the sky, his fighting spirit spreading across the viewing platform. "You all, stop criticizing my senior sister. If you have a problem, come at me. If you want to fight, let's fight. I, Sun Xiaokong, will take you all on." Xinyuan Qingqing. "Wait, that's not what I meant." In that moment, an immense energy surged into the unique life domain constructed by Sun Xiaokong, like a vast ocean. The spectators erupted in curses. "Damn, this kid needs a beating. It's bad enough he wins just by being the junior disciple, but now he's taunting us. Brothers from Dragon Capital Academy, let's get him." Even some originally neutral onlookers joined the fray. Suddenly, a spectator jumped down from the stands, igniting the scene like a fuse. Thousands followed suit, rushing into the arena. Surprisingly, the referees responsible for maintaining order did nothing to stop this spectacle, allowing the chaos to unfold. Clearly, even the school leaders of Dragon Capital Academy held some resentment towards Sun Xiaokong. Faced with the oncoming crowd, Sun Xiaokong did not retreat. Instead, he met them with high spirits, his innate pride forbidding him from running away. On the officiating platform, Two figures stood quietly. Chung Lang, the vice principal of Dragon Capital Academy, frowned and asked, King Wuan, are we really doing the right thing? King Wuan watched the chaos below with a cheerful smile and said leisurely, with me here, nothing will go wrong. This Sun Shaokong is quite interesting. Chung Lang pondered. Why do I feel he has a hint of your killing god domain? Indeed, King Wuan sighed meaningfully. Although he hadn't directly interacted with Sun Shaokong, he guessed that this was undoubtedly Su Xian's handiwork. Su Xian and his disciples were all extraordinary. In the stands, Su Xian watched as his fourth disciple was besieged. Instead of helping, he pretended to be an angry bystander, fanning the flames. Sometimes, when dealing with an uninformed crowd, it only takes a gentle push to stir up a massive storm. Half an hour later, Sun Shaokong lay bruised and battered but still defiant. A system notification echoed in Su Xian's mind. Ding, your disciple Sun Shaokong's unique life domain has expanded to 10,000 meters. Congratulations on triggering a 6,000-fold critical hit return. Your demigod level forbidden technique, Wood Rebirth, has become even stronger. As the crowd dispersed, Sun Shaokong lay on the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. Xinyuan Qingqing approached and offered a bowl of chicken soup. Here, drink this and you'll recover quickly. Sun Shaokong grimaced, senior sister. I'm already like this, and you're still tormenting me. Su Xian approached, smiling, Shaokong. How do you feel? Invigorated. Sun Shaokong declared proudly. Next, whether it's Majid or Feng Wuji, I'll take them down. Just as the group was about to leave, two individuals approached. One was dressed in white, graceful and elegant. The other wore a blue Taoist robe, smiling with eyes slightly closed. They were Yichun and Wen Xiu. Wen Xiu greeted Zhang Mu, I'm looking forward to our duel tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it too. Zhang Mu nodded in response. See you tomorrow, Wen Xiu said with a smile as he departed with Yichun. Throughout, Yichun didn't even glance at Zhang Mu, as if only Wen Xiu was worthy of being his opponent. Watching the pair walk away, Su Xian discreetly activated the Eye of the Divine Mentor. Yichen's stats appeared. Root value, 151. Comprehension value, 144. Heart value, 99. Wen Xiu's talents were similar, both belonging to the top tier, surpassing Yin Xiaoshuang and Zhang Mu. Unfortunately, neither was suitable to be his disciple. The second day arrived, marking the official start of the freshman semifinals. Zhang Mu and Wen Xiu took the stage. The two exuded contrasting auras. One had a gentle yet unsettling smile, while the other was stern and serious, never cracking a smile. With a cheerful demeanor, Wen Xiu asked, I heard you possess the power of the demon seed? Zhang Mu admitted openly. Wen Xiu then shifted the conversation, bringing up the connection between Dragon Tiger Mountain and the demon seed, his tone carrying a hint of warning. Zhang Mu frowned slightly, impatiently asking, what exactly are you trying to say? Wen Xiu, assuming the stance of Dragon Tiger Mountain's heir, advised Zhang Mu to abandon this power. Zhang Mu responded with a cold laugh, trusting only his master, and ignored Wen Xiu's words. Seeing this, Wen Xiu sighed, then dropped his smile, preparing for battle. They exchanged formalities, and Zhang Mu's eyes turned black, exuding a violent aura. Wen Xiu chanted incantations, enveloping himself in golden light. The clash between demonic energy and golden light was like arch-nemeses meeting. On the spectator platform, Su Xian noticed that the Taoist golden light could restrain the demonic energy, putting Zhang Mu at a disadvantage. Sensing the suppression from the golden light, Zhang Mu roared, and a shadowy black dragon emerged behind him. Wen Xiu's expression changed as the golden light flickered, almost shattering. His fingers glowed with spiritual light, drawing symbols in the air, and he shouted, Demon subduing 5 thunder talisman, descend. Several talismans flew towards Zhang Mu. Zhang Mu, with his formidable physique, broke through the talisman barrier, only to be struck by the ensuing thunder. Wen Xiu demonstrated his superior mastery of talismans, unleashing fire, water, and sky-blue talismans like a torrential downpour. Zhang Mu, battered and bruised, finally realized the formidable power of Taoist talisman techniques. Wen Xiu was like a fusion of an elemental mage and a battle mage, effortlessly commanding both close and long-range combat. From the spectator platform, the battle was obscured, the sounds of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning filling the air. Despite having the upper hand, Wen Xiu grew increasingly serious, sensing Zhang Mu's demonic energy intensifying, nearing the true power of the demon seed. Wen Xiu struck again, his fingertips radiating dazzling golden light as he chanted, Heaven and earth, 9 laws, I write now, all spirits bow. Subdue heaven, secure earth, expel demons, calm souls. 12 golden pillars crashed down, inscribed with runes. Simultaneously, 7 massive black dragons surged from the spiritual light, with Zhang Mu's demonic aura reaching terrifying heights, piercing the sky. His face contorted as the chanting of the runes on the 12 pillars echoed in his ears. It was a force that struck directly at the soul. The golden thread that held Zhang Mu's sanity together shattered inch by inch near his heart. A heartbeat thundered in his ears, startling everyone present. The world in Zhang Mu's eyes turned instantly gray, with every cell in his body clamoring to unleash madness. The shadow of the 8th demonic dragon burst from his crown, and 12 golden rune pillars shattered with a roar. A dark figure swept past as Zhang Mu, like a phantom, lunged at Wenxiu, gripping his neck as they plummeted from midair. They carved a long trail into the ground, and if not for the protective golden light, Wenxiu might have already perished. The audience was stunned by the sudden reversal of the situation and even more terrified by the sinister power emanating from Zhang Mu. Some even called for the match to be stopped. On the viewing platform, Xuan frowned deeply. He was well aware that the family's golden light greatly stimulated the unstable demonic deity form, and Zhang Mu was currently battling the demonic nature within him. If he could overcome this ordeal, it would be a significant transformation. If he failed, he might never achieve greatness in his life. In the arena, the barely conscious Wenxiu wore a victorious smile. In his eyes, Zhang Mu had already lost power that does not belong to you, can never truly be yours. Wenxiu looked at Zhang Mu, who was gripping him, and he showed no sign of pain, but rather smiled. To him, this battle was already won. Zhang Mu couldn't control the power of the demonic seed. Just like those at Mount Longhu, the elders who coveted celestial power that doesn't belong to you can never be forcibly obtained. Kill him. Kill him. A voice echoed in Zhang Mu's mind. Zhang Mu's eyes gradually lost their sparkle as a thick aura of dark energy eroded the Taoist golden light within him. His hand gripped Wenxiu's throat tightly, with blood streaming from Wenxiu's 7 orifices. Just a bit more force, and Wenxiu would meet his end right then and there. You lost. Wenxiu managed to utter with great difficulty, a glint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes. At this critical moment, the king of Wuhan swiftly intervened, firmly pressing down on Zhang Mu's arm. He had to act to prevent further harm, as Wenxiu's special status made this duel particularly troublesome. If Wenxiu were to die here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Judges from various countries and Xuan quickly gathered around, their eyes filled with caution. They were worried that Zhang Mu had lost his senses and wanted to ensure whether the demon god seed was still under control. Xuan, how is he? The king of Wuhan asked Xuan gravely. As Zhang Mu's teacher, Xuan knew his condition best. There is still hope. Xuan replied firmly. Trust me, he can come back from this. And why should we trust you? Interjected King Shang from Sakura country. He's already killed someone on the field before. Was that also an accident? Xuan shot King Shang a cold glance and retorted. Why did he become like this? Isn't it because of your reckless actions? Both Sakura Ki and Wenxiu excel in mental attacks. Especially Wenxiu, who knowingly pushed Zhang Mu's limits despite his demon god physique. If it weren't for Zhang Mu's strong will and the protection of the Tongxin Tongmai technique, he might have truly succumbed to the darkness. Mutu, don't leave. Mutu. In Xiaoshuang jolted awake from her nightmare, her clothes soaked with cold sweat. She looked around, the empty dormitory only deepening her unease. Her injuries hadn't fully healed yet, and she'd often sleep for 2 or 3 days at a time. Before sleeping, she had asked Zhang Mu to wake her for the match, but that blockhead hadn't shown up. The image of Zhang Mu being swallowed by a dark vortex haunted her, and her heart pounded wildly, nearly suffocating her. A foreboding feeling gripped her. Something must have happened to Mu too. Throwing on a coat, she dashed out the door, racing all the way to the dueling arena. Before she even entered, she heard the commotion inside. It wasn't cheering, but chaos. Her heart clenched as she burst into the arena. The familiar aura hit her. Mu too was there. Xuan noticed her arrival and signaled the guards to let her through. Master, In Xiaoshuang asked, her eyes red, what happened to Mu too? Xuan sighed. He's fallen into a deep demonic state. If he can't recover, today might not end well. Tears streamed down In Xiaoshuang's face. Do you mean he could die? As your master, I can ensure his life is safe. Xuan shook his head, but this trial is also an opportunity for him. If he succeeds, it will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. If not, his future path might be half lost. In Xiaoshuang wiped her tears and softly said, Master, may I go over to see him? Xuan frowned. Aren't you afraid? At this moment, Zhang Mu's eyes were pitch black, his skin covered in terrifying dark patterns, and a menacing demonic aura surrounded him, making him look nothing like a normal human. Even the powerful warriors present were a bit intimidated. But In Xiaoshuang's gaze was resolute. Mutu and I have been bound together for a long time. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. We are to spend our lives together, and no matter how terrifying he may appear now, how could I be afraid? I love him for who he is, and I will accept everything about him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yin Xiaoshuang slowly approached Zhang Mu. Mu too, she called softly, her voice as gentle as a stream. Just that one call quieted the struggling Zhang Mu. He turned sharply, looking at the girl walking toward him. Stay back, Zhang Mu suddenly shouted, crouching down and clutching his head in agony. Does he still have his sanity? What strong willpower! Can someone truly master the demonic body without succumbing? The elite warriors were astonished. They had assumed Zhang Mu was lost, yet he maintained that last thread of reason. Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief, grateful he had bound their hearts and veins together, or today could have ended disastrously. Mu too, don't be afraid, I'm here. Yin Xiaoshuang continued to approach, kneeling to cradle Zhang Mu's face. She pressed her forehead against his, her eyes shimmering like stars, piercing the darkness. Mu too, wake up, look at me, Yin Xiaoshuang called out, her eyes gradually taking on a shade of black. Su Xian watched with a heavy heart. If this continued, they might both be dragged down. The instability of the demonic body was too corrosive to the mind. If it weren't for the rebel king's intervention preventing the full absorption of the demonic body, Zhang Mu's path might have been much smoother. Zhang Mu was too deep in, and Yin Xiaoshuang alone wasn't enough. Su Xian sighed, deciding to try another approach. He stepped forward, and in an instant, a soul-stirring dragon roar echoed in all directions. 8 five-clawed golden dragons flew from Su Xian's body. Though mere shadows, they were incredibly lifelike, as if true dragons had descended. In the distance, some stopped in awe, mistaking it for a celestial phenomenon, and even bowed in reverence. Zhang Mu, wake up! Su Xian shouted. Zhang Mu's core cultivation technique was the great majestic heavenly dragon, which inherently had the power to cleanse the soul. Su Xian hoped that by invoking it, he could resonate with Zhang Mu, allowing the great majestic heavenly dragon to counter the demonic body's malevolence. With each dragon roar, a glimmer of light flickered in Zhang Mu's pitch-black eyes. Master! It sounds like Master is calling me. Zhang Mu murmured, the darkness in his eyes gradually dissipating. Roar! Around him, 8 black dragons emerged. Though they appeared more ethereal and smaller than Su Xian's golden dragons, they carried a unique darkness, a power distinct from the golden dragons. A system notification sounded, indicating that Zhang Mu had not only broken through but had also advanced his self-created technique. Su Xian's great majestic heavenly dragon reached its highest level as a result. Roar! Another golden dragon emerged from Su Xian, making 9 dragons in total, resonating with the world. Half of the Dragon Academy trembled at that moment. Su Xian was startled and quickly withdrew his power. He could feel the gaze of the elite warriors shifting from Zhang Mu to him. Don't look at me, Su Xian said helplessly. I got carried away trying to save my disciple, and my technique accidentally broke through. The martial Peace King glanced at Su Xian. This guy is getting more infuriating by the day. The system again notified that the bond between Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang had strengthened, and Su Xian had received a soul crystal. Su Xian exhaled heavily, looking at Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang. With the system's feedback, it seemed his disciple would be fine. Before long, the darkness in Zhang Mu's eyes completely faded. As clarity returned, his gaze met Yin Xiaoshuang, who was crying her heart out. He suddenly thought how beautiful her eyes were, reflecting him and the whole world. He inched forward, gently pressing his lips to hers. She seemed dazed too, not avoiding him at all, and instead responded even more passionately. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Su Xian covered his face in embarrassment. How did the scene change so drastically? The dark aura completely dissipated. Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang gradually regained consciousness. Feeling the intense gazes around them, Yin Xiaoshuang blushed and gently pushed Zhang Mu away, whispering, "Stop kissing." She gave him a playful glare, but there was a smile in her eyes. Save it for home. The onlookers exchanged glances, and Yin Xiaoshuang felt secretly pleased. This clueless guy finally got it. Zhang Mu was momentarily stunned, but then resolutely took Yin Xiaoshuang's hand and approached Su Xian. They both bowed respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Master." Su Xian gave a slight nod. "No need for thanks. It's good that you made it back." Zhang Mu's gaze was firm as he held Yin Xiaoshuang's hand tightly. "Master, I finally understand," he said, his voice filled with emotion and his eyes shining. "For 7 years, I was lost, but now I see there is no right or wrong, only choices. I want to protect the honor of our school, my fellow disciples, and Xiaoshuang, who has shared life and death with me." Many were moved by his words. Su Xian looked at his disciple with satisfaction, knowing that his inner turmoil had been resolved. King Wuan breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Zhang Mu's transformation as promising for the future. However, the foreign judges felt uneasy, worried that Zhang Mu might eventually lose control. Su Xian was unconcerned, confident that Zhang Mu had mastered the power of the demon god body. As days passed, Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang became inseparable. The competition continued, yielding unexpected results. Feng Wuji lost to Majid. and Miaozhu defeated Tanfuski, and Roman won against Hivuk. Yichen narrowly beat Pushkin, and Zhang Mu made a comeback victory over Wenxiu. The top 6 contestants were determined, with the finals set for 7 days later. During the break, Sun Xiaokong eagerly sought guidance from Su Xian. In the following days, he was either getting beaten or on his way to get beaten. Su Xian's rigorous training significantly improved Sun Xiaokong's staff skills and resilience. 6 days flew by, and on the eve of the finals, King Wuan unexpectedly visited, bringing news from the battlefield between the two realms. Su Xian, my boy. As soon as the king of Wuan entered, he urgently pulled Su Xian aside. There has been a change on the battlefield between the two realms. The king of Wuan looked serious and spoke in a low voice. A significant change has occurred on the battlefield between the two realms. A large number of undead creatures have suddenly emerged from the depths of the infinite altar, attacking everything in sight. Su Xian's heart tightened as he asked, "Are they from the undead clan of Luolan Star?" The king of Wuan shook his head. "No. These undead creatures are uncontrollable and are even attacking the Luolan Star forces. What are our losses?" Su Xian frowned. "We have it under control for now." The king of Wuan paused. "But this involves the Water Moon King." She entered the battlefield and ventured alone into the depths of the infinite altar. "It might be related." Seeing Su Xian's expression darken, the king of Wuan quickly added, "We don't suspect the Water Moon King. Her contributions to the Dragon Nation are immense. The authorities are just concerned about her safety." Su Xian's mind raced. He wasn't worried about Su Ying's safety, as the soul lamp indicated she was fine. However, the appearance of the undead creatures was likely connected to Su Ying, though the reason was unclear. "Rest assured, Su Ying is currently safe. I can sense her condition," Su Xian said slowly. "Please keep a close eye on the situation and inform me immediately if there are any updates." The king of Wuan breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good to hear. I will notify you as soon as I have news." With that, he hurriedly left. Su Xian returned to the secret chamber and examined the soul lamp closely. Lin Su Ying's aura was stable and stronger than in previous days. He then took out a soul crystal, pondering Su Ying's current situation. He could do nothing about the matters on the battlefield between the two realms, and could only help in this way. Su Xian sighed softly, his gaze falling on the soul lamp on the table. "Su Ying, this is all I can do for you," he murmured, gently brushing his fingers over the lamp's base. With a thought, 3 soul crystals flew to the lamp, and the tiny Su Ying immediately pounced forward, greedily absorbing the crystals. With each bit she absorbed, her soul's glow grew stronger. Once all 3 crystals disappeared, the small Su Ying had grown significantly, her features becoming more refined. Su Xian stared at the soul lamp, lost in thought. He knew the battlefield between the two realms was fraught with danger, and Su Ying's journey was uncertain. Although the soul lamp was the only way he could assist, he was unsure of its effectiveness. Meanwhile, in the distant battlefield between the two realms, deep within one of the 4 forbidden zones, the infinite altar stretched endlessly. In a certain space, a mist of colorful light permeated the area. Lin Su Ying was bathing in a spiritual spring, her alabaster arms gently stirring the water. She tilted her head slightly, eyes closed, her expression one of enjoyment. Suddenly, a surge of pleasure from the depths of her soul made her furrow her brows. She clearly felt her mental strength continuously increasing, her soul's intensity rapidly enhancing, and her control over her body improving. Lin Su Ying was puzzled. This sensation was unlike anything she had experienced before. Could it be Su Xian? His image flashed in her mind. Before parting, Su Xian had her light something called a soul lamp. Who else could affect her soul in such a mysterious way? Lin Su Ying looked up at the dark sky, whispering softly, "Wait for me to return. Then, there will be no more constraints between us." At the end of March, the grand finals of the Global University Exchange Tournament commenced. The spirit of unity, progress, and mutual advancement championed by the Blue Star Alliance was vividly displayed at the opening ceremony. As the host nation, Longhua, the only ancient civilization to have survived into the modern era, showcased its elegance with a breathtaking ceremony. The elegantly dressed male and female hosts walked onto the stage with smiles, yet they maintained a deliberate silence. The audience, too, fell quiet, the air thick with anticipation. Word had already spread a figure of such magnitude that even Wu and Wang would step aside was about to appear. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated through the venue, possessing a purifying power. "I am Shan Haoran of Longhua." This semi-divine figure delivered a brief speech, encouraging the participants to strive for ascension to the divine realm and to restore Blue Star to its pristine state. He also hinted at a special reward prepared by the Blue Star Alliance for the champion, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. As soon as Shan Haoran finished speaking, the venue erupted with excitement. The audience buzzed with whispered conversations, while Su Xian sat thoughtfully, pondering the unique impression left by this semi-divine being. Next, the 6 contestants made their entrance. Sun Xiaokong and Zhang Mu from Dinghai University, Majid from the Petroleum Federation East Central University, and Miaozhu and Yichun from Lengdu University, and Roman from the romantic country Liba University. A giant electronic screen displayed highlights of their achievements, and the applause from the audience was thunderous, with fans screaming in excitement. With the ceremony concluded, the competition was set to begin. First up was the third-year showdown, Sun Xiaokong versus Majid. The host interviewed both contestants. Sun Xiaokong, brimming with confidence, declared his intention to win the championship for Longhua, not forgetting to tease Lengdu University. Majid, on the other hand, was more humble but hinted that the Petroleum Federation should not be underestimated. After both contestants had spoken, the host gracefully exited the stage. The entire audience held their breath, eagerly awaiting the start of this pinnacle matchup. The first match of the grand finals of the Global University Exchange Tournament is about to begin. The first match of the Global Higher Education Exchange Competition Finals has begun. In the third-year group, Sun Xiaokong from Longhua's Dinghai Academy faces Majid from the Eastern Academy of the Petroleum Federation. The competition is underway. As soon as the electronic referee's voice fades, the two competitors charge at each other like arrows released from a bow. Sun Xiaokong moves with the speed and grace of a rainbow, his staff whirling as he aims directly for Majid's vital points. Majid, however, remains calm, crouching down and merging with the ground while chanting incantations. In an instant, the earth splits open, and a massive, blood-red hand emerges from the void. Majid, the druid, summons at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary summoner. Sun Xiaokong strikes the stone golem's head with his staff, only to find that the force is dispersed, significantly reducing its impact. Seizing the opportunity, Majid summons vines, flame golems, and other minions to encircle Sun Xiaokong completely. In the stands, supporters of Longhua look anxious. They know Majid's most troublesome tactic. The more minions he has, the more damage is distributed, making it difficult for opponents to achieve a quick victory. Coupled with the druid's healing abilities, he is a master of long drawn-out battles. Despite being surrounded, Sun Xiaokong remains unfazed. He wields his staff with the force of a mountain, each strike landing with precision. Although Majid holds the upper hand, he dares not become complacent because no one has yet seen the limits of Sun Xiaokong's abilities. As the number of minions rises to over 30, the situation grows increasingly tense. Most of the audience believes that Sun Xiaokong cannot turn the tide. However, the top experts see that the two are actually evenly matched. Majid's vaunted tactics have not been effective, and Sun Xiaokong has not sustained any obvious injuries. After hundreds of exchanges, Majid finally senses something is amiss. He is astonished to discover that Sun Xiaokong is enveloped in an intense fighting spirit, almost tangible, as if he was born for battle. The most baffling thing about Sun Xiaokong is whatever peculiar ancient technique he's been practicing. Not only is his fighting spirit intensifying, but the strength of his bodily energy is also growing alongside it. Majid's internal alarm bells were ringing. He never imagined he'd be pushed to the point of needing to change his combat strategy. Druids have more in their arsenal than just summoning minions. They can also channel the power of nature and all its beings into themselves. Bear spirit, possess me, he chanted, and a colossal bear spirit materialized behind him, dissolving into shimmering lights that merged into his body. In an instant, Majid's form swelled to over 5 meters tall, his limbs sprouting brown fur, hands and feet transforming into claws, his eyes wild with primal energy. Bear warrior, fear nothing, Majid roared, charging at Sun Xiaokong. Sun Xiaokong sneered, turned into a bear, and your brain turned to mush? His fighting spirit erupted, and with a sweeping motion of his staff, he forced the summoned creatures to retreat. Take this. Sun Xiaokong powered through with his waist, his entire body propelling the staff like a dragon emerging from the sea. Majid met the strike with his palm, only to be overwhelmed by a force as if 1,000 horses were charging at him. His mind shook, and his body involuntarily staggered back. The audience gasped in astonishment. Had Sun Xiaokong really grown so powerful? Could he break Majid's defense with just one strike? Under the vast intimidation of Sun Xiaokong's battle aura, Majid felt as though he faced a deity of war. He struggled to move, watching helplessly as Sun Xiaokong unleashed hundreds, even thousands of strikes. Despite his ability to distribute damage, Majid still felt the sting of fatal wounds. He knew he was doomed to lose, yet he felt no disappointment. Traveling far to the Dragon Kingdom and stepping onto this stage, winning the championship was never his goal. If victory can't be achieved alone, then unleash it. Release. As Sun Xiaokong thrust his staff into Majid's chest, a burst of purple light froze time and space. Sun Xiaokong felt his thoughts flowing normally, yet everything around him seemed to be suspended like a paused scene. He focused his gaze and observed tiny particles rapidly moving within the purple light, seemingly devouring Majid's body. In an instant, the spatial constraint lifted. The purple light suddenly retracted, and a powerful shockwave erupted from within Majid. Caught off guard, Sun Xiaokong was sent flying. The audience was stunned, as the situation reversed in the blink of an eye. Majid's form transformed once more. His five-meter body continued to expand. Massive wings sprouted from his back. A tiger face appeared on his chest. A hard shell grew on his back, and his entire body became covered in scales. He had completely shed his human form, exuding an aura so overwhelming that the professionals in the audience struggled to breathe, and even the judges, the crowned kings, frowned deeply. Suzuka, king of the Petroleum Federation, chuckled. This is our druid's special ability, multi-spirit fusion. Majid is the first genius in nearly a century to master this skill. King Wuan frowned, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. King Shang's sarcastic remarks prevented King Wuan from voicing his doubts, so he kept them to himself. Su Xian also felt something was off, but couldn't quite grasp the reason. On the battlefield, Majid completely dominated Sun Xiaokong. Each attack left massive craters in the arena, shaking Sun Xiaokong to his core. Repeatedly sent flying, his body was covered in wounds, yet he stubbornly stood back up. Not enough, come again. Sun Xiaokong spat out a mouthful of blood, beckoning Majid with his finger. Majid sneered, his power surging once more. With a palm strike, Sun Xiaokong couldn't dodge and was hit in the spine. Another kick sent him flying again. The outcome seemed inevitable, yet Sun Xiaokong refused to concede. He struggled to his feet, the fighting spirit undiminished in his eyes. I will not lose. Sun Xiaokong gritted his teeth, his body seemingly shattered and beyond his control, the pain transforming into numbness. Yet, his mind remained razor-sharp, his determination moving countless spectators. His unique life force continuously absorbed energy to heal his injuries, barely keeping him alive. His fighting spirit reached its peak, and his desire for victory overshadowed the physical agony. Suddenly, a strange power surged through him. Virtual threads wove into a spine within him, temporarily sustaining his life force. Broken bones, organs, and tissues were suspended, allowing his body to endure the intense fighting spirit. As Majid attacked again, Sun Xiaokong dodged and countered, striking his opponent's head with his staff. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a thunderous counterattack. The audience was stunned. Even those of noble rank were deeply impressed. In a corner, a young-looking girl pondered. Pei Xiu thought to herself, interesting. This must be Qingqing's handiwork. Her alchemical talent is truly remarkable. Majid was caught off guard by the sudden counterattack, unable to dodge. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as a surge of purple light erupted from within him, his power rising once more. Just as victory seemed certain, a figure appeared and pressed down on Majid's crown, forcibly suppressing his rising power. The Duke of Wuan simultaneously shielded Sun Xiaokong, demanding an explanation from King Linglu. King Linglu bowed slightly, apologies, but the Petroleum Federation concedes this match. The audience erupted in chaos. What a joke. Majid was on the verge of winning, yet King Linglu conceded on behalf of the Petroleum Federation? What was going on? After admitting defeat, King Lingzhu looked towards the referee panel of kings. With a complex expression, King Lingzhu scanned the judges' seats and said in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, Sun Xiaokong from Longhua indeed possesses extraordinary strength, and we must admit our inferiority. Majid still has more powerful means, but they could compromise his foundation. Sacrificing the future of a talent from the Oil Federation for a temporary championship is truly unwise." Hearing this, the assembled kings nodded in agreement. The aura Majid had unleashed earlier far surpassed that of ordinary people, and was even more terrifying than Zhang Mu's demonic power. Utilizing such power would undoubtedly cause severe damage to his foundation. Seeing their reactions, King Lingzhu nodded slightly. "Everyone, I will take my leave for now." With that, he turned and left with Majid. The arena erupted into an uproar. Many international spectators began to boo, believing Sun Xiaokong's victory to be undeserved. However, some supported Longhua, arguing that this honor was earned by countless Longhua citizens at the cost of their lives, and that the victor is right, while doubters are simply foolish. Amidst the debate, the electronic referee's cold voice announced, "The winner is Sun Xiaokong from Longhua's Dinghai Academy." The host enthusiastically proclaimed, "Let's congratulate Sun Xiaokong on winning the championship of the third-year group at the 76th Global Higher Education Exchange Competition." Most of the audience continued to cheer for Sun Xiaokong. However, the tension that had been building suddenly released, causing Sun Xiaokong to black out and collapse. Su Xian swiftly appeared next to his disciple, catching him. He carefully assessed Sun Xiaokong's injuries: fractured spine, damaged internal organs, multiple ruptures in blood and flesh, and blocked heart meridians. For practitioners below the Marquis realm, such severe injuries were nearing the brink of death. At this moment, Xinyuan Qingqing also approached. Su Xian turned and asked, "Qingqing, was it you who caused the surge of power in Xiaokong's body?" Xinyuan Qingqing nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. I added a special alchemical substance to my fourth junior brother's tonic, inspired by the formula you provided and Aunt Xiao's guidance. Su Xian was slightly surprised. So Zhang Mu and Xiaoli also have this substance in their bodies? Yes, Xinyuan Qingqing explained, but my fourth junior brother ingested more. It was originally planned to integrate with his body later, but Majid's attack and my junior brother's willpower triggered its effects prematurely. After confirming that Sun Xiaokong was not in critical danger, Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. All right, you take Xiaokong back first. I'll handle the rest. Xinyuan Qingqing nodded and left with the unconscious Sun Xiaokong. Su Xian then turned to approach King Wuan, his expression serious as he said, King Wuan, may I have a word with you? Seeing his demeanor, King Wuan also became serious and led Su Xian to a private room. Su Xian spoke frankly, there's something unusual about Majid. He harbors power from the abyss within him. King Wuan pondered, abyssal power? No wonder it felt familiar. But that's not the main issue. The Blue Star Alliance's policies on nurturing talents are quite lenient. Su Xian explained, the issue is that Majid's mind and body shouldn't be able to withstand such immense power, yet he seems to handle it seamlessly. Could this be a conduit for abyssal power entering Blue Star? King Wuan replied gravely, such words concern the peace of Blue Star. We mustn't act rashly. I'll increase vigilance, and you shouldn't worry too much. In Longdu City, no one can stir up trouble. With that, King Wuan left to attend to academy matters. Su Xian sighed, hoping things weren't as dire as he feared. The dormitory at the academy apartments was quiet. When Su Xian returned, Sun Xiaokong was still unconscious. As Su Xian pushed the door open, his eyes immediately fell on Sun Xiaokong lying on the bed. He quickly walked over and asked with concern, Qingqing, how is Xiaokong? Xinyuan Qingqing shook her head, her voice filled with worry. Fourth junior brother's vital signs are stable, but we don't know why he hasn't woken up yet. It seems like there's some kind of mutation happening inside him. Mutation? Su Xian frowned and immediately began to examine Sun Xiaokong's condition. He could sense that Sun Xiaokong's injuries were gradually healing, and there were peculiar energies swirling within his flesh. These energies placed Sun Xiaokong in a mysterious state. Gradually, a faint jade-like glow began to emanate from Sun Xiaokong's body. As time passed, the glow became more radiant. From the outside, Sun Xiaokong seemed to transform into a statue carved from precious jade. The disciples around were stunned, especially Xinyuan Qingqing, who thought to herself, could it be that I've really caused fourth junior brother to mutate? Su Xian's mind focused, activating the eye of the divine mentor, revealing data, bone value, 155, comprehension value, 160, mind value, 95. Compatibility with the art of the sarcastic star people has been cultivated, current progress 12,000 meters in the life domain. Existing physique or bloodline, possesses the embryonic form of the battle saint physique, currently evolving. Suitable physique or bloodline, 100 compatibility with the battle saint physique. Battle saint physique embryonic form? Su Xian was initially taken aback, then came to terms with it. Any physique is born from the foundation of life, and doesn't necessarily require external implantation. Some people are naturally endowed with special physiques, and it's rare but not unheard of for them to develop later. Sun Xiaokong has always tempered his body and spirit with fighting intent in every battle. Coupled with third brother's motivational plan, the special state during the final match, and the enhancement from the special life domain. All these factors contributed to the formation of the battle saint physique embryonic form. For someone like Sun Xiaokong, who loves battling and takes every fight seriously, breaking through during combat isn't that unusual. Since the embryonic form has already taken shape, it will eventually evolve into a true battle saint physique. Seeing Su Xian deep in thought, Xinyuan Qingqing couldn't help but ask, Teacher, is fourth junior brother going to be okay? Su Xian smiled reassuringly, he's fine. For Xiaokong, this experience is a blessing in disguise. He'll be all right once he wakes up. Xinyuan Qingqing sighed in relief. If the teacher says it's okay, then it must be okay. A whole day passed by. On the second day, the sophomore finals took place as scheduled. And Miaozhu from Longdu Academy ultimately defeated Roman from the Liba Academy of Romance Country, winning the sophomore championship. And Miaozhu's profession is a battle mage, and in unknown situations with evenly matched opponents, only battle mages in the mage profession have a chance to compete with various melee professions. And Miaozhu's victory safeguarded the last glory of mages. After watching the match, Su Xian and the disciples returned to the dormitory. Sun Xiaokong was still unconscious, but after a day and night of evolution, the jade glow on his body had retracted, leaving his skin looking crystal clear. Su Xian nodded to himself, judging that the fusion was nearing completion. Time ticked by. It wasn't until 8 p.m. that Sun Xiaokong's fingers suddenly twitched, followed by the sound of bones popping. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in Su Xian's mind. Ding, your disciple Sun Xiaokong has evolved a special physique. the embryonic form of the Battle Saint physique. Congratulations, you have triggered a 9,000 times critical hit return, and your Chaos Physique embryonic form has evolved. Chaos Physique embryonic form evolution, 30. During this evolution, you have gained the active ability, Perfect Disguise. Perfect Disguise. You can use this skill to disguise yourself as a target, including voice, shape, and all other aspects, achieving a perfect disguise. Note: to activate this skill, you must first obtain and analyze the target's blood. Another active skill? Xuan was delighted. It seems that every 10% evolution of the Chaos Physique embryonic form yields a new active skill, and each skill is highly practical. Whether it's replication, spatial teleportation, or perfect disguise, they can rival semi-divine level forbidden techniques in certain situations. Teacher, did I win? A weak voice interrupted Su Xian's thoughts. Sun Xiaokong had woken up, his eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. Su Xian nodded, his tone full of praise. Yes, you won. You're the global champion of the junior year group. Well done. Sun Xiaokong let out a relieved smile. I thought I was dreaming. At the time of victory, my consciousness was so blurred, I can't recall the scene. He paused and added, Teacher, I feel like my body has undergone significant changes, and many things I couldn't understand in battle before suddenly make sense. Su Xian explained, you've awakened a special physique called the Battle Saint physique, though it's still in its embryonic form. You need to continuously hone it through battles to evolve it into a complete physique. This physique can infinitely enhance your combat instincts, making every battle a learning experience. If used well, you could even foresee your opponent's moves during a fight. The Battle Saint physique is born for battle. Hearing this, Sun Xiaokong was thrilled, his eyes shining with excitement. Does this mean I finally have a chance to surpass you, teacher? Su Xian encouraged him. Of course, you do. Train diligently and aim to develop the Battle Saint physique to its full potential. Nearby, Zhang Mu thought to himself, fourth junior brother wakes up and can't tell north from south again, dreaming of surpassing the teacher? Xian Yuan Qingqing teased, fourth junior brother, before you set such a lofty goal, think about why fifth junior brother was willing to become the teacher's disciple? Sun Xiaokong immediately deflated. He quickly changed the subject. Oh right, teacher, I have another question. During the competition, I was about to lose, but then a special power surged within me. It was this power that sustained my broken life state, allowing me to win. What was that? Su Xian looked at the third disciple. Qingqing, care to explain? Xian Yuan Qingqing smiled. Junior brother, remember my motivational plan? Sun Xiaokong was taken aback. Third senior sister, was this part of your plan too? Xian Yuan Qingqing laughed awkwardly. The motivation was genuine. The success was a bonus. Sun Xiaokong was bewildered. Indeed, there's no escaping being a subject of third senior sister's experiments. The room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Amidst the laughter, Xian Yuan Dali suddenly burst through the door. Brother Su, I've got some good news for you. Xian Yuan, what brings you here at this late hour? Su Xian asked in surprise. Su Xian was about to go to bed when he heard a knock at the door. To his surprise, standing outside was Xian Yuan Dali, looking quite excited. I've come to share some good news, Xian Yuan Dali whispered. I just got reliable news from the academy that Yi Chan has withdrawn from the competition with the Blue Star Alliance. Yi Chan withdrew? Zhang Mu and Yin Xiaoshuang exclaimed in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. Zhang Mu stood up in excitement and said, Uncle Dali, are you sure? I've been looking forward to facing Yi Chan. Winning the championship was secondary. Xian Yuan Dali sighed and said, it's absolutely true. The Longdu Academy was hoping for 3 championships, and now only the second-year group remains. Then he smiled and added, but I'm glad that your disciple won the championship, Su brother. At least it stays in Longhua. Su Xian wasn't pleased. Instead, he frowned and asked, do you know the exact reason for the withdrawal? Facing top talents helps one grow quickly. Zhang Mu and the others have all evolved through high-pressure battles. Alas, the reason is unclear. Xian Yuan Dali shook his head. I only heard that the ancient martial alliance's protectors took Yi Chun back overnight. Su Xian's brow furrowed. The voluntary concession by the Petroleum Federation and the ancient martial alliance's urgent recall of Yi Chun raised his suspicions. Although the Wuan king should be prepared, he decided to take extra precautions. After Xian Yuan Dali left and the disciples dispersed, Su Xian went alone to the secret chamber of the Hero Association. Once he confirmed everything was normal, he took out a small vial. As he opened it, a powerful aura emanated. This was the blood of the giant spirit king, who had fallen on the battlefield between the 2 realms. Su Xian took a deep breath and began chanting a resurrection spell. As the chant continued, the giant spirit king's blood began to writhe, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy, and a massive 3-meter figure gradually took form. Su Xian bit his finger and let the blood drip onto the giant spirit king. Instantly, the power of the red moon and purple sun within him was frantically drained. He felt his life force slipping away, his vision blurring, and his limbs growing weak. Finally, the giant spirit king was fully revived. Su Xian sighed in relief, but noticed a single white hair had appeared on his head. He quickly checked in the mirror. Fortunately, it was just one strand, but his body felt utterly depleted. Am I revived? The giant spirit king's deep voice rumbled. Su Xian briefly explained the situation. Learning that he had only 2 years to live, the giant spirit king seemed unfazed and instead asked about the current state of the giant race. Su Xian reassured him, the giant race is doing well. Blue Star won't neglect its former allies. The giant spirit king nodded. That's good. Su Xian, let me know if you need anything. Su Xian instructed the giant spirit king to disguise himself and conceal his aura, planning to take him out the next day. Although the giant spirit king worried about evading the strong in Longdu, Su Xian assured him he would handle it. All that remained was to wait for tomorrow's outcome. On the morning of April 1st, the Blue Star Alliance officially announced that Yi Chun, a freshman at Longdu Academy in the Dragon Kingdom, had voluntarily withdrawn from the global exchange competition. The news caused a public outcry. People questioned if there was something shady behind this, as Yi Chun was known for his resilience and wouldn't quit so easily. By the time Su Xian and his disciples arrived at the Longdu Academy Square, a massive crowd had already gathered in protest. Refund. Rematch. Angry chants echoed through the air. King Wuan descended from above, his presence commanding the entire scene. He scanned the crowd and said in a deep voice, the Blue Star Alliance has confirmed that Yi Chun withdrew voluntarily. Any objections can be directed to the officials. With that, he turned and left. The officials then announced full refunds and invited the audience to watch the awards ceremony for free. Although dissatisfied, the crowd's curiosity about the special reward led them to gradually enter the venue. The host warmly announced the entrance of the 3 champions Sun Xiaokong, a junior, and Miaozhu, a sophomore, and Zhang Mu, a freshman. King Wuan personally presented the trophies and then cheerfully announced, this year's special reward is a semi-divine forbidden technique. The announcement sent the audience into a frenzy. In previous years, the highest reward was a king-level technique, so this year's prize seemed exceptionally generous. Su Xian narrowed his eyes and thought, finding the situation increasingly suspicious. If this was a bait, could it really be so obvious that someone would take it? 3 ornate boxes were presented, revealing orange gold scrolls when opened. King Wuan detailed the 3 techniques 9 revolutions of life, battle heaven and earth, and divine step each with its own merits. Zhang Mu, and Miaozhu, and Sun Xiaokong exchanged uncertain glances, hesitant to choose. At that moment, a figure darted across the stage, and the 3 scrolls vanished instantly. King Suzuka. King Wuan roared, summoning a spectral image of the god of death as a bone scythe sliced through the air. Other crown kings followed closely behind. The awards stage erupted in explosions, filled with an aura of destruction. Suddenly, a giant eye appeared in the sky, releasing a beam of light that absorbed all the shockwaves. King Suzuka's laughter echoed, well prepared, I see. Let's see if you're up to the challenge. Here's another gift for you. Black matter rained down across the entire Longdu Academy from the sky. King Wuan had already caught up with King Suzuka, and the two engaged in combat. Shockingly, King Wuan was immediately at a disadvantage. The power King Suzuka displayed at that moment was comparable to that of a demigod. A dark substance with a menacing aura descended from above. Over the skies of Longdu, the black matter poured down like rain. Warriors from all around joined forces, their hands glowing as they purified the destructive black substance. In midair, the battle to become a titled king was on the brink of eruption. King Wuan faced the mutated King Linglu alone. Although he was outmatched, he managed to slow him down. Other titled kings joined the fray, surrounding King Linglu in an attempt to subdue him. King Linglu's body swelled, antlers sprouting from his head, his features morphing into those of a beast. His speed was unmatched, and even over a dozen titled kings struggled to contain him. He repeatedly broke through their encirclement, attempting to flee into the sky. The protective barrier of Longdu City hadn't fully closed, giving him a chance to escape. On the ground, numerous experts worked together to neutralize the threat of the black substance to the city and its people. Yet the crisis was far from over. A sudden explosion echoed from the stands. An abyssal creature had appeared out of nowhere, rampaging through the civilians. Similar scenarios unfolded in multiple locations. Su Xian was leading his disciples to safety when a monster lunged at them. He sensed an abyssal power far surpassing that of the 8-headed serpent emanating from the creature. With a furious shout, "Begone!" Su Xian unleashed the power of the red moon and purple sun from his feet, kicking the monster into a bloody mist. At that moment, a strange heartbeat resonated in his ears. Su Xian's gaze sharpened as he looked toward Majid. Majid sneered, his mouth expanding infinitely, spewing forth a swarm of black insects. His body exploded, leaving only a pulsating heart. His blood tainted the ground, turning it a deep purple that spread rapidly. Many halted their escape, turning to charge at the insects. The giant spirit king emerged, heading straight for the eerie heart. Xuan advised his disciples to protect themselves before flashing to the heart's side. He wielded the stabilizing sea staff, the power of the red moon and purple sun surging, shattering the oncoming insects. Xuan swung his staff at the heart again, only to be surprised as it passed through nothing. The giant spirit king arrived, and the two exchanged a glance before attacking once more, yet they still couldn't touch the heart. The giant spirit king communicated telepathically. It seems this thing can shift to another dimension instantly. Xuan pondered. Can you pinpoint that dimension? The giant spirit king shook his head, only a vague sense when it dodges. Xuan devised a plan. You attack. The giant spirit king swung his hammers fiercely, and the heart indeed vanished into space again. Xuan unleashed his mental power, locking onto the target, his body enveloped in silver light. Spatial jump, activate. Xuan vanished, following the heart into another dimension. Everywhere he looked, there were insects. He sensed an even more terrifying presence approaching. Xuan communicated to the giant spirit king. Keep attacking the eerie heart. The two worked in perfect harmony, relentlessly striking the heart. As the space trembled, Xuan realized this heart was the medium connecting the abyss, this dimension, and the blue star. He hadn't anticipated the abyssal invasion to come so swiftly, this time with its true form descending. As the heart shattered, the space began to collapse. Frenzied insects swarmed Xuan, but the spatial lock was ineffective against him. Xuan activated the spatial jump once more, effortlessly returning to the blue star, while the insects perished with the collapsing space. The giant spirit king marveled. Is it done? Xuan nodded. For now, but it might involve the entire blue star later. The giant spirit king chuckled. Tall folks will handle what's next. He genuinely admired Xuan's strength. Having resolved the crisis here, the two looked up to the heavens. The battle of the titled kings raged on, with King Linglu on the verge of escaping the protective array's bounds. Xuan found it suspicious. Why was the protective array's activation so sluggish? Were they baiting a trap? Thank you to all the readers for your support. King Suzuka was inching closer to the heavens, on the verge of escaping the protective barrier of Longdu City. His figure streaked rapidly across the sky, eyes glinting with the hope of imminent freedom. However, just as he thought victory was within reach, the barrier suddenly accelerated its closure. Torrents of energy beams shot from all directions, sealing his escape like an inescapable net. King Suzuka's eyes widened with desperation, knowing that once trapped, there would be no chance of turning the tables. Great King, save me, he roared to the sky, his voice filled with despair and pleading. Above the firmament, a colossal hand descended with overwhelming force. Instantly, the assembled kings felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on them. Demigod level. King Wuan's eyes blazed with fury. He must have broken through long ago. Yet, even faced with a demigod, King Wuan stood unyielding. He gripped his scythe tightly and swung it fiercely at the sky. The killing intent materialized, turning the surrounding world into shades of gray. The scythe left an arc-shaped rift in the sky, but it only stalled the hand for a moment before it shattered effortlessly. The other kings joined the fray, but could not withstand the formidable onslaught. On the ground, Xuan watched the scene with a grave expression. He recalled the last battle with the demon seed when the same giant hand thwarted his attack. But then, the king had only intervened from afar, and Li Xingqian had dispelled it with a single spear. This time, however, it was the king's true form descending, and even with 10 other kings, including King Wuan, they struggled to resist. The giant hand was about to seize King Suzuka when, in a critical moment, a figure in white suddenly appeared beneath it. He held a nearly tumter-long brush, lifted his arm lightly, and drew a character meaning, trap. The once unstoppable giant hand froze instantly. A cold laugh echoed from above. Xuan, I knew you hadn't left. The figure in white Xuan smiled and said, since you knew I hadn't left, you dared to show yourself. Let's see where your confidence comes from. You went to great lengths to lure me out, scoffed the king hidden in the void. But you won't keep me here. No sooner had he spoken than the trap character in the sky shattered. A massive sphere emerged from a spatial rift, composed of an unknown material exuding a potent aura of destruction, hiding the king's true form within. Xuan sneered, a king of the Holy Legion, a figure who wreaks havoc upon the world, yet too cowardly to show your face, hiding in a shell? He waved his brush again, writing the character for break. Instantly, the surface of the sphere resounded with cracks as if countless blades were slicing it. Yet the sphere remained unyielding, its destructive material regenerating continuously, impervious to Xuan's assaults. Unperturbed, Xuan continued, holding his brush with determination as he pinned large characters in the air. Meanwhile, a giant eye reappeared in the sky, locking onto the king's aura. King Suzuka, give me the item. The king's voice resonated within Suzuka's mind. He wished to save Suzuka but was powerless. Trapped within Longdu City's protective barrier, he dared not enter, knowing it would be a one-way trip. Get me out first, Suzuka replied warily. Give me the item first and I'll save you, the king urged. Spare me your empty promises. Suzuka retorted angrily. I'm not one of those fools in your holy legion. If you can't save me, you won't get the item. It'll all go down with me. Amidst their bickering, with Xuan Haoran's interference, the king found himself at an impasse. Prolonging the standoff risked his own downfall. Though he had foreseen the Blue Star Alliance's ambush, he remained confident in his escape. He had nearly seized the coveted item, turning the trap to his advantage. Yet, to his surprise, the plan's critical juncture was thwarted by his own ally. He had underestimated Suzuka's cunning. Outwardly submissive, Suzuka had never truly pledged loyalty, seeing himself as an equal partner rather than a subordinate. This mindset was now laid bare. With no other options, the king resigned himself to reality. After all his meticulous planning, he had done his best. King Suzuka, would you rather let those items fall back into Longwa's hands than give them to me? The king made a final attempt. If you don't get me out, there's nothing to discuss. Suzuka remained adamant, facing life and death. Fool, the king said coldly. Take your treasures to the grave. If you're Abyss's dog, let them save you. I won't play any longer. Abandoning his plan, the king maneuvered the destructive sphere to break free and escape. Xuan Haoran sighed. He had underestimated this king. Even in a direct confrontation, he could barely hold an edge. The king's shell was too tough to crack. More demigods might change the tide, but the cost would be too high. Otherwise, the Holy Legion wouldn't have survived till now. There has always been a delicate boundary between the two sides. Once that boundary is breached, it would lead to a life-and-death situation. Now is not the time to completely eliminate the rebels. Ling Zhuwang coldly watched the figure of the rebel leader fleeing, a hint of disdain playing at his lips. He turned and surveyed the battlefield below, descending like a meteor. Su Xian, still in awe of the demigod's formidable power, suddenly felt a chill beneath his feet. Looking up, he saw Ling Zhuwang right before him. In that instant, Su Xian felt as if 1,000 beasts were charging at him, rendering him insignificant like an ant. His strength was limited. Dealing with a marquis was his limit, and he was utterly powerless against a king. Run! Zhuling Wang, who had been guarding Su Xian, intercepted Ling Zhuwang's attack, his massive frame sent flying. Ling Zhuwang intended to press the attack, but was suppressed by the Xuan character falling from the sky. Su Xian, still in shock, realized that Ling Zhuwang was targeting him likely because he had destroyed the abyssal link to Blue Star. As Ling Zhuwang was subdued, his eyes grew fierce and his body fully transformed into a beast, emitting bursts of purple light. Suddenly, his body exploded, abyssal energy wreaking havoc in all directions. Xuan Haoran calmly uttered, "Fix," drawing a circle in the air to contain the energy at the explosion's center. Su Xian sharply noticed a soul light, wrapped in 3 golden lights, darting towards another space. Trying to escape? Su Xian's eyes gleamed. Now it's my turn. Having suffered earlier, this was the perfect opportunity for revenge. He unhesitatingly unleashed a demigod-level forbidden technique, Soul Scalpel, Converge. A psychic imprint was branded onto the escaping remnant soul of King Lingzhu. Su Xian shimmered with a silver light, activating a spatial jump, and followed King Lingzhu's soul through the space of Blue Star. Within the interdimensional rift, wind blades howled past. Su Xian keenly sensed that the abyss couldn't allow King Lingzhu's physical form through, only drawing in his spirit. As a druid, King Lingzhu had profound expertise in spiritual cultivation, managing to remain intact amidst the chaotic currents of the shallow space. However, Su Xian's soul scalpel easily shattered King Lingzhu's spirit. King Lingzhu roared, "Su Xian, are you trying to get yourself killed? If you keep following, you'll be lost forever in this interdimensional rift." Su Xian sneered, "You didn't seem so concerned when you tried to kill me." King Lingzhu's tone softened, "The abyss has found a way into Blue Star. It's only a matter of time before it invades. Why not join me in the abyss and gain godlike power? Staying here only leads to death." Su Xian scoffed, "In a fallen nest, no egg is left unbroken. Those not of our kind have different hearts. Once the abyssal creatures have used you, you'll be the next to die." Before King Lingzhu could respond, Su Xian instantly appeared in front of him, slashing down with his soul blade. Deprived of his physical form and with his spirit damaged, King Lingzhu was powerless against the semi-divine forbidden technique. "You forced my hand." King Lingzhu yelled in fury, his soul light flaring as he attempted to stir the spatial chaos to perish alongside Su Xian. Su Xian acted faster, slicing off King Lingzhu's head with a single stroke and swiftly collecting 3 scrolls of semi-divine forbidden techniques. With several cuts, King Lingzhu's soul was left in tatters. The chase had led them into the mid-layer spatial turbulence, threatening even the lives of those with king-level strength. Su Xian dared not venture further, leaving King Lingzhu to his fate. The effort of wielding the soul scalpel had drained him significantly. Su Xian began to sense the spatial marker left on the giant spirit king. However, the severe fragmentation of the spatial currents made it impossible to find his way home. Is this the end? Su Xian thought in panic as the wind from the interdimensional rift cut painfully into his bones. If he continued drifting, he wouldn't last long before being completely eroded. Su Xian concentrated his mental energy, faintly sensing 2 spatial nodes. One was getting farther away, likely the marker on the giant spirit king. The other was drawing closer, though its destination was unknown. It was a beacon of hope. Abandoning the distant marker, Su Xian focused all his efforts on the nearer node. Seizing the opportunity, he shimmered with silver light and activated a spatial jump, pulling himself out of the interdimensional rift. Moments later, Su Xian emerged from the spatial rift into an unfamiliar environment. In the dim light, he heard the gentle sound of water. The ground was paved with orderly stone bricks, and ahead lay massive square stones arranged from sparse to dense, emanating a faint chaotic aura. Confirming there was no immediate danger, Su Xian ventured deeper among the dense stones. The sound of water grew louder, leading him to a crystal-clear yet unfathomably deep pool. Su Xian stood at its edge in contemplation for a long time before deciding to leave. After traveling nearly 20 miles in the direction where the stones were less dense, Su Xian finally saw the sky. From high above, he surveyed the entire area. A massive concentric circle formation, with 4 distinct statues standing around it and a central pillar reaching into the sky. The pattern of the circle was traced with faint blue lines that flickered on and off. This resembles the altar described in the books. Su Xian suddenly recalled. Before he could ponder further, a commotion arose from the horizon, as a dark mass of something rushed toward his location. Dragon Nation, Longdu Academy. The explosion gradually subsided. The great spirit king staggered to his feet, his gaze fixed on one spot. King Wuan and other titled kings gathered around, their expressions grave. Shen Haoran was nowhere to be found, and even more unsettling, Su Xian's presence had vanished as well. King Wuan spoke in a deep voice. Where is Su Xian? He had witnessed King Suzuki's desperate act, detonating the abyssal energy, engulfing Su Xian within it. The great spirit king slowly replied. He followed King Suzuki's lingering spirit into an interdimensional rift. An interdimensional rift? King Wuan frowned, anxiety filling his heart. Su Xian was exceptionally gifted and destined for greatness. His loss would be a significant blow to Dragon Nation. Yet the interdimensional rift was perilous and unpredictable. Even he might not return unscathed. Su Xian had been gone for some time, and his fate seemed grim. King San Shadow sneered, Su Xian is merely at the sunlight realm. Entering an interdimensional rift is certain death. He's likely already turned to ashes. Other titled kings agreed. The priority is to investigate the source connecting the abyss to Blue Star. The death of a mere sunlight realm is insignificant. Just then, Zhang Mu, Yin Xiaoshuang, Xinyuan Qingqing, and Sun Xiaokong rushed over, their eyes red-rimmed. Su Xian had been a pillar of support for them, and watching helplessly as their teacher fell into the terrifying interdimensional rift left them anxious and powerless. Seeing this, the great spirit king offered comfort. Don't worry too much. I have a special connection with your teacher. He's still alive, and his life force is stable. As a being revived by Su Xian's wood rebirth technique, the great spirit king would perish if Su Xian did. Since he was unharmed, it meant Su Xian was still safe, albeit trapped in a unique location within the rift. Zhang Mu knelt and pleaded, King Wuan, please save my master. King Wuan sighed deeply. He wanted to save Su Xian, but the interdimensional rift was treacherous and elusive. Even if he entered, finding Su Xian would be challenging, and he risked losing himself. After much deliberation, King Wuan decided to try. I'll do my best. King Wuan, you mustn't. One of the Dragon Nation's titled kings urgently advised. The abyss crisis looms, and you're the backbone of the titled kings. You must stay and oversee the situation. If something happens to you, it would be a severe blow to Dragon Nation. You must not take such a risk. King Wuan's expression was resolute. I know my limits. You needn't say more. I must attempt to save Su Xian, both for the public and personal reasons. With that, King Wuan began to set up a spatial mark. Minutes later, a mark imbued with his mental energy was complete. Boom! With a wave of his hand, King Wuan shattered the space. Zhang Mu and the others knelt, bowing deeply. We thank King Wuan for his life-saving grace. This scene moved countless onlookers. Only then did they realize that Zhang Mu, Sun Xiaokong, the global exchange competition champions, and the rare talents Xinyuan Qingqing and Yin Xiaoshuang were all Su Xian's disciples. The fact that these four talented individuals could set aside their pride to seek a lifeline for their teacher spoke volumes about Su Xian's importance to them. The crowd suddenly realized their previous underestimation of Su Xian was a grave mistake. To earn the loyalty of Blue Star's top talents and prompt King Wuan to risk everything, Su Xian must have many extraordinary, untold achievements. Under the watchful eyes of many, King Wuan stepped into the interdimensional rift. In Dinghai City, Dinghai High School, Xiaoli suddenly jumped from her seat and rushed home. She had just dozed off and dreamed of her teacher in danger, her heart filled with anxiety. A few minutes later, Xiaoli returned home and dashed into the small courtyard, grabbing the world tree sapling basking in the sun. "Little master, what's wrong?" The sapling looked innocent. "I just dreamed that my teacher was in danger." "Feel it quickly," Xiaoli urged. "Little master, you just miss him too much," the sapling said leisurely. "He's fine, but what?" Xiaoli raised a pesticide bottle, threatening to spray. "But he's no longer in this world," the sapling explained. Xiao Li's hand trembled, accidentally spraying the sapling. "What do you mean? Speak clearly." "I'm a tree, not a person," the world tree said, feeling wronged. "I mean he's left Blue Star, probably heading to the Two-Realm battlefield or Lauren Star." Xiao Li pondered. "The Two-Realm battlefield? I think Mom went there too, right?" Her eyes lit up. "So, he's gone to find Mom? That's great." Xiao Li's worries vanished. With her mom there, she was sure her teacher would be safe. She patted the world tree's trunk. "Well done. From now on, you're the chief plant of our Nyoma courtyard, on par with my pink bubble pony." World tree? On par with a silver-level spirit pet? It never dared to dream of such a thing. Sigh. Despite the terrifying power within the little master, why does she always seem so childlike? In the battlefield between two realms, on the outskirts of the infinite altar, Su Xian hovered in midair. Su Xian gazed at the ominous swarm of unidentified creatures rushing towards him, feeling a chill run down his spine. On closer inspection, they turned out to be a mass of bones engulfed in green flame sundead creatures. His heart tightened as he realized he might have accidentally stumbled into one of the forbidden zones of the battlefield between realms, the infinite altar. Without a moment to lose, Su Xian quickly descended. Countless undead swarmed like locusts. Hovering any longer would make him an easy target. On the ground, too, undead of various levels, ranging from Tianhe to silver, closed in densely. Though individually not formidable, their sheer numbers posed a potential threat if confronted hidden. Su Xian darted into the interior of the altar, with undead in hot pursuit. Fortunately, the massive stones blocked many from entering. He stood before a water pool, gripping the Dinghai staff, as the sound of raging waves echoed through the air. With a swift strike, the pool's water surged at the creatures, reducing them to ashes. Yet, the undead continued to advance relentlessly. Meanwhile, beneath the altar, Lin Suiying was meticulously setting up a mysterious ritual. She suddenly sensed the battle raging above, frowned in contemplation for a moment, and ultimately decided to investigate. Navigating through the layers of the altar, she reached the area beneath the water pool and saw a familiar figure Su Xian. With a single sword sweep, Lin Suiying shattered the space, annihilating the undead. Their eyes met, and joy overflowed in the silent exchange. Before they could exchange pleasantries, the undead attacked once more. Lin Suiying decisively said, "Hold on to me." Su Xian hesitated, but she had already turned to indicate her plan. Their minds in sync, the two leaped into the water together. Once the intense water pressure subsided, they arrived at a mysterious altar adorned with blood-red candles. Lin Suiying looked at Su Xian and softly asked, "Do you trust me?" Su Xian answered firmly, "Of course, always." He understood that Lin Suiying's intentions were complex, but her willingness to bring him here was proof of deep trust. At this moment, all he needed to do was stand quietly by her side. "You haven't told me how you got here yet," Lin Suiying said with a smile, summoning two small stools with a wave of her hand. After Su Xian sat down, he began to recount the entire story. Upon hearing that the abyss might have found a way to enter Blue Star, Lin Suiying furrowed her brow, her voice turning cold. Daring to collude with the abyss theory, not afraid of being devoured to the bone, Su Xian explained, "It seems to be just a faction of foreign rebels, but the abyss's infiltration into Blue Star will undoubtedly intensify." Lin Suiying inquired about Xuan Haoran's actions, to which Su Xian shook his head. That king's defenses and escape skills are unmatched. Even Xuan couldn't hold him back. He then described the incident of the king of Suzuka's self-destruction and the escape of his soul into an interdimensional rift. Lin Suiying realized, "You sensed me through the rift and transported yourself here?" "Exactly," Su Xian replied with a smile, "but this altar is peculiar, causing the teleportation to deviate." Lin Suiying's expression turned serious. This is the infinite altar, definitely strange. She looked directly into Su Xian's eyes. You're curious about what I'm doing here, aren't you? Su Xian nodded honestly. Lin Suiying stood up, gazing at the center of the altar. I can't tell you, but I assure you, it's all for the future of Blue Star. I trust you, Su Xian responded. But why can't we do this together? Lin Suiying insisted on sending him away, but Su Xian mentioned that Xiaoli had already made arrangements. Reluctantly, Lin Suiying agreed to let him stay. She continued lighting candles, each time causing a significant surge in life energy. Su Xian observed that it would take at least half a month to fill the grooves completely. Soon, Lin Suiying grew exhausted and leaned on Su Xian's shoulder, falling asleep. Su Xian gently held her, but his thoughts wandered to the secrets of the infinite altar. He recalled the rumors from 10 years ago when Lin Suiying brought Xiaoli back and the many anomalies surrounding Xiaoli. What is Xiaoli's true identity? Su Xian wondered, but he firmly reminded himself, no matter who Xiaoli is, he will always be Xiaoli's teacher. Time ticked by slowly. Lin Suiying seemed to be sleeping soundly, having shifted from leaning on Su Xian's shoulder to lying in his arms. Su Xian gently stroked Lin Suiying's hair, observing the slight furrow in her brow as she slept. As a powerful being at the level of a sealed king, Lin Suiying didn't really need rest, yet she slept so deeply, indicating her mental exhaustion. Su Xian's gaze turned to the blood-red candle on the altar, its flame vibrant and almost sinister, giving him an uneasy feeling. He carefully sensed the aura emanating from the candle, realizing that the flame, though it seemed like fire, contained no fire element but rather a strange force. The candle appeared to be a vessel for containing power, ready to release it with just a trigger, interacting with the altar in some way. This made Su Xian even more curious what kind of power was so immense that it required the full effort of a sealed king to unleash. As he pondered, Lin Suiying stirred in his arms, opened her eyes and blinked at him, saying, I knew you wouldn't behave. Su Xian was taken aback. I didn't do anything. You fell asleep in my arms. Lin Suiying's eyes twinkled mischievously. I meant, don't touch the candle. Su Xian was momentarily speechless, as if he had missed something. He asked, what exactly is this candle? I can sense it holds a strange power, stronger than the forces of the abyss. Lin Suiying pursed her lips. You promised not to ask. She rose from Su Xian's embrace, tied her hair into a ponytail, and walked into the altar. Su Xian said, maybe I can really help you. No. Lin Suiying replied with a smile. I know you're special, and perhaps you could do it. But this matter is far more important than you think. It must not go wrong. Su Xian didn't press further. He understood the gravity of the situation. 10 days flew by. The altar's holes were finally filled with candles. Though Lin Suiying was tired, she couldn't hide her joy, like a little girl delighted with a newly built snowman. Su Xian, come stand by me. Lin Suiying beckoned, enveloping them both in a water mirror. Rumble. The altar shook, and a strong wind arose from nowhere. The candle flames flickered, revealing mysterious patterns on the altar. The central pillar burst with immense power, instantly extinguishing all the candles. Bang! The stone bricks exploded, revealing a hot spring below. The steam rising carried energy seemingly stronger than that of the Tower of Illusions. Lin Suiying shed her battle robe and stepped into the water. So comfortable, she said, waving to Su Xian. Su Xian, come join me. Su Xian hesitated, and Lin Suiying laughed. Mr. Su, are you shy? Come on, I won't bite. Su Xian frowned. This behavior was unlike the Lin Suiying he knew. But the soul lamp indicated that she was indeed the real Lin Suiying, suggesting she might be influenced by the altar. Su Xian stepped into the water, feeling the energy slightly replenish the red moon and purple sun within him. Lin Suiying swam over and asked with a smile, aren't you curious why I went through so much trouble just for a hot spring? Su Xian nodded. Lin Suiying explained, the spiritual hot spring is just a small reward after completing the ritual. The core of the infinite altar has 99 layers, and we're only on the 9th. Su Xian was surprised. So, does that mean each layer requires lighting those candles? Yes, and the deeper we go, the more candles there are. Eventually, it could require 9,999 candles, Lin Suiying said. In that case, Mr. Su, will you wait here with me? Su Xian thought for a moment. His disciples had mostly found their own paths and needed to grow independently in the future. While this was a trial for them, they were still under his protection. Su Xian could afford to wait, but he needed to send word to prevent King Wuan and others from worrying. Unfortunately, there were too many monsters nearby, and he couldn't leave now. Asking Lin Suiying to escort him might cause complications. Su Xian's head hurt from overthinking, so he decided to let things be and stay here. At least he had the company of a beautiful woman. In the kingdom of Longhua, at the royal city of Dinghai, within the Water Moon Manor, Xiao Li sat idly in the courtyard. She daydreamed about her teacher and mother being together, occasionally letting out small giggles. Suddenly, Footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Xiaoli looked up to see senior brother Zhang Mu, junior sister Qingqing, and junior brother Xiao Kong hurrying towards her. Their serious expressions made Xiaoli's heart skip a beat. Junior sister Xiaoli, Zhang Mu approached, hesitating to speak. He was uncertain whether to tell Xiaoli about their teacher's predicament. Senior brother, what's wrong? Xiaoli asked with concern. Zhang Mu took a deep breath and said gravely, Junior sister, our teacher. He's trapped in an interdimensional rift. Xian Yuan Qingqing and Sun Xiaokong quickly tried to comfort Xiaoli, reassuring her that the king of martial peace had already sought the help of a demigod-level expert to predict a way to rescue their teacher. As the three spoke, they noticed Xiaoli wasn't crying. Instead, she looked puzzled. What are you talking about? I know where the teacher is. Xiaoli stated seriously. He's gone to the Two Realms battlefield to find my mother. Didn't he tell you? The three exchanged glances, both surprised and relieved. Although they couldn't fathom how the teacher had moved from the rift to the battlefield, such extraordinary events were typical for him. How did you know, junior sister Xiaoli? Zhang Mu asked. Xiaoli pointed to the world tree sapling in the courtyard. It told me. Xin Yuan Qingqing glared at the sapling. Oh, you little wobbly tree, telling only Xiaoli and not us. That's not fair. As they continued their discussion, the steward arrived to announce, Miss, Marquis of Eight Desolations, Miao Tian, is here to visit. Xiaoli was about to decline when Zhang Mu stopped her. Junior sister, actually, the Marquis of Eight Desolations is now our junior brother as well. Xiaoli was taken aback, then gave a thumbs up. That's our teacher for you. Truly impressive. Soon, Marquis Miao Tian entered the courtyard and greeted everyone. Upon learning that Su Xian had entered the Two Realms battlefield, he volunteered. Leave the task of finding the teacher to me. Inwardly, Miao Tian sighed. Everyone knew him as the Marquis of Eight Desolations, a genius who defied the odds to earn his title. Yet only he understood that this was not only his pinnacle, but also an eternal heartache. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's already late April, just outside the king of Dinghai's city. The king of Zhejiang looked at his burly father, the Marquis of Bahuang, with mixed emotions. Ever since his father's recovery, he had become more composed and authoritative, even surpassing his peak. Dad, are you really going to the Two Realms battlefield now? The king of Zhejiang couldn't help but ask, his voice tinged with reluctance. He didn't want his father to take risks. He wished for him to enjoy his later years in peace. Now that he himself had reached the rank of a king, he had the ability to provide his father with a good life. The Marquis of Bahuang's expression was resolute. Your master is still at the Two Realms battlefield. As his disciple, I must fulfill my duty. Although he didn't often interact with other disciples, in his heart, Su Xian would always be his teacher, regardless of age or rank. Hearing this, the king of Zhejiang felt a surge of frustration and couldn't help but question, Dad, is Su Xian really that great? He saved you, and we can repay him. Doing this, wouldn't it damage our reputation if word got out? The Marquis of Bahuang sighed and spoke earnestly. Son, your perspective is still too narrow. Although your master is young, his achievements are astonishing, one after another. It won't be long before he stands at the pinnacle of this world. Seeing his son remain silent, the Marquis of Bahuang continued, think about it. Why is the king of Shueiyue so gentle with him? Why would the king of Wuan go to great lengths to save him? Why does the king of Linglu want him dead? How can he pass through interdimensional rifts and still be fine? The Marquis of Bahuang patted his son's shoulder, his tone firm. Son, your master is a chosen one, understand? From now on, never address your master by name. With that, the Marquis of Bahuang's figure gradually disappeared from the city wall. The king of Zhejiang stood alone, lost in thought. His father's words echoed in his mind, and he couldn't help but admit that perhaps his own perspective was indeed too limited. At the Two Realms battlefield, inside the Infinite Altar, Su Xian and Lin Suiying had been there for a month. Spending every day together, their feelings for each other grew rapidly. They slept together and soaked in hot springs, living a carefree life as if they were already retired. The only downside was that Lin Suiying would occasionally be affected after the hot springs, almost causing Su Xian to lose control a few times. After a month, they barely managed to open the 11th layer of the altar. At this pace, who knew when they would reach the altar's core? After lighting a candle, Lin Suiying walked over to Su Xian and asked gently, Su Xian, do you want to leave? Su Xian smiled and replied, I think it's pretty nice here. Let's go out together once you're done. Lin Suiying felt conflicted, wanting Su Xian's company but not wanting to hinder his cultivation. Su Xian continued, what's boring about it? Isn't this the kind of life we'll have when we're old? Lin Suiying's heart raced, and she stared at Su Xian, unable to imagine having the chance for a peaceful retirement in such a tumultuous era. As Lin Suiying was lost in thought, Su Xian suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy within him. The barrier of his realm loosened, and in an instant, He broke through from the sunlit realm to the heavenly river realm. Inside his body, a transformation occurred. Two closed worlds formed, with two bands of stars appearing at the center. This was the heavenly river, completing the cycle of sun, moon, and stars within, unifying his power. Xuan was a bit surprised. Heavenly river realm? Did I just break through like that? He speculated that the Marquis of Bahuang had entered the two realms battlefield and slain a Marquis-level creature. This energy was undoubtedly a significant gain for Xuan. Old 5, finally showing some usefulness. The power of the Tianhao realm surged within him. Red moon, purple sun, dark river. The fusion of these three forces brought him closer to the essence of the mysterious power. Xuan closed his eyes, feeling the changes of the power within. The three distinct energies surged through his meridians, gradually merging. With a thought, his fingertips emitted a tricolored glow that instantly melded into one. In that moment, his eyelids twitched violently, and he opened his eyes to look at the altar ahead. The candle flames suddenly flared up. Lin Suing awoke with a start, casting a surprised glance at Xuan, and quickly walked to the center of the altar. She crouched down, touching the ground with her hands, her expression shifting from solemn to delighted. "Are you okay?" Xuan asked with concern. "I'm fine, but not completely," Lin Suing replied, her eyes fixed on Xuan with a burning gaze. "You always manage to surprise me." She recalled every encounter with Xuan, from initial disdain to present admiration. Xuan's growth consistently exceeded her expectations, challenging her understanding time and again. "So, does this mean I can help you now?" Xuan asked with a smile. Lin Suing took his hand and placed it on her chest. "Xuan, I want you to help me. Take me home." "All right." Xuan agreed solemnly. "No matter why you came here, I'll help you resolve all the troubles and take you home." He extended his other hand, and red, purple, and dark patterns appeared on his arm. The power of fusion surged forth, causing the candles on the altar to blaze brightly, even igniting those that hadn't yet burned. Lin Suing exclaimed in surprise, "Have you broken through to the Tianhe realm? When did this happen?" Xuan teased. "Watching a beauty sleep inspired me, and before I knew it, I broke through." Lin Suing blinked. "If just watching can make you break through, maybe we should try something more thrilling to help you reach the Marquis level?" Xuan sighed inwardly, knowing that if not for the peculiar altar, he would have enforced family rules on the spot. Having spent over a month together, the distance between them diminished, and their interaction naturally shifted. Xuan mused that one shouldn't judge a woman by appearance alone. After truly getting to know her, it's hard to say who is fair and who is not. The candles on the altar continued to ignite rapidly, far surpassing Lin Suing's efforts. Although exhausted, Xuan persisted in lighting all the candles on this level of the altar. As soon as the task was complete, he collapsed into Lin Suing's embrace and fell into a peaceful sleep. Meanwhile, at a distant battlefield entrance between two realms, a group of rookie soldiers entered. Their expressions varied from excitement and fear to worry. The garrison commander had been waiting for some time. "Report, sir. The first team of interns from Dinghai Academy is present and accounted for. 30 out of 30. The commander looked sternly at the group. "Welcome to the sea of corpses and blood." His gaze locked onto the two at the front. Long Outyin, Sun Shaokong, step forward. "I heard that you two were quite notorious in school, known as the two arrogant Zhongs of the stabilizing sea. Is that true?" The commanding officer's gaze was sharp as a blade, sweeping over Long Outyin and Sun Shaokong. His entire presence exuded a chilling aura of bloodlust, honed from years of battle on the interrealm battlefield. Ordinary students would have long averted their eyes under such pressure, but these two met his gaze fearlessly, speaking in unison. "Yes, sir." The officer grinned. "Good. I like your spirit. Come on, both of you take me on. Let's see how capable you geniuses are in actual combat." The officer was actually quite pleased with the addition of these two newcomers. One of them was even the reigning champion of the global exchange competition for third-year students. Past champions, unless they met an untimely end, typically reached the rank of Marquis, becoming pillars on the interrealm battlefield. Though Earth's peace was increasing, the interrealm battlefield was never calm. Skirmishes occurred daily, with small-scale battles breaking out at any moment. Earth was always at a disadvantage, as the army of Lauren had far greater numbers. Even though Earth's professional army had a lower casualty ratio, it was difficult to counter Lauren's numerical superiority. The military constantly needed fresh blood, and leaders were especially scarce. Graduates from the four major academies were often groomed to become officers. Talents like Sun Shaokong and Long Outyin were prime candidates for focus training. However, the military didn't have a good impression of these students, considering them arrogant, outwardly obedient but inwardly rebellious, and prone to causing trouble due to their stubbornness. Thus, the first lesson for newcomers in the military was to temper their arrogance and give them a new understanding of the world by exposing them to the harshness of the interrealm battlefield. Naturally, They started with the most arrogant ones. Sun Xiaokong and Long Outyin stepped forward simultaneously. Sun Xiaokong asked, "Sir, are we fighting here? And what counts as passing? Do we need to defeat you?" "Defeat me?" The officer chuckled. "I've seen many who dared to dream, but you're the boldest yet." He glanced at the other recruits. "Now, let me tell you the first rule of the battlefield. If you're alone and encounter an enemy 2 major ranks above you, run immediately. That's not bravery. It's suicide." He pointed at Sun Xiaokong. "Don't be foolish like this one." Clinging to the fantasy of defeating the enemy, Sun Xiaokong pressed his lips together. He wanted to say he had seen his teacher defeat a marquee rank, while only at the solar rank, but he held his tongue. Words were useless. His teacher's achievements were not his own, and others would only see it as a joke. Before coming here, he had told himself that in the military, everything was based on personal strength. "Come on." The officer beckoned, rapidly suppressing his aura to the peak of the solar rank, matching Sun Xiaokong's level. Sun Xiaokong and Long Outyin exchanged glances, reaching an unspoken understanding. Sun Xiaokong charged forward with his staff, moving with an unpredictable, ghostly footwork that brought him close to the officer in an instant. His staff techniques were becoming increasingly refined, with powerful, sweeping strikes. The officer's bloodlust surged as he gripped his sword with both hands, slashing heavily at Sun Xiaokong. His immense killing intent, cultivated from years of battlefield experience, merged with his strength, making his slash no weaker than Sun Xiaokong's. As staff met sword, their weapons clashed faster and faster. At the same level, Sun Xiaokong held his ground, surprising the others in the military. They had never seen anyone hold their own against the commander before. Was this the caliber of a top talent from the 4 major academies? More importantly, the commander had allowed Long Outyin to join in, but he chose to stand aside and watch. If they had teamed up, the commander might truly struggle without relying on his rank advantage. Members of the military began to cheer for Sun Xiaokong. Here, strength commanded respect, and Sun Xiaokong's abilities had already earned it. As the battle progressed, everyone was astonished to see Sun Xiaokong slowly gaining the upper hand against the commander of the same rank. His explosive fighting spirit was unlike that of a fresh graduate. Even the battle-hardened soldiers found his intensity formidable. Was he naturally gifted for battle? He was destined to become a formidable general in the military. With just one encounter, Sun Xiaokong had earned widespread recognition within the ranks. The commander battling Sun Xiaokong was deeply impressed. Were students nowadays really this terrifying? If this continued, his reputation would be in jeopardy. "You pass." The commander suddenly released his suppression, revealing his marquee aura, which was enough to easily suppress Sun Xiaokong despite being just a first-rank marquee. Everyone could see that the commander was struggling, but they tacitly allowed him a graceful exit. The military's rank structure was fairly simple: marshal, general, commander, captain, and squad leader. Combat personnel were organized into these 5 major ranks, with further subdivisions based on specific duties. Captains needed to be at least solar rank professionals, while squad leaders were at the silver moon rank. Commanders were expected to be at the Milky Way rank, though some, like the one overseeing Sun Xiaokong, were at the marquee rank. Generals needed to be at least 4th rank marquee or higher. Marshals were reserved for the king rank, capable of holding a territory. Those who could rise from the ranks to become a marquee were rarely mere brutes. They were usually sharp and strategic thinkers. Thus, the military made no distinction between civil and military officers. After the trial, the commander looked at Sun Xiaokong and Long Outyin with a satisfied smile. "You did well. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Ma Wan, the commander of the 2nd Combat Battalion of the 3rd Corps of the Dragon Nation's 3rd Frontline on Earth, and your direct superior. Both of you are qualified to take on the role of squad leader. You can now choose 4 team members each to form your own squad." Ma Wan continued, "You arrived just in time. Recently, some fool has been stirring up trouble, causing a surge of undead creatures from the infinite altar. Tomorrow, your first mission will be to confront these undead creatures." "Yes, Commander." Everyone responded in unison. Sun Xiaokong's eyes gleamed with excitement. The infinite altar? Trouble? Could it be his teacher and teacher's wife causing mischief again? The next day, as the piercing whistle rang out, the new recruits at Dinghai Academy sprang from their beds with military precision. The whistle sliced through the dawn, and the recruits assembled swiftly, like seasoned soldiers. Commander Ma Wan looked over the young faces before him, feeling a mix of emotions. He knew that in the coming year, these fresh faces would face life and death trials on the battlefield between realms. Everyone, ready for the battlefield? Excited? Ma Wan flashed his signature grin, his eyes scanning the crowd. "Don't look so grim. Smile. If you don't smile now, you might not get another chance." He recounted the harrowing tale of the previous recruits' sacrifices, his tone a blend of warning and challenge. "Among you today, some might follow in their footsteps. So smile if you can, and ask yourselves, are you afraid?" "No fear," they shouted in unison. their voices filled with determination and resolve. Mawan nodded approvingly. Good. Move out. Target, 500 miles around the infinite altar. Kill an undead creature, earn a merit point. Show what you've learned and make your academy proud. With his command, squads swiftly set off, navigating the complex terrain with vigilance. Sun Xiaokong's vanguard quickly reached a wide river. Hold, ordered the captain, as they cautiously observed the mutated birds circling above and the faint silhouettes of undead creatures in the distance. Just then, a new directive crackled through the communicators. Continue the mission. Target range extended to 600 miles. The captain made a quick decision. Let's go. Cross the river. Xiaokong, you and I will draw their fire. Cover the others as they cross. Sun Xiaokong responded immediately, and the two unfurled mechanical wings, drawing the attention of the raptors. The other 3 team members took the opportunity to fly across the river, landing safely on the opposite bank. But waiting for them was a dense army of undead creatures. The captain's eyes widened. So many of them? Prepare for battle. Meanwhile, other squads encountered similar situations. Thus, the new recruits faced their first battle on the interrealm battlefield, as the undead swarmed like a tornado. At that moment, in the core space of the altar, a man and a woman were making their final push. Come on, Su Xian, this is the last time. Hang in there. I'm with you, the woman encouraged. I'm about to collapse. My bones feel like jelly, Su Xian gasped. Just a little longer. I'm really running on empty, Su Xian groaned, as he released the last of his strength. The mysterious runes on the central pillar of the altar were activated, and the ritual was successfully initiated. Su Xian, utterly exhausted, collapsed into the comforting embrace of his companion. The 20th level of the altar was finally unlocked. When Su Xian awoke again, he found himself in the warm embrace of a spring. The energy of the spring revitalized his weary body, yet he still felt an ache all over. In contrast, Lin Suiying looked refreshed and vibrant. All this was because Su Xian had switched from a passive to an active mode. You're awake, Lin Suiying said with a cheerful smile. You've worked hard. I made you a special tonic soup. Have some? Su Xian rubbed his sore back and smiled wryly. Suiying, can I have a day off? Lin Suiying teased. There's no such thing as a day off for this kind of task. She pointed to the central pillar. We're only on the 20th level. The entire altar has 99 levels, so we need to keep going. Su Xian looked resigned, clearly having underestimated the difficulty of activating the altar. With his current level, even opening one more layer might leave him utterly exhausted. Just then, Lin Suiying suddenly looked up. It seems someone's here to give you that break. The two got dressed and flew upwards. Above the pool, 3 figures stood, one a king and 2 a marquis. King Chongming? Lin Suiying frowned slightly. He was the marshal of the 3rd Legion of Longhua, in charge of guarding the 03 strategic defense line. Could it be because of the undead creatures? Su Xian asked. Lin Suiying explained, every time a layer of the altar is activated, corresponding undead creatures are resurrected, and they grow stronger as we get closer to the core. I know this causes chaos on the battlefield, but if we don't do this, the consequences would be even worse. What should we do then? Su Xian sighed. I trust you, but convincing King Chongming won't be easy. Let's meet him first. I have a backup plan, Lin Suiying said reluctantly. As they emerged from the pool, King Chongming was on high alert. Who goes there? King Chongming, it's me, Lin Suiying called out as she flew out with Su Xian. Water Moon King. King Chongming exclaimed in surprise. The intelligence from the sky, I was indeed correct. He then looked at Su Xian. And who might this be? My name is Su Xian, a friend of Suiying's. Su Xian introduced himself, just an ordinary practitioner. Seeing Su Xian's exhausted state, King Chongming seemed to grasp the situation. He turned to Lin Suiying. I've been ordered to investigate the cause of the undead creature's appearance. Surely, this has something to do with you? Lin Suiying refused to show King Chongming the hidden space and presented a divine decree from Longyuan. Shocked, King Chongming still angrily questioned the necessity of the plan. Lin Suiying sighed softly. I don't wish for this either, but on the path to light, sacrifices are inevitable. She urged King Chongming to keep it confidential to prevent the rebel forces from finding out. King Chongming snorted coldly, stating he would report to the authorities and request Longyuan to withdraw the order. With that, he smashed the approaching undead creature with a punch and left angrily. Watching King Chongming's retreating figure, a hint of loneliness and sadness flashed in Water Moon King's eyes. Blue Star was the land that birthed and nurtured her. She loved Blue Star as if it were her mother. How could she bear to see her compatriots harmed? Yet some things inevitably come at a cost. The sacrifice was not only of the soldiers guarding the place. In the shadows, others also bore their burdens. Moreover, the havoc of the undead creatures wasn't solely aimed at Blue Star's army. The forces of Lauren Star also suffered. This incident indirectly reduced the conflict between Blue Star and Lauren Star, and the actual battle damage ratio didn't substantially increase. Su Xian had no reason to doubt Lin Suying. That night, Lin Suying had unhesitatingly lit the soul lamp, entrusting her life to him, forging an unbreakable bond of trust between them. Back at the altar, Su Xian gazed at the increasingly expansive and mysterious structure, feeling a headache coming on. The number of candles increased with each layer, and at this rate, it might take a year or two to reach the 99th level. While this wasn't long for ordinary practitioners, it felt too lengthy for Su Xian. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to break through to the Marquis realm first. Suying, I need to discuss something with you, Su Xian said slowly. Lin Suying's eyes sparkled with amusement. What is it? Despite the immense pressure she bore, having Su Xian by her side made her happy. I was thinking that if I first break through a realm and form a domain to reach the Marquis stage, I could open the altar faster, Su Xian explained, looking directly into her eyes. Do you understand what I mean? I do. Lin Suying nodded, a blush spreading across her face. Let's do it. Su Xian was taken aback. Do what? Lin Suying gave him a playful glare. Do I have to take the lead? We've come this far. What's there to hide? Su Xian suddenly understood, but hesitated a bit. Lin Suying's gaze was sincere. You don't really think I could have an epiphany under those circumstances, do you? Su Xian was speechless. In Lin Suying's eyes, he was already beyond ordinary reasoning. As a man, Su Xian had no reason to refuse. Yet, he suppressed his desire and gently draped her clothes back over her shoulders. Lin Suying was momentarily stunned, ready to protest, but Su Xian silenced her with a kiss. Her eyes widened as she felt his face so close and his heart beat fast. Then she closed her eyes, letting the flames of passion take over. After a long moment, they parted. Lin Suying opened her eyes, puzzled. Not here, Su Xian smiled gently. When we get home, we can think about giving Xiaoli a little brother or sister. Lin Suying was taken aback. You haven't even confessed to me yet. Wife, I love you. Su Xian blurted out. What did you say? Lin Suying blinked. Wife. Before he could finish, Su Xian was knocked to the ground, met with an even more passionate response. After their tender moment, Lin Suying contentedly adjusted her clothing and leaned down to plant a soft kiss on Su Xian's forehead. I love you too. They shared a smile, but soon returned to the matter at hand. Su Xian explained he needed to go out and find an opportunity for a breakthrough. Lin Suying didn't try to stop him, only reminding him to be careful. Su Xian also urged her to stay safe and avoid conflict with the Blue Star Alliance. Before parting, they kissed once more. Lin Suying teased, don't mess up the family hierarchy. Right now, I'm on top. If you want to change that, work harder. I'm looking forward to that day. Above the infinite altar, Su Xian wiped the spit off his face in frustration. Su Xian was quietly calculating in his heart. To maintain his standing in the family, he needed to ensure his disciples trained diligently. Otherwise, if the master had no authority and the mistress ruled, it would be utterly embarrassing. As he pondered, a foul stench hit him, and countless undead creatures swarmed towards him. Facing the endless undead army, a smirk appeared on Su Xian's lips. She had a plan. He took a deep breath, and his form began to change, his aura shifting with it. Active skill. Perfect disguise. Activate. In an instant, Su Xian transformed into a skeleton, indistinguishable from the surrounding undead. The undead lost their target and ignored him completely. Su Xian was secretly delighted. His nascent chaotic body was indeed powerful, able to flawlessly mimic even the undead. He carefully stepped forward, and the undead didn't pay him any mind. These low-intelligence undead were vast in number and didn't distinguish between familiar and unfamiliar faces. As long as the appearance and aura matched, they were brothers. With this disguise, Su Xian confidently made his way towards the outskirts. Meanwhile, 500 miles from the Infinite Altar, new recruits of the 3rd Battalion of the Dragon Nation's 3rd Regiment were undergoing training. Faced with a sea of undead, the recruits were overwhelmed. Compared to the battlefield between realms, the combat in this secret realm seemed like child's play. Many recruits were already injured, but no one dared to retreat, as they had comrades fighting alongside them. From the moment they stepped onto the battlefield, they were tightly bound together. Building trust in battle was a necessary path. Without someone you could trust to watch your back, you could never give your all. The group's success or failure was shared by all. Among the recruits, Long Outyin and Sun Xiaokong stood out the most. Each led their own squad. Long Outyin chose a team of 4, while Sun Xiaokong chose an experienced captain from the Tianhe realm, hoping to quickly familiarize himself with the battlefield and fully enjoy the fight. Charging ahead against the oncoming undead, Sun Xiaokong was full of fighting spirit, as if he alone could topple an army. The teammates behind him were stunned. How is he so brave? He doesn't seem like a rookie at all, even more imposing than our veteran captain. Xiaokong was the champion of the global exchange tournament, definitely a future general, maybe even a corps commander, whispered Yao Yao. Then you should marry him and have his kids, joked Xiao Kai. A Zhun chimed in with a laugh. Yeah, you two make a great pair. With Sun Shaokong and the captain holding the front, they only needed to provide fire support, making it much easier than for the archers and mages and other squads. However, as the battle dragged on, the atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, the commander's voice came through the communicator. All recruits, retreat immediately. Withdraw as fast as you can. No sooner had he spoken than 3 skeletal dragons appeared under the sky, their aura as powerful as Marquis's, instilling immense pressure on the recruits. Facing marquee-level creatures on their first battlefield experience shattered their mental defenses, leading to chaos during the retreat. Commander Marvin and elite captains arrived just in time. The appearance of marquee-level creatures was beyond their control, marking the first such occurrence in the Infinite Altar incident. The skeletal dragons flew with incredible speed, closing in within moments. Marvin intercepted one, while the elite captains combined forces to hold off another. But there was no one to stop the third. Even a regular combat battalion would struggle against a single marquee-level creature. The second battalion could barely handle 2. 3 were beyond their capabilities, and they could only hope for reinforcements to arrive quickly. The third skeletal dragon charged forward relentlessly, shattering undead creatures in its path and absorbing their soul flames. In this critical moment, dozens of figures flew up from the ground. The veterans unhesitatingly blocked the front, their presence at least buying time for the recruits to retreat. Sun Shaokong and Long Outyin also flew up. The two exchanged a glance, their auras surging. The captain shouted in alarm, Sun Shaokong, Long Outyin, what are you doing? Get back here. These veterans were prepared to sacrifice themselves, but the young men were different. They had bright futures and endless possibilities. Falling here would be a waste. Ignoring the reprimand, Long Outyin's dragon silhouette appeared behind him as he laughed boldly. Geniuses should fight like geniuses. True talent lies in overcoming the strong with the weak. Sun Shaokong declared firmly, Captains, I've seen the sun slash a marquee with my own eyes. Though I'm not as skilled, I don't lack the courage to draw my sword against the enemy. I wish to fight alongside you. The captains were exasperated, thinking they had recruited 2 reckless youths. Oh well, if they wanted to fight, let them fight. The skeletal dragon breathed its fiery breath, but fortunately, it acted on instinct alone, giving the captains a chance to maneuver. The green flame within the dragon bloomed like a lotus, engulfing the surroundings in an instant. Several veteran captains were hit, their flesh melting away to leave only bones. The remaining captains seized the opportunity to strike the dragon, but the power gap was too great. With a sweep of its wings, the dragon scattered soul fire, easily repelling the attackers. The gulf between Marquis and Tianhe realms was vast, and only a few could bridge it. Most could only feel powerless. In just a few rounds, the captains suffered heavy casualties. Luckily, the dragon seemed unable to activate its domain, allowing them to barely hold on. At that moment, a strange laugh echoed in the sky. Ha ha ha! A figure appeared behind the skeletal dragon, grabbing its tail and hurling it to the ground. The massive dragon lost its balance and plummeted earthward. The captains were stunned, turning to see who it was. Sun Shaokong and Long Outyin also looked over, their pupils shrinking when they recognized the face. Teacher? Su Xian? Both of them thought simultaneously. What was he doing here? Bang! The bone dragon plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater. The undead creatures below, unable to dodge in time, were instantly crushed to death in large numbers. Su Xian rode atop the bone dragon, his fists raining down like a storm. The dragon's vertebrae shattered one by one, emitting a piercing screech. Its entire being of soul fire condensed into a giant lotus, aiming to suppress Su Xian. Su Xian let out a sinister laugh, and the mirror in his hand burst with dazzling light, forming a lotus of its own. The 2 lotuses collided with a thunderous impact, and the bone dragon disintegrated into ashes. Su Xian stood triumphantly in midair, hands on his hips. Nearby, Sun Shaokong scrutinized him with a frown. Although this person resembled his teacher, his demeanor was entirely different, boisterous and lacking the unique grace of his teacher. Sun Shaokong concluded that this person was not his teacher and swiftly flew over to question him. The imposter Su Xian panicked at the sight and immediately confessed to being Su Xian's sworn brother. Sun Shaokong remained skeptical and warned him against impersonating his teacher to commit misdeeds. Stammering, the imposter named himself Su Miwang, appearing bewildered and confused. At this moment, members of the second battle camp gathered around, expressing their gratitude to Su Miwang for the rescue. Mawan also came to thank him, but noticed Su Miwang's peculiar behavior and grew suspicious. Su Miwang, feeling shy and nervous, was eager to leave. He suddenly grabbed Sun Shaokong, pleading to be taken to meet the notorious Su Xian. Sun Shaokong disdainfully tried to dissuade him. Hearing this, Su Miwang panicked, shrank dramatically, and transformed into a stream of light to flee. The crowd was astonished, thinking it was a treasure, and started to chase after it. Sun Xiaokong was perplexed, feeling as if he had seen this person somewhere before. Su Miwang transformed into a stream of light and fled. He had no idea that he was heading straight towards one of the 4 forbidden grounds, the infinite altar. Meanwhile, a skeletal soldier was emerging from the depths of the altar. What is that? Amidst the endless swarm of undead creatures, Su Xian looked up to the sky. A streak of light flashed across the horizon, and Su Xian sensed a faintly familiar presence. Focusing his attention, his gaze became clearer, and he suddenly remembered something. He dashed towards the direction where the light was falling. The soul flames in the eyes of the surrounding undead flickered, their skeletal frames creaking as if puzzled. How is this guy running so fast when we're all just bones? A few minutes later, Su Xian caught up with the light, and the presence became even clearer. He finally realized the source of the familiarity. It was the tower spirit of the Tower of Delusion, steam constantly rising from its head and its skin occasionally glowing red. Su Xian wondered, can a tower spirit even take a paid vacation? He quietly approached, only to see the tower spirit looking around and gradually transforming into Su Xian's own appearance. Su Xian was taken aback, and in a flash, he appeared behind the tower spirit, lightly tapping its shoulder. The tower spirit spun around quickly, seeing a grinning skull, and was so startled that steam burst from its head as it retreated repeatedly. Who are you? The tower spirit asked in fear, sensing an extremely terrifying aura from the skeleton in front of it, like a great villain. Su Xian let out a strange laugh, his jaw opening and closing as he advanced. Don't come closer, the tower spirit cried out. Su Xian mimicked a villainous laugh. The tower spirit was even more confused. This skeleton had anticipated its anticipation and was the first to let out an evil laugh. The tower spirit felt weak all over, unable to maintain its form, and reverted to its original shape, ready to flee. Su Xian, quick as lightning, captured it in one swift motion. Once in Su Xian's grasp, the little tower spirit began to spew hot steam again. Su Xian took the little tower spirit to a secluded spot and revealed his true face. The tower spirit, seeing that familiar face, was utterly dismayed. The great villain, it's you. You remember me, huh? Su Xian said with a kind smile. Of course, the tower spirit couldn't forget. Su Xian was the only human who had communicated with it face-to-face, and he was the one who had granted it freedom. It had hoped to explore the vast world, but found itself picturing Su Xian at critical moments. Su Xian couldn't help but laugh. Have you been cooped up too long and developed social anxiety? How did you know? The tower spirit asked, shocked. Su Xian sighed. Perhaps you're the only one who doesn't know. But why did you come out if you're so scared? If you hadn't run into a kind-hearted person like me, you might have been captured by some villain. The tower spirit hesitated, looking pitifully at Su Xian. Su Xian, can I stick with you? You want to stick with me? Su Xian was amused. Yes, you're a good person. Following you would be great, the tower spirit said earnestly. In truth, it didn't know anyone else and wasn't good at socializing. It had saved the people from the second combat camp just to get closer to humans, but when surrounded by so many, it panicked. Su Xian pondered for a moment, thinking that having this curious and innocent little tower spirit around might not be so bad. He asked, how old are you? The tower spirit shook its head. 5 years? I'm the youngest in our clan, and by human standards, we age a year every century. A century per year? Su Xian was stunned. So you were born the moment the Tower of Delusion descended on Blue Star? Yes, the tower spirit nodded. That's how our clan is. Are you male or female? Su Xian asked again. Our original spirit clan doesn't have gender distinctions. We can transform at will, and our bodies are essentially genderless, the tower spirit explained seriously. Su Xian realized and then playfully smacked the tower spirit on the head. Then why did you transform into me? Planning to do something bad using my identity? I didn't. The tower spirit protested, almost in tears, honestly recounting everything that had happened. Su Xian nodded thoughtfully. All right, you can follow me from now on. So should I call you boss? Or dad? Or teacher? The tower spirit asked, not understanding human customs. Hearing this, Su Xian looked at the tower spirit, activating the eye of the divine mentor, and data appeared. Bone value. Comprehension value. Mind value, 5. Compatibility with the heaven and earth law, 99. Existing constitution or bloodline, none. Suitable constitution or bloodline. Original spirit ancestral blood. Su Xian was also stunned. The bone and comprehension values were completely absent, and the mind value was a mere 5. This was likely due to the differences in races, as the original spirit clan didn't rely on cultivation for growth. However, this little one had a high compatibility with the heaven and earth law, reaching 99, qualifying it to be his disciple. He was unsure whether the original spirit clan could practice cultivation techniques. Can you practice our human cultivation techniques? Xuan asked directly. I should be able to, the tower spirit replied. There are spirits in our clan who have practiced them. As long as the technique is suitable, it should be fine. Xuan was relieved. In that case, call me teacher, and I'll take you as my disciple and teach you a suitable technique. How about that? As for the mind aspect, he didn't worry too much. Firstly, because he had the strength to enforce discipline, and secondly, the tower spirit's mind was still undeveloped, making it possible to shape its values. Teacher, the tower spirit immediately called out. Xuan spoke seriously. Parents give life, teachers impart knowledge. Joining my sect means you must understand the etiquette of respecting your teacher. I only have 2 rules for you. First, never harm your fellow disciples. Second, never commit evil deeds. The tower spirit's little eyes blinked. Then it bowed deeply to Xuan. Teacher, please accept the bow of your disciple, Sumi Wang. Xuan was momentarily stunned. It seemed this little one was indeed fated with him, even taking on his surname. Well, it seemed he had found himself a good disciple. Xiaolu, I'm here, master. Xuan looked at the small tower spirit, his brows slightly furrowed. Your appearance is too peculiar. If you want to survive on Blue Star, it's best to take on a human form. The tower spirit nodded in agreement. Yes, teacher. As soon as the words left its mouth, its body began to transform. Stop, Xuan quickly commanded, with a hint of exasperation in his eyes. You're trying to transform into yourself again? That's not going to work. Let's try something else. I'll guide you and help you create the most suitable human form. Saying this, Xuan placed his hand on the tower spirit's head, channeling his thoughts. The Great Star Chart technique was activated, and the tower spirit's body began to morph under Xuan's guidance, eventually settling into a new shape. Xuan focused his gaze and saw that the tower spirit had transformed into a small child. With big, blinking eyes and a delicate, youthful face, it appeared to be about 4 or 5 years old, making it difficult to tell its gender. However, the Yuanling race didn't have genders. Gender was merely an external appearance to them. Teacher, is this form acceptable? The tower spirit asked timidly. The Yuanling tribe doesn't quite understand human aesthetics. Xuan nodded approvingly. Very good. This will be your appearance in the human world from now on. Next, I'll teach you a cultivation method. You should try to understand it well. He extended his hand, touching the tower spirit's forehead. A surge of mental energy flowed, and the knowledge of the heaven and earth technique flooded into the tower spirit's mind. The heaven and earth technique is divided into 2 parts, manifesting heaven and earth and transforming heaven and earth. The former allows one to cultivate a manifestation that aligns with their attributes, enhancing their combat power, while the manifestation itself also possesses formidable strength. The latter directly amplifies one's physical form, increasing size and strength. The tower spirit felt dizzy. The technique was too profound to comprehend at once. Teacher, this is so difficult, it complained, its small face scrunched up. Don't rush, take your time, Xuan reassured. Your current combat strength is already at the marquee level, but you're not very skilled at utilizing it. With some practice, you'll surely improve by leaps and bounds. Teacher, where are we going next? The tower spirit's eyes sparkled with anticipation. With the teacher's guidance, it no longer felt lost and was eager to discover the purpose of its existence. Where to? Xuan chuckled. Of course, we're going to fight. You might be socially anxious when talking to people, but not when fighting, right? Not at all. Just tell me who to fight, and I'll do it, the tower spirit assured, patting its chest. As a socially anxious spirit, it dreaded polite conversation, but fighting was straightforward. Besides, with the teacher around, there was nothing to fear. Then let's go. Xuan transformed back into a skeleton, signaling the tower spirit to do the same. The master and disciple, both in skeletal form, swiftly moved toward the distance. Along the way, Xuan explained, the undead creatures here can't regain energy, so we'll find another place to hunt. Our target is the Lauren Star army. Soon, they left the Infinite Altar area. The number of undead creatures dwindled, but they were too close to the Dragon Nation's 3rd core defense base, so Lauren Star creatures rarely appeared here. The duo reverted to human appearances, moving through the forest. Xuan occasionally sensed the presence of Blue Star scouts, but their cultivation levels were too low to detect them. Even the marquee-level beings from Lauren Star wouldn't dare venture deep into enemy territory for counter-reconnaissance. It was too risky. Bypassing the 3rd Corps' defenses, they quickly reached a neutral zone. The area was chaotic, with the potential for encounters with either side's forces, not to mention the lurking native mutated creatures, making every moment tense with the possibility of battle. Sneaking through the dense forest, the tower spirit whispered excitedly, Teacher, this is so thrilling. I've never experienced anything like this. Following Su Xian felt like opening the door to a new world. The blue star world was far more interesting than the Tower of Illusion. Suddenly, Su Xian halted, focusing his senses. Not far ahead, there are two Lauren star creatures, a minotaur and a cat demon. Both are at the peak of the Silver Moon stage, he said quietly. Let's go. The master and disciple concealed their presence, stealthily approaching. The two creatures were oblivious, still searching for prey, unaware that they had become the prey. In a flash, Su Xian appeared behind the two creatures, placing his hands on their necks. With a surge of mental energy, he forcibly knocked them unconscious. He didn't kill them outright. Based on the information he had, if these two scouts were killed, the other scouts in the vicinity would immediately become aware. Su Xian furrowed his brow slightly, his fingers gently tapping the hilt of the sword at his waist. The bloodline connection among scouts was indeed troublesome. This wasn't unique to the planet Luolan. Even the Blue Star military had similar mechanisms. Once a scout was down, nearby comrades would inevitably receive an alert. In such a scenario, launching an attack recklessly would be akin to walking into a trap. Unless there was an overwhelming strength advantage, most would choose to proceed with caution, either by gauging the enemy's reinforcements or setting up a trap before launching a surprise attack. Su Xian found himself in a position of overwhelming strength. He gazed at the two unconscious creatures, and a soul scalpel appeared out of thin air in his hand. The blade silently pierced into the creature's brain without leaving any external wounds. Su Xian closed his eyes slightly, and a virtual world emerged in his mind. In this realm, the memories of the two creatures materialized as two floating books. As the master of this world, Su Xian could freely browse and alter any content within the books. More terrifyingly, once the creatures with altered memories awoke, they would not detect any abnormalities. This was the fearsome power of the demigod level forbidden technique, the soul scalpel. With a thought, Su Xian began modifying the memories. Fortunately, these two creatures were of a lower level. Encountering a marquee level creature would trigger a potent self-protection instinct, potentially backfiring on the practitioner. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as Su Xian focused intensely, not daring to lose concentration even for a moment. Even against weaker opponents, wielding a demigod-level forbidden technique was still a significant burden for him. After half an hour, Su Xian finally completed the memory modification, and the soul scalpel dissipated. He shook his slightly dizzy head and let out a sigh of relief. The task was accomplished. Now it was time for the hunt. The minotaur and the cat demon awoke, and upon seeing Su Xian, tears suddenly welled up in their eyes. "Benefactor, I've finally met you," they cried, kneeling in gratitude. Su Xian gently patted their heads and softly said, "Stand up." He then wove a complex and fantastical backstory for the two creatures. Betrayed by their kin, stranded in a foreign land, but fortunately saved by Su Xian, to whom they were now loyal undercover agents. Watching the two creatures sobbing, Su Xian marveled at the power of forbidden arts, far surpassing mere illusions. The tower's spirit observed silently, thinking that his teacher was quite the villain, while these two creatures from the planet Luolan seemed so innocent and endearing. Su Xian stood with his hands behind his back and spoke solemnly, "Danger is upon us, and I need your help." The two creatures agreed respectfully. Su Xian continued, "I intend to eliminate all Luolan outposts within a 100-mile radius." The creatures hesitated, explaining that their authority was limited, and they only knew the locations of nearby reconnaissance points. Su Xian had already planned for this. "You just need to point out the directions, and leave the rest to me." The creatures readily agreed. Su Xian stretched and his eyes sharpened. Let the hunt begin. Guided by the two creatures, the master and apprentice moved swiftly through the area, dismantling outposts. They first knocked out their enemies, then dealt with them collectively. However, halfway through their plan, an unexpected situation arose. Just as Su Xian was about to strike, he noticed the monsters were prepared and had activated a signal array. Forced into a direct confrontation, Su Xian's presence was exposed. The Minotaur anxiously asked, "Benefactor, what do we do now?" Su Xian quickly decided. "You infiltrate the Luolan forces and relay a message. Get the lords or generals to come." His target was never these small fry. Only Marquis-level opponents were worthy. The master and apprentice swiftly dealt with the unconscious monsters. The tower spirit excitedly asked, "Teacher, what's next?" Su Xian pointed at the two bodies on the ground and smiled. "We'll turn their plan against them. We'll disguise ourselves as these creatures, and you will transform into my pet." After completing their disguises, the pair headed towards the Luolan camp. Soon, they encountered a rhino monster. "Neo Air!" the rhino exclaimed with delight. "You're not dead? That's great. I thought you'd been ambushed by those blue planet humans." Su Xian feigned a look of post-traumatic shock and replied fearfully, "Yes, it was terrifying. I don't know which blue planet Marquis was so bold." The rhino patted Su Xian's shoulder in reassurance. "Don't worry, the Grand Lord has gone to handle it. That human won't escape." For daring to do such a thing, they'll make sure he never returns. Su Xian, filled with righteous indignation, said, if I catch that human, I'll chop him up with 3 axe strikes. The rhino monster chuckled. I knew you'd be a loyal and righteous bull, brother Nyo. Hee hee, how about I find you a nice cow sister to have some fun with tonight? Su Xian frowned slightly, puzzled by the rhino monster's lack of sorrow over its companion's death. Perhaps it's a difference in species, making emotional resonance difficult. Yet, in some instincts, creatures share commonalities. Following the rhino monster, Su Xian stepped into the monster camp for the first time. The sight before him defied his expectations. It wasn't a filthy, chaotic cave, but a well-organized town. There were tight security posts, sophisticated buildings, and even robots and artificial intelligence. If not for the monster's massive sizes, it was indistinguishable from the human world. Brother Nyo, fancy a milk tea? The rhino monster enthusiastically offered. Su Xian was intrigued, curious about how milk tea tasted in the monster world. Thanks, brother. Su Xian expressed his gratitude. They walked into a milk tea shop called Moo Moo Bowl. However, the moment they pushed the door open, Su Xian's anticipation came to an abrupt halt. Staring at the scene before him, he was utterly bewildered. Brother Nyo, what would you like to drink? The rhino demon was in a state of bliss, intoxicated by the rich aroma of milk that filled the room. Su Xian frowned slightly. Was this milk tea shop really making everything fresh on the spot? It was beyond anything he had imagined. Still going for the signature Moo Moo? The rhino demon inquired. Su Xian shook his head, his eyes scanning the menu. The peculiar names of the milk teas made him realize that the world of Lauren Star was far more diverse than he had anticipated. Suddenly, a name caught his attention, and a fleeting hint of menace flashed in his eyes. Hey, how's the special human milk? I haven't tried it yet, Su Xian asked. The rhino demon chuckled knowingly. Brother Nyo wants to try something new today. Huh? Su Xian chuckled along. Almost got ambushed by humans today. I need something to calm my nerves. All right, the rhino demon laughed. As long as you've got enough energy stones, you can have whatever you want. The shop owner was delighted to hear Su Xian order the special human milk. Brother Nyo, would you like it iced or freshly made? What do you mean? Su Xian asked. The iced one is pre-prepared, while the fresh one is made on the spot but costs a bit more, the owner explained. Su Xian's determination intensified. I'll take the fresh one. He placed 10 energy stones on the table. The owner's eyes lit up as he led Su Xian to a private room. The rhino demon looked on enviously, muttering under his breath, that stingy bull, after all this time. He still hasn't offered me a sip. Inside the room, Su Xian waited briefly before a human woman entered. She was dressed in a scanty fur robe, her hands covering the bruises on her body. Her eyes were empty, with only an occasional flicker of fear. Come here. Su Xian gestured to the seat beside him. Sit down. The woman glanced fearfully at Su Xian and obediently sat beside him, her body trembling. After a moment, she began to lift her top. There's no need for that, Su Xian said calmly. She froze, her arms tense, unsure of what to do. Su Xian sighed. You can put it down. Her body shook violently, unable to meet Su Xian's gaze, her pupils contracting as she stared wide-eyed ahead. What's your name? Su Xian asked again. The woman remained silent, too afraid to speak. Su Xian sighed, transforming into human form but concealing his true appearance. Look at me. He gently turned her head to face him, gazing into her eyes. In her vacant eyes, a flicker of hope began to dance. Su Xian radiated a gentle light in the darkness, gradually illuminating her entire world. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she pressed her lips together. She wanted to speak, but words eluded her. Suddenly, she collapsed to her knees in front of Su Xian, tears streaming uncontrollably like a river bursting its banks, tinged with a hint of crimson blood. Su Xian was taken aback, caught off guard by the woman's sudden action. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with despair. Kill me. Please, kill me, she pleaded with a voice full of desperation and resolve. Startled, Su Xian quickly extended a thread of his spiritual power to calm her. I will get you out of here. No, she shook her head, tears still in her eyes. I am already a broken person. I can't drag you down with me. She pointed to her chest. There's a spatial ring here. After you kill me, take it and give it to my son, Liu Bei. He's at 320 Orchid Street, Qingfeng District, Dinghai City. Su Xian frowned, about to speak, but the woman had already stopped crying. She gave a heartbreaking smile, her gaze turning resolute. We, the human race, fear neither life nor death. She knelt and bowed towards the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Si Rumen, a warrior of the Dragon Kingdom, vows to pave the way for the future of Blue Star with her life. If there is a next life, may I be born again in the Dragon Kingdom and wield a sword for justice once more. At this moment, an unprecedented radiance emanated from Si Rumen, her ragged beast-hide clothing unable to conceal her spirit. She looked at Xuan, ready to face death. Please, grant me this final mercy. Closing her eyes, Rumen seemed to recall a happy memory and softly said, "Oh, please tell that boy Liu Bei that his mother has always loved him. I truly, so dearly wish I could watch him grow up." Xuan raised his hand as he looked at the woman who seemed ready to face death. A flicker of complexity flashed in Xuan's eyes as his palm slowly descended. With a soft thud, the woman collapsed but remained alive. Xuan had merely erased part of her memory to avoid unnecessary trouble. He understood well that neither killing nor saving could completely solve the problem. Ensuring his own safety, he did what he could to save some people. Xuan calmly walked out of the room, greeted by the smiling boss. "Brother Nyo, how was it? Was it worth it?" "Not bad," Xuan replied with a smile. "It's just that the human girl couldn't handle it and fainted." The boss waved it off with familiarity. "No worries, as long as you're happy." Afterward, Xuan and the rhinoceros demon took a stroll around the camp. This legion's base was akin to a small city, teeming with various peculiar races. As night descended, Xuan returned to the barracks, listening to the monsters discussing recent attacks with great interest. Suddenly, a monster made a bold speculation. "Do you think that human might have infiltrated us?" This remark sent a wave of panic through the crowd. Amidst the heated discussion, a figure descended from the sky. Xuan caught a glimpse and recognized the demon lord, who had recently advanced to a higher rank. The lord coldly commanded, "Demon 3rd Battalion, stand up. By the king's order, I will verify every member's identity." Xuan blended into the ranks, calculating his next move. When his turn came, he calmly placed his hand on the blood-red stone. Identity confirmed. Nyo clan, Erfu. Next. Xuan breathed a sigh of relief, while also weighing whether to make a move against the lord. Ultimately, Xuan decided against the risky plan. He knew that acting on Lorland Star's camp posed too great a risk, and even if successful, he couldn't escape the king's pursuit. After the inspection, the lord smiled with satisfaction. "I knew our brothers were all clean. Line up, and I'll take you to see a good show." The monsters cheered with excitement, while Xuan silently noted the camp's layout and potential danger points. He understood the necessity of perfect preparation for the hunt. A while later, the Quinn Lord, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. A sharp gleam bursting forth, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Everyone, the show is about to begin. Follow me." Under the leadership of Lord Quinn, the monsters exited the military camp. Xuan mingled with the crowd of monsters as they made their way to the square. Soldiers from various camps gathered there, and in the center stood over 20 pillars, each with a human prisoner tied to it. Blue flames burned at the base of the pillars, scorching their souls but leaving their bodies unharmed. Xuan felt a surge of murderous intent, but quickly calmed himself. This was undoubtedly a ploy by the Lowland Star military to force him out of hiding. "Everyone, please be quiet." A commanding female voice rang out. From the shadows emerged a tall fallen angel, her 6-meter-long black wings unfolding as her piercing blue eyes scanned the crowd. Xuan recognized her as Claudia, the Grand Marshal of the Northern 3rd Legion, a formidable figure of royal rank. Claudia remained silent, merely emanating her regal aura to envelop the square, her gaze sweeping over the monsters. She knew that humans were emotional creatures. If there was a traitor among them, they would likely react to their kin's suffering. Xuan suppressed his emotions and observed coldly acting rashly in the face of overwhelming power would only lead to unnecessary casualties. As time passed and the prisoners neared death, Claudia waved her hand and said, "Enough. Take them away and imprison them." During the transfer, an explosion suddenly erupted on the left side of the square. "My human brothers and sisters, I will see you off," a loud voice shouted, followed by intense spatial fluctuations. However, the terror of a royal-ranked being was beyond expectation. Claudia appeared instantly, effortlessly crushing the unfinished spatial scroll. In desperation, the person detonated themselves, dissipating into a mist of blood. Claudia smirked disdainfully. Was it worth it? Not enough. She understood that this individual's strength was insufficient for the previous assassination attempts. The real target was still lurking in the shadows, but Claudia was in no hurry. After ordering those ranked captain and above to remain, she began assigning new tasks. She mentioned the changes at the Infinite Altar and the decision of the Multiracial Council to shift military focus toward the more perilous Sorrow Cavern. The monsters were visibly shaken by this news. Claudia asked meaningfully, "Do you remember the reversal of the royal rank battle over 100 years ago?" Xuan's heart trembled. Was Claudia referring to the battle where Miao Tian, with the strength of a marquis, managed to kill a royal-ranked opponent, only to descend into madness afterward? Xuan had never fully understood the secrets of that battle, but he was certain that Old Five's madness had its reasons. Could Claudia also be aware of some of those secrets? Based on the information received, the legendary 8 Desolation Marquis who once defied fate to become a king has returned to power. Claudia's tone grew somber, and a hint of gravity flashed in her eyes as she revealed an astonishing piece of news. The 8 Desolation Marquis has not only recovered, but has also returned to the battlefield between the two realms. The monsters present immediately became restless, whispering among themselves. Xuan, on the other hand, felt a surge of alarm. If this news were true, it would pose a significant threat to the planet Lauren. Claudia continued, the Dark Elf Seer has calculated that the Marquis's reversal and the secrets of the Wailing Cavern are closely linked. Mastering these secrets could deal a fatal blow to the human race. Xuan listened quietly, but inwardly, he was on high alert. Announcing such confidential information while knowing there is a traitor clearly served another purpose. However, given the involvement of the Fifth, he had to proceed with caution. Claudia announced a bold plan. In 3 days, half of the elites from the 3 northern legions will be dispatched to the Wailing Cavern. Submit the expedition roster by tomorrow night. With that, she vanished into the darkness. The place erupted into chaos. While the monsters saw a chance for rewards, they also faced the greater likelihood of becoming bait. Xuan calculated silently. As soon as Claudia left, he would have the opportunity to execute his hunting plan and break through to the king's realm. At the 3rd defense line on Blue Star, within the Chongming King's residence, a figure dressed in black suddenly appeared, identifying himself as Agent 36 of the Brocade Guard. He handed over an urgent message and quickly vanished. The Chongming King activated the scroll, and the information flooded his mind. Wailing Cavern? The secret of the 8 Desolation Marquis's reversal to kinghood? Just the first line left him utterly shocked. With his brows furrowed, the Chongming King fell into deep thought. Although no one witnessed that battle years ago, it was well known among those who had reached the Marquis and King realms. Since then, no one had managed to kill a king while still a Marquis. Many speculated that the Marquis had used some external force, but the answer remained elusive. Little did he expect that those on Lauren had already uncovered parts of the secret. Is this a trap to force me into action? King Chongming squinted his eyes, seeing right through Claudia's scheme. However, he knew that even if it was a trap, he couldn't ignore it. If what Claudia said was true and the secret to reversing the king's seal was discovered, the entire 3rd defense line and even the Blue Star military would suffer devastating consequences. A trap? King Chongming let out a cold laugh. Then I'll make sure you gain nothing from it. Before he finished speaking, King Chongming had already stepped into the forbidden area. The winds howled around the Wailing Caves, mixed with sand and poison, painting the world in dark purple hues. On the ground, white worms writhed incessantly. A figure carrying a giant sword advanced through the sandstorm with unwavering steps. Those white worms, which would typically attack any foreign creature, seemed to ignore him entirely. Suddenly, piercing cries erupted from all directions, a blend of infant and female wails that were excruciating to the ears. The white worms on the ground multiplied rapidly, swarming toward the cave. The sword-bearing figure suddenly clutched his head and dropped to his knees, painfully banging his head against the ground. His strong arms oozed dark purple blood. He crawled with difficulty to a nearby boulder, leaning against it while muttering to himself. A massive phantom of a blue lotus appeared beneath his feet. It was none other than the Taishang Tranquil Lotus. This figure was Miao Tian, the 5th disciple of Xuan, known as the Marquis of 8 Desolations. With the help of the Tranquil Lotus, the Marquis of 8 Desolations' complexion gradually eased, and the bleeding from his arms stopped. However, the look of dread in his eyes lingered. He had indeed underestimated the sinister nature of the mysterious substance. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. On the battlefield between the two realms, in the northern monster camp, the Claudia Legion took the lead, supported by 2 other major northern legions, with nearly 10,000 elite warriors of the Sunlight Realm and above, ready to march. Xuan stood at the edge of the camp, watching the army set off on their journey. He did not join the expedition, which suited him perfectly. With half of the elite forces dispatched, the success rate of his hunting plan had significantly increased. Now, he just needed to determine Claudia's location. As soon as she left the camp, Xuan could start his operation to hunt down the remaining Lorland Star Marquises. The departing troops gradually faded into the distance, yet Xuan never saw Claudia or the other commanders appear. Time ticked away. Xuan mingled within the camp, patiently waiting for the optimal moment. He speculated that the Blue Star Alliance had received the news, and the Dragon Nation's military would surely respond and not allow Lorland Star to uncover the secrets of the Sorrowful Cave. The Lorland Star army would reach the cave's outskirts in about 6 hours, making it the best time to act. Xuan found a secluded spot to sit down, forming seals with his hands to deploy the Grand Star Disk. A phantom of a starry chessboard emerged on the ground, using stars as pieces and the cosmos as the board, simulating countless possibilities. Although not an expert, His innate chaotic body talent allowed him to reach a proficient level. Dazzling stars flowed across the chessboard, exhausting all variations. Su Xian's eyes lit up, reflecting the brilliant starlight on himself, finally stopping slightly left of the center of the grand star disk. The success rate of this operation was as high as 98. It seemed Claudia was indeed absent, with only a few unknown risks remaining. Su Xian's confidence surged as he walked leisurely back to the camp. The monsters were still discussing the expedition, eagerly anticipating the army's triumphant return. A rhino monster approached him. "No air, you weren't selected either? That's great. That plan must be bait. Anyone chosen is doomed." Su Xian was speechless at the rhino monster's chatter. The rhino monster rambled on. "Staying here isn't necessarily safe either. Lord Claudia might be trying to lure out the infiltrator. We might become targets any minute. If we encounter that guy, we should split up. If only one of us can escape, you go first, I'll hold." Ugh. The rhino monster abruptly stopped, staring incredulously at No Air, wanting to speak but was bound by powerful mental force. "Sorry, you talk too much," Su Xian said, his pupils turning black. The rhino monster's eyes widened, realizing that the infiltrator was right before him. Intense pain overwhelmed his thoughts, and his breath ceased, dying with unresolved eyes. Su Xian stored the body in a spatial ring and had Xiao Lu transform into the rhino monster's appearance. "Don't blow your cover, get ready for action," Su Xian instructed. "Finally, it's starting," Xiao Lu said excitedly. The master and disciple duo entered the demon Lord Quin's camp side by side. Quin had just been promoted to Marquis and was not yet adept at controlling his domain. If they could take him down before he activated his domain, their chances of success were high. Quin was taking a nap and casually asked as they approached, "No air, Kale, what's up?" Su Xian stepped forward respectfully, reporting to the Lord, "We found a suspicious person in the small woods to the east." "A suspicious person? You mean the human infiltrator?" Quin asked, puzzled. "I can't be certain," Su Xian replied. Quin stood up. "Take me to see." Just as he reached Su Xian's side, a chill crept up from beneath his feet. A strong sense of danger overwhelmed him, and instinctively he tried to evade, but a phantom dagger pierced him, causing his mind to spiral into chaos. Simultaneously, a bloody hole was blasted in his chest. Quin reacted quickly, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. But before he could catch his breath, he felt an invisible force squeeze his heart tightly. With a bang, his heart shattered. In his final moments, Quin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the figure before him. 2 infiltrators instead of 1? The thought flickered through his mind. When did Blue Star become so willing to pay such a high price? Ding! The system notification chimed. "Your disciple, Sumi Wang, has slain a Marquis-level creature and gained a significant amount of experience and energy. Congratulations, you have triggered an 8,000 times critical hit return, greatly enhancing your realm." Su Xian could clearly feel the surge of energy within him. Killing one Marquis-level creature was equivalent to absorbing the energy of the heavens and earth for a long time. He was one step closer to the Marquis realm, but would need to defeat at least 3 more Marquis-level monsters to break through. Suddenly, Su Xian sensed an intense feeling of danger. He shouted, "Xiao Lu, hide." Looking up again, he noticed 2 Marquis-level drakes had appeared in the sky. In the 4 cardinal directions, a Marquis-level monster emerged as well. Including the fallen demon Lord Quin, there were 7 Marquis-level beings at the camp. Claudia was indeed absent, but the enemy had clearly anticipated this and set a trap. In that moment, Su Xian wanted to curse. Wasn't the great star divination supposed to have a 98 success rate? Yet here he was, facing 7 Marquis-level foes. To hell with 98, this was practically a death sentence. Su Xian felt a headache coming on. Unbeknownst to him, the 6 Marquis-level creatures surrounding him were even more shocked. They had assumed the infiltrator from the human race would be a Marquis, not a mere practitioner at the Milky Way realm. Have the Blue Star leaders lost their minds? One of the Marquis muttered to themselves. To send such a genius on a covert mission? Or have geniuses of this caliber become common in today's Blue Star? Capture him alive! The 6 Marquises shouted in unison. They unleashed their domains, closing off all avenues of escape for Su Xian. No way to heaven, no door to earth. Facing 6 titled lords at once, Su Xian had never experienced such a thrilling situation. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Su Xian felt the suffocating pressure of the 6 lords' domains. Just as their attacks were about to land, a flash of silver light enveloped him, and he reappeared in the distance. The 6 lords were stunned. They had clearly sealed the space together. How could this human possibly escape? With a contemptuous smile, Su Xian continued to flee further away. He had meticulously prepared beforehand, not only familiarizing himself with the terrain but also placing spatial markers throughout the area. It was the resonance of these markers that allowed him to teleport so swiftly. Leave 2 to guard, the rest pursue. The 6 lords quickly decided. 2 dragon lords stayed behind, while the other 4 pursued Xuan. Although Xuan couldn't defeat the 6 lords, his escape skills were top-notch. He kept teleporting to preset spatial coordinates, aiming to lure the pursuers far enough away before doubling back to deal with the 2 guards. This was precisely why he had sent Xiao Lu ahead to hide without Xiao Lu's help. Defeating a titled lord alone was nearly impossible. The 4 pursuing lords grew increasingly astonished. Be careful, everyone. This guy is too cunning. He's only at the Tianhe level, yet he moves so fast. Keep chasing. His constant teleportation must be taking a toll on him. Even if we can't catch him, we can exhaust him. Meanwhile, the 2 dragon lords on guard remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. Have they still not caught that human? Asked the ice blue dragon. Who knows, maybe he's just good at running, sighed the fiery red dragon. Let's wait a bit longer. They should be back soon. While the 2 dragons were chatting, Xiao Lu quietly sneaked up behind them. Holding a mirror, he shouted, "Bind." A beam of golden light shot from the mirror towards the 2 dragons. Sensing danger, the dragons tried to take flight, but the golden light grazed their skin. Turning around in shock, they saw Xiao Lu and instantly understood everything. So there were 2 infiltrators. Just as the dragons realized, Xuan emerged from the space, wielding a soul blade of void, and lunged forward. Slash. Xuan's ambush was swift and fierce, and the power of the soul dagger left the dragons momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Xuan attacked again, unleashing 9 5-clawed golden dragons that roared towards the dragons with overwhelming pressure. Caught off guard, the dragons were knocked back by the attack. Xuan pressed his advantage, launching another barrage of 9 golden dragons. Xiao Lu, not to be outdone, fired even more dangerous golden beams from his mirror. Boom! The golden light blasted through the fiery red dragon's wing, while the 9 golden dragons left the ice blue dragon battered and bloody. Just as Xuan and his apprentice were about to secure victory, the dragons activated their domains, unleashing extreme ice and fire powers that sent them flying. Master, what now? Xiao Lu asked telepathically. Kill. Xuan's eyes flashed with determination. Despite the opponent's domain activation, they held the upper hand and had a good chance of winning. With his master's command, Xiao Lu didn't hesitate, charging directly at the fiery red dragon with his mirror. The dragon spewed a breath of fire, engulfing Xiao Lu. Yet the next moment, the flames dissipated, and Xiao Lu emerged unscathed, grinning widely. Watch my ultimate move. Reflect. In an instant, golden flames surged towards the ice blue dragon. The master and his apprentice both had unusual techniques, each more peculiar than the other. Xuan and Xiao Lu teamed up to battle 2 sub-dragons at the marquee level, showcasing astonishing strength. They utilized an array of strange powers, skills, secret techniques, and treasures to continually suppress their evidently stronger opponents. This made Xuan marvel at the dedication of the Blue Star humans to weapon forging and skill cultivation, the combination of which was indeed formidable. In contrast, most races on Lauren Star focused on enhancing their bodies and bloodlines, which also had its advantages. Not only did they live much longer than humans, but their offspring were also inherently powerful, with children of higher races even reaching the Tianhe level at birth. However, although human babies were born ordinary, they adapted better to the natural world and cultivated much faster than other races. This was why many races preferred to transform into human forms. In battles of the same level, humans often held the upper hand. The battle intensified. Xuan relentlessly attacked the ice blue subdragon, giving it no respite. Xiao Lu transformed into a mini version of the Tower of Bewilderment, directly enveloping the massive ice blue subdragon. The 2 subdragons became utterly confused and lost their composure. Xiao Lu urged Xuan to increase the intensity of his attacks while eagerly absorbing energy and growing stronger. Eventually, under the relentless thunderous strikes, the ice blue subdragon let out a mournful cry and its life force was extinguished. The system notified Xuan of the massive experience gained, and 2 inner worlds rapidly took shape, just 1 step away from forming a domain. The master and apprentice then turned their attention to the injured fiery subdragon. Xuan harbored a simmering anger, dubbing himself the Subdragon Slayer. Recalling his various encounters with the subdragon race, he grew increasingly furious. Now, the tables had turned, and he had finally gone from being the hunted to the hunter. Xiao Lu once again performed his on-stop service, and Xuan followed closely with a fierce assault. As Xiao Lu continued to grow, the fiery subdragon gradually lost its vitality. The system once again notified Xuan of the significant experience gained, and his realm was now infinitely close to the marquee level, with his body beginning to adapt to the laws of nature. Just a bit more. Xuan looked into the distance, where the 4 marquee he had led thousands of miles away were desperately trying to return. Stepping into the marquee realm required one final push, which would be achieved through the demise of these 4 marquee. 2 great dragon lords have fallen. The battlefield fell silent. Su Xian cautiously scanned the surroundings, noticing that the monsters from the Lauren Star camp were merely watching from a distance, not rushing forward. His brow furrowed as he speculated that the Dragon Lords might have left special orders. Only after the two Dragon Lords' auras completely dissipated did the monsters begin to stir. Su Xian made a quick decision. Xiaolu, rescue them. Now is the best time to save the human captives before the other four Dragon Lords arrive. Before he finished speaking, he noticed Xiaolu standing frozen, looking dazed. What's wrong with you? Su Xian asked, puzzled. Xiaolu stammered, teacher, I think I had an epiphany. An epiphany? Su Xian was startled, his mind racing through the data analysis from the eye of the mentor. Xiaolu's original spirit race didn't have inherent talent or aptitude values. They seemed to elevate their realm through special means rather than self-cultivation. Recalling the scene when he cast the 10,000 Thunder Prison, he speculated, could it be that Xiaolu advances through this kind of adversity? As he contemplated, Xiaolu excitedly shouted, teacher, look! Before the words were fully spoken, its body rapidly expanded into a giant tower over 30 meters high, growing nearly 10 meters taller than before. Bigger, bigger. Xiaolu seemed to have unlocked a new potential, its body continuing to grow with a mere thought. Su Xian's eyes flickered with understanding. As he comprehended the art of heaven and earth, in an instant, Xiaolu's form had grown to 100 meters tall. A system notification sounded, announcing that Xiaolu had grasped the Heavenly Earth chapter of the art of heaven and earth. Even more thrilling for Su Xian was triggering an 8000x critical strike return, earning him a demigod-level secret technique, the Heavenly Fortune Golden Body. Su Xian was overjoyed. Xiaolu's sudden enlightenment and the system's timely reward were a godsend. With a demigod-level secret technique in hand, he felt much more confident facing the four Dragon Lords. Moreover, with Xiaolu's newfound strength after mastering the art of heaven and earth, their odds in the upcoming battle greatly increased. Let's rescue them first. Su Xian roared, charging toward the monsters. Xiaolu followed closely, its 100-meter turtle form like a moving fortress, heading straight for the monster camp. The monster camp housed numerous elite warriors of the Tianhe and Yari levels, bolstered by various formations, so they didn't flee immediately. They believed that with a bit of delay, the return of other Dragon Lords or Lady Claudia would seal the fate of these two intruders. However, the 100-meter turtle, tower-like creature filled them with uncertainty. A blood-red formation suddenly coalesced. Su Xian sneered, knowing that blood formations were the least of his concerns. His experience on the battlefield between two realms had proven that his red moon power naturally countered blood formations. Not to mention, he now possessed much more than just the red moon power. Whoosh! Su Xian charged through the blood formation like a meteor, breaking through it in an instant. With his staff swinging wildly, he wreaked havoc like a wolf among sheep. He had already memorized the locations of the enslavement points, while Xiaolu absorbed all the human captives into its tower. The two worked in perfect harmony, rampaging through the camp. In the distance, the presence of the four Dragon Lord generals grew closer. Su Xian's pace quickened as they rescued all the human captives. They didn't linger to continue the slaughter, knowing that reinforcements from other monster troops could arrive at any moment, risking unforeseen complications. Let's go. Having achieved their goal, Su Xian turned to leave without hesitation. Woohoo, let's take off. Xiaolu was exhilarated, experiencing an unprecedented thrill following his teacher. The monsters suffered heavy casualties, but they were powerless. Their strength couldn't hold back these two human infiltrators who had turned into slaughterers. The four Dragon Lord generals pursued relentlessly. They had assumed that Lady Claudia's ambush with 7 Dragon Lords would easily crush the human infiltrators. Yet, the enemy's unpredictability had far exceeded Lady Claudia's calculations. Lady Claudia's prediction was accurate. The human infiltrators indeed acted after she left. But no one anticipated that there would be 2 infiltrators, both of whom were extraordinary. By now, Su Xian and Xiaolu had fled far away. Upon reaching the boundary, Su Xian ordered, "Release them." Xiaolu then released over 1,000 human captives. These captives had once been skilled fighters on the battlefield. After being captured and subjected to severe torture, they had mostly lost their fighting spirit. Su Xian could only help them recover slightly. Su Xian glanced around, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. These once proud warriors now appeared battered and exhausted. With a sigh, he raised his hands slightly, sending a gentle wave of spiritual energy toward them. Among the rescued, some burst into tears, others shouted their gratitude, while many remained in a state of shock. His gaze swept the crowd and landed on the unfortunate woman he had met at the tea shop. Like the others, her eyes were vacant, devoid of any hope for life. Su Xian felt a pang in his heart, but knew he couldn't stay long. "Everyone," he began, his voice steady, his mental energy soothing like a spring breeze, "thank you for your contributions to protecting Blue Star. Blue Star hasn't abandoned you. and the Dragon Kingdom hasn't abandoned you. Remember, you are not captives, nor are you a disgrace, but a beacon of hope for humanity." Su Xian's words were like a tonic, gradually bringing light back into their eyes. He continued to encourage them. "No matter what, your comrades and families are waiting for you to return home. Your souls have only been in a temporary slumber. It's time to awaken." One by one, they knelt in gratitude, but Su Xian gave a gentle smile and helped them up. "No need to thank me. Go on now. Follow this path, and you will find the Dragon Kingdom's third legion waiting for you." Seeing their spirits lift, Su Xian said no more and turned to leave. He silently vowed to himself that for these warriors who had once fought bravely for peace, he must become stronger. Reaching the rank of Marquis was a goal he was determined to achieve. Su Xian and Xiao Lu took a detour on their way back. The relentless pursuit of the four marquises from Lauren Star finally caught up with them. The two sides faced each other from a distance, eyes sharp as blades, the air thick with murderous intent. The moment the four marquises laid eyes on Xiao Lu, their faces burned with shame. They suddenly realized that there were two human infiltrators, and traps had long been set. The one who fled earlier had deliberately lured them away, only to return and eliminate the two marquises of the subdragon race guarding the camp. From start to finish, they had been led by the nose. Lady Claudia's predictions were accurate, but unfortunately, they were too dull-witted, lacking in execution, and this misstep was a humiliating disgrace for the four marquises. This battle was now unavoidable. If they couldn't kill these two humans, they would have no face to return and report to Lady Claudia. Kill. When enemies meet, words are unnecessary. This battle would end only in life or death. Su Xian knew that surprise attacks could work once or twice, but any more and the opponent would be prepared. This time, they would have to rely on their true abilities to win. "Teacher, let me go first," Xiao Lu's voice echoed in Su Xian's mind. In an instant, Xiao Lu transformed, its body expanding rapidly until it stood 100 meters tall, like a small mountain blocking the path of the four marquises. The Tower of Delusion? The four marquises' expressions changed drastically. The Tower of Delusion and the Tower of Death were infamous across Blue Star and Lauren Star. Anyone who saw Su Miwang transformed into the Tower of Delusion would be momentarily stunned. "I suck." Xiao Lu never felt pressured by battle. Instead, it found it amusing. After cultivating the Earth-Sky transformation, its body grew larger, and its strength increased. The powerful suction made the four marquises stagger a few steps, nearly pulling them in. Experiencing the battle firsthand, they finally understood why the Demon Lord Quinn and the two marquises of the subdragon race had been caught off guard. These two humans were too bizarre. No, these two beings could no longer be called human. To hunt down three marquises without even having a domain was unheard of in their experience. First, kill the weaker one. The tower spirit was too difficult to deal with, so the four marquises' killing intent turned towards Su Xian. Two of the marquises unleashed their domains, forcibly resisting Xiao Lu's suction, allowing the other two to attack Su Xian. A vein throbbed on Su Xian's forehead. "Do I really look that easy to handle?" As the two marquises charged at him, Su Xian didn't dare to confront them heat. He could only fight while retreating, constantly maneuvering. He was waiting for an opportunity. In a normal fight, he had no chance of killing a marquis-level opponent. Only by relying on a semi-divine forbidden technique did he have a sliver of hope. But he had only one chance to strike. If he failed and the enemy was prepared, any hope of killing them would be slim. The two marquises surrounding Su Xian exchanged glances, as if saying, "Indeed, this guy is the weakest." However, his escape technique was top-notch. Despite facing their toxic and fire domains, he remained unscathed. Only the power of laws posed any threat to him. Other elemental forces were merely scratching an itch. On the other side, the inexperienced Xiao Lu was also struggling, barely holding off two marquises with its formidable defense. But as time went on, it would inevitably be defeated. The key to breaking the stalemate lay with Su Xian. Su Xian kept searching for an opportunity. Although his opponents had the upper hand, they remained cautious. Perhaps having learned from past mistakes and fearing a reversal, they maintained a long-range suppression, not allowing him to get close. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Su Xian. "Xiao Lu," he called out in his mind. "Are you tough enough to take a beating?" Xiao Lu was puzzled. "Teacher, I'm not sure what you mean," Su Xian explained. "I have an idea that might help us win." Xiao Lu eagerly replied. "What is it? Tell me." "You can absorb me into the tower, allowing me to gather energy for an attack, and you can reflect it back. We might have a chance to severely wound them. The question is, can you withstand it?" Su Xian shared his plan. "I can take it," Xiao Lu responded without hesitation. As they communicated mentally, Su Xian gradually moved closer to Xiao Lu. When he was near enough, Xiao Lu suddenly released a powerful suction, pulling Su Xian inside. The two marquises attacking Su Xian were stunned, a sense of foreboding creeping into their hearts. These two infiltrators had so many tricks up their sleeves, making them increasingly uneasy. Let's combine our strength to shatter this tower. Immediately, the four Marquises unleashed their full power, bombarding the tower's spirit relentlessly. At the same time, the sky above was filled with thunder and lightning. The rolling thunder was drawn into the tower as Xuan activated his thunder prison. The anxiety in the hearts of the four Marquises intensified. Such an absurd fighting method they had never seen before, using a special move inside the tower? Could it really work like this? Their attacks grew fiercer. All five were showing off their skills, but only Xiaolu was taking the hits. Teacher, it hurts. Xiaolu's pained voice reached Xuxian's ears. Hold on a little longer, Xuxian said, feeling a pang of sympathy. This innocent disciple was enduring pain beyond its years. With all four Marquises attacking together, one could imagine the pressure on Xiaolu. The thunder gathered more violently, reaching its peak. Xuxian took a deep breath. Xiaolu, get ready. It's time for revenge. His body had completely transformed into a state of lightning, like a thunder god descending to the world. Yes, revenge. Xiaolu roared, and a mirror appeared on the north side of the tower. A golden and blue-purple beam of light, imbued with the might of the heavens, shot towards one of the Marquises. The four Marquises were furious. These two humans had not only destroyed the Lauren Star stronghold, but also dared to talk about revenge? They should be the ones seeking vengeance. Seizing the moment when Xiaolu launched its attack, the remaining three Marquises joined forces to unleash their ultimate move, striking Xiaolu's body. Simultaneously, the mixed golden and blue beam reached the remaining Marquis. Just as the Lauren Star Marquis attempted to block it, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if something sharp had pierced into his mind, leaving him dazed. Xuxian had already followed the beam, striking out with his sea-settling rod, piercing the Marquis's chest. Gravely wounded, he could no longer resist and was consumed by the golden and blue light. Ding! Your disciple Su Miwang has slain a Marquis-level creature, gaining a substantial amount of experience energy. Congratulations, you've triggered a 3000-fold critical return, and your realm has advanced. The system's voice chimed, the energy returning. Xuxian could feel his entire being adapting and integrating the power of his inner world, laying the foundation for forming a domain. Teacher, I can't hold on any longer. Xiaolu's weak voice came through. Its body was shrinking, clearly unable to maintain the earth-sky transformation. Xuxian's eyes burned with determination as he looked at the three remaining Marquises. Xiaolu had done its best. Now it was up to him, the teacher, to finish the fight. As Xiaolu reverted to its original form, three Marquises from the planet Lauren attacked simultaneously from different directions. In a flash of silver light, Xuxian teleported to Xiaolu's side, shielding his disciple with one hand while breaking through in the weakest direction. The three attacks came crashing down, but Xuxian activated his heavenly fortune golden body, channeling the world's primordial force to form a golden barrier. The attacks were absorbed like raindrops into the sea, having no effect. Seizing the opportunity, Xuxian launched an assault on the weakest Marquis. During his 3 seconds of invincibility, he unleashed his full power. The three Marquises realized the danger too late. Wielding the soul blade and stepping into the domain of the god of death, a path of bone-chilling terror unfolded, exuding a murderous aura. With a swift strike across the Marquis's throat, Xuxian then crushed his skull with the stabilizing sea staff. With this, 5 of the 7 Marquises had perished. The remaining 2 were overwhelmed with fear, mistakenly believing Xuxian had achieved a breakthrough in the battle, and decided to flee in separate directions. Xuxian pursued the slower one, checking on Xiaolu's condition along the way. Learning that Xiaolu was weak, he cut his finger to feed him blood. Xiaolu quickly recovered but craved more. Xuxian sternly refused, leaving Xiaolu to gnaw on the delusion stone. Upon catching up with the Marquis, the opponent launched a desperate counterattack. Unfazed, Xuxian and Xiaolu combined their efforts to defeat him. A system notification sounded, and energy surged back to Xuxian. He felt the laws of the universe shift, his inner world churning as his mortal body resonated with the heavens. Marquis realm achieved. Upon reaching the Fengho realm, Xuxian's perception of the world around him transformed. His understanding elevated from merely sensing the intensity and strength of energies to a level where he could see the essence of things. His mastery over his physical form approached its limits, shifting his focus to the mind, soul, and spirit. Xuxian recalled the famous saying of the great sword saint, "The blade cuts the body, the heart pierces the soul." He realized profoundly that only by unleashing the will of the mind and harnessing the power of the soul could he grasp the essence of the laws of the universe. Inside him, 2 small worlds were in constant flux. The sun, moon, and stars formed the core of his inner world, with the Milky Way connecting throughout his body, and his blood vessels and meridians branching out like tributaries. These inner and outer worlds became intertwined, forming a nascent domain. Su Xian attempted to channel the power of his inner world to sense the laws of the universe. The force of these laws surged toward him, confirming the stability of his inner world. Su Xian began to consolidate a domain. Lacking a particular affinity, he opted to attempt the creation of an all-attribute domain. With a single thought, countless forces of law converged upon him. He compressed, transformed, and infused these various powers into the embryonic domain. The process was more arduous than anticipated, exhausting his mental strength even to achieve halfway. More challenging was the fact that he had another inner world awaiting balance. This meant he had to form 18 layers of all-attribute domains. Overwhelmed, Su Xian decided to delegate the remaining tasks to the system and his disciples. Soon, the frameworks of 2 domains were constructed. One was based on blue, silver, and gold, corresponding to stars, the silver moon, and the sun. The other, with red, purple, and black, contained other law attributes. Xiao Lu witnessed Su Xian's breakthrough, admiration evident in his expression. Su Xian praised Xiao Lu for his helpful assistance, noting that without it, he would have needed to seek help from Ba Huang Ho Miao Tian. Excitedly, Xiao Lu inquired about Su Xian's title, reminding Su Xian of this matter. At a loss for a suitable title, Su Xian decided to leave it to his wife to devise one. The immediate priority was to rescue his 5th disciple, Miao Tian, caught in the crisis of the Wailing Cave. Su Xian planned to take a shortcut to reach there and, if possible, to apprehend the Lorland Star expedition team. If the situation remained uncertain, he would refrain from acting rashly. Let's go, Xiao Lu. Su Xian sped off toward the distant Wailing Cave. Forbidden Zone, on the outskirts of the Wailing Cavern. The Marquis of Ba Huang stumbled through the vast windswept sands. The sound of insects was like the cries of infants and women, piercing and eerie. The Marquis of Ba Huang furrowed his brow, as the mysterious substance within him churned restlessly. If not for the Taishang tranquil lotus suppressing it, his second persona might have already awakened. The closer he got to the Wailing Cavern, the faster the mysterious substance gathered, intensifying his inner turmoil. Nevertheless, the Marquis of Ba Huang pressed on with determination. To break through to the King realm, he must confront his past. His gaze pierced through the sandstorm, catching glimpses of the cavern entrance. Suddenly, the insect cries became sharp and rapid. The Marquis's expression changed as he swiftly darted behind a boulder. From experience, he knew a formidable enemy was approaching. The distant surge of energy suggested it was the Lorland Star army. A fierce glint flashed in the Marquis's eyes as he quickly entered the cave. Alone, he couldn't withstand an entire army, let alone with the King realm leader among them. Inside, the cave was dark and damp, with a labyrinth of passages. The walls were covered in cocoons spun by white insects, resembling frost. Though seemingly harmless, these insects were lethally dangerous. Fortunately, the mysterious substance within the Marquis made him invisible to them. He chose a passage to hide in, holding his breath and focusing his mind. Before long, the Lorland Star army charged in, immediately besieged by the fierce attack of the white insects. Their blood magic formation barely held, and the situation was dire. The Marquis observed from the shadows, noticing that Lorland Star had sent 2 king realms. One was Claudia from the fallen angel race, while the other was shrouded in mystery, wielding a dark scepter as if calculating something. A sense of unease crept over the Marquis. Could Lorland Star have discovered the mysterious substance as well? Just as he pondered this, the king realm known as the Prophet pointed towards his hiding spot. The Marquis was startled, inadvertently letting his presence slip. The seer's keen senses immediately detected the presence of the 8 desolate Marquis. Someone's there. Pursue them. Claudia spread her wings and shot towards the 8 desolate Marquis, like an arrow released from a bow. She thought to herself that the only one who could remain unharmed in the Wailing Cavern would be the 8 desolate Marquis, who once defied the king's power. This mission was indeed the right choice. Capturing him might reveal the secrets of the cavern and grant extraordinary power. However, Claudia dared not be complacent. The 8 desolate Marquis had once been a force capable of challenging the king, and any carelessness could lead to disaster. Miao Tian, seeing this, continued to retreat deeper into the cavern. His past glory was long gone, and he no longer had the strength to confront a king-level opponent Hedon. Fortunately, Claudia's commotion attracted a swarm of white insects, forcing her to slow down. Miao Tian used his familiarity with the terrain to quickly hide his presence once more. Damn it! Claudia cursed under her breath as she was forced to exit the cavern. During her pursuit, she noticed a terrifying phenomenon. The deeper she went, the larger the white insects became. Near the entrance, they were slightly larger than ants, but deeper inside, they reached 5 to 6 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in height. No wonder the entrances of the cavern were so enormous. Seer, what should our next course of action be? Claudia returned to the seer's side to seek guidance. The seer, with a deep and thoughtful gaze, pondered before saying, The hidden human is the simplest key to unraveling this situation. To uncover the secrets of the Wailing Cavern, we must start with him. Claudia nodded in agreement. I understand. She then turned to the assembled warriors and commanded, prepare the heavenly net blood array and seal the cavern entrance. Yes, the soldiers responded in unison. Just as Claudia was about to initiate the setup of the heavenly net blood array, a bloodied figure stumbled into the cavern. Lady Claudia, something terrible has happened. Lady Claudia, there's a big problem. A disheveled soldier stumbled in, breathless. Claudia frowned at the newcomer and said coldly, Toma, what happened to you? Didn't I instruct you all to stay in the camp? Toma dropped to one knee, trembling and unable to meet Claudia's eyes. My lady, as you suspected, human infiltrators have appeared. But there are not just one, but two of them. So what? Claudia snapped. Don't tell me you 7 marquises couldn't capture 2 infiltrators. Toma's face was ashen as he struggled to speak. My lady, they killed us all, destroyed the camp, and freed all the human prisoners. What? Claudia's eyes widened, and in an instant, she was in front of Toma, gripping his throat. Say that again. Toma, gasping for air, managed to recount the events in broken sentences. Claudia grew angrier as she listened, finally hurling Toma to the ground. Useless. Claudia fumed. Show me the combat footage of those humans. Toma, trembling, retrieved the energy recorder. After watching it, Claudia turned to the seer beside her. What do you think? The seer shook their head and replied, let's deal with the situation in the Wailing Cavern first. As for those humans, we can address that later. In the grand scheme of things, no matter how talented, a single person can't change much. Claudia nodded in agreement. As they conversed, the soldiers of Lauren Star had already begun setting up the Heavenly Blood Formation. This formation was developed through extensive research by Lauren Star, specifically to combat the white worms in the Wailing Cavern. Several hours later, the Heavenly Blood Formation was complete. Numerous elite soldiers offered their blood as a sacrifice to activate it. Instantly, a bizarre, high-frequency sound wave emanated, which had no effect on Lauren Star's creatures but was an intense shock to the white worms. Under the influence of sound waves, countless white worms emerged from the ground, only to perish shortly after. Claudia watched the scene before her with a blank expression, the worm carcasses forming a carpet-like layer on the ground. She coldly commanded, continue. Following her order, the Lorland army, guided by the prophet, selected a cave to delve deeper into. The celestial blood array moved with the army, requiring a large amount of blood each time it was activated. The deep-rooted belief in bloodline superiority on Lorland meant that those of lower status were willing to sacrifice themselves under the pressure of their superiors. Thus, the army advanced, treading over the blood of their own. In the depths of the cave, the 8 Deserts Marquis wore a grave expression. Lorland's success in countering the white worms was unexpected. Unbound by humanitarian concerns, they could conduct experiments on lower races without restraint. In contrast, Blue Star seemed powerless in this regard. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, and the 8 Deserts Marquis feared that Lorland would discover the mysterious substance. Although difficult to control, if it fell into their hands, it would spell disaster for Blue Star. He had to find a way to prevent this. Meanwhile, Xuan also entered the Wailing Cave. Seeing the worm corpses scattered around, he realized that the Lorland army had already advanced deep inside. This cleared his path, yet he remained curious about the situation within. Xuan gazed into the distance, thinking it was just as well since it cleared the obstacles for him. He was also intrigued by what had transpired inside, wondering why the usually terrifying swarm of white worms had died in mass here. Xuan moved silently toward the entrance of the Wailing Cave. His steps were as light as a cat's, and his form blended into the swirling sands. Before long, subtle presences began to emerge in his perception. These didn't belong to the creatures of Lauren Star, but were the distinctive life signatures of humans from Blue Star. Xuan furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, could it be a blockade team sent by the Blue Star Alliance? He didn't reveal himself, but instead used the cover of the sandstorm to quietly bypass them. The flexibility of operating solo became evident. After advancing a bit further, the aura of the Lauren Star forces became palpable. Xuan held his breath, focusing intently on sensing their movements. He knew well the strength of the Lauren Star expedition, led by several king-level powerhouses, and dared not act rashly. Just dealing with Claudia alone would be more than he could handle. Although he didn't have a precise understanding of king-level strength, Xuan was aware that even among kings, there were differences in power. Recalling the battles between King Dinghai and the Clown King, the 10,000 Poison King, and King Wuan's intimidating presence at the Global Higher Education Exchange Tournament, Xuan had formed an initial judgment about the disparity in strength among kings. He estimated that Claudia, while perhaps not on par with the likes of King Dinghai or King Wuan, would still be a formidable veteran king of middle to upper tier strength. This reflection made Su Xian even more cautious in his actions. Soon, he reached the vicinity of the Wailing Cave entrance. A strong stench of blood hit him, and the entrance was bathed in a crimson glow, with the ground littered with thick piles of white insect corpses. Su Xian wore a grave expression, realizing that the main force of the Lauren Star troops had already entered the cave. He didn't rush in but chose to observe and wait for the Blue Star Army to create an opportunity. He speculated internally about how seriously the Blue Star Alliance was taking this situation, wondering if insufficient manpower would lead to heavy losses. Before long, a fierce battle erupted outside. Su Xian sensed the presence of at least 4 king-level powerhouses clashing, indicating that both sides had deployed more than one legion. He searched carefully for Lao Wu's presence but found nothing, speculating that Lao Wu might have already infiltrated the cave ahead of time. The battle intensified, spreading from the outskirts to the entrance. On the surface, the Blue Star Army seemed to have the upper hand. However, Su Xian keenly sensed something amiss. Given Lauren Star's cautious nature, they couldn't have only prepared this much. There were likely other plans in place. Sure enough, as the Blue Star troops launched an assault on the entrance, a sudden burst of red light erupted. A blood-red gate rose from the ground, engulfed in soul-burning flames. The human soldiers who passed through were instantly obliterated, their bodies falling lifelessly. Su Xian immediately recognized this as an upgraded version of the blood magic array. While he wasn't afraid of the basic blood magic array, he dared not recklessly challenge this extraordinarily powerful variant. He could only continue to lie in wait, looking for an opportunity to break through. The battle reached a fever pitch. Human soldiers began constructing a special formation to try to break through the blood-red gate. Su Xian seized the chance, disguising himself as a monster corpse to blend into the battlefield. However, he underestimated Lauren Star's ruthlessness. The blood-red gate not only blocked humans, but also spared no Lauren Star monsters. Su Xian sighed inwardly, continuing to look for opportunities amidst the chaos. As the battle progressed, the Blue Star forces finally completed their formation. A beam of blue light shot directly at the blood-red gate, instantly disrupting the spatial rupture. Su Xian seized this fleeting opportunity, letting his mental power seep into the cave to prepare for his next move. The monsters became frantic, and several lords shouted to organize a defense. The blue light continued to strike, with monsters sacrificing themselves to block it. Su Xian was growing anxious. How could he infiltrate under these conditions? Another blue beam streaked in, and Su Xian acted decisively. He kicked away a monster about to sacrifice itself, shouting, "Let me do it!" Then, using the impact of the blue light, he launched himself at the blood-red gate. At the moment of contact, Su Xian felt the spatial rupture vanish once more. Without hesitation, he used his flicker technique, instantly passing through into the cave. A few monster lords exchanged puzzled glances, moved by the apparent self-sacrifice of their comrade, yet sensing something was amiss. Inside the cave, a flash of silver marked Su Xian's arrival in one of the thousands of tunnels. The 2 monster marquises guarding the inner entrance looked confused. They seemed to sense a faint spatial disturbance, but couldn't quite pinpoint what felt off. In a certain passageway, Su Xian concealed himself in the shadows. Cautiously, he extended his mental power to probe the area. After confirming that only 2 marquee-level monsters guarded the entrance, he decisively teleported inside. The ground littered with white insect corpses validated his suspicions the main forces, and the king of the Lorland Star, had already ventured deep into the cave. Su Xian gazed into the dim, profound depths of the cave. He extended his mental power once more, but it disappeared without a trace, like a stone dropped into the sea. A sense of danger arose within him. After a moment of deliberation, he decided it was wiser to wait for his companions before proceeding. At that moment, the 2 marquee-level monsters sensed something amiss and moved to investigate. Su Xian hesitated no longer. With his staff in hand, his appearance subtly shifted. Since the king of Lorland Star had already entered, there was no need for him to hide any longer. Unleashing the power of the Tianhe realm, the 2 marquises sensed danger and swiftly retreated, expanding their domains. One was at the 4th rank, the other at the 6th. In a flash of silver, Su Xian appeared above them, forcefully stomping down. With a thunderous crash, the 2 marquises were driven into the ground. They looked up in shock at the human wearing a red demon mask, even more astonished that he had not activated his domain. Enraged, the marquises unleashed their rule power in retaliation, only to be knocked back by Su Xian with even greater speed. Meanwhile, Xiao Lu, who had been hiding, charged into the group of monsters, slaughtering them all. The 2 marquises realized in despair that the man before them was at least an 8th-rank marquis, possibly even a king-level opponent. Just as Su Xian was about to let Xiao Lu finish them off, the 2 suddenly erupted with immense power, their domains boiling like turbulent waters, seemingly connecting with the strange blood magic array. Su Xian was forced to swing his staff again, but this time it was firmly blocked. The power and speed of the two marquises surged, launching a furious counterattack, leaving Su Xian less composed. With a sigh, he finally activated his unique tricolored domain. Interwoven with blue, silver, and gold, Su Xian's mastery over the rule power increased instantly. The two marquises, staring at the half-filled single-layer domain, were plunged into deep self-doubt. They suddenly recalled General Toma's report about a human infiltrator who had reverse-skilled 6 marquises in the Tianhe realm and broke through during battle. Despair engulfed the two marquises. Su Xian coldly declared, "Gentlemen, it's time for you to depart." In a flash of silver, they were pinned to the ground by a massive force. Xiaolu approached, and under Su Xian's guidance, finished them off. The system indicated the return of rule energy as the fragments of the two marquises' domains merged into Su Xian's, making it more solid. Su Xian pondered, deciding to incorporate devouring enemy domains as a special enhancement for his own domain. Having dealt with the guarding forces, Su Xian turned to the peculiar blood magic array. He swung his staff, unleashing water attribute rule power, but failed to destroy it. This surprised Su Xian. It seemed the blood magic array was far more complex than he had imagined, possibly just a part of a larger formation. After continuous bombardment, Su Xian discovered some secrets of the special blood magic formation. Su Xian sensed that the blood magic formation connected two ends, one outside the cave and the other within the White Worm tunnel. This was only a part of the formation, yet it was already so powerful, making him feel a heavy sense of foreboding. How formidable would the complete formation be? He was determined to stop its operation. Su Xian activated his second domain, causing his power to surge and become infused with eerie energy. Wielding the Dinghai staff, he swung it relentlessly at the formation. With the strongest strike of his accumulated power, the blood-red gate finally trembled, causing a disruption in the spatial isolation effect. Another strike, and the formation shattered entirely, the blood gate vanishing. Outside the cave, everyone's eyes were fixed on Su Xian. Fortunately, he wore a red demon mask, concealing his identity. Upholding the virtue of doing good deeds without seeking recognition, Su Xian left only his silhouette behind as he quickly retreated into the White Worm tunnel. The Blue Star troops were momentarily stunned, then rushed into the cave with excitement. With the Blue Star army holding the line, Su Xian was able to proceed with his plan. He delved deeper, encountering a trail of White Worm corpses with strengths ranging from bronze to marquee level. The Lauren Star team seemed to have discovered the worm's weakness, allowing them to push forward effortlessly. Su Xian quickened his pace, motivated both by the need to rescue his disciple and fulfill his duty as a member of Blue Star. Su Xian moved at incredible speed, soon catching up with the Lauren Star team. By then, they had advanced over 100 miles, yet the tunnel seemed endless. From a distance, he spotted Claudia and another king-level fighter, deciding to remain cautious. As he searched for signs of his fifth brother, a sudden force erupted from the left wallet, was Miao Tian making a swift attack and retreat. Claudia gritted her teeth, but dared not pursue. Su Xian marveled at his fifth brother's strength, suspecting that the 8 desolate marquis reversal of the marquis level had something to do with the Wailing Cave. As the Lauren Star team advanced, Su Xian followed, with Miao Tian causing occasional disturbances. Suddenly, Su Xian frowned, noticing the Blue Star team was delayed. The spatial markers he left were becoming blurred, making him suspect a powerful entity was twisting the space. While pondering this, he heard screams ahead. Giant white worms emerged from the ground, devouring Lauren's Star soldiers. Claudia fought valiantly but struggled against the overwhelming numbers. The seer calmly ordered them to wait, allowing the soldiers to be consumed. Claudia was pained but helpless. As the soldiers perished, the blood magic formation collapsed, and the white worms grew even more ferocious. Finally, all the Lauren Star elites were wiped out except for a few generals. The seer's gaze shifted to see a crimson figure emerging. It was the 8 desolate marquis. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.